Are you guys done or?
Either Zanuck is going to demonstrate the justification for his assertion that it should be 7 degrees, not 15 degrees, or he won't. And if he doesn't, of course, then he can't justify his concluding premise.
Well, you know what? You're going to derail me. Sorry, Elijah. I got to spend time answering
What is that
Gregory.
noise?
So I'll bring the math
Sorry
to the table.
that you had to go through.
Wasn't me.
Elijah, you forced me to do this, and this is your fault. So don't get on me for not addressing the main point. I'm going now to spend my time on Gregory.
We are talking about the main point.
Elijah, you're hot, Mike.
That's not the main point.
It is. Just goes to show him that you're not listening. You must talk about something else so as to avoid what we're actually talking about, so you can sophistically defend your globe model. It's not that hard. I was following the entire time.
So the mathematics, you think he's going to pull it out of the globe model?
Whatever epistemology he has to justify the concluding premise, it should be 7 degrees. And two things. Whatever mathematical epistemology he's going to pull out to justify his eyeball on the CGI image that it looks like 15 degrees as opposed to 7 degrees. And secondly, the justification to say that it would be 7 degrees, not 15 degrees.
Well, I understand what's happening. I think he doesn't want to answer right now because he probably realizes that even if he does answer and pulls the math from the globe, we're still going to scrutinize the globe because they still haven't proven it.
Yeah. So with this specific point of dispute now, and then of course the essential point of dispute, which this point is peripheral too, like you just mentioned.
So, Zanuck, are you going to address this, or if not, I wanted to bring something else up.
Yeah, please move on, Gregory.
God, stop
damn
with the
it.
hot mic. Bad boy.
Come
on.
I'm literally talking.
It's in the chat.
It was
there
me.
you go. It was calculating. I can pull the math up as well.
Like I said, move on,
okay,
because
talk
no
over
one's
me some
ever
more,
been.
Elijah. Talk over me some more.
I was talking, and then you said stop hot micing, and then started talking. So, Jeremy, if you could stop that from happening, because obviously I was talking first. Like I said, you can move on because no one experiences that degree of drop in real life. Obviously, I see the difference in the middle frame of the horizontal line versus the horizontal line being very off-center in the CGI. All I'm saying is that supposed to illustrate how it would really look should we rise up off of this ball? Saying that you would not be able to, the reason I'm asking is because I can fucking see the difference on the CGI screen. And I'm asking, is there any kind?
It's wrong.
And I asked for the justification, but you didn't give one.
I just posted it. You're getting what you want. And Gregory should be happy too.
Gregory, can you scrutinize the
math
information
on this calculator? I'll go through the math manually, but you should at least be able to realize that this is more reliable than whatever we don't know that came from or came out of that simulation. This says it's a 5.8 degree refracted drop or a 6.3 degree. I said 7 degree. I was off by a half a degree. 6.3 degree drop is what we should see. That cartoon CGI does not show, based on the surroundings of a cartoon, respective reality, a 6.3 degree drop. It shows something around 15. Now you want to argue that point?
So you're disputing whatever math he used in the simulator. Basically,
I'm telling you the answer. If you think that you're talking over me. You're talking over me. If you think that's
all I'm saying is I don't have enough information. Okay, you know we'll continue this later on.
This is why we can't talk, because you just talk over me.
Right, because it's my conversation, and I'm saying since I don't have enough information to refute you,
going back and forth.
Since I don't have enough information to give you a proper and justified rebuttal, you can hold the point that we're at now and let Jeremy go on with what he is talking about until we can finish this at a later date.
Would you agree at this point
I wouldn't.
that my position
Zanuck, he's trying to bow out gracefully, Zanuck.
I'm going to let him. And I'm going to let him.
I don't agree because I don't know.
Back to it, that I've given you
I
the
just
drop.
said no. I heard what you said. Your
I've
math
given you
says
the mathematical drop 7
This
degrees.
is
it's about
not
Period.
that
Done.
hard. It's not that difficult.
I heard you.
Gregory, did
He
you get
said
your answer
6
from me?
degrees.
And I have the
One
mathematical
of
said
you
6
have to
degrees,
stop
7
talking voluntarily because they're gonna keep doing it.
He's already repeating what he said already. I heard him already. I'm asking Jeremy to continue with his conversation with hopefully Kosho about Redshift.
Yeah. All right. Do you guys want to make any closing statements on this? Just so we can move
No!
on, or
No,
Yes, I
fuck
would.
this
I'd like to make a closing
conversation.
statement.
Just talk, Jeremy. Fuck this old conversation.
They won't let me talk, Jeremy. They're fearful. They're scared.
are you guys
Jeremy, you
scared?
know you're wrong for that.
Are you guys? Are you?
They are. They have to be.
I mean, what? Do you have a closing point to make? Let's Xanax make a closing point. And I'll move on.
Don't even waste your time, Zanuck. I'm gonna rumpus the shit out of you if you make a closing
No, come
comment.
on.
It just made me think about how, like, someone being scared about the globe, being annihilated. And it's like, they didn't even, these guys defending it, they didn't come up with the globe model. They didn't put any money. They didn't put any money into it. They're not paying for all the propaganda. They're just defenders of something else that was given to them.
And at this point, they don't even defend the official story anymore. They have their own reality that they're working with. Their reality doesn't even correlate with the mainstream anymore. The story is completely different.
You have Soundly saying he can see Earth's curve from ground level with his 20/20 vision.
Okay, so my last statement.
And yet, as he cut me off during my statement, he's doing it on purpose now. Every time I talk, he cuts me off. Gio, I mean, come on, man.
That Rakia said something, Zanuck interrupted. Like every single time. All
This
3
is on
times.
purpose.
Check. All right, guys, you hear me. I know you hear me. Let
Yo,
Rakia
Jeremy,
finish.
don't fucking talk to us in general. Yeah, right. Rip Zanuck a new one and put him on mute. That's what you.
Just relax, bro. Eli.
Me too. Put me on mute. I don't
Eli,
care. Just justice for Rakia. Fuck that.
Just get back, Rakia. Go ahead, man.
I'm not gonna. Just control yourself.
Control.
Yeah, I mean, it's to the point where Zanuck just can't do that. So perhaps he should just be restricted from the live stream.
Exactly. Thank you. The owner speaks up. Thank you, Gio.
I broke him off with a warning. I broke Zanuck off with an official warning.
Yeah, the only thing, Rakia, is that some guys like to talk with him. Some guys like to debate with him. So if he's out of here, then he won't be here ever.
No, I understand that. I've never been an advocate of booting him. I'm just saying, I mean, when he's here, he's going to do it. When he starts doing it, that's the end of the day. That's what we started doing with Rumpus, but y'all can do what you want.
He wanted closing statements. Thought I was up. Sorry.
You thought you were up in the middle of Rakia speaking.
Right.
Bro,
he's just a liar.
Come on, Zanuck.
He's just lying.
Jesus.
That's on purpose. Every time I've spoken today, every time I open my mouth, Mike, he knows. But I'll move on, man. Y'all go ahead.
PATHETIC.
Yeah, I mean,
no, we already missed the airplane thing you were going to say last night. We missed the airplane thing you were going to say last night because they were rumpish. Yeah, I mean, we could be missing a whole bunch of good shit Rocky to say. And guys, let's let each other finish our sentences no matter what, please. Zanuck, what the fuck,
there's only
man?
so many times you can ask for Jeremy.
Yes.
I know.
All right. Well, we need a new conversation. We're like on the surfboard waiting for a new wave, and we're just.
Okay, I got a wave.
You got
one? I got a wave for us. I got a wave. Okay, as the galaxies get farther away from Earth, right? The farther away they get, the faster they are accelerating away from us, right? And hold on, let me phrase that. The farther away the galaxies are, the faster the distance is increasing from us to that galaxy, right?
What's a galaxy?
Well, I mean, this is really it's kind of for the Globers. I know you guys. I'm going to draw a diagram later, and they're going to get fucked up because if you were to make a line through the farthest galaxy we could see, and it went through our galaxy, and then you keep the line going, and it goes all the way to the next farthest galaxy we could see on the other side. If you were to do that, all right, fine. They're getting farther away in distance from each other. The farther away we get at a faster rate. But if you go to one of those other galaxies, that's not going to work out for you. Because you're saying it's actually happening when we see it on Earth. But if you were to go out to those other galaxies, you would get something different that can't actually be happening. And then you see that from another galaxy and it's still actually happening. Does anybody understand what I just said?
Not quite.
I lost your galaxy.
Yeah, what's a galaxy, man?
Son of a bitch.
Oh, Jerry, why don't you say that in a different way? Because I was trying to follow you, but I don't think I got your point, man.
Try one more time. Say it condescendingly slow.
No, I don't think anyone's ever going to get it. I'm going to go draw a diagram as soon as I'm done.
That's why you keep saying it. Okay, yeah, that'll work better.
Yeah, because you said if you're viewing, say we're in the middle of two galaxies, both very distant, and you're talking about how we're viewing each of them from here, and then how if you are in one of those galaxies, the one that is on the opposite side of us would be moving away even faster, accelerated rate. But what was the part where that was a problem?
The part where it's a problem is you've got us in our galaxy. Either side of we drew a line right through the whole universe to the farthest galaxy now, and it's one.
Yeah.
We have a line. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We got a line of galaxies going now. Now near Earth, near our galaxy, when you could go to the right or
God damn it.
to the left. Right, left side it's going to be going slow. Is my mic fucked up?
Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
So, fuck. I'll be back.
Manageable. It's not bad.
Damn it, like Elijah earlier.
No, I'll be back. I'm in a bad part of the school.
I think I understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that
I'm gonna draw a
so
diagram.
far away, there's no way to know if they're actually moving based on where we're standing.
No, I'm telling you, the Glober's thing for this does not make sense at all, and it can't be possible because if you're looking at it from a different vantage point of another galaxy, like say you go to the one that's farthest away from us, they're all supposed to be going faster, but you would reach a point on our galaxy where it's not going faster. It starts to go slower because we know how fast Earth, our galaxy is accelerating from the galaxy near us on either side. So it's not going faster. It would be going, faster, slower, fast. There would be some slow ones in there. I'll draw it out on a diagram later. I'll be back.
Word.
I got what you're saying, man, but it's
I get it.
Where you
not a problem.
you watch those videos on YouTube where they draw things with that hand moving hella fast and makes the picture, and there's the commentary in the background. Might need to do that.
That's not a bad idea. But yeah, Jared, it's not a problem because there's nothing accelerating. Nothing's moving away from each other. It's just the space is being created in between.
Yeah, so the galaxies are increasing.
Yeah, wait, what?
So the galaxies are increasing their rate of distance away from each other. Would you like that? Was that better phrased?
You mean yeah? As long as you understand that they're not really.
Yeah, fine.
Moving.
I understand. The galaxies are increasing their distance away from each other. Accelerated rate, going faster and faster the farther away you get. I know you wanted to play this semantical nonsense game with me, but it's phrased correctly now.
I want to say this question. If the space between the things is increasing, how is that possible if they're not moving?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not the fact that they're moving as much as it is the space is being created between them. But you can call that movement, but that would violate a couple laws. So they just
isn't it a theory just based on redshift primarily or exclusively?
It's based off observation.
Well, this is
Yeah,
why
like
I
you
have
And
to
can't, you
also
repeat
can't
the
the
observe,
question.
right? Because it's not happening fast enough for your eye to perceive. It's not happening fast enough for like a satellite to catch a picture of, right? It's just like inferred from redshift that movement is occurring. So if
well the
it's not
CMB
detected,
also confirms it. They had the CMB
the
map.
CMB confirms redshift and the expansion of the universe. I can't really say that I agree with that. But if you want to infer that or apply it, I don't see what it has to do with what I just said about redshift.
Yeah, the CMB in 1997, that map that they got of the CMB in the universe. That's where they got the accelerated expansion rate for the dark energy
I
farm.
mean, right. Well, I mean, the CMB was either there or not there, right? We also were told that there was redshift, but now like this telescope data is saying that there's no redshift from a telescope designed specifically to be really, really good at detecting the infrared spectrum. It's saying that there's no redshift, but it should be really maybe the best one for the most accurately newly designed. I mean, the design of the telescope is pretty intense. I don't know if you have investigated. Anyway,
Yeah, I haven't seen anything about that that says that they can't see redshift anymore because
that's
I mean
just
they
what
see it
I've
all the
been
time.
hearing people debate over this morning. Is that this paper says that there was no redshift detected.
This is why I wanted to
Uh,
repeat this question because, Koshi, you keep repeating the answer as though it makes sense, but why don't you pump the brakes and take a look at the answer you're giving me? If there's space, if the distance between objects is increasing, how can that occur if the objects are not moving?
because you can say the objects are moving and by virtue of the space increasing between them, but to me that's I mean that's it's not a incorrect thing to say, but if you word it that way, then you might come up with incorrect conclusions, like about these things moving faster than the speed of light or things like that, because the space is increasing such that the two galaxies would be moving away from each other faster than the speed of light, and that seems like it would violate certain laws, but because that's not the case, it's not actually
You mean
a problem.
relativity,
Can
relativity,
I
and I'm willing to give
Relativity,
try
right?
to add to what
I'm willing
Kosha
to
said?
give you all that bullshit of there's space being created in between the galaxies. That's fine, but you can't have it going faster on either side of the Earth, and then have another galaxy farther away make that line through the Earth, and it still goes faster. The farther away you get, that doesn't make sense.
So the answer that I got is that if you go with the very obvious, intuitive, metaphysical fact that if thing one and thing two is increasing the distance between one another, that necessarily indicates that they are moving. At least one of them is moving away from the other. But then if you say that, Gregory, then that makes problems for all these other premises and this whole general relativity, Einsteinian theory.
Yo, the fastest galaxy away, the farthest galaxy we can see, is clocked at over double the speed of light. So even if even if they were both moving, you couldn't. It would destroy relativity.
How would they be able to
Even
be?
if they were both moving.
If it was faster than the speed of light, then how would you be able to see it? The light wouldn't reach you, would it?
That's another good question. Kosho's got some kind of crazy cockamamie reason.
If it is
Well,
the
that's why
case,
speed of light is an estimated speed of what it's doing now. It's not the speed that they actually are viewing it at. You have to
if it
remember
is
that
the
it's 13. It's 13. They're getting light 13 billion years later. So
Yeah, that's old
they're
light. That's
calculating its
old light.
speed. They're calculating its speed at this moment based on the observation that they can see from back then.
if it is the case that a very basic common sense metaphysical notion concerning geometry makes it problematic for this particular cosmological theory, does it not indicate to you that there's something wrong with the theory and that it should be eschewed?
No. So what I told you was for somebody who is new to this conversation or new to this, like the element of redshift or something like that, it wouldn't be wrong for them to talk about it like that, to say that they're moving away from each other at this rate. But if you're being pedantically correct about what's actually happening, they're not moving through space. The space itself is increasing. So it actually is incorrect on the on the ultimate with the ultimate understanding. That's an incorrect thing to say. However, I wouldn't be pedantic to if somebody had said that. It wouldn't be a problem until they then came to some incorrect solution based on that.
So then,
you were just pedantic with me over it, and I wasn't even coming to a conclusion that involved that.
Yeah, you're an example. What you said was an example of coming to an incorrect conclusion to that. That's what I'm saying. So I wouldn't correct somebody unless they came to an incorrect conclusion based on that idea of what's happening.
My argument was about the rate of
what's actually happening is they're not moving.
I know, but my argument was based on the rate of distance, the rate that the amount of distance is increasing in between the galaxy. It had nothing to do with them actually moving.
So this premise that you're
moving or
specifying, this premise that you're specifying, we've talked about this before, and the fact of the matter is that it's a very simple ontological fact, which is the prerequisite. You just read the Wikipedia article when it concerns physics. The necessary prerequisite to physics is ontology, and so when you have this ontological garbage that is at the foundation of the theory, that discredits and destroys the theory. Because to sit here and tell me as though it makes sense, when it just doesn't. That space itself is increasing while the space between the objects, that space itself is increasing and yet the objects in question are not moving. That is ontological garbage. Space is not a concrete entity which extends in space. It's space which things extend in.
I mean, that's your opinion currently, but it could be the case that, you become more familiar with this and it stops being garbage, because it makes sense based on all the evidence. It may not have made sense at first when they came across the evidence, but based on the 80, 90 years worth of evidence on this expansion, it seems to be the case. It's not. It's just not.
Is there like a visual evidence? Is there any kind of evidence from the beginning of this? You said 80 or 90 years, but like at the beginning of this observation to now, to say that there's a difference between the expansion of the universe, that's not something that we can visually see a difference in. Even if there was a separated, are we going to see something different?
Yeah, if you look at the Hubble constant, based on all what they do is they look at the distance and the comparison to the redshift.
So you have pictures?
If you look at the say what?
You need to show me pictures of like the first observation and a recent observation of like the distances between galaxies, right? You should be able to demonstrate a rate of
Yeah, this is what I'm in the middle of describing. You interrupted me to ask me for that, but I'm actually telling you right now. In the middle, in the Hubble data that he got to begin with was a comparison with the redshift and the distance, distance galaxies. And in that 90 years, you see the all the data put together, so the distance and the redshift, and actually you'll see that there is a linear progression on the graph. I can't pull it up right now, but you can simply just Google Hubble constant over time graph or something like that, and you'll see that it's consistent with that idea that there's a linear progression.
And that's going to show me the separation of galaxies, the divergence of galaxies from each other at a rate that you can determine.
Right. Yeah, it's going to show you the further away the galaxies appear to be, the more redshift there is.
Oh, you're going to use redshift? No, I don't think you're going to use redshift in the way that. What I'm asking you for is not that, right? I'm saying like besides that, right, which is like the underpinning of the entire theory of expansion. is redshift and accounting for redshift specifically. So rather than do that, you'd like to just resort back to citing redshift, in which case, I mean, I don't want to waste your time or mine.
Which
Or,
would be an instance of saying a concrete entity moving through space, not space supposedly expanding, while the objects themselves are not moving. But since there's 80 to 90 years, like you grandiosely postulated, right? And there's so much knowledge, what after all this time, what is the justification for the premise that space is expanding?
Because the other ideas don't make sense, and this one matches that idea.
So reductio
Like any
ad
other
absurdum
idea
argument, okay.
that would any other idea that would try to make sense of the redshift, the expansion that Hubble had first seen. Any other idea doesn't have any evidence or doesn't make sense. Whereas his idea actually does have evidence. One of them being the CMB that was found in the 60s, and then the dark matter in the CMB map that was found in 1997, and the graph, like I told you, you could see where people consistently are finding that the further and further away they look, the more and more redshift there is.
Okay, I mean, I could dig that, a reductio ad absurdum argument, fine. All right, that's valid. So are you telling me that it makes more sense to say that space itself is expanding as opposed to saying that the distance between the objects is being created because at least one of the two objects is moving away through space over time from the other object?
Yeah, like I said, the other option, and you'll see in one of Winston's quotes, because he has a quote about this, Hubble does, but there's something called the cosmological principle, I think is what it's called. And what he talks about is you can either assume that all the other galaxies are moving away from us, and we're the center, and everything's just moving away from us, or you can conclude that all the space and all the universe is expanding. And so,
just to clarify, you're telling me it makes more sense to say that the space between the objects is expanding, and yet the objects are not moving through space over time, as opposed to saying the distance between the objects is increasing because the objects are moving, at least one of them is moving away from the other through space over time.
Right. And the evidence, like I said, it suggests the one where the space is expanding.
Who else in here understands my point? Am I clear?
Did my picture?
Yes.
I am clear. I'm making sense.
I don't know.
Also, look at the chat. Even in plain English, even in plain English, this guy, he didn't even get what I said just then in plain English, let alone the entire conversation we had.
So I also posted something in chat of the galaxies, and I made up numbers for that. So whatever, don't hold me to the numbers. But if you have the Milky Way, right, the one to the left and the one to the right, they're moving 4 miles a second away from us. That's sorry, their distance is moving. Their distance is getting greater by a rate of 4 miles per second. Right, that's an actual number of how far they're getting away from us.
Okay.
Is that do you agree to that, or
4 miles per second? I mean, I don't agree with that, but you're saying what you're saying is those are arbitrary numbers, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So why would I agree with that?
And they are increasing in distance at that rate. Just you can put any number you want.
Okay, I got you.
At some specific rate, and then as you go out farther, it's going to be 8 miles a second, 20 miles a second, right?
Sure.
And that's how far the shit's getting. That's how much it's accelerating an actual distance away from each other. So now, if you go to
okay.
What's up?
That's not describing acceleration, though. Yeah. You're just describing how fast they're moving away from each other. But
okay. Yeah. That's their velocity, whatever. It's not really important, because if you're at Galaxy O, way over on the edge, on the far right, and you look back through Earth, and you can see you could see the galaxy all the way on the other side, A. When you get to Earth, it's supposed to be going faster, but it stops being faster and starts getting slower. Because you're looking at the rate of, you're looking at them, and they're increasing at they're moving at a rate of 8 miles per second, and then it goes down to 4 and gets slower.
Okay.
You with me? You see what the problem is. You see where the problem is.
And you're talking about a craft that's traveling? Like somebody's actually traveling?
Bro,
When you said you go from O?
We're just looking. We're on O. We're on O, and we're looking back. We're looking back.
Okay.
We're looking at the redshift, and now we're seeing all of the galaxies going at a faster rate. They get away from us, but that can't be because we know what the rate is, right?
Yeah, dude. But if what you're saying is, so the person on O, what letter is O in the alphabet? It's like 15. So if they were all 4 miles per second from one galaxy to the next galaxy, 4 miles per second, then O looking all the way at A, that would be like 60 miles per. It would be moving away from it 60 miles per second. So it doesn't get slower. It's faster from that distance. You would just add up all the speeds. That's all you would do.
Okay, let me look at my diagram. From E to the Milky Way and the Milky Way to F. Those are both 4 miles a second. We're supposed to be at O. Now we get on O and we look back. It's supposed to be going faster the farther away you get.
Yeah.
Same.
Oh, okay. So you're saying, okay, you're saying looking at O, and O is looking at E and looking at the Milky Way, and he's supposed to be seeing. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, give me a second. Let me think for a second.
From the Milky, you better put your fucking thinking cap on for this one, because there's no way this shit can work out. There's no way this shit can work out if those are actual distances that the galaxies are separating apart.
Yeah, but that's not what they're observing. They don't observe them moving apart from each other. They observe the redshift from those those galaxies, and those redshifts determine how fast they're moving compared to Earth.
Yeah. Listen to me.
Yeah, but they don't compare. They don't take two of them and see how fast they're moving apart. You know what I mean?
Bro, it can't be faster from whatever point you're at. From whatever point you're at, it can't be faster the farther out you get, because there can only be one actual number of how much they're increasing distance, the rate at which they're increasing distance from each other.
Yeah, but you understand what I just said? That they don't view two galaxies moving away from each other. Just not the type of observation they make.
Yeah, they view our galaxy moving away from the one to the left at 4 miles a second, and the one to the right moving away at 4 miles a second, right?
No, that's not the type of observations they make, is what I'm saying. What they view our galaxy moving away at fucking, who knows, 16 miles per second, and then they view the next one moving away at 12 miles per second. This is the comparison they make. They don't take a look at both of them at the same time and then see how far they're expanding away from each other.
How do they view our galaxy moving away?
I don't know.
Just by viewing the redshift.
So how do they know it's our how do they see our galaxy? I mean, you're moving a redshift.
This is a hypothetical.
Okay.
If you were on listen, you're in our galaxy. You see the one to the left and the one to the right moving away at 4 miles a second, right? They see redshift. I know that's not the observation. They see redshift. They apply an acceleration to it, say 4 miles a second. Right?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, do they do that or no?
Yes, they get the redshift and they use that to determine how fast it's moving away.
Okay. So, and that's actual distance that's being created in between those two places. So you can't look back, and it's supposed to get the farther away the galaxies are, the more it's supposed to increase.
Yeah.
That's definitely not happening. If you go to O, that's not happening.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to tell you is that they don't make the comparison like you're saying.
I think
So
I
it's
got
not
it.
an observation.
There.
It's not an observation that they try to make. What they do is they'll take one observation of O, get the redshift, one observation of whatever else, get the redshift. You know what I mean? And they, if they want to determine the difference between how fast they're moving away, they just determine the speed that each one of those is moving away, and then compare those
And the
speeds.
farther
But
away
they're not.
it gets, the faster it's
Yeah.
supposed to be moving away from each other, right?
Yeah, and that would be consistent. That would be consistent with the observation. So if they
That's
saw,
not
if they were
consistent.
four,
If you're, hold on, that's not consistent. If you're at O, that's not consistent though, because it's when you look back at our Milky Way, it's not getting faster the farther you go. At one point, it stays the same.
What you talking about?
Not
what do you mean it
consistent.
stays the same?
Because one on the right and the one on the left are both 4. That's the actual distance.
Yeah.
They're getting farther away from each other, right? 4 miles a second.
Right.
Right. So when you're on O,
So
when
if
you
you
look
were
back
on,
at the Milky Way, so you're on
Yeah.
O and you're looking back at the Milky Way. Now you're looking you're looking 2 points, and the one's getting farther away, and it's not going faster. It's staying the same.
Don't let them
no,
confuse
if you're on O,
It makes sense.
if you're on O, yeah, if you're on O, then F is moving away from you. Let's say F is moving away 32 miles per second or something. F is, and then Milky Way would be moving away from you 36 miles per second, and then E would be moving away 40 miles per second.
I didn't put
that would be consistent.
Kosho, I didn't put any numbers in all the other spots because I didn't want to confuse things. Just look at the 2 points right next to the Milky Way. They're both going 4, right?
Yeah, away from the Milky Way. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're both. Well, that's the distance. But if you're on O looking back, you're supposed to see them increasing in speed. That's not what it actually is, though, right? Because we got the actual numbers here.
Okay. So you understand that? Sorry, are you saying that because F is moving closer to O?
I am confused.
Mic check.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the problem is anymore, dude. Because your thing you drew out is consistent. Like no matter where you are, the further away the other galaxy is, the faster it's going to be moving away. And if let's say they're all
when you're in
spaced,
the Milky Way, when you go to O and look back, that's not the case. Doesn't
why?
Follow because it's getting farther away. Keep my cool because it's getting farther away. You're on O. You're looking to the left side of the Milky Way. That's farther away, right, than the first 4. There's one on the right of the Milky Way that's moving away 4 miles a second. There's one on the left that's moving 4 miles a second. That can't be because that one on the left's supposed to be going faster.
Yeah, no, that 4 miles per second is the rate that it's moving away from the Milky Way.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and it's
that means
supposed to be going faster. It needs to be going faster for someone on O viewing it, right?
E does. E needs to be moving faster than F in Milky Way. But that's okay. Just check this out, dude. Let's pretend like all your letters are evenly spaced. All the galaxies are evenly spaced. They're all 4 miles from the Milky Way. The Milky Way views them all 4 miles a second, and then the second letter, then it's 8 miles, and 12, and so on and so on. So that means that each one of them is the distance is increasing 4 miles per second for any 2 galaxies, one from the other, and all the way at the end at O, it would be anything that it viewed from it would also be doing the same thing. So
no, that's not how this works. That's not how it works. It's got to be going fast. It's got to be accelerating faster the farther away you get.
Yeah, but you're not describing acceleration. You're describing
Put an acceleration. Do you want me to redo the diagram and put an acceleration number there instead of a velocity?
Well, no, it's important to note that the acceleration is consistent. Like it's not supposed to be a changing acceleration. And the only reason why there is an acceleration is because the amount of space that's being created between and anywhere is also constant. So the further away you're looking, the more space that's created in that distance. So if you just only drew, let's just say D, E, Milky Way, F, and G or whatever, that's what, 5 places. So there's 4 spaces between them. So no matter what, between D and G, there's 16 miles per second or miles per second increasing, and it'd be
I don't know why you're
consistent.
trying to confuse it. Why are you trying to confuse
I'm trying to make sense of it.
You can't make sense of
The
this because
point
it's
is that
nonsensical. Your shit doesn't work. It doesn't match.
I'm not sure why you're confused by it, man. I'm telling you that it's consistent.
Well, I'm not
The
confused.
space being
I'm
created
not
everywhere is
confused.
consistently.
The farther you get away from a galaxy, the greater the distance is increasing, right?
Right. There's more space between you.
Okay. So when we look back at the Earth, that's not what we see, right? Because we see 2 4s right next to each other.
Yeah, but
Not
those
increasing.
4s.
Not
That is
increasing.
okay.
Same number.
From O's point of view. So that's what I'm saying to you. You're comparing 2 galaxies in the distance and their distance from each other, and how fast those 2 galaxies are moving from each other, right? But that's not how it's described. It's just the amount of space between you and any one of those galaxies. So if you're where O is, then F is moving away from you at some rate. The Milky Way is moving away from you about 4 miles per second faster, and E is moving away from the Milky Way 4 miles per second faster than that. It's consistent from wherever you're looking from.
No, bro. The 4 miles from Earth to the left galaxy, that needs to be faster than 4 if you're looking from O. How do you not get
No,
this?
it doesn't. Because that's not true.
The farther away you
I understand what you're saying, but that's not true,
walked you
though.
through this premise earlier. The farther you go away from a galaxy, the faster they're accelerating away from you, right?
From you.
Yes, from me. Oh,
yes.
we're at O. We're looking back all the way to the left at Galaxy A. See them getting faster, or do we see them staying the same when we hit the Milky Way? Because we already know what it is here.
No, A is moving faster away from you than any of the rest of them. If you're at O,
bro. How do you not? Does anyone else follow this? What's going on here? Or? No,
I can't
no one.
follow until I see.
I think I know what's going on, but
all I know is you're talking about La La Land, La
I know,
La
but
Land.
La, la, la.
How many angels can dance on the head of a pen? And then what if it's this? But what if I'm dressed in red? And what if I'm dressed in blue? Hey, Kosho, man. Last week I gave you a challenge and you said it was no problem. Where's my model, bro?
I'll have it to you later this week.
Whatever.
Kosho, is the penny dropping? Do you realize what the problem is yet?
I realize what the problem is, Jeremy, but you're not going to be too happy with my conclusion because it's not a problem with cosmology. It's a problem with your confusion.
No, I'm not. I just said I'm not confused.
Okay, man.
How about this for now? Jeremy, if you will, explain to me what your point is.
Okay, the as it stands right now with this whole redshift thing with the heliocentric model, the farther away galaxies get from you, the faster they're supposed to be accelerating. We could say they're moving or just spaces being created, whatever. They're getting farther away from you. Accelerated rate, the farther away it is. But so we can measure them here from our Milky Way galaxy. We say, oh, this galaxy on the left's moving away 4 miles a second. This galaxy on the right is accelerating away from us at 4 miles a second. Okay, so now here we are. We're going to go to O, and they say it would be like that for anywhere you are in the universe because If not, we're in a very special location. So they have to say it's like that anywhere you would look in the universe. However, when we go to the galaxy O in my diagram, we don't see that happening because we know the rates stay steady right near the Milky Way. It's not increasing with distance. Okay, it's staying the same. It's not accelerating faster with distance. It's staying the same. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who can't follow this, but
I
I understand what you're saying, dude.
I get it.
You think that they're
What you
supposed
just
to be
said, Jeremy, I
accelerating away
understand
from
so
each other
far.
faster?
Nope, they're accelerating away from you faster. And if we're
Exactly
looking at the Milky Way and all these, if we're looking at the Milky Way and all these galaxies in a row, and we say, all right, the Milky Way's galaxy is moving at this rate, and then the next one is not moving faster. It's moving at the same rate. It has to be accelerating faster.
No, they're
because it's
all
farther
moving.
away.
If they were all evenly spaced, or if you're talking about distances that are all equally spaced, then they're not moving faster. They're all those space. Okay, so right now the current rate of expansion is supposedly 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec, I think. Okay, so that means for every megaparsec that's moving away 70 kilometers a second. That means that if you space the universe out into megaparsecs, every megaparsec, it would be expanding at the rate of 70 kilometers per second. So it's not that the further away you look, the greater the faster it would appear that they would be moving away from each other. That's not what the acceleration is coming from. The acceleration is the further away you look, the faster it's moving away from you.
Yes, I know. I understand that. The farther away you look, we're looking very far away at the Milky Way. One right before the Milky Way to the Milky Way is moving at X speed. Then we look farther and we see that didn't get. It's not a bigger number, even though we're looking farther.
But why do you say it's not a bigger number?
Bro,
why do you say it's not a bigger number?
Not increasing in its acceleration because it's not increasing in its acceleration. It's saying at the same rate of acceleration away from you.
Yeah, exactly. The acceleration is not increasing, supposedly. The acceleration rate is the speed that's increasing.
I'm drawing another diagram later.
All right, fair enough. You're gonna kick yourself.
I think you debunked all this galaxy shit personally.
What? I don't know. Did I get the claim wrong? I thought the farther away you look, it's supposed to be the farther away something gets from you, whatever position you're in, faster it's accelerating away from you. Is that not correct?
Right.
Or are you saying it's a steady rate for every parsec?
Things farther away from us are supposedly moving faster, yeah.
Yeah, and they say it would be like that anywhere you look, but now he's saying it's the same amount for every person.
I have to say that because that's what the TMB says.
It would compound every parsec, right?
Exactly. Jeremy, I got to say this, but then I got to go eat dinner. Exactly what somebody just said. It would compound every parsec. If you were on...
Yeah, to back up this...
if you... With the picture you drew, Jeremy, if there is on either side of it, they're moving away from Milky Way 4 miles per second. Then from O, the one that was closer to O than the Milky Way, it'd be moving 4 miles per second slower than the Earth was moving away from it. And the one further would be moving 4 miles per second faster than the Milky Way is moving away from it, which is consistent from any location. But I gotta go eat dinner now.
Where do I got to go into the text to find this picture?
He hasn't posted it yet.
Oh no, I posted a while ago. It's just a diagram I posted a while ago.
Oh, you did? You been well, Fundy?
Yeah, thanks for asking, man. I'm hanging in there.
I don't want to misunderstand what the CMB says, but like to my understanding, we can't tell if this stuff actually happened 12 billion years ago, right? Because it's evidence that it's like focused around Earth.
Hey, Kosher, remember the model you were supposed to produce? Remember what it, the...
I think he left.
Yo, Jeremy. I mean, I could totally be wrong about what you guys are talking about, but I actually real fast coded a little thingy with the galaxies moving at a speed. So, should I just put that in text, live stream text, or should I like stream that?
What do you got?
I
What do
did
you got?
I coded a little thingy to show like the galaxies spreading or whatever the fuck. I'm wondering if I should
Yeah,
post that.
are they moving at a consistent rate? Are they moving at a consistent rate per distance, or is it the farther you look, the faster they're accelerating?
It's basically the farther you look, the faster they are. Yeah, accelerating. Yeah.
But space is expanding in a constant manner.
Yeah.
So it's constant, and the farther away we look, the faster it accelerates.
It's like an expansion. Then that's why it's weird. I mean, I could show you, but should I stream it or should I put it in live stream? Like, which one's
You have
more?
a video? Is it a video? Is it a video?
It's interactive. It's a code thing. So if you want, I could stream it and then you could tell me, shrink it or make it bigger. That's up to you. Oh, that sounds kind of weird.
I can't watch right now.
Okay, I'll do a. Can you watch as a video though if I post it in live stream, or you can't watch that either and like as a video like in general?
DM me a video and I'll take me a video and I'll take a look at it when I can later, maybe tomorrow.
All right.
On a weekend. I'm not gonna lie, people DM me wild shit, man. If I don't get to you, I'll get to you someday probably. So for every mile of space, let me just get this straight. Can you hear me? For every mile of space, let's just say space is expanding 10 inches. Right? That's consistent throughout the universe? Or no?
I'm not 100% sure how it works. I just know that it expands, so I'm not sure if that's. I'm trying to think. So if it's 10 inches every whatever,
because I might have been under the misconception that I thought the farther away we looked, the faster shit was accelerating because it's something to do with the light or something.
Well, from my understanding, if I'm correct on this, because it's an expansion, then it's not so much that it's a constant thing where it's like 10 inches, whatever. I think it's a constant acceleration. So it may be, I could be wrong, but maybe it's like 10 inches and then it's 11 inches and then it's like 12 inches. You know what I'm saying? It's like a growing thing. So, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong about that. I just know from what I know about it, it's like an actual expanding thing. Like if you could use like a balloon, for example, to kind of show that the points are drifting faster and faster. Or in my little program that I did, when I I'm like pretty much like scaling it, like I'm making the image like bigger or something. So there's like, I don't know, it's weird. Maybe video will make a better, make more sense. I think. Someone else, knows more about this than speak up because I'm not too knowledgeable.
If anyone wishes to do so, I wish someone to justify the premise, after 80, 90 years or so, that space can and is expanding.
Yeah, why does it only happen in between the galaxies? I'm just curious. I'm like, not here on Earth or,
I think the idea is that it might be because I've heard some theories where in the future, whatever, that everything will rip apart, even like atoms and shit. But the idea is that it's not strong enough to do that yet. I think, and that the forces, like the strong and weak force and all those other fucking forces, are able to counteract it at the moment. That's if I'm correct. I could be wrong.
That
I used to have.
That answer would
You got the
beg the
Wikipedia
question.
page pulled up. You want to hear the first paragraph? Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
That answer would
No,
beg the
let's hear
question and not be quite relevant to the question.
Sarah Fundy.
Wait, what? How was it? What?
The answer presupposes that it is possible and or is the case that space itself is expanding, and thus is not quite relevant to the question. Because I didn't ask about the possibility or the speculation that everything would rip apart. The question is, what is the justification for the premise that space is expanding? Because this is an ontological issue.
I thought the question was just. I thought the question was just that how maybe it was Jeremy that asked it, but I could have sworn someone asked why isn't it doing that to Earth, and I thought that was Jeremy that said that.
Oh, that's what you.
Yeah, I think I covered up. Right, I think I covered up Greg. So why don't you answer? That's a good question. Though, what basis do you have to believe that this is even happening?
Or possible. To repeat the question, what is the justification for the premise that it is possible and or is happening, that space itself is expanding?
Don't ask me. I don't know about this. I just I was just trying to clear up the whole expansion thing. Like it would work a certain way because that's how expanding things work. I don't know enough about this topic to answer that.
Oh, because I've asked this question multiple times. Go ahead.
No, I mean, don't they observe it as such?
You observe space expanding?
No, I don't. I mean, that would be probably what they would say is we observe this.
They observe the what they observe is the redshift, and then they make conclusions that relativity can't be wrong, so it's got to be space expanding because they already have their theories set in stone and shit, right? So they ain't gonna throw Einstein out. Go ahead.
If they make that answer, of course, I would just ask, what is the demonstration, the substantiation of the premise? I would like to see space itself expand.
Yeah, boy, I hear that. It's a good one.
Now,
I'd love to see that
the
too.
majority of the time when I raise this question, it's simply hand waving a shoe, like what I'm saying is not important. But like I've mentioned before, and like I believe any honest and competent physics professor would tell you that the area of knowledge called physics does presuppose the area of knowledge called ontology and metaphysics. You can't have the physics without the metaphysics. And the physicists have their metaphysic, their theory of reality also, which includes their ontological presuppositions about the world also. So this is not unimportant. This is the necessary prerequisite, as you read the Wikipedia article, like I said before, in order for any physical theory about the world to be founded, to be worthy of being
I feel
called
you.
true.
The thing is though, they don't give a fuck about all that. They got this relativity thing that they don't want to break, so they got to have they can't have the galaxies moving that fast or it breaks relativity. They got to have some space expansion thing, so that way they can say, well, the galaxies aren't actually moving, so Einstein's okay because it's space expansion that's happening that fast and not that things actually move.
Which is
that's why they did it.
Yeah, which is again what Dr. Greg Bonson and epistemologists like him have been saying, is that when you examine someone's worldview, They are a specific set of presuppositions, a specific set of suppositions, beliefs, etc. Pick your synonym, that are given special privileges above every other notion within that person's mind, and is protected against any and all critique. And only something that is adequately significant and troublesome to the person will cause them to forsake those most fundamental presuppositions and have a complete paradigm shift. But the critiques still stand.
So you guys want to hear the first paragraph of Wikipedia?
Yeah.
Is it the article on physics?
Oh.
It's the article on expansion of the universe.
Go ahead.
So it says the expansion of the universe is the increase in distance between any two given gravitationally unbound parts of the observable universe. So I guess anything within what they call it a gravity well is not expanding, but where it flattens out. But of course, they would tell you that gravity wells never completely taper off, right? It's like the what's the
Yo, can you read that again? Read that again real quick. Read that first sentence again.
Yeah.
Any 2 points. Say it again, please.
I will. Just help me get that one term straight real quick where things diminish by a fourth when you double the distance.
That is the law
The inverse
of
square law.
Thank you very much.
inverse
Okay.
square law. There you
Thank
go.
you. That'll come up soon. Thank you. So it says the expansion. Okay, so expansion of the universe. The expansion of the universe is the increase in distance between any two given gravitationally unbound parts of the observable universe.
That's all it says is increase of distance. Okay.
Yeah, between the space between gravity wells. But of course, the inverse square law would tell you that gravity never fully tapers off. There is no gravitationally unbound parts of the observable universe because there's always be some small influence.
That didn't make sense.
Yeah, so it's already screwed there. So it says it is an intrinsic expansion whereby the scale of space itself changes. And then sort of a non sequitur. The universe does not expand into anything and does not require space to exist outside of the universe to expand into. The expansion neither involves space nor objects in space moving in any traditional sense, but rather it is the metric that changes in scale.
The scale thing is the apart. What's the scale?
Yeah, right. Like the idea of length and breadth and distance or whatever. Like even though these two things are right, like even though there's this galaxy right here and this other galaxy right here, and they don't, in any traditional sense, move apart from each other and increase in distance, the space is becoming more space between them, even though they're still the same traditional sense of distance from each other at all times. It's like, the way I imagine it is like pressurized air. Like there's two walls, one galaxy is one wall, the other galaxy is another wall, and it's like there's a certain amount of air between them, but I can shove more air between them if I try real hard. I can pack it with more air. So they're just saying like two objects somehow are like getting, like somehow we're adding more space to the distance between them. It counts for more, And I guess the only way you can tell.
What does that even mean?
I know, right? I mean, I think it all falls apart when you try to compare like anything to it. But they're just saying that there's more where there once was just a certain amount of space between these two things, without them actually moving apart from each other. the space has grown between them, so now it counts as more space.
More
Okay.
space without having more space.
Yeah.
That's like the definition of dialetheism, believing in two truths.
You
Like
see,
if
Montreal, you see exactly. That's exactly what I was just talking about earlier. And then Jeremy and Kosho continued as they were. That's exactly what I just said earlier. So I phrased it as a question just to, make as much opportunity for Kosho to take a step back and really look at what he is saying to me, because he keeps giving these answers like what Fundy just read as though they make sense. But when you pump the brakes, take a look at what is being said, you realize it does not. That's why I phrased it to him. So it makes more, because his justification was this. I said, what is the justification with the premise? He said, because the alternatives don't make sense. Okay, that's fine. I can dig that. A reductio ad absurdum argument, right? Reduce the opponent to absurdity. Okay. So are you telling me that it makes more sense to say to me, the objects are not moving, yet the distance between them are expanding because space itself is expanding? That makes more sense than saying the distance between the two objects is increasing because at least one of the two objects is moving away from the other through space over time, minus the assertion that space itself is expanding.
They
yeah, that's
can't
what
have
happens
them.
when.
They can't have the things. Go ahead, Estee.
I was just gonna say that's what happens when you build your, your premise on a faulty foundation, right? You end
Yes.
up with nothing. I mean, you start with nothing, you end up with nothing.
Yeah. You back yourself into your own corner. You dug your own grave, then you hopped in it.
If you begin with
Basically, yeah.
falsehood, if you begin with absurdity, you will end with absurdity. That which implies falsehood is false. These are basic logical axioms and epistemological axioms. And so these really simple critiques are levied, and what do? They just hand wave them and or repeat the assertion that is under scrutiny, as though if I say this again enough times, this will make it true. Because, they subscribe to a metaphysic where things can just spawn into existence with no cause, with no sufficient cause.
Yeah, and
I
the
would like
basic
to know if that space. Go ahead, Estee.
No, your turn this time, bro. Go ahead.
I would just like to know if that space is empty or has stuff in it. That's a pretty good question, reasonable question. Like, is that empty space or is there stuff in that space?
And
Because
either
you're going to
one
have
you
a problem with. Yeah.
right? Either one you say, you're still conceding the presupposition that space, which is why I define it this way, so as to make it intelligible in this conversation, right? What is this thing we're referring to as space? That's why I define it as an area of absence that can be occupied. Whether there is nothing in space or there is something in space, either assertion presupposes that space is an area of absence that can be occupied or emptied.
Well, I would say that's a realm of the unknown. You can
Why would you say it's unknown?
What do you know? What space is? What's there? What do you know? What's there out there? You really know?
Well, why doubt?
What do you mean, why doubt? In order for you to doubt, you must have a belief.
Right. So why do you doubt the definition I gave?
Oh, I'm sorry. What's the definition that you gave?
An area of absence that can be occupied or emptied.
Right. Well, you see, that's the whole thing here is, can there be nothing?
Well, it's not that I'm saying that it is possible for there to be nothing whatsoever, because space is a thing. It's not a concrete thing with substantial extension in space. Rather,
you
it is
just
space
contradicted
itself, which
yourself then.
Yeah, that's my whole
Because
point. That's when
you said space is the absence of a thing. Now you're reifying it to be a thing.
No, I haven't reified it. Listen carefully. Please don't make this more difficult than it needs to be. Okay. Space is an area of absence that can be occupied or emptied. Now, this is a thing that we're talking about. What is the nature of the thing? The nature of the thing is that it's insubstantial, it's abstract, yet it's a transcendental necessity to reality in order for anything else to be real.
Well, yeah, that's what all this ether war stuff is about. So we have one side, we have the ether, and on the other side, we have quantum physics, right? With their atoms, whatever. But they also have something called quantum foam, right? Then you have the vacuum boys, they have the 0-point energy, right? So if you ask me, who's right? Does anybody really know? And really, they're talking about the same thing, really. So I
With
don't
that
know,
being
man.
said, there would be a progression to another point. So
Oh, please, by all means, go ahead.
no. I'm just saying, like, my point was stated, and so with that being said, that's a progression to another point of discussion. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
this is my basic point is with all this stuff going on, right, and being said, is really both sides are arguing, but if you go down to the nitty gritty, both sides have a version of this, whatever you want to call it, quantum foam, ether, 0-point energy, but really nobody really knows what it is or if it is really anything.
Well, do you say nobody really knows because people disagree? Because that wouldn't follow.
What's ether?
It's inertia, the denotative inertia, meaning inert.
I hear you, bro, and I heard all the arguments, and I'm just saying,
Hold
nobody
on, I
really
didn't hear
knows.
that. I've never heard it. I've never heard it described. Would you say inertia what?
Yeah, it's the denotative understanding of inertia, not the current connotative concept of inertia, but the original denotative understanding of inertia.
What, the resistance to acceleration, or I don't understand what connotative and whatever you said.
Well, you have
Denotative.
the original understanding, kind of like the demiurge. You have the original understanding, which came from like the Pythagoreans and who knows before them, and then you have the current understanding, which is completely different from the original.
What's the original understanding?
Yeah.
You guys need the definitions of connotative and denotative?
Yeah, from
No, I
that
just need to
comes
know
that.
the original understanding.
Would be nice, actually.
From that comes that.
Okay, well, we could do that, I guess. But
Robot and Jeremy.
If we could just get a simple, concise answer, that'd be great.
He gave you one.
Oh, you're talking a good way. You'll
No,
never.
he said
You'll never get a
said-
concise answer to him because nothing makes sense.
No, well, why are you using different adjectives? Like, just say what it is. If it's inertia, is it inertia?
They don't know what it is, bro. They just say words.
Yeah, they're twisting words.
What's the original definition of inertia that you said the ether is? Just let him answer the question.
Yeah.
What's the original version of inertia that the ether is?
Yeah,
We're so
there you
close.
Yeah, it's
So
just
when I look up
basically
inertia,
inert.
Are you serious? Please
Inert.
go ahead.
What?
Daiso, please go ahead.
Yeah, I
Inert
said it.
means inactive, right? It's like happy to
Yeah,
be
it's at
alone.
rest.
It doesn't interact. Yeah.
Yeah, it's at rest. When something's at rest, i.e., energy, it's in its purest state, which would be ether. Now, when energy dissipates, which would be, quantify. You're hot micing, Jeremy. So as ether dissipates, that's when you get energy and motion. Oh, ether is just energy at a state of rest.
Or rather, you mean energy being expressed by the thing in motion.
And the energy
no, he didn't say that. He said
it would be compared
energy.
to the.
Okay. Stop. We finally got a direct answer. It's energy at rest.
Which comes from where? Next question. Where does this energy at rest come from?
Comes from counter space and back into counter space. That's how we got into the demiurge, which coincides with the understanding of what I just said. You know,
Yeah, now we go into the metaphysical.
Hold on.
Counter
Wait.
space.
When have you ever seen anything not move?
Let me ask you something. Hold on. Sorry, go ahead if you want to finish.
I want Gio to say what he got to say.
I just kind of wanted to make a simple point is when has anything ever been at rest? Everything is in constant motion always.
Yeah, anything that's taking dimensional existence would be dynamic and never at rest, correct? But things within this non-dimensional realm, which we call counter space, is at a point of rest or homeostasis or equilibrium, however you want to describe it.
So now you're saying there's another realm that you can't. It's non-dimensional.
Yeah. So let me because that's
Go, Gio.
Well, yeah, just the one question I want, and then Diesel can respond as well to that. But because that plays in right what I was going to ask SE. SE, I was going to ask you when it comes to like metaphysics, spirituality, etc. Your personal viewpoint. Did you come here into this body? You know, you, the man you are today. Did you come here? Do you feel like some part of you came here from somewhere else? Did you come from somewhere, and are you going to go somewhere after you die, just in your personal spirituality or understanding of things?
That's a tough question.
What does it have to do with the
when I
combo?
was young, I used to believe that we're going to find answers to the questions that we don't know when we die.
Well, the reason I asked is because you questioned metaphysical, but if you came from somewhere that wasn't physical and you came into this physical, and if you think you perhaps may leave this physical into a non-physical, then you literally came and left from the place that you're questioning whether it exists or not.
Objection. Leading the witness. He specifically disagreed with the premise. Nah, just let. I wanted to hear what he had to say though. He wouldn't, because he was just explaining how he doesn't agree with that premise. He was going to say why, but then Gio was like, well, let's just imagine that that's true. Then answer the question. He's like, well, I can't answer the question because I don't think like that. That's how I would respond. And I am curious as to what he was going to say.
Well, I think he said, well, I don't know if he answered whether yes or no. I think he said, well, maybe. Wasn't your response kind of possibly kind of thing?
But isn't it possible to entertain the hypothetical anyways, though?
But let's clarify. Let's clarify. Gio, say your question again, and then let Montreal answer.
Well, I think it's just based upon like SE, questioning whether there is a metaphysical realm at all, and then kind of downplaying ether. Oh, you say it's non-physical, but I was just asking, and I know it's a little bit of a different topic because it's going into the soul and all of that, but I was just asking if he has any thought that he came from somewhere into this physical realm and then will go somewhere after this physical realm, then those places he came and went from would be metaphysical. Now, I'm not saying that he's coming, I'm not saying it's connected directly to ether. I'm just saying that would be a metaphysical. So I was just asking him whether that's part of his worldview.
Yeah, good question. And yeah, I do have some belief in the metaphysical, right? I've had some experiences with we'll get into it another time, which lead me to believe there is such a thing, right? But I try to separate that from these topics, right? So when we talk about an ether of substantial thing or 0 point energy, for example, things popping in and out of existence, that's like, that's physical, touching the supernatural, maybe. I don't know. It's like blending those two things together.
Right, but I guess I was just linking that, like, if the idea is that the soul came from, the heavens or another dimension or whatever it may be, then when they're born, they popped in from a non-physical realm, and then they'll pop out when we die. So I was just linking it to that kind of basic.
SD Montreal, I would like to know how were you able to separate these topics? Because to me, at this point, right, 6 years into this, it all leads to the nature of your reality. Right. At the end of the day, all these questions lead to the nature of your reality, which and death is the big part of. So how do you manage to separate these things?
I'll tell you how. because you have these conversations going on. Like personally, here I'll give you my personal thing, right? I believe there's a creator. I believe we were created, right? But there's no way I can prove that. Just like somebody that believes in the Bible and Jesus Christ, right? It's like a faith, right? There's no way to prove that. So
Is
if
there any
somebody
way to prove something metaphysical at all, really? Also, like, you say the metaphysical or whatever, and like, but how do you describe that without a material thing? It's kind of weird, right? So like you say dreams or thoughts or whatever, right? Even if you say it's information or electric or ether, that's still a thing that reacts with stuff. Like, these are reactions and actions. Like, can you have any such thing without things? Like, can you have a thought? Can you have intelligence
So
without it being something?
isn't
I'll
it
tell you how
a
I
law
think of it,
that
right?
you cannot create? Isn't it a law that you can't create or destroy energy?
That's made by man.
Yeah, but then they
Man-made.
violate it by telling you
That's not.
vacuum energy.
Yeah, that's
At
not.
zero
That's
point
not
energy.
nature. That's nothing we
Okay,
see
so
in
we're
nature
saying,
written down in books.
all right, so we're saying that that's thrown out even in the mainstream, or just in your own opinion?
Everything that you don't, everything there's an exception to the rule with, you
Hold
throw
on,
out.
Devok.
So
I
it's
think he's talking to SE.
Oh,
If you have 0 point energy,
Yeah,
right?
that was
Which
towards SC.
just going to say, if you have 0 point energy that states matter pops in and out of existence, doesn't that violate the law?
That's not what that's
I
saying.
was asking about energy being created or destroyed.
Well, yeah.
Do you
Isn't
disagree
that
with that?
energy being created?
No.
Isn't matter energy?
No.
Well, I guess they're fairly synonymous, but so what's your point?
Well, my point is, you have counter space, and they have 0 point energy.
No, we have 0 point energy too. You can call ether 0 point energy.
Well, that's what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay, so what about it? I don't understand your point.
I don't think
My
there can
point
be
is,
0
none
point
of you.
energy without the supernatural, right? Or that immaterial
Yeah,
world.
that
Sorry.
exactly that too. Yeah.
0 point can't exist without energy itself to make the 0 point be what it is.
Exactly. Exactly.
Exactly. Where does it come from? Yeah.
Hey, Montreal. I totally level with you on the idea of like proving any of these things. I think one of those best examples we can all understand is like you think, therefore, like you're witnessing your thoughts and all, but as far as you can measure me by any device that you could even imagine having at your disposal, trying for, even with my assistants and a whole team of scientists or whatever, trying to prove that like I'm imagining something right now, or I had a dream last night, or tonight I'm gonna have a dream. You can stick whatever wires and monitors up to me, right? But all you'll ever get is some fluctuations of energy, and you'll never have any direct evidence or proof that I'm experiencing, a monster chasing me down a movie theater hallway or whatever, right? And I can tell you from experience, like, no, that happened. But, even with my assistants, we're never going to provide any proof of my dream and the experience I went through in it, right? So something.
I think I could simplify this. Maybe I could change the language so we could get past this, so the conversation could
Well,
progress.
hold on. Can't you tap into a
Hold
video
on, hold on.
camera
Hey,
and
let
see what the
Matrix
video's
finish.
playing? No, I know.
Can
Yeah,
you let me
but
finish?
he's proving
Maybe
about
you can use the word neutral, right? Instead of concentrate on the word zero, maybe just concentrate on the word neutral. That way we could progress with the conversation, and we don't be
I
like,
don't
oh,
think that's
it's
the I don't
zero
think that's
kind
the
of shit.
point of contention.
You can
0
tap
point
into the
energy is
human
referring
dream.
to the
You
presence
can
of
tap
energy in a
into a
vacuum.
dream and watch it.
Well, no,
the vibe I got from what
Democ.
Fundy was saying is, can you prove non-physical things with physical means? So like a dream or intuition or love. If somebody says, hey, I love my wife, and somebody says, prove that. How could you really absolutely prove that you feel love for your wife? I mean, you could maybe say some physical things. Well, I bought her flowers, or I did whatever, some things that might be an expression of that, but that you still couldn't prove it with like an independent variable. So then
Well,
that gets into
again,
like,
so
can you prove non-physical things by physical means, or can you only prove physical things with physical means like measuring tools, and then that leaves everything that's metaphysical not to be measured with physical machinery.
I kind of think that's a false. I kind of think that's a false dichotomy to say, can we only prove physical things? Because proving physical things, quote unquote, under the context of the methodology behind the scientific method, it's simply a question based on what you view in the natural world. And it's like, well, this causes this, and the part that makes it empirical is saying this doesn't cause this. And it has to be one of the two things. That method isn't the only method to knowledge. There are other ways. There are other logics.
And this is why I wanted to say this. Because when we toss around the word proof, very often when I'm in these communities and I hear other users toss around the word proof, people really do not appreciate the depth of that word. People don't really appreciate what they're talking about when they talk about proof. And the vast majority of the time, they have this very simplistic caricature of proof, of epistemology, of methods of inquiry, where it's just, look at this substance in my hand. No, that's not the only way to prove things.
Yeah,
You
truth, evidence, all these are good words to explore.
I wanted to reword my hypothetical situation earlier to make it a little better. It does involve some like imaginary concepts, so but just you should get it.
Someone's a liar, by the way.
If there was a person who had never had a dream in their entire life, and everyone around them, it tells them, oh yeah, people often dream when they sleep, and they say people do what when they sleep, and everyone around them can tell them, but I mean they don't have to believe it because they have no evidence. They have no like direct evidence of this thing called dreaming because they've never had one. And as far as they can ever look, they just see, some bodies laying in beds, maybe twitching or making little grunts. But that's a completely different thing than people dreaming. So I could never prove to anyone. I wouldn't even try to prove to anyone that people dream if they've never had a dream themselves. I wouldn't even try.
Fundy, with that being said, this is why I want to say
People
this.
see in their dreams, guys. Blind people, do they see in their dreams? What would
This
they
is
see? It's a good question.
Hold on, please.
This is why I wanted to say this to what Funny just said. This is why the dichotomy has been made between direct proof versus indirect proof.
Yeah.
Now you have the premise. Now you
Evidence.
either are going to have an a priori means to justify the premise, or an a posteriori means to justify the premise. What are you talking about?
But I guess, just to bring it back, because I think we were talking about ether. And so the interesting thing about ether is it's sort of this interface between of the physical and non-physical and connected to material reality, like talking about that it's connected to matter, connected to light, and so on. So that's where it's interesting. Like it's not just, dreams or, mental experiences, but it's the discussion of that kind of gateway between what is actually happening with, light and mediums and matter and all these pressure, all of these things that we experience in the physical reality. Maybe that's why it's such a point of tension in that sense, because it's like right at that meeting point, which is, I think they've kind of hijacked it and taken it into the space-time thing. So they have this other kind of replacement thing that they've pushed, but of course that's their explanation for a lot of these phenomena. So that is where it gets interesting in terms of that actual interface there.
With that being said, that's why I wanted to highlight the fact that when you call the ether non-physical, that's a misnomer and then brings confusion to the debate.
I call it not known.
Yeah, I would say
it's not known.
I would say it's part physical and part metaphysical. It's both.
Yep.
I'd say that's a good guess.
These terms metaphysical and physical. Now, to make the terms intelligible, you do some research, you read the dictionaries, read the etymology dictionaries, you read what the experts are saying in the field, and then you do some critical consideration on your own and think about the issue and try to make it intelligible, to make sense of it. Now, after I do that, you have this word physical coming from the Greek physika, which simply means the thing. So here's these things. Physics, the things. The laws of physics, the law-like functional properties of the things. And then you have metaphysics, which over time developed a new connotation, and now has become commonly understood as the ultimate or foundational realities in reality. But in the beginning, when Aristotle was writing his works, it was simply metaphysica, which is referring to his works concerning the more macroscopic issues of reality after his particular works called the physics. And so you have metaphysics and physics. You have the ultimate things, to really make it and use simple terms. Metaphysics, the ultimate things, and then physics, the other, what are called contingent or dependent things, the more specified particulars. You see.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of specifics of how that word metaphysics is used, but just like because it comes from the Greek meaning after or beyond. So in this sense, was beyond, like beyond the physical or outside of the physical, was more the sense I was using it. Because yeah, you're right though. There are a lot of subtleties to the description of that, but just whatever we call physical, like we walk around, you know, our bodies, you know, physical things that we touch and, you know, and so on, versus consciousness and or reality that exists completely independent of anything that we experience as physical. That, I suppose, I was just putting that into a large category of metaphysical.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting what you guys are doing. You're like, this is very interesting. You guys are attempting to bridge the gap between the physical and the metaphysical using like a boundary called ether. This is
Well, it's
like,
not quite
I've
that there
never
was ever
heard
a
it
gap in the
referred
first
to it in
place.
this manner.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. It isn't as though there was a gap in the first place, but because some people think that there's a gap, and there has been a concerted effort on the parts of a certain people with a certain school of thought that want to eschew the issues of philosophy and just keep the quote unquote physics and all the subcategories of physics, which is a foolish decision which has led to a lot of confusion. Because again, when you talk about physics, you can't avoid talking about ontology, the basic nature of the thing in question, its essential properties and its accidental properties, another dichotomy that metaphysicians talk about. But it's unavoidable to talk about philosophy. You have a theory of reality, a metaphysic. You have a theory of knowledge itself, an epistemology. You have a theory of logic, the way you ought to think, the rules of sound inquiry, the rules of sound thought. You have an axiology, what is important, what is not important, your value judgments, etc., etc. It's
Maybe you
unavoidable.
misunderstood me. I wasn't talking about logic and philosophy. I was talking about metaphysics beyond the physical.
No, I didn't misunderstand. I was elaborating on the fact that it's unavoidable to have a philosophy. It's inevitable. And when people try to divorce philosophy, including the specific subcategory of metaphysics from physics, it's a foolish, impossible endeavor which leads to confusion.
Maybe it is to
Well,
you,
I
but to me it
want to
leads
try
to
anyways.
clarity.
Yeah, I want to try and respond to Montreal, addressing him, saying, we're trying to bridge it. So it's less of like bridging, like Gregory's first statement. It's like, that there's no gap in the first place. And so the way I view it, it's sort of like this very like taut, like like flattened out and ironed bed sheet, right? On an infinitely large mattress. There's a bed sheet covering the whole thing, and it's perfectly flat and smooth. Except for, now imagine that there's wrinkles scattered along this bed sheet, and all anyone ever talks about, because it's the only details to it, forget the bed sheet has color, because obviously that would be one characteristic of it. It's a white or a blue bed sheet or whatever. Forget the color. There's this bed sheet. There's really no details to it, but then the wrinkles, well, they have a shape and a form. They're protrusions. They're in different locations and in relation to each other spatially. Some are bigger or wider than others, or more pointy or more spread out and smooth or whatever, right? And everyone's talking about, for the most part, just about the wrinkles in the bed sheet, and they forget there's a sheet at all, because they're under like an illusion of viewing them as like separate things. But then every once in a while, someone will come around and remind you, hey, the wrinkles aren't different. This is just one big bed sheet. And sure, it's perturbed in a couple places, but fundamentally, it's all just one single fabric with a few wrinkles in it in a couple places. Don't go thinking the wrinkles are actually different from each other. This is just one thing. Sure,
I
anything
think I think I'm mostly following, but could you link it back to how? Because I think you were responding to SE saying how this idea of ether being like an interface between the physical and metaphysical. Were you saying linking it to that the wrinkles are kind of the perturbations in that interface between the physical and metaphysical? Is that how you were linking that?
Yeah. So like the not so metaphysical, but like the immaterial side of the ether and then the physical side of the ether. And it's like, what you can actually notice, what actually kind of stands out as a feature or a figure are the wrinkles. And you see this wrinkle as a physical figure, feature, right? And then you see another wrinkle over there. You're like, oh, there's apples here. There's oranges over there. There's different things. Sure, the wrinkles, this wrinkle is different from that wrinkle. But when you really look at it from a mile, you take a step back, you're like, oh, I forgot. It's actually just a bed sheet with wrinkles in it.
Can I ask a question to everybody? I just thought of this. When we say metaphysical, right? First of all, let me tell you what I think of when we say metaphysical. When we say metaphysical, I think of God or a creator. To me, it's like a creator, right? What do you guys think when you say metaphysical?
I'm glad you said that because I was going to ask you, what do you think metaphysics is? When I say metaphysics, like I said earlier, I'm referring to the ultimate things. Philosophers, they use the terms such as transcendentals or necessities. You see,
I think.
I would add to that.
I just want to say, in the way that I was using it, I was actually perhaps just referring to as it being like beyond the physical, meaning essentially like immaterial. The way that Fundamental said immaterial. So I was kind of talking between the physical world and the immaterial or non-physical. But I was using the word metaphysics, just using that part of it as just like beyond the physical, as it were. However, it is true. That's what I was saying as well, that the word metaphysics in today's world is not really just meaning beyond the physical, because it's also like a whole branch of philosophy, and kind of like Gregory was saying, dealing with like the principles of being, identity, the whole causality, even getting, there's spirituality, there's so many other components that are into that, the philosophy linked to the word metaphysics. And there's also just the breakdown of the words as connected to like immaterial or something beyond the physical.
It seems to be
saying that it's somehow connected to the creator somehow, and I don't see how it isn't. But I would like to ask him what does he mean, the creator?
We'll answer that, but first I'm interested in Geo. What do you mean immaterial? Like, I understand immaterial, but where does this immaterial come from? Like, can you elaborate a little bit more on that, Geo? I'm interested in that, if you want, that is.
Yeah, and I know Rakia was going to get in as well. I know Rakia was jumping in. So I'll just respond briefly. And this is, of course, just speaking for myself, my understanding of it. But the foundation of consciousness is not of this physical realm. It's actually non-physical or immaterial, spiritual, etc. Just consciousness itself. Consciousness itself at its base is not physical. It created the physical out of its nature. So then that gets into the creator, for example, is not physical. It's not made of metal or wood, or the creator is not made of anything physical. So that if that's the foundation, then really that's the foundation of consciousness. And then physical is like a subset from that into a physical being. So of course, by the nature of that interaction, there's going to be an interface between them.
So basically, you believe in a creator.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the word belief, but yeah, I'm.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So who was it? Rakia wanted to go, or was it Matrix, whatever, whoever?
No, he answered the question. That's what I asked.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll add to it. I think even
man. Can I just say something?
My mic good?
Yeah, Rakia, your mic is good.
No, we hear you. You're next.
Rakia and then
You're
Snack.
whoever.
Yeah, just let Rakia go, and then Snacks, you're up right after him. Go ahead, Rakia.
I think even the consciousness or the unknowing, right? That has to be created also. So the creator is, in my mind and in my faith, everything. Like, anything you can think of, that's what the creator created. You can't even have a thought without it being, that process being created by the creator. That's how far I take it. I hope that makes some sense.
See, I wouldn't know.
Sure.
I wouldn't know
On,
what
Matrix,
that.
just let's let Snacks. I think Snacks wanted to go.
Go ahead, Snacks.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, like, you're talking about ether, energy, and it made me think of cloud chambers. I don't know if you guys know about these, but it's like particles enter and exit it, like, from seemingly nowhere. It's just kind of really pretty interesting. There's a bunch of YouTube videos. They're cloud chambers.
Are you talking about smashing particles or vacuum energy?
I guess you would categorize it as vacuum energy, but it's no vacuum. You just basically cool down rubbing alcohol within a box and watch for things to happen. Things do seem to happen, especially if you put it in like. Yeah.
Before we get too far into that, that's a very interesting topic.
Yeah.
SE, can you respond to what I said? I think you know.
Absolutely, I'm in total agreement with you. If, such as myself, Ricky, I take the position there's a creator, you take a very specific position as well. And yeah, if there's a creator, everything, including thoughts, whatever, everything that we see around us was created by this, whatever this is. So yeah, I'm fully in agreement with you, Ricky.
But I think Rakia was also saying that even
think,
like I think Rakia was sort of saying even the consciousness, the creator comes before the even creation of the consciousness. Is that kind of like that? The creator predecesses everything that we would even anything that we would even define to give an idea to share some thought with someone. Yeah.
Any process, concept, ability to decipher or discern is created, right? The ability for
You guys are saying that we cannot
us to
ration out God. We cannot ration it out as men.
had to be given to us by a creator, is what I'm saying. We can't.
Yeah, like in other words, if you make a robot, right? Oh, sorry, I thought you were done, Rick.
It basically sounds like you guys are saying that we can't make sense of.
We can't think on that level.
Yeah, I was going to say
unknowing. Like we're not the all knowing. We can't be the all. There's only one knower that gives us the information, basically, or the process.
This is true.
Yeah, I'm going to make an analogy. If we make a robot, right? We take the steel, the metal, the wires, the circuits, the brain, the CPU, we program it, right? Now, whatever the robot does, it's a consequence of what we did. From the building it to giving it its so-called mind, whatever. So yeah, we're responsible for everything that robot does.
Let me just use your analogy because I actually think it's probable that there's more than one creator. So if you take that robot we created, look how many people it took to create that robot. And this shit we got going on here on Earth, this shit seems way more complicated than a robot. So I feel like there would all, it's likely there's more than one person involved in the whole process. Or
well, the creator could have had helpers, of course.
Well, the creator can also create multiple parts of itself to then oversee or create other worlds. Like it could create, let's say, 5 different gods from itself, which those 5 gods would then create and plan the building of an entire world. But it's still the creator kind of splitting itself into different sections, but in my viewpoint. But is that what you mean, Jeremy? There could be like multiple intelligences involved in this whole realm and how everything's playing out rather than just one?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think the creator is an all-knowing, everlasting entity, then I mean, I guess that's possible. But
yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say too. It's within the realm of possibility. Do I think that's what's going on? No, and nobody asked me, but I think that's what Jeremy's saying.
I was gonna mention that 2 things. I mean, if there is a being with all energy, all power, and all knowledge and the volition, to make the choice to cause everything else to begin existing, then that person does not need help. And number
And
two,
it would be single.
Exactly. Single, and that's why they say single point, right? Single point energy.
Good
Everything.
point. That one, yeah. Good point.
So then, Gregory, in your viewpoint, would it then be that single, omnipotent, omnipresent, it's all omniscient, all of those terms that are used, that would then be able to separate or partition parts of itself into all of these seemingly individual parts and intelligences and beings that could then experience part of its larger nature?
no, because that would be equivalent to saying the supreme being is making itself not supreme, which is an absurd
Exactly.
No, that it's
Diminishing the whole
separating parts of its being is what I was saying.
But who's to say it's diminishing? Why would you say that? Why would you say that is diminishing if it's a part of him?
Where you're taken away from the great, the great one, the great one, right? Like,
if the being in question is supposedly dividing its being into separate parts, you see, now
Are you
it
saying
has
that?
decreased in all of its attributes.
Are you saying that supreme being is in one Cartesian location? I thought the supreme being was omnipresent and everywhere simultaneously.
he didn't
No,
say
I'm not
anything
saying
of the
that.
sort.
And it's also interesting the fact that you said that
Well,
because
I'm getting questions, but I can't answer them.
You said because he's taking parts of himself, he loses parts of himself. Can you expand on that a little bit?
I mean, what sense does it make to say that the supreme being, the personal, eternal, sovereign, supreme being, is dividing itself into other portions?
Well, it would need to, wouldn't it, to create? I mean, if it was just itself, then it wouldn't have humans and pets and animals and nature and suns and moons, and it wouldn't have all these things. Like they wouldn't be able to experience these things as seemingly separate for the experiential.
I think
how do we know it's just one? How do we know it's just
expressions? I think we are all expressions of God. So, like,
can I answer the question?
Okay.
No, because if it's creating another being, then the God and the being that was created by the God are two distinct beings. The assertion that the God is dividing itself is just an instance of that one being separated into multiple parts. It's still the same being. It's not the beginning of the existence of another being. So when you assert the supposition that the God created thing A is a distinct entity from the God.
Well, I see it. I know Lou wanted to get into, but I'll just say real quick. I see it as like it's both. Like when I'm talking about the creator like partitioning or separating parts of itself, it's not. Those are not like separate and complete parts. Like it's kind of like a hologram. Like the creator is whole at all times in its nature, fully and completely, but that it's able to. It's so infinite that it's just able to create this infinitude of different separated units of consciousness to then experience the larger sort of divine play.
All right.
How do you know that though? How do you know it's infinite?
Imagine,
and how do you know it's just one?
Like, imagine. I mean, okay. I'm not saying we are gods here, but imagine you are God. And what if it's so crazy and out of control, like everything that you think becomes reality, becomes the truth? No,
okay, that's a what if.
No, hold on.
I actually wanted to
it is a
respond
what
to
if.
something you guys said.
Look, I stated it as a what if. You're not going to let me finish my statement because I said what if.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like,
something about a supreme
Let's
being.
give Lou. You said go ahead, Lou.
You said go ahead, and then you cut him off.
This dude is quiet and disruptive at the same time. Fuck him.
I gave you 5 seconds.
Yeah, no, he does troll and disrupt stuff a lot.
I'm not trying to troll. I'm asking an honest question.
Shut
but go ahead, Lou, and I'll ask my question after you're done.
Nah, fuck you, and I'm not gonna give you what you want. I'm done. You won.
Keep it civil. It's a great topic, man.
Well, Lou, I was enjoying where you're going with that. You did pause for a second.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Jumped in, but
I'm
I
sure
was
a lot of
curious to
people
hear.
would have, too.
I let you go, bro. Come on, man.
Why do you still keep talking to people?
It's
Can you
all
not
right,
hear
Lou.
the other voices?
All Go ahead, Lou. I'm gonna temporarily mute him. If
No,
you can
seriously.
get back in the zone.
Come on, brother. I mean, we
now,
were.
now he does get what he wants because now he gets to. All right, if you want to let him.
Thanks,
All right.
Lou. I got it. Anyway, somebody said something about a supreme being meaning singular, and that there's infinite. He's infinite. How do we have proof of that? Like, we could conceptualize it. We could, love for it to be true, but none of that can ever be substantiated.
I think at most we can logically deduce it.
Exactly.
Well, you can't hold it. You can't put it in a bucket. You can't see it. You can't ever
Great
experience
argument.
it.
Please let me respond
I
to
know.
him. Please let me respond to him.
But are you saying that it isn't good to contemplate it?
Wait,
just
Matrix,
because
let me respond to him.
Hold on, I'm responding and then you can respond. Are you saying that we can't contemplate it simply because we can't arrive to some sort of truth about it? Wouldn't you say that that's how people arrive to truth? By talking about things and conceptualizing them?
It's by their reality, what they experience, what they
They
what
wouldn't
they
have a
know.
reality without a creator.
So, with that being said, Good White, can you provide me substantial evidence that the sentence you said is real?
No, because I can't prove that. So that's why I'm asking. How do you know it's only one God? What if
With that being said,
I think you have to discover it for yourself. That's the proof.
Wait.
Is remembering who you
No,
are
but
at the most ultimate level of your being.
But wait, because people like him keep asserting this, that they don't realize how bankrupt this is. Even philosophy in academia now has abandoned a hard empiricism, which is what he's espousing. But Good White, listen for a second. You are basically asserting empiricism, that you can only know things by empirical experience. Can you have an empirical experience of that sentence? If he answers yes, then he has to provide me the sentence itself. He has to provide me a substance. He has to show me a substance that is the sentence itself. You can only know things by empirical experience. Now, of course, that's nonsense, isn't it?
Is that
so? If he says no,
I
then
can
he's
write
conceding
down
that
words
the
into a
assertion
sentence.
that you can only know things by empirical experience is self-defeating. It doesn't pass its own standard. Empirical sense
Independent.
experience is not the only way to know things.
Well, but he
You
was
need to
saying
grow
if,
up out of that.
like this idea that there's a creator that's omnipotent, omnipresent, and so on, just this ultimate sort of supreme being. I think he's saying, how could you ever prove that? Was that his main question?
Unlike the sentence
Yeah,
which you can see that
that
you
was
can
my
read the
question
sentence
because
you can see it.
But see, my viewpoint is that the creator, we are all it. It's separate parts that have extended out from it. It's always whole in its being, and then we are separate parts that are going through a process of remembering who we are. So in that sense, I don't think it's possible to really prove it to someone else. You have to like remember or come to the nature of your own being through your own consciousness, because it is one consciousness that has separated itself for the purpose of rediscovering what it is and going through all the creationary interface between that. So I don't think it really can be proven. I think it has to be discovered by one's own process.
Two things. Number one, with that supposition, it's a self-contradictory identification, where we are simultaneously the supreme being and not the supreme being. And number two,
that's how it is, in my understanding. We are it, but we have temporarily forgotten that we are it, and are all in different stages of that.
And number
I've
two,
heard this too. I've heard this concept, but can I go, Gregory? Because this is actually like my question or my statement. If we are it, because I've heard this from Alan Watts and all these guys, the hippie woo woo type guys. But if we were it, and I do admit what we're going through is amazing and it is special. But why don't we have like extra powers like Superman? Why can't we fly?
No, that's the thing is like at least the way that I've dabbled down that train of thought, obviously, was what I was trying to say before. But so it's not that we are it, like not that we control it, you know, if we're gonna call it it, you know, but like I said earlier, we are expressions of it. So like, just like you are multifaceted and as well am I, you know, like you catch me on a good day or a bad day, you're going to see two different me's, you know, like, well, God is so many more facets than we could ever imagine, right? He's everybody. Absolutely. That's why we are a part of him as much as he is a part of us. Like
I do agree.
I don't know.
I agree with this. I believe everything has God in it because for everything to exist, it has to be intelligent. I think every single thing, and it comes down to water. I went down this deep dark rabbit hole of water, and I'm convinced that somehow light and water together are kind of like the elements or like the basic building blocks of life, you know. But it's more of
Smooth,
like
did you ever get
You saying like the water
Smooth?
is God thing?
Did you ever get Smooth? Did you ever get into water memory?
yeah, I'm into that right now. I'm digging into that, you know, how water's memory and light is information, but you know, then the
Have
whole
you
thing about
considered that God is
consciousness.
water?
Well, this kind of links back a bit to what we were talking about originally about ether, and because my understanding of it, of how the creationary process works, through my understanding, is that if you have the creator, the God, that, you know, it's not physical, it transcends everything, that omnipotent, omnipresent, etc. If it then wanted to create something like this world, my understanding of it, it uses light, sound, electromagnetic, and electrostatic. Those four kind of vectors: light, sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic. Those are then combined to create ether. Ether is then the base medium for this entire realm. And then the elements of earth, air, fire, and water, which essentially make up everything, earth, air, fire, and water, come out of ether. And then we have this whole corporeal physical realm. So it's like ether is that core like interface, if you want to refer to it as an element, a medium. There's a lot of different terminologies, but it is that actual core sort of energetic interface between, let's say, what the creator is, like its ultimate non-physical being, and everything that can exist beyond the physical in that sense, and that meeting place to actually create the earth, air, fire, and water to then create this physical interface.
Somebody's hot micing.
Elijah, you're hot mic, man.
Sorry.
It reminded me of condensation.
I wanted to say
Well,
this in response to what Lunatic said.
Yeah, it is condensation, Denmark. Yeah, exactly. It's like condensation from infinite consciousness, light, sound, all those vibrations into actual what we would refer to as physical vibrations, physical energy. That's my understanding. Like all physical matter is made of ether as well. I don't think ether is it's not just a medium. Everything
right.
that is ether expressing itself through the interface of those vectors.
Can I ask
See,
you
here's
something,
the
Gio?
thing about light and water are the first things created in the Bible, which is, I think, pretty profound. And it seems like whoever wrote the Bible, they started off on a good story and kind of just, you know, the man, obviously the man wrote it, and they had good ideas, but I don't think it's the truth. And they gave us, hold on, I'm not finished. They gave us the idea that there's one supreme being. And what if there's a council of like 9 different gods, or it could be 100 or 1,000 or, you know, 2,000 workers in a factory creating this simulation, or not even a simulation? What if it's just, that's the whole thing, is we don't know.
And this is why I
no matter
want to
how
say this,
many,
but I've been interrupted repeatedly.
no matter
With
how
White's
many people
assertion,
tell you that their God is this, like, okay, Muhammad, Jehovah, Buddha, Krishna, all these different gods we've had, that's just their way of expressing their God, but nobody really knows.
hello,
No matter how far.
my check.
Yeah, we
I
hear you,
hear
Gregory.
you
I think
talking, dude.
Rakio was trying to get in as
You
well.
talk about ether, light, and water, and a God. Like these things, just they sound the same when you start to describe them.
Well, how would you?
I'm telling you
like
guys,
Matrix? How would you get
we'll
from?
never know.
How would you get
We're
from?
never gonna know.
How would? That's not true in my viewpoint. Everyone will know everything because it's all within us ultimately.
How do you know that? How do you know when you die you learn the truth? Why is that the narrative told to us when we die and somehow it just kind of latched on?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say just when we
At the
die.
very least, we know
But when
what
are you
we end
gonna
up
know?
knowing when we are alive, though. At the very least, right? If we don't know everything when we die, at the very least, inform yourself. That knowledge, hypothetically, you could take it wherever, right?
This is why I'm trying to
Look, I
say
got
this.
one idea. Hold on. Look, you know how we have that concept of the
Yeah, hold on,
simulation
Gregory. Go ahead,
theory?
man. Just go ahead, Gregory. It's not really fair. He's just monologuing. Go ahead, man.
With someone like Goodwhite, this is the skeptic. The whole endeavor of philosophy is to answer the skeptic. Now, in the history of philosophy, it has been demonstrated that when people try to appeal to a worldview where only humans are the ultimate source of all knowledge, that demonstrates itself to be an inadequate way to account for the world. Why? Because humans don't have all knowledge. So there's this other knowledge that humans don't have. Where is that knowledge? It's not a substantial
Well,
thing.
who else
It's
has
not a
it?
concrete entity that's like water or air. Knowledge only dwells within the mind.
But
So
if
there
there's
must be
one
a mind
creator,
that has all this knowledge.
if there is a center, like a core of all creation consciousness, as we would call the creator, it would have all knowledge within it, infinitely, indefinitely, and always. So then it's always there. And then if it is us and we are it on that level, then all the knowledge is actually within us. We're just temporarily pausing our access to it, but that it is there infinitely, which means we all will reconnect with that in its full form at some point.
I
And
agree
at
with
any
half of
point,
that.
we
I'm
might
trying not to
access it.
interrupt
Hey,
anyone.
look.
I'm trying not to interrupt anyone. That's why I pull back when I'm interrupted. So the sentence I
I
was
know,
trying
but
to
you're
finish,
monologuing.
the sentence I was trying to finish is that knowledge is in the mind. Minds dwell within persons. And so that person knows all things. That knowledge, that quantity of knowledge is not infinite, because then that person would not be all knowing, because the supposition someone is having infinite knowledge means that they are perpetually learning forevermore. Therefore, they don't have all knowledge. And so that doesn't account for all knowledge. It is only the omniscient one who can actually give a comprehensive account of the world. Anyone who is not the omniscient one cannot give an account of the world,
You said one
which is why we
sentence. Come
depend
on,
on
man.
revelation, which is
Good
why we
white.
depend.
Okay, dude.
There can only
Okay.
be one. Good white. There
Gio,
can only be one.
this is just so disrespectful.
Well, you're going on, dude, and I got muted for saying two sentences, and you just got intense.
That's not what
And
happened.
can I
Can we
can I
stop this? Can
respond
we
to
stop
that?
Yeah,
this?
this guy again, man. Why is it every time
I
it's
just wanted
one
to.
voice that we're always here, and it's
In
causing
the
disruption?
beginning, hold on.
Now
He
my
said
sentence
something
has been
about the
disrupted
mind, and I
because he
wanted to
insists
respond
on
to it.
interrupting me. If I may
Well,
finish.
go
All right,
for
well,
it, bro.
you guys
You
both
got
have
the
been. You
floor,
guys,
dude.
well, you
Hey,
two,
it's the Gregory
you two have been speaking, so let's just let someone else get in. Just leave it. Just.
But can I finish the sentence though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess he did
So,
interrupt.
the only person that can give an account of the world is the omniscient one. Hence why we need revelation from the omniscient one. And there's no better citation, as it were, than to get information from the one who knows all things, who is the ground of all knowledge. Now, if we are the God, to answer someone like Gio, if we are the God, then we are all knowing. So it makes no sense to say that we are the God and yet have none of the attributes of the Supreme Being. It's self contradictory.
He just explained it to you, though. He told you it's put on pause, but you're alive. You know, he put this all knowing thing on pause so that you can, enjoy yourself as a human, maybe, or whatever. I don't know why, but I mean, he told you why.
Basically, God is bored and he's having fun with himself.
Yeah, I mean, if you were infinite everything, you would want to experience something that isn't infinite everything. So you'd want to experience finiteness, maybe limitation, so that you could actually experience different things, like some, other than just the differentiated infinity of everything.
Gregory, perfection is boring. Gregory,
I'm sorry. What?
Perfection is boring. God is probably bored.
Yeah, like God can't die, so he makes us and we die. God is perfect, he makes us that are imperfect. But we are still perfect in that creation, but it wants to experience everything other than itself, which is the, undifferentiated.
You're thinking just like the flesh would think.
The God isn't bored. Go ahead, Godric.
Us being imperfect is perfect in a way, because, like, for example, like, you couldn't make a better life than the life we have. Okay, the point that we're imperfect, that we have a mortal, for example, makes a fulfilling life. Because if we were immortal, we wouldn't appreciate life. There you go.
The God wouldn't be bored, nor could be bored with himself. Why? Because if you're the supreme being, you're also supremely satisfied with your being. You don't need anything else from anyone else or anything.
Why not also? If we're just going to throw around the word he's ultimately everything, why not say at the same time he's ultimately satisfied, he's also ultimately dissatisfied? Why pick one versus the other?
Otherwise, why would it even bother? Otherwise,
if there is nothing that he created, what would he be satisfied with? Gregory, have you contemplated that?
Well, and I was going to say, just into this idea, let me just jump in and say, why even bother doing all this creation if there isn't a deep reason to do so, a desire? Why would it even bother? Meaning, if it was
can I respond to that?
The infinity, it would just stay in that infinite bliss, infinite everything. But there's clearly some part of it that it wants to fulfill, therefore initiating all of this creation. And when you even think of all the pain and things that people go through, I mean, it's obviously really going the full spectrum of possible realities to experience all of this.
So
I want to try to summarize that, if you don't mind, real quick. As far as I would think you would believe, not trying to put words in your mouth, but by your understanding, if God doesn't need to do anything, that means he didn't need to make this. So why would God do something he doesn't need to do?
Because it pleases him.
So God just goes on his own whim and does what he wants.
Yeah.
So this is what God wanted to do.
You're basically agreeing with us, Gregory.
Yeah,
I want to jump in.
I agree with that.
It's different.
I agree.
It's not the same. It's different. You asserting, for number one, Fundy mentioned, why not just the very opposite? Because the very opposite is the very antithesis of the supreme value. The supreme being, hence also being supremely satisfied with his being. The antithesis of that is to be as dissatisfied as possible, which would not be a supreme attribute. That would be the very antithesis of the supreme attribute.
All right, real quick. Are you done? I don't want to interrupt. So, if God's this all-knowing being and he knows everything that's going to happen forever and infinity, why not? You could take yourself out of that. You could create a world, make yourself be a human, and take yourself out of this all-knowing thing, so that you could, have other. I mean, anytime we create something, there's a reason, right? If he knows everything that's ever going to happen, what's the reason to even create this if he already knows? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's not possible, especially given his revelation. He's the same yesterday, today, and forever.
But just to experience it? What about just to experience it? Sorry, Gregor. I thought
it's okay.
It would do it to experience.
We're trying. In these phone calls, we're trying.
Yeah,
I would like to describe it
for a second.
I would like to describe it in a different way for Gregory, so he can maybe think about it.
But let me finish the sentence.
Go ahead.
And so, number one, given his revelation, he's the same yesterday, today, and forever. He is the only one who is independent. He only depends on himself to be and is supreme. Everything else depends on him to be and to move and have their life. And so if the supreme being stops being supreme, if that reality changes, that one precondition for everything else to be real is now vanished, therefore they vanish. That's the implication of the supreme being supposedly stop being supreme.
Would you agree, though, when you create...
Nothing.
Well, Jeremy, it's like you put a DVD in the DVD player because you want to experience the movie, even though you may have already seen it, other people have already seen it, but you want to have that fresh experience. So in the perspective that all of our lives have all existed outside of time, because if the creator created time, then it would then be outside of time because it had to create time out of itself, which then means it would have knowledge of everything past, present, and future. But then my understanding of why then we would want to experience like the lifetime that you're experiencing, the one I'm experiencing, is it's basically like watching the movie in a sense. It's like experiencing it as it's real in that moment. So just for the purpose of actual just experiential delight.
Which would match up a little bit with hold on, Jeremy. I was next. Which would match up a little bit with my point, right? I was let's say maybe God or the creator is all knowing or all calculating, but he can't possibly know the decisions that the creations make themselves, right? He can only anticipate for whatever decision they do make, right? So maybe that is what he seeks, what he can't control, which is the decisions of the creation.
Of course he knows what we're
going to
pick.
the supreme being. That person would not be all knowing.
Of course he knows what you're going to choose, but it doesn't mean that you're not choosing it.
No, I think he knows what you might choose. I think ultimately the decisions in the creation. He can expect what you might choose.
You're off base.
I remember what I was going to say.
I just want to. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Jeremy, go.
Look, Matrix, some people are not comfortable with the mind of God, okay? But you're off base with that.
Let's let Jeremy go.
A valid reason.
Jeremy.
That would be a valid reason to create, to create this place, because then you could put yourself in a position where you get this new experience of not knowing everything, right?
Well, the contrary would be absurd, right? You guys are basically describing something that is so fucking awesome on his own awesomeness. He doesn't need to be awesome to anybody, but he is awesome, right? Like, come on, bro. Like you can't. That shit don't make sense, bro.
But it's not
that
absurd.
idea of God doesn't make sense.
You're kind of pushing the pedal to the metal instead of pumping the brakes and considering what's being said.
Yeah, absurdity. You guys are considering absurdity.
Does it make sense to
what part is absurd, Matrix? What part are you referring to?
That it's absurd that he Gregory is saying that God would be, he doesn't need a creation, right? He would be awesome all on his own, right? But yet we are here and he believes in creation while asserting that God didn't need to do this. He did it. Right. He needed to do it. So let's acknowledge that part.
But that's in accordance with what the Vatican would agree though, like that God didn't need to make anything. He just did it for funsies. He doesn't need your perspective individually. That's what the magisterium's ruling is on it, I think.
All right, so
there's nothing really. I mean, what is the justification for the critique that it's absurd? It isn't as though the assertion is unintelligible. It isn't as though the assertion is incoherent.
First of all,
I mean, honestly,
I wasn't talking to the Vatican. I was talking to Gregory. Go ahead.
The only reason I can. That's the only reason I can even see a supreme, all-knowing being even creating this place. Because if he knows all things in the future and the past and the present, why else would you create this other than to put yourself and get out of that all-knowing state and experience this? Like, why else create it? Every time we
logically, what would be the point?
I'm trying to say this.
To share and to love.
I'd like to share my thoughts too.
This theological assertion has been supposed multiple times. That's why I'm trying to say this. That's a supposition about the God, Jeremy. It implies that he is not the supreme being because he's not supremely satisfied with his own being. If he's not
it's a personal view.
Then he's not the supreme being.
I think this is a personal view of what you think supreme is.
Why can't he be supremely dissatisfied as well as satisfied? Like, well, I think Fundy asked you just a minute ago. Why are you picking one? Why are you picking one side of this? scale?
Yeah, like
I'll just
throw this in there. Like, one idea of a way that the creator could actually have like an infinite dissatisfaction, in a sense, if that's even a good word, would be this. If there's only one God, one creator, etc., at the core of it all, then it is alone. It's fundamentally alone, always will be, always has been. Now, that is kind of sad in a sense. It's like, oh my gosh, it's just this totally lonely thing. But if there's only one of it, then it is. So perhaps part of the impetus to creation in this perspective is that it wants to experience otherness. things that seem separate from itself. So that would, you know, humans, we have friends, we have lovers, we have children, we have animals, we have cats and dogs and pets, and, you know, all of this interaction. And part of that idea being the impetus that it wants to experience something other than itself, to exchange love with, exchange energy with. And because it's alone, it has created the many to then try to experience as close to as it can for feeling separate. So like if someone feels like they meet someone for the first time, that experience of like, oh, there's another, you know, and that whole interplay.
If I may,
it's crazy. Why even entertain the idea that he did not need to make us when we are here? Where did that question even pop up?
We hear you.
Please, guys, I really want to respond to Gio, if I may.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna form a line. It's gonna go. We'll do Greg, Fundy, and then Matrix. How's that sound?
No, I think Fundy was Fundy was for next.
Fundy, Greg, then Matrix.
I'll go after
Fundy, Matrix. Whatever you guys want to do, we gotta do it one at a time.
Well, you heard the boss's orders. So, Gio, I really like what you're expressing, but I can't go all the way with you there, because what you're outlining here is that there was a growing dissatisfaction before he just snapped, right? It's like, because the idea of creation, right, is that at a certain point it wasn't created, and then after a certain amount of time, all right, well, I've had enough of being alone and lonely. Now I've gone from a state of being lonely into, you know, creating my imaginary friend or whatever, or experience, or entering a reality that I create where I pretend to be around others, whatever, right? But here's the thing: this is the biggest trap that I think is holding back this entire conversation. The term creation and the term creator, as if there was ever a time where there wasn't a creation simultaneously with the creator. And at that point, they're not separate. In fact, a lot of us don't think they're separate, but we want to put one before the other, or one primarily before the other. I would just say that there's the eternal God, and God has always been doing some sort of dance, expressing himself. It's Geico, it's what you do. He's always been doing something, and this is the moving image of his performance. He is stillness. He is eternal action. There's some weird thing beyond words that we can use to describe going on, maybe at a higher level, maybe God's God or something. But the one we're usually talking about, there's him, and there's what he has there's him who's always been, and there's been what he's doing. But there could never be some sort of time where he's alone and he decides to do something about it. He wasn't just sitting there trying to work out some issue with himself and say, you know what, I got an idea, light bulb. I'm gonna, you know, I think I got to figure out. I'm gonna pretend that I'm a bunch of. I'm gonna develop multiple personality disorder and indulge in my schizophrenia.
I don't.
To finish my
who was
answers
next?
to Jeremy.
Greg, go ahead, Greg.
Number one, there was two things. Number one, dissatisfaction and satisfaction. These are value judgments. And so one is better than the other. One is worse than the other. One is higher on the spectrum of value judging. One is lower on the spectrum of value judging. Dissatisfaction, especially utter dissatisfaction, will be at the very bottom, not the highest of the value judgment spectrum concerning existential satisfaction.
Can I please
so
respond
if
to
he's the
that?
supreme being, his value judgment of himself would be supreme.
Yeah, is it possible he wanted to experience something other than this all-knowing, infinite thing? I mean, is that a possibility, or?
He doesn't lack any experience. He's all-knowing, including having all experiential knowledge. He knows everything better and more than everyone else. He is the one who endowed us with experiential knowledge.
I respond to Greg.
I think I got next. I think I got next, Godric.
Okay, I'm after you.
See, when Gregory, I admire the way you talk about the creator, but I have questions, right? Like you say, when you say things like he doesn't like, and he prefer. I think maybe it's a little bit of idolatry. Like maybe it's your idea of, like, in a way you might limit creation by thinking the way you think, right? Because you questioning that he should not have made us, right? He's so powerful, so omniscient that he didn't need to. Yet we are here. Me and you are having a conversation, right? There's a lot of us on here. So where did that idea that he didn't even need to make? Where did that kind of thinking even come from? How does one even fathom non-creation when we're contemplating in creation?
I think you're misinterpreting the word need. When I say need, I mean he does not need our existence to satisfy some deprivation in his being, as though if he does not create us creatures, then it would detrimentally harm his being unto his peril. No. He doesn't need anything else for his well-being. His state of being is supremely well. He is the present essence of life that endowed life to all other creatures.
Before we get too far away from what Gregory
Hang on, I want
said,
to respond to this.
what do you mean? I'm right in the middle. All right, go ahead, man.
Look, Gregory, you have
Can
no
I get one in
idea the
after?
mind of
Can I
God. It
get
tells
on
us that in the Bible.
cue
You
here?
don't know that he's satisfied or not satisfied. You wouldn't know. Um, Being satisfied and unsatisfied actually is equal. It's not better or worse. It's just a feeling. Okay. You may think that satisfied is better, but it's not really. They're both equal. So you wouldn't know if God's satisfied or not.
Well, two things. If you say that, you're obscuring the basic intelligibility between the two terms, because if they are equal, then there's no difference between them.
They're equal.
If
No.
All right.
There's
God,
difference
if
between
they're
being
equal,
equal and being better.
Jeremy and then Snacks.
So
but to finish, but I didn't get to finish my rebuttal to Godric. So when Godric said what he said, number
But that
one,
could go on forever. But yeah, go ahead. I mean, there's
just
probably,
these couple
yeah, if
sentences.
you want to respond.
To obscure the value quality of the different value judgments, because that's what they are. To obscure the difference would reduce them to absurdity and thus make them meaningless. Okay. And number two, I would know and I could know, especially if the God himself is revealing that knowledge to us. He is the only one who knows that eternally. Everything else could only know that if he reveals that information to them, which he has propositionally and by his own voice, sending someone else to speak on his behalf, writing it down himself, and having someone else write it down for him, the Bible.
So 3 or 4 things ago. So like 3 or 4 things ago, what Greg said about God knowing, right? He knows all things, supreme being. He would already know what the experience was like. Like, say he has him come, he makes himself come here as a human, erase a thing. But he already knows what it's like to experience that. But he don't know what, you know what I'm saying, Gio?
Yeah, I got a different idea. I think God doesn't know some stuff. I think that's why shit is what it is. It's helping God answer some shit he might
Yeah,
not.
I actually like that. I actually like that idea. I don't think that God is an all. I don't think God's this all-knowing supreme being. Because why even make this?
So with that theological supposition, where is this other knowledge that does not dwell in the God's mind nor in anyone else's mind?
It's
Well, maybe
itself.
there's a middleman we need to squeeze in between God and here called the demiurge. I think it's a very useful word.
Gio, did that make sense though?
Interesting thing.
Did that make sense, Gio? If the God's all supreme being, all knowing, he already knows what it's like to experience this. So why do it?
Right. Well, there's a couple of perspectives on that. Look at one of the things I was saying is that if it's singular, then it would want to create a multitude. If it's all love and light, it would want to create darkness and the opposite of love and light, essentially darkness and so on. And for example, it can't die, so it would want to experience mortality. So everything it can't do, it would then want to experience. Like it can't experience leg pain, but experiencing leg pain in a human would be a way to do that. Now it's kind of strange to think, well, why would it want to experience pain? But if it actually wants to experience the spectrum of its being, everything that is different from, or everything that is separate from the undifferentiated state, then it would create all the differentiation to have every possible variety of experience.
So there's an
all
can
processes of processing.
can I argue against that, please?
No.
So no, I mean I'd like to.
Please go ahead.
So Geo, you're saying it's in this state of like stillness and perfection, and if you're still and perfect, then you can't experience motion and imperfection, right?
Well, I didn't really say it was still necessarily. I didn't really use that.
Okay, well, whatever
I was saying
used, like
just undifferentiated, pure.
unified perfection, or all sorts of on that side of the spectrum. I mean, I get the gist, right? There's lots of words we could throw that way, but the thing is, you're saying he would want to do what he can't do, right? He's in some sort of state which doesn't allow him to have certain experiences, and so he's going to do something to experience all the things he can't do. Now, if he has, because he's not relying on anyone, he doesn't need to go pick up some tools from Home Depot or anything to accomplish this task of creating this reality. So when you say he's in a state and then is going to create, and then change to do what he can't do, well, then that means he can do what you're saying he couldn't do in that state. But the thing is, it's like if it's up to him to be in whichever state, like all I've ever seen is him be in the imperfect motion, separate state. See, I don't think he's in one versus the other. You know what I mean? Like you're saying that he was in his unified, undifferentiated state, and then he decided to say, well, oh man, I'd like to do all the things I can't do. So I'm going to henceforth enter into this altered state where I divide myself and I experience separateness because I'm done with being unified. I want to be separate, so I'm going to split myself apart and do that. But it's funny, when we use the words can and can't, because I mean, when we're talking about him, her, it, whatever, right? It's something beyond time. So, I mean, I really think that there's just one thing holding us back in all of this conversation, and thinking that creation is something different than the creator, and that one existed before the other, and that there was this place sometime after there was a creator and he made it. Like, I really think it's holding all of us back to think of creation as secondary to the creator. I think they're one thing, and both of them are eternal. God is eternal, and reality is eternal, and reality is the eternal expression of God. Neither of them have a beginning or an end. I mean, God has always been dancing, and he'll never stop dancing. And we are, because
could this supreme all-knowing trait of the God came because he can traverse through time, or he just started like that, like he already knew it from the jump?
I think it's always had to be that there's him and what he does, and what he does is not something separate from him. It's just what he's doing, and what we have access to, like consciously, is to have a sort of front row seat to ourselves and watch ourselves dance.
Well, two things.
Well, you're saying, I mean, no offense, but you're saying crazy shit. You're saying the creator and the creation came at the same time. In order to have a creation, you know, the antecedent is a creator.
No, I can correct that though.
I think what he's saying is like a yin yang assimilation. Like it's like a puddle of some shit, and there's an action and reaction, and like in the action and reaction is the black and the white, the positive and the negative, the information altogether, the energy, the whatever, the you know what I mean, the process. It's a process. It's all a process, processing yourself. So if you have a puddle like going this way and that way and doing shit, like everything is that one thing, and everything can come from that thing, and everything's trying to figure out everything that's in that thing and where it came from. Even itself, the puddle itself of the yin yang is trying to figure out what the fuck, and that's how it's doing it. It's like putting a flicking paint on a canvas you haven't did anything to, or putting your finger on the ripple of some type of liquid you haven't never experienced. You're going to get the action or reaction of it, and it's going to carry out what it's going to do. You don't have to really know, just to sit back and say, hey, what the fuck's going to, let's see.
One thing I was going to respond to what Fundy had said, because you were saying that I said that it was like that it used to be in some kind of state like that of like, singularity, and then decided that it had to do something. But I was just saying I'm not sure I used that term like that. It used to be like I didn't really.
No, you put it different. You put it in terms of wanting. You're saying if God is
desiring.
If you said if God is undivided and unified and perfect, it would want or desire to experience what it isn't. You said if something is this, it desires to be what it isn't, because it's like Matrix said, it's bored of being what it is. It wants to do something else. But the thing is, we're talking about something beyond time. It isn't waiting around. I mean, I'll repeat it again, guys. The whole thing holding us back in this whole conversation is thinking that one of these things came before the other. God isn't just sitting around waiting to create creation, and creation isn't and like you agree with me, Gio, you said it before, creation isn't something separate from God. They're not two different things. But
two
he
things
didn't
with his pantheistic assertion. Number one,
he wasn't sitting still and then decide to
I'd just
dance.
like to say, so you've got like all these sort of differing models of like God and the theory of creation, right? We're talking about like I think it's Gregory. Are you kind of like of maybe like a in a Baptist kind of way, possibly? Geo, it's like way you talk about your spirituality, however you want to talk about that. It seems like more based in like a Vedic kind of understanding, right? And I don't know, like, is that irreconcilable from like the demiurgos kind of concept, or is that irreconcilable from ancient Egyptian or whatever? You know what I mean? Like like how do you consider all of these different creator types with their own mythos, with their own holy texts about them? It's just difficult to say like, well, is there like a consistent thread through all these, and like
you don't
and
reconcile
I
them.
but I
That is the
appreciate
conflict.
I appreciate that you guys are having like a meaningful discussion about what's meaningful to you about existence. It's cool to listen to, and that's all I wanted to say. It's just there's been there's histories of isn't that what it really is about, like developing history, a tradition, and then we build some sort of traditional way to like live and be spiritual and have a way to pass that on to the generation after us. I mean, isn't that like kind of within the like just developing that spiritual language for ourselves and then to encode it down and deliver it to other people? I guess that's the most important thing overall, to keep it.
We can try.
Well, it isn't merely a hobby that we just
These
enjoy talking
traditions don't
about.
make it true,
Anyway,
though.
yeah.
It isn't a mere
The
hobby that we enjoy
traditions that
talking
have
about. This
been
has
passed
ultimate
down doesn't necessarily make it true. Like, we could be, arguing that 2 + 2 = 3, but it's just not. It's 2 + 2 = 4, and to have that knowledge of what that actually is, only the one who made and there I go saying the one, but it's
But in the
we
future,
don't
like
even know who made us.
let's say, how about 500 years from now, they'll talk about some kind of God we have no concept of. Like we won't have like a modern context. I mean, they'll talk about old classical gods, you know what I mean? But maybe they'll have new things that they consider. It's hard to say.
So, with all these theological suppositions, how do we know any of them to be true?
We don't,
I could
Gregory. That's
I
the
could
whole
argue
thing.
for it with tons of like saying that. I mean, for my example, just my opinion, I could point towards everything and say everything points towards the direction of the point I'm making. But I think that maybe you'd say the same thing.
I would say
I was
that.
What do we know is everything, though, Fundy? Like when you say everything, it's kind of
I
just
use that word loosely. Just my experience, what I've become aware of through my life. That's all.
Well, Fundy, let me kind of
yeah, and then we got the science.
Go ahead, man.
No, go for it, man.
Well, if you want to respond directly to that, because I was just going to say, like, because when Fundy was speaking, it made me remember what we were talking about before of like the impetus of creation. Why is it? Why do it? Why do all this creation? Because you were saying before, like, is it dissatisfied and so it wanted to create, or that was one idea. But I was just asking you, Funny. So I was just asking, like, if you think it differently or think there's a different perspective on it. I mean, I'm not really calling it dissatisfaction myself. But that term did come up. Some kind of part of itself that it wants to fulfill is maybe more a way I would see it. But what would then be the impetus in your viewpoint, or in anyone's viewpoint? Like, why if anyone in here believes in a creator and believes that it is, a supreme being of some sort or some kind of very, very infinitely, indefinitely complicated, etc. Complex being, and with omnipotent, omnipresence, all of that, then there then would have to be some reconciliation as to why it would create everything that is created, including all of the pain and the suffering and the joy and the travesty and the beauty, all of it. Like, what's that impetus for it?
To his glory, to his pleasure, and to delight in communion with his creatures.
There is one layer of my entire like worldview and beyond worldview, like just like as far as my mind can extend to ponder things. I have a sort of system that I work with for now, and it's always on the table to be changed or whatever, right? But I'll admit, as far as my mind can take me, there's and this applies to everyone else's, and of course their views that I've come across and heard everyone tell me. I have, like, my best attempt. I have one single question I can't answer to myself, and I mean, it drives me crazy. I've narrowed it down for myself that there's just one single thing that I just don't even think, as long as I'll live, I'll ever be able to answer. And that's against like the other views I've heard, where I have thousands of holes that I seem to poke in them, in my opinion. Right. So I could tell you about, like, just this one moment, or this one factor, this one like crack in my view that I don't think I'll ever find the puzzle piece to complete that puzzle. It's just an incomplete jigsaw puzzle, that I'll never find that piece to fill in that spot.
And what is that thing?
That is the undescribable, unquantifiable, unqualifiable, zero, infinity, or just like beyond word thing at the totality. I mean, see, like the thing that I shouldn't even try to talk about, right? That God, right? There's God, and I'm not calling him good or bad, because as soon as I use words, I think I'm already fucking up. You know what I mean? So there's just the indescribable, unquantifiable, unqualifiable God who has no. There's nothing. There's no word I could say, or coupling of words like, oh, God is good and bad, or God is just good. I think I'm already messing up there. So there's that thing with no details, or something beyond details, right? And then I can't figure out how to bridge. I can't figure out how to bridge the gap between that and the second layer descending from it. Because as soon as we get to the demiurge, I can take it from the demiurge level down, Like I got this whole system worked out where if we want to start at the demiurge and work down to like you and me having a conversation right now and break that all down, I think I got that. But then how can the demiurge in any way relate to God? Because how does 0 ever become 1? You know, it's like 0
Yeah, it's a
can't
good point.
0 can't plus 0, or 0 can't divide or multiply itself to become 1, right? If 0 only has 0 to work with, right, it's just 0. It has nothing to work with but itself. So how does 0 ever multiply or divide to become 1? You know, it's just it's inert. It's stagnant. And so I don't know how to bridge the gap where nothing becomes something.
And
No,
that
let me just run
demonstrates
it
a
back.
problem with the theology that's demonstrating it.
Yeah, Jeremy was trying to get in, bro.
Let me just run it back. Sorry, I interrupted a couple times. So you got this God, right? He knows everything. You got this God. He knows everything. He knows what a
It's not
broken
where I
leg feels
start.
like.
But go ahead.
You got this God. He's all-knowing, supreme being. He knows everything. He knows what a broken leg feels like, right? But he knows he knows what it's like to experience a broken leg, but he doesn't know what it's like to experience a broken leg not as a supreme being. You know what I'm saying? That would be a new experience for him, right? Because he can only experience things as he is there.
Now you're limiting God.
So why create?
Yeah, I agree. It's like
why-
the difference between playing the video game as the character that actually has limitations and you have a health meter and all of that versus just being in God mode where you can just do anything. So, but by the purpose the game exists, though, is to play the game in limitation. I mean, God mode can be fun, but I think we all know once you play around with God mode on a certain game, it is fun at the beginning. You know, you have infinite ammo, and you can walk through walls and shit, but you kind of get bored of it at some point, you know, and you actually want to play the game, you know, with limitations.
But you can only change modes when you are in a world where the preconditions of reality are present in order to change modes. But when you eliminate the God, you eliminate the preconditions of reality being what it is, thus discontinuing the reality of all things. That's the
Yeah, I think the God that keeps on being brought up, as far as I've heard everyone talk about, is the demiurge. I think all of your guys's like conceptions of God is limited to my conception of the demiurge, but then I put something above that level, and it's not something you should talk about or give any characteristics to.
If that is the supposed supreme being, then that's a supreme being which is unintelligible, and thus you cannot know that theological supposition to be true.
Fundy.
That's true.
Fundy, I have an image for you. And it is something I can comprehend. When I started looking into the work of Walter Russell, I saw at a certain point an image that he had for the dielectric, and that was that cold and heat were two sides of the same coin.
Sure.
On the cold side, implosion, and on the heat side, explosion. And I can't comprehend it. But somehow, when I look in the field of cold, in the upper layers of the atmosphere, but when they create these superconductors in extreme cold, supposedly it has high potential of consciousness in it, connection. It almost sounds like perfect, pure fact. But then you have the word freeze, be completely silent. And on the other side, it explodes again. It's something I don't get, as you say, I can't comprehend it to exist like that. But
Well, I'll take a look at that picture. But usually when people talk about cold or hot, it's always in reference to like their personal temperature. It's like if you get a fever of 104 degrees and you touch another human's skin, they will then feel cold to you. But if you spend a lot of time like out in the snow or whatever, and you go inside to someone who's been like laying in bed under covers, you go lay next to them, they're gonna feel hot to you. It's the same person at the same temperature.
Yeah.
Depending on your state, you know, you're gonna view them as hot or cold because it's in reference to yourself. You know.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure about the implosion stuff you're talking about. I'd have to look at the picture to go on with you past that. You know.
Okay. Yeah, it's like taking a very cold shower and your body says, "Hey, I gotta heat up," so you create warmth. Yeah.
So I didn't fully grasp, you know, what you're talking about, the implosion stuff and how Walter Russell ties into it and what you looked at. But, you know, I'm definitely willing to look at it. You know where to post it to the DM me or put it in the sync tank or whatever. But or you can carry on explaining. I just don't get what the overall message you're making.
Well, as I say, I think it's, I find it incomprehensible. But on the other hand, it very much looks like as the creation. So, because if you put it to apart from each other, there you can only imagine end instead of constant renewal, constant experience, constant infinite. Somehow this concept of the infinite sign coming back to itself.
I know I'm going to regret this, but go ahead and explain the demiurge.
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys something.
I'm sorry, Lightwater. I'm just not having an easy time understanding your point. I apologize, bro.
wasn't my meaning to make it much clearer, but just give another image for it. And in my opinion, it feels like it could explain a lot of things, even without understanding it.
Well, sure. The infinity sign, when you contemplate it and meditate on, does seem to explain a lot of things. Of course.
Kosho, were you going to say something?
Oh yeah, I was going to ask you guys, because I have a belief in God or whatever, and I was going to ask, what do you guys think about the idea that maybe he's not all knowing, and maybe
that's a huge possibility in my mind. Yeah, that's a possibility in my mind that he may not be all knowing.
Yeah, that's the demiurge right there that most people call God, but they want to call the demiurge perfect. I mean, a lot of people, they're just jumbled up. They got all these ways to describe God, but it's one-sided, and just a bunch of people are lost. And I have a lot of respect for the people who come to understand that as the conversations, if it's focused on the topic of how we usually all use the word God, yeah, that one, it's not perfect. It's not. The God that most, God is not there is a perfect, see, I don't want to use that word. All right. It's above words. So there is that God that you all like are thinking of in your highest regard, right? And even beyond your conception of your highest regards. Like, think of the best thing ever and call that God, or the best person, thing, entity, deity, whatever, right? Think of the best thing you could ever imagine. Your best imagination of this best God or whatever, he's better than that. So you don't have the ability to even approach that or even get close by a millionth factor. But the one that you can come pretty darn close to conceptualizing is the one that a lot of you are recognizing. The middle position, the middleman here, the demiurge, who is the one that you can get a pretty good kind of idea of where he's not perfect.
So you are suggesting to limit other people's understandings of the depth of their being to only to the thing you're limiting them to, that you can't know the ultimate?
No, I'm talking about words. We shouldn't try talking about the thing that we try to talk about, God, right? It's not something that can be expressed through sentences. I think people can find that understanding of God within themselves, but no one's just gonna give you a definition of God through language. But I'm not saying that it's impossible to connect with mentally, but it is impossible to put into words and express to other people. It's not something you can teach or show or convey verbally or physically or visually to anyone, or even draw a symbol. It's just it's on you. It's just completely on you to get there.
Okay, well, I think that the point though was whether God is all knowing. That was the last point that we were on.
I say he is.
Hey guys, whenever
what's
you're
up?
done.
What's up, Blaze?
Hey, hi. I just wanted to chime in whenever was somebody else going to go.
No, go for
Go
it.
ahead.
No, you're good.
I can see kind of everybody's point. I know some people in here might think of me as like religious, that may know me from another server or something. I really wasn't until 5.5 years ago. And so I came to the shape of the earth through the scriptures. Well, I think First Enoch is pretty much it was in the Ethiopian scriptures. And so I see that he says that he's the creator through his word. And Isaiah 46:10, he declares, so I don't know if this is all knowing, but he declares the end from the beginning. And, you know, a lot of us always say, hey, you know, maybe they're hiding our creator and other land. So maybe he just had a little garden and he thought that things were going to be a certain way, but he knew from the minute he created everything. He created from the foundation of the worlds per the scriptures. He knew how everything was going to go. That's why he had Messiah, which I don't believe that God actually came down here and stripped his divinity and became man. I think that is one of the biggest deceptions. And it's next to the shape of the earth, because nowhere in the scriptures does it say that. People that have been longtime believers, they're the ones that have been taught that. So there's the scriptures, the Bible does not say that God came down here and stripped his the Trinity 3-in-1 deal. Nope. Doesn't say that. And I've gotten a lot of flack for it. And I don't really care, because that's if anybody reads the scriptures and like Gregory said to me, you got to start read Philippians. I'm like, why would I read Philippians? You need to go to the front of the book, because essentially what we're saying, and I'm almost done. Essentially what we're saying is that, you know, God took off his humanity, right? He came down to micromanage humanity, because nobody could walk out his Torah perfectly. Nobody could walk out his instructions perfectly. So he had to do it himself. He became the son of King David, anointed himself Messiah, became the second Adam, and oh, by the way, is a priest forever, mediating between himself and man. And he's the root and offspring of King. Like, it doesn't make sense. So religion is completely man-made. I completely see why people are turned off of it, because Messiah simply came to show us the way back to the Father's instructions. That's it. Everything else, you know, even Messiah says, let your yeses be yeses and your noes, noes. Because anything else is like, you know, from the devil. Meaning you're like suffering.
Let me ask
Hey,
you:
add to that a little bit.
there's just one special dude. There's this one guy at some point who is just like he was the only guy to be this figure ever to, course correct humanity and give us what we needed to get back on track. This happened
Well,
once.
no, well, see, here's the thing. So I follow the scriptures. I follow the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? So the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Just Messiah. All I'm asking you about is Messiah.
Well, I'm trying to tell you that I follow the scriptures. I follow the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and he has a manual. He has the Bible. Throughout the scriptures, there's been other people, types, right? Shadow and a type. There's been other shadows and types of, a coming Messiah, but it wasn't that him. Now, are there enlightened people? Buddha? Sure. In my opinion, this is all just simply my opinion through my studies. But, there's only one ascended person in heaven, right? So Buddha, as enlightened as he was, he's probably still on the ground and he's going to be resurrected, right? And he's got throughout his word. I was just reading in Isaiah 11, and it talks about, let me get to that today. It talks about how the earth is going to be shaken out of its foundation. It's like this Bible, when you really know the shape of the earth, fixed and immovable, right? Because it's obviously got mountains. The scriptures helps you just to be set apart from this world. That's all it is.
I'm just asking about Messiah.
Can I ask you a question, Blaze? Blaze?
I have a question also for him.
When you refer to because the scripture said, how do you know that the people that wrote that have the truth?
It's a good question, right? Because it was written by man. Because I believe that I woke up in 2008 to like evil in the world, right? I knew they were hiding God immediately then, and they were evil, satanic, pedophiles. I couldn't be with it. So I just chose the conspiracy route. And then Pizzagate brought me to my knees, right? Like everybody, I can understand. I'm like in this middle of this weird space because I can understand why people don't necessarily believe because there is so much evil. But see, if there's parents on this call, once you have children that, are alternate or their kids or whatever, you don't really have control over them. And I believe that Father gave us free will to do whatever it is that we want. For me, I believe that He wants to give it back to Him for protection, right? Not like the big bad evil. There's some really interesting books that they took out, probably the Catholic Church took out of the scriptures that explain a lot, and so we can still, like I was telling people, I think the other day, we can still go to the grocery store. We can still turn on power. We can, thank goodness, right? So nobody's really calling out for help. It's not.
Is it me or is she kind of coming in and out? Sorry to interrupt, but
you're semi-roboting.
Breaking up?
Okay, let me get off my Wi-Fi then.
Sorry, Blaze. But
how about now?
Maybe
I'm off my
come
Wi-Fi
back
now.
out. Go out and come back in.
It's better now.
Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that, we have to get to a place where we call out to Him and then He shows you. Let's face it. How many times do people are in really scary situations and they pray? Somebody's lost, a dog, a pet, a child, or whatever. Please God, please God, please God, just help me do this. And, so like there's something in all of us that knows there's a supreme being, I hate to even say it like that, but someone that created this world. And I believe that I
hate for you to say it like that.
Pardon me?
You said you'd hate to say it like that, and then you reworded it, and I hate the way you reworded it.
Yeah, like there's a creator.
Yeah, I hate that.
believe.
No, but hey, Blaze, I just asked you a simple question. How do you know the Bible or whoever wrote the Bible that they're telling the truth?
Prophecies.
How do you
There's
know?
prophecies. There's prophecies that have come true. And I was trying to tell you, I guess, because praying and getting to that where you're broken and you're ready to receive, I've been always a tough girl. I didn't need anybody, I was married once. And I just have this, tough girl attitude
Well,
my whole life.
real quick, could I interject real quick?
Of course.
So you said you don't believe in the New Testament Jesus, but
Yes,
there are people. Are you aware there's probably, I don't know, 50, 100 million Americans that some of them will be they're like this. Jesus just came to my heart. I knew it when he came into my heart. I feel him in my heart. I love him with all, they're totally sold that Jesus is in them and gonna save them. So
I think
if you disagree with, go ahead.
No, I believe in Jesus. No, I believe it. I just don't call him Jesus. I call him his Hebrew name. I believe in I said Messiah, that Father sent Messiah. But there's only one God, and Messiah never, most know him as Jesus. He never once claimed to be God. He always claimed to be the Son of God. And that's how I had my conversion. Yeah.
There's other religions out there that have the same reverence and fervor that you have for God. They have that too, and they claim that they're right too. So I'll ask it again. How do you know your dogma is the truth?
Well, I guess I'm just going to have to be real and say I can't say it's for everybody. I would say I would say ask, I would say pray and ask, and then read his word. And if it doesn't resonate with you, then it doesn't resonate with you. Not everybody's called to be set apart. That's the honest truth.
That's a pretty good answer. I can accept that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm alienated from my. Yep. Hey, Godric.
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Great.
You mentioned good. You mentioned you're okay with everything except that Jesus was God. What does it matter if Jesus was God? How does that affect your paradigm? What does it matter that if a God came down and died for your sins?
Wait, I don't understand. What does it matter? What?
What is it? You were okay with everything basically in the Bible except for God becoming man, Jesus, and apparently dying for your sins. So why is that a problem? What does that change in your paradigm if that happened?
Well, because he's my Messiah. He's my mediator. So if I don't care, then I'm totally disrespecting, irrelevant to the actual creator, who is Messiah's God. And when you read in Revelation, my God and your God, and Messiah calls us his brothers and his sisters. So that's a pretty big thing if I deny the creator.
I just want to ask you that context on the Messiah that you're referencing again.
But didn't she already define her God as the Abrahamic God?
I think Fundy asked a question, to be honest.
So I just want to we're using, or you're using the word Messiah, and I think I get what you mean and all. I mean, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, it just means anointed by God.
I'm familiar with this stuff. I just like to say things in a bit of an elaborate way, just to add, a few more details, like some of the crucial details involved in what that really means, just in a sentence. So the way I would try to summarize your view of what you really mean when you say this word is, you're saying that once upon a time, 2,000 years ago, one guy came and did it better than anyone else has ever done it before.
Amen. Yeah.
Okay. So I think that's a little ridiculous that once upon a time, 2,000 years ago, one guy came and did it better than anyone had ever done it before and will ever do it again.
Well, I think that thanks for sharing, but my scriptures tell me what he did for me. Now, whether anybody else believes it or not, I'm resonating with it. I feel what he did for me. He was the first egoless. He was prophesied to come, right? And the Jews, whatever, they were blinded. They didn't see, it all goes to the feast, right? The biblical feast that not many people know about. And we sure do celebrate Christmas and Easter, which is not biblical. I mean, when you look in the Greek manuscript, it's Passover. But not many people know about these feasts, and these feasts were a type and shadow of Messiah. So they were practicing. So I understand that you don't get it. Like, not everybody's supposed to get it, but he prepared. He came into this world preparing to leave.
I get what you mean. There's nothing I don't comprehend about this.
Well, I guess, the thing is, I'm comparing him to the Torah, right? So nobody that I know of or have ever heard of has ever been able to do what he's done compared to the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, and then some prophets, right? So that's what I'm comparing it to. So, I mean, if you know of other people that have walked to the Torah, I would love to find out about them.
Hey, you
I'd like
mentioned
to introduce
the Torah,
myself
right?
to you.
Oops.
No.
What's that?
Hey,
ahead,
you
bro.
mentioned the Torah, right? That you kind of just follow the Torah.
No, I follow the whole Bible. But we do have to be very intellectually honest here, because when Messiah walked this earth, even when his apostles walked this earth, the only thing that they had was the Tanakh, right? The Torah and the prophets, the law and the prophets.
I don't think you read those books thoroughly, like as you hoped you would have, or maybe you kind of ignore some of the stories, because some of the stories that I've read and that have come across, and then even remembering them now, I'm like second guessing, like, wow, I can't believe that I kind of just overlooked these things, but they're absurd. Like, for instance, such as that God is prejudiced on who comes to his altar, because it talks about like ugly people can't come to the altar, and something about their nose, like if they have a big nose, they can't come to the altar.
I think it's
I know
because they
it's
were from a
hilarious,
different.
right?
Does it really talk about that?
Yes,
I don't remember that.
yes.
But I think it goes deeper than that. It's deeper than that, because they are descendants from certain tribes and certain enemies at that time. And you could see at that time. So it's not easy. But so what else?
So how about Isaiah 45:7? Okay, go ahead.
And actually, it's here.
I got that on.
Literally
I got
right
that on
here.
deck after you're done.
How about murdering people for working on the Sabbath? How about that?
Well, see, here's the thing. He's bringing them out. Everything needs context,
You can't
right?
substantiate that. There's no way. I mean, you got to say, you know what?
Listen,
That's
do you
wrong.
have a pet? Do you have a pet? We can put it that way. Do you have a pet? Do you have children? Who is in charge of your house? So he's bringing them out of bondage. He's trying to set them apart so that they can go out into the world to share about him and bring them into the fold.
I'm not going to kill my son for him working on a day that I deemed for him to worship me.
Well, I think you're getting your scriptures mixed up. Stoning your children, it was because this guy, even adults are considered children, right? Nobody's a baby goat. A kid.
Well, okay, so no, you said I
well,
got
you
the
want to let me
scripture.
finish that? Are you going to let me finish? Because I'd be happy to
No.
let you talk, or I mean,
No,
I
if you want
at
to
some point I want to
respond
answer your
to
question.
exactly.
Smooth. What are you doing, bro? Let her finish.
I just want to say really quickly that, stoning the children is, when you read it in context, it was a drunkard. So I don't know many children that are young that are going to be drinking that, you know, so he wasn't working. He wasn't doing all that stuff. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I guess I'll take it from here. You know, already Isaiah 45:7.
I'm right here.
And I'm not the type of guy to know this stuff by like number and chapter or whatever. It's just I looked it up in a search engine because it's just one of those passages that I've heard people say, you know. And so I searched some keywords and here it is. But just so you know where I'm reading from, it says, you know, I God form the light and create darkness. So a little duality there. I make the light and I make the darkness. And then it goes to say, and this is, you know, someone, I call it a pseudo, what do you call it? A pseudopigrapha, where someone titles their book by this, like a lot of Hermetic students say, you know, they title their book by Thoth, even though it's just a dude named John or, you know, whatever who made it. Connor made it. Connor McGibson or whatever wrote it, but he titles it by Thoth on the title of the book. So, I mean, I think that's sort of what's going on here. But Isaiah says, God says that someone said Isaiah says that God says, I form the light and I create the darkness. I make peace and I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So I just think that this is one of those things where it's like, oh,
okay,
God creates evil, written in plain English.
That's not what it
God
says.
creates evil. It's not what it says, even though I can read. I am literate.
Okay,
and
well,
the King James
did
version
you go to
put in
the
English.
Hebrew manuscript? Do you know how many people?
Did you go to? Okay,
You've got to go because it says.
Before
Here's what it says.
Before you act like this is some sort of correction, you can just tell me, hey, King James has it all wrong, and I know better than this version. There's a better version out there.
I wasn't going to say that at all.
Oh, so what's wrong with this one?
Okay, so here's the thing. So
can I not just read it and understand what it says? I am literate, you know. I can't read.
Well, why do you have to be so snotty about it? Why don't you just let me finish?
Well, there was a huge emotional reaction to me saying this.
Because I've never heard this one before, but when we have to you go to Bible Hub, right? It wasn't written in Old English.
I didn't even ask my
that
point before you reacted.
Well, he didn't. It says when you look at the Hebrew, it says calamity. It doesn't say evil. So go ahead to prove your point.
Okay, so you're saying there's a better version than the King James version. What's the better version? Because I'll just dismiss. I'll never read King James again because I know what it means. I know what evil means, you know, but apparently that's a bad translation.
Well, we are definitely warned about the lying pen of the scribes, and
just take a stance.
So hold on, just bear with me for a second.
There's a superior Bible than the King James Bible. What is it? What should
I don't believe that.
I'm going to throw away my King James Bible.
No, I don't.
And what should I go with instead?
Dude, Fundy, you got to give her like a full-time respond. Every time she starts, like 5 seconds in, you keep carrying on. So you got to give her some space.
I'll try to keep it short. I have probably a bunch, probably 3 or 4 King James. What I learned early on, not one interpretation is better than the other. But what I did learn to do is go to like Bible Hub, and there's a whole bunch of different apps that you can go and you can look at the Hebrew manuscript, and then you can look in the New Testament, you can look at the Greek. And so, you know, I'm pretty sure we can all agree that sometimes, you know, that a little change of a word here and there could really change a lot of different things. So it's a study, you know. I mean, like in the beginning, I didn't understand that either. And then I'm trying to search it out. So, you know, I have a King James. I like it, you know, I don't use it that much.
Hey, Blaze, are you done, Fundy?
Well, so Fundy, is it about whether the creator created evil ultimately?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, in simple terms, it says, God, create light and darkness, and I make good and evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So, I mean, it's just something that I would like to point out to people that, it's like, okay, so you believe God is good all the time God is good. So
I didn't say that. Whoa, I didn't say that.
Okay, yeah, you didn't say that. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just saying people say this thing about God. They like to view God as perfect, as pure goodness. And so it's just an interesting thing to ponder if we're
I
going
don't
to
see
take the
that
King James
either.
versions. If we're going to take King James seriously at all, and you already said that you prefer a different rendition of this passage that you think is better than the King James, that's fine. I don't care what your favorite Bible is, but I'm just saying, if anyone out there is taking the King James version as their favorite Bible, then you're going to come across this part where it says in very clear English, God creates evil, and that's an interesting performance to try to wrap your mind around, that something pure good has the ability to create evil. How does good create evil?
Would there be good if there was no evil?
Well, that's a different question,
Well, I
and
mean,
I can answer that on my own terms, but I can't answer it within the Bible's terms.
I don't hear any of us taking responsibility for anything. Yeah, we weren't in the garden, but like there's good people in the world, and then there's evil in the world, right? Evil is kind of a choice sometimes. I mean, since we're sticking to this, wasn't Cain kind of like, he did an evil thing? It doesn't mean he was evil the whole time, but like our humanity, we can kind of get jealous a little bit. But at what point do we accept some responsibility?
Well, God made him that way, it says here.
Well, but he also gave us free will, right?
Yeah, but he made him evil. He created it.
Well, I don't see where it says he made him evil. And I certainly didn't say God, our creator, was all nice and loving all the time. He is loving and he is merciful, but boy, he can get pretty ticked and be sorry that he did some different things. And like the wrath, he can.
That sounds like the demiurge, because I'd never imagine the God that we all hope that there is, like, being lonely or bitter or angry. It's like, what kind of bipolar, like, upset with his own artwork? I mean, they say an artist is its own worst critic, but that's on a human scale. I don't want to call God just a human. I mean, that's what humans do.
Yeah, he's not. But let's not forget,
why is he going through all these human emotions if he's not a human?
Because he was
I feel like he
betrayed
should
by
be
the
above that.
Watchers. He was betrayed by the Watchers, and the Watchers are leading people astray. The Watchers.
Well, then he betrayed himself.
Hey,
why?
I don't know. Are you guys aware that?
Hold on, man. You keep interrupting, man. It's like,
yeah. Sorry, Dick.
Well, it's like anytime
no, go for it,
you're
man.
trying to get into a response, and then boom, she just got cut off.
It's okay. Thanks. It's okay.
Well, she would.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to bring something up. You guys were arguing about the demiurge and the Bible, but it actually says in the Bible, in Chronicles, that God is actually the devil. Have you read anything about that?
In context, what does that mean? Like what?
Right.
No, God's not the devil. Well, I mean, like what?
Yeah.
What, like, okay, so what are you saying? Lord, and we're not arguing. We're just like kind of just talking, and we could debate a little bit, right? I'm not mad at anybody. But Chronicles,
No,
Second
I'm
Chronicles, what?
not asking you to be mad. I'm just saying, what do you think about that? That your book actually says that.
My book. Okay, so Second Chronicles, where?
Give me a second. I don't know the actual verse, but I'll find it if you'd like.
Because this I believe this book has been supernaturally written, and there's been so many doctrines written off like one word, or like rapture. Oh my gosh, that's a whole doctrine that's leading so many people astray. I mean, if we're going to make up words, why can't we just say rescue? And a lot of these believers think that they're going to get, raptured out of here before the tribulation. That's not what the scriptures say. But yet it's a doctrine that so many people believe. And you take.
Maybe it's this. Oh, go ahead.
No, go right ahead.
The devil is God's devil? Does that ring a bell?
No, because the devil, those were like goats, right? They were like satir, I think it is in Hebrew. Those were goats.
That's not it. I didn't find it. Let's see.
Well,
let me just
you
say.
guys, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I was gonna. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, because I don't want to dominate, but I just wanted to bring up. You guys kept saying that. I just kept saying, "Be quiet, don't say anything, don't say anything," and then I was just like, you know what? Nobody said anything, and I just didn't want. I wanted to share my opinion from my studies that the Most High Creator did not come down. His Son, he, and that's a whole nother thing. So,
in Job, it talks about Satan and how Satan's one of his angels, among his angels. Talks to him.
Somewhere,
but God is not
somewhere
the
in
devil.
Chronicles.
Yeah, you gotta find this stuff, man. We'll be happy to talk about it, but you gotta find it for us. Sorry, man. I really want you to find it. But just as a side note, the whole association of the devil and goats is entirely based on the tradition of the zodiac, which it has its origins in a place unknown to me. Historically, they'd say, like, pretty certainly, from their opinion, that the zodiac that we're all familiar with goes back to having its origins, as far as we can trace, back to Babylon. But who knows where Babylon adopted, if they did adopt it or create, their zodiacal system from. But basically, it's pretty unchanged from the Babylon zodiac till now, and the whole association with goats with the devil would stem from that, or something that they got their zodiac sort of system from. But it's a tradition as old as time that the biblical thing just kind of hopped on the bandwagon with that association.
Well, I mean, our world leaders love Baphomet, right? And do you think that it would be possible that before the flood, say that there was a flood, that the Watchers were, defiling, having sex with all kinds of different animals, and making chimeric, like a little DNA, not DNA, but what would I say? Like, they're mixing, kind of like what they're doing now. What am I? It's not the DNA. What's the word that I would be saying? They're tinkering with
chromosomes.
Genetics. Yeah, thanks. Not chromosomes, but genetics, right? So I think that was part of the reason it was like becoming a disgusting thing, because the scriptures talk about how they were defiling birds and all that kind of stuff, and and that's when he had to wipe them out. And I just wish that we could all get every single bit of all the scriptures that once were considered scriptures, or the scrolls or whatever, and decide for ourselves. But recently, in the last few years, the Apocrypha books have been coming out, and first book of Enoch just blew me away, and I'm so digging, looking and studying the stars in the sky, and because that's his clock, and that's how he did the calendar, and it's amazing, and it fills in Genesis 6, where the sons of God came down and they left their first estate. Well, where was their first estate? That's a whole nother story. And then they took daughters of man. They found them attractive, and they took them as wives. And then they had giants in those days. And then it's often talking about something else. I don't know. I'm pretty that piqued my interest. And then throughout the scriptures, it talks about giants, and it's like, what? But first book of Enoch is it fills in everything. Second and third book, very occultic, Metatron. And no, it doesn't. But it would be nice for people to be able to read the scriptures and compare for themselves to see if they like it and it resonates. You know?
Yeah, I think I think that the perspective that's not included enough in these discussions is the one that says, all right, I've read it, I understand denotatively what the words mean, and I can even draw a message from it that on the surface is trying to convey. Whether I believe it literally or not, I still get the message behind the literal, or denotative story. But then there's this thing that doesn't go too well very often, where someone comes along and says, yeah, but what's it really trying to tell me? And that's the perspective I'm always coming from. It's like, I don't care to really believe too hard about any sort of historical value in it, even though there are historical figures in it. All I'm gonna ever use the Bible as a tool is to say, like, it's gonna teach me things, but what's it really trying to tell me under the surface? I think it's heavily encrypted, but very cleverly, sort of like a historical fiction, almost like the movie Inglourious Bastards, where a ragtag group of American soldiers go and assassinate Hitler. Hitler was a real place. Germany was a real place. Those are characters and settings in that story that really exist. But there's a whole historical fiction narrative, sort of like a parallel universe almost, that they show you to convey a message. What's it really trying to tell you? You shouldn't just watch that movie and believe it as something that really happened. It's trying to convey, meaning to you. And I feel like that's where the real value of any piece of media lies in. Like, what can you gain from it, and what do you think it's really trying to convey to you? But I'm not about believing that 2,000 years ago some guy came along and did it better than anyone else ever has or ever will do. It's like, that's not important. But I do derive a lot of value from hearing the story of Jesus. But as a guy, nah, sorry, don't think that happened. But I sure do gain a lot from reading that story, talking about it. It's a blessing to my life.
I can totally get it, but like, if you don't start at the beginning,
What's the beginning?
Genesis.
Well, I mean, you don't think I've read Genesis? I mean,
it doesn't sound like you've read the whole Bible. I mean, it doesn't sound like, because
I sure haven't read every single word of the Bible.
Yeah, because
am I disqualified now?
No.
Okay, I'll bow out. I haven't read every single word of the Bible. My bad.
She's cherry picking.
Well, it's there's studying it and reading it. I have started
from the beginning, though. I probably read Genesis 100 times.
I think I owe you an apology. I should say study, because reading it.
Yeah,
and then
I've read
studying
it and studied it and pondered upon it 100 times, thousands of times, millions of times, every day. Almost every time I come on a Discord, it gets brought up when I have deep conversations about it.
Then it's kind of weird that you don't.
Opinions.
It's kind of weird that you don't understand what the purpose of it is, then, because the purpose of it is.
I find many purposes and messages in it. I think it's like a double entendre. I think it's whatever double is when you replace 2 with 7. I think the Genesis is a quintuple entendre, but for 7, not 5. I just don't know that word. Septuple? I think it's a septuple entendre. And so maybe I'm getting a lot more out of it than you are. So I'd give your own advice back to you.
I don't know. It sounds like you have a real chip on your shoulder. Because
you need to study and ponder this more and study it more, because there's a lot more in it than you think there is.
You were alluding to the effect of, like, what's the point of it? And so when you study
I think there's 7 points. And maybe you're only getting 2 or 1.
I mean, like, would you say that evil is increasing in the world since, the last 3 years?
I'd say it's sort of like the climate throughout the year. It ebbs and flows. Evil increases, but then natural systems and mechanics balance it out, and the teeter totters and the pendulum swings. So yeah, there's going to be increasing evil, and then there's going to be increasing good, and it's going to constantly go back and forth because stillness is not something that occurs in this world. It'll never be stagnant. It's a constant battle where there's going to be battles won, but the war is never over.
Well, the scriptures tell me a new world order is coming. They get it. Nothing we can do about it. Maybe we can delay it a little bit, but it's coming. And not only is it coming, we're going to have it for 42 months. The new world order, like I knew about that in 2008, right? But then when I saw it in the scriptures, is it easy to see? No.
And it's starting in 2025 or something, or
no,
what?
I would never put a date on it. No, I have no idea. All I know is evil.
You just said like 32 months. When's the first month?
42 months. I have no idea.
Okay, 42.
It's not for me to know exactly, but so I could tell you when I would think that it's going to start. Tribulation's going to start, but I don't know. I know how long. He gives us prophecy so that we're not caught unawares, and I could look for the signs, and
We've
see
delved
them
into some weird territory here. Just spit it out clearly. Is some sort of horrible calamity, catastrophe happening soon in your prediction that you can only base off your experience? I'll listen to you. If you have a warning for me that in my lifetime some 42 months of horrible ordeal will occur, I'd like you to warn me about that.
I know you know about the New World Order.
Millions of times throughout history.
Yeah, but we're really getting close. We're really getting close. Now, I don't know.
This is the most important part of this continuous cycle.
Just as a point of moderation, I feel like every time she bots to get into something, you come in.
I know
it's like a purposeful domination tactic or something, but it's really,
it's really, it's like, whoa.
I just feel that every time I make a point, like what was I talking about before? She said, well, there's going to be a period of 42 months. That had nothing to do with anything I said. So I feel like every time I catch her,
you were talking about the point of the Bible, the point of the Bible. And I was saying that studying the scriptures, I see the New World Order in the scriptures, and I see it. They get it for 42 months.
Well,
and I see.
Go
ahead.
Well, I was going to say the literal point of the Bible, the gospel, it means the good news, the evangelion, right? This is the good news. And you ask yourself when you approach the Bible fundamental, you have to you're asking what can this sort of give me? You have to ask and pray for discernment.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you approach the Bible open-minded and with an open heart, and you have to pray upon these things for your knowledge and the wisdom that is contained within the book to align and have sort of divine discernment that is given to you. So don't
way ahead of you. I don't know how you got that opinion that I needed to hear that, because I said that. And by the way, I did remember how this all played out. She said, you need to go back to the beginning. And I said, what is the beginning? She said, Genesis. And I said, what, you don't think I've read Genesis? Then I wanted to describe that I get 7 levels of entendre out of Genesis. I think it's incredible how much is packed into just the first chapter of the Bible. Blows my mind. Utter respect for it. And then instead of continuing on that, she wants to tell me about a doomsday prophecy that might have already happened, but wants to insist that it might be coming soon, so watch out. It's like, what does that have to do with you? You directed the conversation to Genesis. Now I respond to you. It failed, so now some sort of weird non-sequitur.
Did you leave out the part
red tape?
What the whole point of the book was? I think you left that part out. Are you drinking by any chance?
Oh my god.
Well,
I mean,
I'm just asking because you seem
that's
like a
ridiculous.
little. Well, you seem a little edgy, and
So
I
you're
don't
thinking that's
understand. This is
not
our.
okay.
This is what's that? I mean, I mean no disrespect. I'm not trying to duel it out with you. You're asking me questions, and you just. It
Okay,
seems like you torpedo. It seems like
are
you keep
you high?
reporting.
Are you high? Because I'm trying to have a conversation with someone who stays on one
No,
point
I'm
and
not.
resolves it. And you sound like a high person who can't stay on one topic and responds to me
Well, I
completely
know.
off-topic
I'm
with everything
high.
you say.
I'm about to get high.
That's the rule.
Becky.
What's up, Becky?
Hello,
Becky.
beautiful people. It's so lovely to hear all your voices.
Hey,
I'm high as
you.
shit,
Long
man.
time.
How we doing, Becky?
We're doing well. I'm just about to have some cannabis.
There we go. Me too. Me too.
Jeremy.
Oh
Let's
boy, it's
go.
illegal in my country.
Uh-oh.
They
Oh, it's
just made it
illegal here
legal.
too. Please don't dob me in.
No,
We're
it's
calling the
not,
cops right now
Matthew.
on you, Becky.
It's against federal law, not state law.
They're coming for me and my bong.
They just made it legal in my state a little while ago in New York.
Oh, we need to celebrate that. Anyway, I'm so sorry for interrupting the conversation. Please carry on.
No, it's a very nice interruption.
It's going in your file though.
Can I chime in for a sec?
What do you got?
My good buddy Matthew is shown up, and I wanted to ask him something if I could, real quick.
Sure. Holler at your boy.
As long as the question isn't why are you a Satanist? Is that
Matthew, I was going to ask you a couple months ago. I asked you about Genesis 1:14 to 19, and you kind of deflected back to Genesis 1:12, which is fine. But I think a lot of people who think we live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball or a globe don't understand where evangelicals who have become stationary plane of existence or water worlders or biblical cosmologists, some of you would call us flat earthers. It says in Genesis 1:16, and God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. Matthew, we've talked about this before, and I don't want to. I've learned not to get upset with you because you are who you are, just like I am who I am. And God made two great lights. So it doesn't say in Genesis 1:16 that God made one light to shine upon the other light to give it light. It said that God made two great lights. So in other words, he made the moon and he made the sun, and God made two great lights, which would indicate that they are self-illuminating. What would you say to that?
Amen.
What would you say to
Amen.
that?
Praise God.
What would you say to that, Matthew?
I would say that is a interpretation, and that not everybody would agree with that interpretation. That some people would say that a light could be light because it's reflective.
So you wouldn't take Genesis 1:14 through 19 literally. When it says in 16, and God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also, and God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. So to you that doesn't rule out planets and galaxies and a sun 93 million miles away and a moon 238,000 miles away. It's that still means that the sun gives light to the moon, and the moon is 238,000 miles away. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Right. Exactly.
Okay. Well,
Right.
I appreciate your honesty. We'll agree to disagree, and thank you.
Let me ask you this: do you think a headlight would count as a light? Like if you were trying to figure out what lights mean?
You're moving into a direction that has really nothing to do with what I asked you.
No, it does. I'm just saying that I would say that a headlight is a light, but technically, if you look closely at how headlights are designed, they usually reflect against the back of the headlight, the mirror part, so they can aim it. So headlights are actually reflective lights, but I would still call them lights.
Matthew, you do a real good job of doing that, and I appreciate you for
bringing up
being.
the relevant information.
I appreciate you for being able to deflect so as well as you do. But I'll stay with Genesis 1:16, and God made two great lights. So thank you.
Well,
Thanks,
so
Matthew.
when you asked about reflective lights, and I brought up an example of a reflective light, you would call that deflecting?
Yeah,
I'm talking about God's word and how He created two great lights, because God made two great lights, and
I agree.
You decided to go a different direction. So
No, I agree.
I appreciate you, Matthew. We disagree on the Bible, and that's fine. We disagree on many things when it deals with the shape of the ground we walk on and the sky above. And I've decided to make peace with you and move on.
Thanks, appreciate it. Nice to hear from you, Jim. It's been a while.
Yeah.
The thing about a headlight, though, Matthew, like a headlight does have reflective mirrors in it, like you said, but it is a light. Like when it energizes the electrical coil, and then boom, it emits light. It's the reflection. The reflectors might help to reflect that light. So in terms of creating a light, I don't see how that could in any way be a reflection, because
The correct analogy
a
would
light
be
is a source of light. Like usually when we talk about a light, that is a source of light that's emitting luminosity. So the moon, in a perspective that it's only reflecting, it's not emitting its own luminosity. It would just be a reflector in that sense. So how do you see that fitting into the category of a light?
I can answer that with the biblical concept.
Yeah, go ahead.
A biblical side of it. I would say that the light was created in the first few verses, or when he says, "Let there be light," day one. And that when he gets to the creation of the sun, the moon, and the stars, he doesn't talk about light from the stars. So he's talking about objects in the sky. And I would even parallel that to the other days. 1, 2, and 3 are light, water, and then earth. And then 3, 4, 5, and 6 are going back and expounding objects on those. So you have sun, moon, and stars. Then you have fish and birds on day 5 are mirroring day 2, and then you have beasts on the ground and the separation in the dry land mirroring 3 and 6. And so I would say that when he makes the sun, the moon, the stars, he doesn't call them that. He calls it a greater light, lesser light, and stars. He doesn't say the stars have light, but we know the stars have light. So did he create another light? Or did he just make the lights work in a way to where we would see the symbols of those light? A moon is a symbol of a light, moonlight, full moon, new moon, but it's a symbol of light. I don't know if stars are reflective. I don't know if stars have their own source of light. I would say that on the fourth day, biblically, it's not the actual light source. The light source was created on one. It's just the way we interpret it with these objects. So for signs, seasons, and things like that. So he happened to make the moon reflective. That doesn't change. And I don't know if the moon's reflective. I'm not saying the moon is definitely reflective. I don't know. I haven't been up there. I'm just saying that doesn't change my Bible view if I find out it is reflective later, because the light was made on day 1. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I think it's fine to call to say that a light is just something that is light, whether it's reflective or creating its own light or whatever. I wouldn't read more into it than is there, I guess.
And I would say that harmonizes with the scriptures. It wouldn't. That's all my point was, is that you could. I feel as though you read those scriptures, and either one could walk away with that viewpoint because it doesn't change the meaning of those scriptures. God still created light on day 1. God still created everything else in the sky on day 2. Our understanding of it might be very minuscule because God is great, but he still created them.
So if you were to shine a flashlight at a wall and look at the light on the wall, would you call that a light?
No, that doesn't make sense.
Okay, then how are you able to call the sun that you believe is reflecting off the moon a greater and lesser light, creating two?
Because in that case, everything's darker and it sort of stands alone, and so it looks more like a light in that case.
If someone was shining a bright light against a wall and asked me which light do you think is greater, which one is lesser, I would say, well, the wall is reflective, so that one seems lesser. The flashlight seems greater. If they put those specific parameters on it, I would say, yeah, that one's greater, that one's lesser.
But
And
okay, but
so God doesn't use the word.
You're calling the reflection a light, then?
Okay, if you're using the terms greater and lesser, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't. Again, I'm not. When I read in Genesis, when it talks about the objects being put in the sky, I don't think it's figurative objects. I think it's literal objects. I think the light part is the figurative part. He's saying these are the greater and lesser light are the sun and moon, and the stars that rules the seasons and times, so that we as humans can determine when the cycle is happening in our lifetime, and that the light source is not the important part of that scripture. The light source happens on day one, and it wins out the darkness. Basically, God said, "Let there be light," and he divides the light from the darkness. And I can't honestly say, I can't argue that a darkness is a thing. Okay, people say it's the absence of light. Okay, but maybe God did make darkness a thing. Do you get what I'm saying? There was a darkness in the Egyptians where they could feel the darkness. Okay, I've never felt darkness, but that's pretty stinking scary. So we're using a God-given idea, translated to Moses, who wrote it down in his own words. Again, I'm just saying that to say it absolutely is specifically one thing versus another thing is not reading the importance of the scriptures the way I think we should see it. We should just look at it basically as God created it the way we look up and see it. I don't know what the moon is. I can't say for an absolute fact it's reflective or a source because I've never been there.
I think you go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, you're right. I should have wrapped it up. I was rambling, but I would just say I wouldn't go as far as to say my way is absolutely what this scripture is saying. I would say that you could look at it either way and still get the point across that God created it for us to look up and see. That's it. Yeah.
I'm not on my 1 year anniversary yet of my knowing that we live on a stationary plane of existence. It was around November 1st last year. So, I never really looked into the sky to see which way the moon, the lit part or the illuminated part of the moon was pointing. But in late February and late May, when the moon was a little bit past its first quarter, maybe a quarter to 2/3 where you can see it. It was in the afternoon, and the lit part or the illuminated part was looking up at about 1:30 if the moon was a clock, and the sun was, especially in February, was getting a little bit lower, and it was around 5:30 if it was a clock on the moon. So the lit part of the moon, the illuminated part of the moon in late February and late May were not pointing towards the sun. And, that's not even getting into the adverse square law. But it wasn't that. So I was out August 8th and I noticed it, and I put a video on it at 39 minutes after the hour in the chat section, where I noticed when I went out to do an errand that the lit part of the moon was pointing at about 2:30, and the sun was moving away. In our jargon, it was moving away and not setting. It was about 5:30. So the illuminated or lit part of the moon wasn't looking towards the sun; it was self-illuminating. And I just encourage people when the moon and the sun are out during the same time when the sky is blue. You'll see that in the afternoon, maybe 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. If you see that, see where the lit or the illuminated part of the moon is pointing in relation to where the sun is. And if it's not looking directly at the sun, then you have to ask your question, is the moon self-illuminating? And obviously I'm a big believer in Genesis 1:16 now. And what I saw in late February and late May and August 8th proves it, that the moon is self-illuminating. Thanks.
I hear you on that. My understanding of that, how that's working, well, like it's similar. Like for example, on a globe model, they claim the Earth is going around the sun, and then that's the ecliptic. So the plane of the Earth going around the sun is what they refer to as the ecliptic. And then the moon orbiting around the Earth is tilted 5 degrees, is what they say. So their explanation for that is because the orbit of the moon around the Earth is actually tilted 5 degrees. So sometimes it's going to be lit, angled upwards a little bit to the like upper right, like you were saying, or a little bit to the lower right. It's going to be kind of angling up or down. On a planar stationary Earth with the sun and the moon above, the plane of the sun above the plane of the Earth would then be the ecliptic. And then the moon's circuit could be also tilted 5 degrees to that. So it's like the plane of the sun going above the plane of the Earth, and then the 5 degree tilt would be tilted to that plane of the sun, which means that sometimes, the sun and the moon both above just the planar Earth, the sun and the moon, like sometimes the moon would be a little higher than the sun, and then it would have that angled downwards. Sometimes it'd be a little bit lower, angled wise. Even though above you, it could still look like you could still point over there and be like, oh yeah, the sun's over to the right, the moon's over here, and the illuminated part of the moon might be angling upward or downward. That may be because the moon is actually above or below the sun in its position to the sun, but when you're down on the Earth, you can't really tell that one's at a slightly higher or lower altitude. And then just the last thing I'll say with that is that I don't think the moon is reflecting the light of the sun, but I do think that the moon fluoresces its light in its position to the sun. So I do think that the two are correlated in that sense, if that makes sense.
Thanks. Yeah, I just encourage people to, when the moon and the sun are out at the same time, especially in the afternoon, it can happen in the morning as well. They just change places. But in the afternoon, if you happen to be out 2-3 o'clock and you see it, just kind of look at it and, just kind of make up your own mind. And
I agree. And one thing you can do is hold something round up to where the moon is and see if it has the same shadow. Like hold a basketball or a golf ball right next to the moon, and then see if the terminator looks the same.
What I found fascinating, then I'll be quiet. There was an astronomer. It was about a 25-minute video I saw 3-4 days ago. Obviously, it was on Flat Earth channel. But the astronomer said, if you take away your confirmation bias, which means most people are globe believers, like I was for 98% of my life, that if you take away your confirmation bias, that everything has to be a globe, because you got to run back to your bias. If you take that away, and knowing that we don't experience motion and we don't experience curvature, when we're down here on Earth, that it's 50-50, whether we're on a stationary plane of existence or a globe. I found that relatively interesting that an astronomer would say that we need to remove our confirmation bias, obviously our ego, pride, reputation, indoctrination, Stockholm syndrome, and cognitive dissonance. But if we removed our confirmation bias, maybe it's 50-50, whether it's flat or a globe. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, sure. It can all be interpreted geocentric. Yeah, and there's a lot of cosmologists. Even when the heliocentric model was initially starting to be pushed, there's a lot of cosmologists that were saying, that the coordinates systems are interchangeable because they were being pushed into this heliocentric system. So it was sort of a foreign transition. And so there are all those comparisons between them and how the coordinate systems can be mapped over each other and can be interpreted in different ways. Essentially, you could almost say heliocentrism is just a philosophy about the sky. At the end of the day, the whole thing is a philosophy about what the sky is. But I'll pass the mic, but I just wanted to say real quick, I just wanted to post this image, kind of explains what I was talking about. Now that puts a globe in the middle. So instead of that, it would have to be like a planar stationary Earth just under that. But it just shows the two lunar nodes, which is what happens when they intersect is when we get an eclipse. But it just shows how the sun and the moon could have that slightly tilted circuits to them and could explain, if the moon is fluorescing its light in its position to the sun above the planar Earth, as well as would be in the heliocentric model. Except in the heliocentric, they're just saying that it's the light reflecting, whereas my understanding of it is more that the moon is fluorescing its light in the direction of the position of the sun. I think more through an electromagnetic relationship, but it just shows how that angle of the moon would correlate with the fact that sometimes it looks like it's kind of higher than the moon and the light is angling down, and then other times it looks like it's lower and the light is angling up. So I just wanted to post that little graph that just kind of shows the two circuits being at slightly different positions.
Gio, it's really interesting that you just posted that, because I just watched a 4-minute video with Eric Dubay, because I'm trying to learn the calendar, and I use Genesis 1, 14 through 16. So when somebody said that, I was like, I perked up. And so the guy that I'm learning the calendar from, he always tells me that the stars are going rotating counterclockwise, in the moon and all the other stuff. And I'm like, I'm not crazy. I live in Florida on the West Coast, and the moon moves clockwise for me, and the stars are moving. Like I see Orion's belt, the planets, they're moving to the right. And then this 4-minute video, I'll pop it in there, with Eric Dubay. He says that, let me see where my notes are. He says, if you're facing north, the stars are going to be turning counterclockwise. If you're facing south, they're going to rotate left to right, clockwise. And then if you're facing east, they rise in front and set behind you. And if you're facing west, they rise behind you and set in front of you. So it really put it in perspective, because he's got all these little, it really is your perspective. So I'll post that. It was really interesting that you just said that.
Yeah, so Blaze, it's interesting. You talk about left and right and that type of thing. That's why it's more helpful to talk about clockwise and counterclockwise. And so when you hear people say that the stars are rotating counterclockwise, they mean if you're looking at the North Star. If you look at the North Star, then everything goes counterclockwise around that, with that being the center.
Well, but I can tell you one thing. The Ursa Majors that rotates every single day around the North Star, it goes counterclockwise.
Right.
Everything
goes counterclockwise around the North Star.
Well, but I mean, this one does it every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4.9 seconds every day. Yeah.
Right.
So, but like, how do you explain that on a globe? Because if we're traveling, 1,000 miles an hour and then through alleged space, how does that work? How does it stay on course?
The distances involved. So those stars are so far away that the speed of the Earth around the solar system and the solar system through the galaxy are negligible in comparison. So yeah, it ends up being about the same.
But I mean,
can I add something to that?
Yeah, but have you looked through a P900?
I've looked through a telescope, which is better.
Well, I mean, and you really think that they're that far away?
I do.
Of course they are.
Well, the question is, and that we run into on a daily basis just about, is you got that rotation in the northern hemisphere. And when you look south, there's another point of rotation down there. And the question to that is difficult to answer for flat Earth, is how does that happen?
No, it's land corridor in perspective. So if you got a drone run over your head, the drone's flying 399 feet, which is the legal limit in the United States. If you tell it to go due east, it's still going to be at 399 feet over your head, but it's going to eventually disappear into the horizon because of perspective, right? So just like any light above your head, the further away you get from it, there's going to be like a point to where it all kind of converges into like the distance, right? We'll call it like the horizon, right? So if you see that there's stars over there in that direction, that just probably means that there's more land that you can walk over to in that direction. So if someone told me, hey, there's more land up north, like we're not allowed to go there, I can remember in the past, looking at the maps in the 80s, and yeah, it's where Santa Claus lives, in the North Pole, but you look at the map now, and it's just a great giant ocean. There is no North Pole cap on Google Earth, right? But I know that if you walk in that direction, it looks like a hallway, But if you can imagine a hallway with all the lights on, and this corridor has a bunch of doors, and each door has a light, if you could, hypothetically spin that hallway, that's what the northern and solar polar regions would look like. So I think it's just it's obviously due to perspective that we get this, phenomenon that we call a polar region. If we were to move in that direction, those stars would eventually, instead of being like in a, corridor-esque, perspective-bound twirl, like they would, eventually be over our heads rather than off in a polar region. So I think it's obvious to me that due to perspective, that just shows that there's, a whole lot more land or area to go in that direction. Now, if you say there's more land to the south, I would say, yeah, there's probably more land to the south. And what would happen if you went south? Well, eventually that polar region of the sky would open up into a bigger region over our heads, and there would be another polar region in that direction, and there'd probably be more land.
Probably.
So it's not that hard to... No, there's no probably. There's more land. North and south of here.
So nobody's ever seen this land? There's no evidence for
Talking
it?
about Antarctica, bro. Talking about Antarctica and the North Pole. What? Hold on. You're a Christian, right, Matthew?
Land, add all the square kilometers of each continent, country, city, whatever the hell you got, all the land that you know of, that you think you know of. Google all the fucking sizes, kilometers squared. Put them on a little fucking piece of paper and see if it is bigger than the 8,000 kilometers that it's supposed to be for the globe in radius. Do you understand that? Yeah.
Matthew, you're Christian, right? Where does Santa Claus live? Show me on Google Earth.
Oh, Santa Claus doesn't exist.
What? You're a Christian, bro. You don't teach your kids about Santa Claus?
No.
No?
I try
well
not
done,
to lie
Matthew.
to my children.
Well done to all of you who have neglected the mushroom-ridden hairy guy that crawls through your kitchen.
Doesn't the Bible say you could never measure the earth?
Oh.
No, we can measure the earth.
But it says you
Find
can't.
the edge of it with the 20-foot pole.
Why does the Bible say you can't? Is it like it's a metaphor, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it's a metaphor if we're talking about the knowledge of the earth, like deep knowledge of the understanding of everything. So, yeah, we don't know as much as God does, obviously.
Because the earth can't be measured. What does that have to do with knowledge?
It's talking about the knowing the earth, like in its full extent.
Do you have a verse? I'm not familiar with what you're referring to.
Yeah, just a sec.
Also, we can't
It's in
measure
Job.
the earth. There's also that.
Just real quick on the southern stars.
The only way you could measure the earth is if you're using a different definition for measure than the literal actual definition of measure.
Well, there's
So
also
for one in Jeremiah.
I would agree with that.
Who can
Hey,
measure the
Geo's.
lines of the earth? Job
Geo's
38.
trying to get in. Go ahead, Geo.
No, that's all right. If they wanted to go on, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
there's a
the
couple
answer
different
to that
topics
question
at
is only God. Only God can measure the earth. No man could.
Yeah, so Geo was going to bring up the answer to the Southern Stars thing, but I'd be interested in what's it say.
Yeah, there's kind of multiple topics. It's cool. No, you guys can go on this. I'll hold step back.
Well, I'll just go say, so Jeremiah 31 says, "Thus saith the Lord, if heaven above can be measured and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith the Lord," which obviously he's saying that it can't be done because he would never do that. But anyway, Gio, you can go ahead. You're asking about
if someone wanted to respond to that, yeah, well, because I was going to go back on the Southern Stars.
And
Yeah,
Job
I was
38.
actually.
I had a little
Job
trouble
38
actually
says,
understanding
who
what he
can
said.
measure the lines of the earth?
Kind of quick.
Nobody.
I actually knew, Geo, that you had. I kind of said that on purpose because I knew you had something you wanted to say about it.
Yeah, well, my internet connection dropped out, so I had to reboot my computer. So, that's why I didn't quite know where the conversation had gone.
Oh, okay.
Because it cut out right at the end when you said that about the Southern Stars.
You didn't hear what I said?
But the other topic, yeah, about measuring the earth. So yeah, Witsit just quoted that.
No, I gave an explanation why the northern and southern polar region appear the way that they do.
But why does it look like there's a circle going around the stars in the south, though?
You hear that? Yeah, so I think just like a hallway, the way the perspective works, that all those stars in the distance appear to be converging upon a single point, right? But if you were to like walk south, right, in that direction towards the southern polar region, it would open up just like a hallway would. The light that was converging in the middle would eventually be over your head and under your feet, right? Well, not under your feet, but you get what I'm saying. And as the light is going over your head and keep going further south, eventually it's going to converge in the other direction, right? And you won't be able to see the North Pole star eventually if you keep going far enough. And the stars will just keep opening up and closing, kind of like a wormhole, if you can imagine, right? Because of the way the perspective works. And think about, you got a drone 400 feet above your head, you fly it to the east, like it disappears on the horizon, right? And if you had like a swarm of drones like everywhere, they would just disappear in like this one spot. So the stars in the south are just like that because of perspective. And if we were to walk south, those stars would like open up and be above our head. And then eventually they would, converge in the back if we kept going south.
Yeah, Larry, if you, like you said, if you were able to walk backwards all the way down to Antarctica, going south, and you were able to walk backwards with east always being on your right and west being on your left, obviously when you got down equator, 10 degrees south, 20 degrees south latitude, there are some people who say you could still see the Polaris or the North Star. But as you keep walking backwards with the with east being on your right and west being on your left, you keep walking backwards, and obviously you'll lose Polaris because of perspective and vanishing point, and you'll open up a whole new bunch of stars that you never saw before.
So, respectfully, that doesn't answer the question. I don't personally find that to be satisfactory. I don't know. It's not clicking with me. I don't see how that would give you no one's disputing that perspective would cause you not to see Polaris. So,
yeah,
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the stars look like they go in a circle around a central point.
What do you think it is?
Well, I think what Hank was like, it made me think of the way the sun rises and sets, over a planar Earth. It's going to rise and set. It's going to approach because it's coming from a distance. Due to perspective, it's going to then rise above you and then set. In the same way, you could say like Polaris does that. Like if you were right under Polaris, that would be like the high noon point of Polaris. And then as you go out, it would be setting, so it's getting more and more angled. The declination angle is getting lower and lower. And then once you get to a point where you can't see Polaris, that's like Polaris has set. Just like the way the sun sets in a similar way, because you're so far away from it, Polaris has set. And then let's say you're looking at Sigma Octantis. And I think kind of what the vibe of what I was getting from what Hank said is if you were to keep going towards Sigma Octantis, it would rise in declination and eventually it would be above your head. And now Polaris would be it'd be beyond out of the, gone. And then you would be at another polar region, of whatever's under Sigma Octantis. Is that kind of what you were describing?
Yes.
Like that kind of
like
idea?
corridors, long corridors of light in the sky because there's more land. And if we keep going that way, it'll be like a tunnel, like the one star that was, in the cluster, right, is now above our head. And then you keep going in that direction, and then eventually it sets. And then there's a new star that's in the cluster in front of you, and a new star above your head.
Well, then we would be able to constantly find like new regions of apparent rotation around a central point. Then, so you're saying
it's all due to perspective.
There'd be a new one pop up constantly.
Yeah,
I don't.
Due to perspective.
I don't get it.
A new set of stars above your head, the further south you go. It makes sense to me.
So, what way are they actually moving?
The stars aren't moving, you would be moving, but they're going to move due to perspective where you are on Earth.
But Hank, would you say there's two rotations, sort of like two vortexes? Like, are you saying there's actually two physical?
No, there's one rotation.
Like two blades of a fan, whereas the center of the one is Polaris and the other would be Sigma Octantis. describing, even though you're saying you'd walk towards one or the other, they would rise and set due to declination. But are you also saying that they are actual two different rotations, two different vortexes?
No, I think it's the same set of stars. They're all rotating in the same direction.
Yeah, east to west, right, Larry?
Yeah.
That
that's
doesn't
right.
answer the question. East to west doesn't answer why it goes in a circle around a central point.
Well, I just think it's due to perspective.
I used to say the same thing. That's not. It doesn't answer it though. Like I've seen time lapse from Australia from a flat earther. There's a central revolution, if you will. Well, why does everything go around a central point? In my opinion, flat earther would have to provide something significantly more satisfactory than that.
Do you have something good with it?
Oh yeah, you can literally just use a container to show that happen. You can literally just use like different types of container. The little dome model perspective idea isn't terrible. Magnetic holography, there could be two actual sets of stars as well, based on like you could look up a solenoid magnetic field. You would actually have two separate rotations. So there's a lot of options, but just saying perspective isn't one of them.
Well, I would wager that the southern stars are a reflected arrangement of the northern star field. Of course, on like some kind of surface or dome or refractive quality of the air. But one way to disprove this obviously would just be to take zenith observation of the southern pole rotation, but we can't get there. So
yeah, if you could get a 9-degree zenith, but I mean we can't. What's up?
Are you talking about the little dome Jaren did that one time with the laser and shit?
Oh no, wait a minute! Stop right there, you guys. Solarium can get to the South Pole. We can use Solarium, right?
I mean, I've seen there was a video a long time ago that got taken down where somebody actually found several sets of stars that were literally opposites from the north. So they were just like reflected, inverted. And I was pretty astonished by the evidence that was brought forth, but I don't have that footage anymore. And all I know is that the southern stars are somewhat dimmer than the north. So it kind of like logically follows at least the premise.
Yeah, so there could be some kind of effect happening with whatever is acting as the container. There could be magnetic holography, and there could be two sets of stars. But just saying, like, when I walk to the other side of the road and it looks like the cars are going the opposite way, or when I see the 6 on my ceiling and then I turn around, it's a 9, that does not answer it. I'm just saying, like, that doesn't answer it. So, like, flat earthers, you can say many things, but it's actually more detrimental to not address. Like, all the stars move east to west. This is what I used to say this, right? I used to say clockwise and counterclockwise are just directions relative to perspective. They're simply apparent rotations, but all the stars move the same direction, east to west, right?
Yeah, that's not a good look.
It's not a good look because I've now seen pretty verified star rotation, right? So, like if there's like legit star rotation around a central point in the sky looking south, then perspective does not answer that. East to west doesn't answer that.
Yeah.
So, I'm just saying. I mean, I'm obviously coming from a good place as I am clearly a flat earther. So,
well, because there's actually stars in that. Let's say counterclockwise, or let's say clockwise in the south. There's actually stars in that are moving west to east. Technically, if you wanted to say that, because they're going in a circle, meaning that there's stars going right to left and there's stars going left to right, both. Sort of like if you have a vortex, you have like on the top, you have the stars are going from the left to the right, but once they meet all the way to the right, the ones that are circling around Sigma Octantis, let's say, once those hit all the way to the right, now they're going, because the whole thing's going clockwise, now they're coming from the left to, underneath to the, or sorry, from the right to the left. So they're literally going from the west to the east, at least from your perspective.
If you were to take a star trail of the northern hemisphere, some of the stars at some point would be going to the right and other ones would be going to the left. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, because they're circling the pole.
So what's the best thing you got? You said a couple things with it. What do you got? What do you think?
It's either the container is causing it to look that way, and all the stars are going in a rotation around a single point, Polaris, and then the actual container, due to like convexity, it coming down would cause it, or it's literally two sets of stars within a magnetic field.
I think it's the container combined with the medium that's up there.
Sure.
I would
I mean, that would be
two sets
intrinsic.
of stars, of course. I'm always talking about the two sets of stars being something that the people that I've talked to that I think, like my friend Ewan, like I always mentioned, he seems to know the stars better than most people I've met, as far as like just having them in his head. And he thinks that from the very beginning, the two sets of stars is something that might have been like misinformation that's been injected into flat Earth just to keep the argument going. Because if there are two sets of stars and you could actually show them separating from each other out past Easter Island or on the other side far enough to see them separating, which he seems to think is just a fact, then you could prove that there's no way it's a ball. And in fact,
why
there
don't
are.
we go do that?
Yeah, exactly. You'd have to get out past Easter Island and have the money and permission to do so. But that was
you don't need permission to go past Easter Island.
I would say ultimately the stars follow the magnetic flux lines of the medium that they're in, ultimately. So I understand why they claim it fits on a globe. I totally get that idea. If the Earth was a globe, yeah, it makes sense. You see a southern pole. It basically fits quite well for the globe model. Doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. It just means that it fits that.
Actually, it does. It's one of the proofs, actually.
Oh my gosh, that was so profound. Oh my gosh.
Because I mean, you guys are coming up with all these really complicated models trying to explain a very simple observation that basically shows a globe.
What do you mean, like all the times that we have observations that debunk the globe?
You don't have a single observation that debunks the globe. You just misunderstand a whole bunch of stuff.
So this is the thing, right? You have a double standard where you're going to interrupt me, by the way. Where whenever we have things that we need to try to figure out an explanation for, that's unacceptable, right? If we have to come up with any alternative possibilities. But you can literally say, oh, look, there's something called dark matter, dark energy. The expansion's changing. Oh, never mind. We need more dark energy. Never mind. It's not expanding.
Dark matter.
Oh, Polaris is 100 light years closer. You can change everything, though, right?
Energy have nothing to do with the movement of stars in the sky on Earth. And whether Polaris is 100 million or 300 million or however far away it is, that has nothing to do with its movement in the sky.
But I'm not saying I'm talking about in general, right? As a general premise, you're allowed to just make up anything, right? And whenever your model's proven wrong, you have the luxury of, well, you get to just make up a brand new thing 500 times. But if we have to ever speculate, then that means we're stupid, we're wrong, globe proved, right? You have a very hypocritical standard. That's what I'm elucidating.
Without your dark matter, you have nothing.
Well, I would say another way.
Just the fact that the southern stars are making that rotation, and the fact that if the stars were really far away, I'm sure a lot of us have seen. I probably even have it. I could pull it up. There's that one animation where it basically shows close and local stars to a globe, so they're actually not far away. But it does generally show, if you put close and local stars around a globe, you would get that rotation in the south. At the equator, they'd be coming over you and slightly diverging, and then in the south, you would get that kind of funnel of the stars going to the south. But just because that's the case doesn't mean that absolutely is proof that the Earth is a globe. That's what I was saying originally. So I see how that association can be made, and it is an association. But the truth is, you often have to look deeper to actually find beyond just one explanation.
Yeah, because we have a million things that show the model to be wrong, right? So there's obviously something else going, like a magnetic field, right? I just dropped a picture from Steinmetz's book from 1911, right? Showing very potentially what's going on. I'm building a ferrocell actually. You can look at it yourself. You can build a ferrocell and look at it. I mean, it's not like we don't know this is a thing. So objectively how it works. It's how magnetic fields work. So
you put that in Livestream one.
Yeah.
Don't you think another way that we could tell for sure is that if there are constellations in the south that are too different to be a reflection of the North Stars, or just an optical illusion of the same exact stars, then it seems like there are different constellations in the south. Now, there's one channel that I found called No Fanfare that had an idea about how he went through Stellarium and matched up the constellations, saying that it could be that the south has these same constellations, but they're stretched in a different way. That makes them seem like different constellations. They're actually the same ones stretched in a different way.
That
So you
seems
have
like
to
a
go.
stretch.
Yeah, that does seem like a stretch. So, but if they're different constellations, different set of stars, that shouldn't be too hard to figure out, even if you can't get past Easter Island far enough to see them separate. But I don't think E1's just coming up with that, like, oh, I think they might separate. He seems to think that's something that it's knowable. So I'll have to
He needs
get
to
him back.
formulate a hyper-specific way to test it, though. That's what he needs to do then.
Yeah,
Because I can't stamp it. Like, for me, I can show a GIF with a little paperweight. It shows it. I'm like, okay. You know, like for me, that's the safest
assuming
bet
the
when I'm
lensing
in a
effect
debate.
That's assuming that the lensing effect is consistent enough that it's always like that. If that illusion would have to be always that way, and it would have to be about perspective in a way of where you're standing. And you'd think that might be provable if it was because then we have to think, where's the lensing effect coming from? Is it coming from the dome? And do we
a
have
combination of the dome and then like whatever like superfluid like medium that seems to be there?
Right. Totally possible.
Real quick, what's it?
Easter Island's only 27 degrees
this pick
south.
You drop. Don't address him. Don't address him.
Yeah, I know, obviously.
This pick you drop. It's got the two circles, and then is that supposed to be the equator going vertically down it?
And
then
wouldn't be.
And then
you talking about what New Perspective posted?
No, the one Witsit posted at 12.
Well, they're similar, right? Like if you lay what I put over top of what he posted, you're gonna see that they're related. But he posted it at one. So his middle picture is the same picture from Steinmetz. It says
Who's the guy talking about Easter Island?
Secrets of Magnetism. Yeah. But that's actually a Steinmetz picture. That's from Steinmetz books.
Did you see that? Ken Wheeler put a video out yesterday with that exact picture, saying it's the most important diagram in the history of science.
Yeah, it is. But it is because of different reasons, right? But yeah, the idea being that it would translate from macro to micro, which divinity is simplicity. So this is in electric discharges, waves, and impulses. What's it called? And other something. But so,
but is that
which diagram are we talking about, please? Thank you.
It's what I just
electrical field of circuit diagram.
Here's what Ken Wheeler said. This is the single most important diagram in the universe. Yes, really. First seen in 1917 book by C.P. Steinmetz. To fully grasp this diagram is to understand magnetism, dielectricity, force, inertia, space, electricity, and the conjugate nature of the entire universe, and actually even more. The dotted lines represent dielectric inertia or capacitance. The solid lines represent the magnetic lines of force. This diagram is also the field geometry around conventional AC lines outside your house. Likewise, this diagram is also the field geometry one would see in the cross-section of any and all magnets. This is also a skeletonized representation of the cross-section of both a torus and a hyperboloid superimposed upon one another. I'd like to post a video on this topic tonight and electricity. As a little secret insight, the two black dots on this diagram represent either a pair of conductors or the spatial terminator of the mass of a magnet. Yeah. And likewise, if you can imagine these two black dots merging together as one, then you would have the field diagram of a black hole.
All right, so how does this? Is it supposed to be like the dots on either side, or the rotation points in the sky, the north and the south?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it would be. Yeah, you'd have to move the land around a little bit, but if you look at the shipping routes, it actually doesn't mess up, which is interesting. So, like, if you can, all you have to do is actually look at transportation and shipping routes, right? And if you move the land around a little bit and all the shipping routes work, you can let the little globers run around and make up stories about their GPS. No one cares. So that's what we're doing. Like Camino Dell's doing the same thing. You can also try to figure it out with quadrupole. If you look at the thing, the other one on drop, it's got the red and the blue, and this is from Ken Wheeler's definition list. It shows that way you're able to see both of them, right? Like they're denoted red and blue. So the
video I just put in there shows how you can put the two electrodes into the water and it makes that same formation. It's just two sets of stars adjacent over a stationary flat Earth, just like we sense and observe in every way.
Yeah, but it would have to be more than 2, though. It would have to be 4.
Yeah, quadrupole. Yeah, that's it. But proof of that is interesting because I don't know that. I even asked E1 about that, and he says he doesn't see that there's there would be more celestial equators then. We only observe one from where we're at least.
Yeah, but
maybe
okay.
Magnetic pole lines of some sort, though, huh? I don't know.
Well, we do have like we clearly have a quadruple in my opinion. What's up, Jeremy?
Right.
So these, if those are the rotation points, I mean, this doesn't marry up to Earth though, because you could go all around the North Pole and like, you could be at one side of the the North Pole and you could still see the southern one.
What?
Okay, like somebody could be in Africa, or somebody could be on the other side in Mexico or something. And
okay, what you're saying is
you'd be able to see that you'd be able to see the southern stars. But
yeah.
According to this diagram, you'd be on like the far right side or something. Like I don't.
You're
get
saying
it.
It looks like they're too close, right?
No, not that. I'm just saying, like, if I'm okay, is this line going vertically down it? Is that supposed to be the equator?
No, the celestial equator, because the celestial equator and the equator are not the same lines.
Yeah.
How do you get the celestial equator?
The celestial equator is where the two sets of stars come together parallel before they separate and go off their different directions. So it's two adjacent sets of stars on either side of the sky, and
that runs right above the equator, right?
No, the one
it's
I just posted. It's like kind of a square map, but the one I just posted actually is from a P-Brain video, but it just shows the basic concept where you'd have stars at the equator and then the southern, northern rotations.
Right.
Just like it's just a vortex. Like if you drag a paddle through water or drag your hand through water, it creates two opposite moving vortexes behind in the wake.
And that makes sense. That makes sense as far as how we think that. I mean, just like the video that I posted with the two electrodes in the water, it does make that pattern. And same with like the metal shavings with two diode poles on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still don't get it. What am I looking at, Gio? What time did you post that?
Look at the one I just posted.
Gio, is this how stars work on this weather?
It was 22 after the hour, Jeremy.
I didn't hear you. What is it? 23?
22 after the hour. It's just showing. It's just from a P-Brain video. It's just showing like stars moving over the Earth in clockwise and counterclockwise, arc, antarc, and in the with the North Pole in the center. The thing about that, though, that would explain how you have the northern and southern. But the only thing is that there's southern stars that are seen in South America. There's southern stars. There's the same, in South Africa, Australia. So there are, and those points are all fixed. Like those Sigma Octantis, they're all fixed. It's not moving. Now, if it were moving, you could say, okay, that thing's moving along with the darkness. And then on an AE map, you could say, yeah, well, that's just the polar opposite of the light side that you're getting that rotation. But the rotation isn't actually moving. It's fixed.
Right.
So
that's why E1 thought
the only way on an AE map with all the continents going out like that is that there's actually four corners of the Earth, essentially four sections of the sky that are all mirrors of each other, meaning they're all the same. Like there's four Sigma Octantuses essentially. And whenever you go south, the thing is whether you'd be able to see them overlap would be interesting. Like if you went in the South Pacific or South Atlantic, to see whether they overlap. But because of the size of the Earth, you're only going to see one of them. So as you go south, you're getting closer to one of those four poles. And as you get closer to it, at some point, you're going to see Sigma Octantis. So are you seeing the same Sigma Octantis in all those locations, or are you seeing four corners that are essentially the same stars?
Well, like I said, E1 was suspicious of a few things that didn't seem right, and he left the discussion in 2016 to see if he could figure out how it really works on his own. But he thought that not only was the Southern Stars something people were overlooking from the start, but also the fact that maybe Australia is its own continent and its own little island that we could still have an ice wall of some sort, but that Antarctica could be proven to be its own little continent. And could be set up as like a red herring at some point where they're like, oh, Antarctica is now provable as its own continent. Flat Earth is dead. Or, The other thing is the AE map is wrong. If it's more like I'm posting his map again, if it is set up a little bit more like his continents are set up here, which he thinks is valid because of the monuments that line up with Orion's belt, and that's how he set up his continents. So if this is correct, then you wouldn't have to worry about the AE map contradiction of having them all pointed out towards different areas, and the southern stars work this way.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing nothing that matches up though. Like the thing you posted, Gio, that doesn't look like it would match up. Like you'd be seeing.
Did you see what I just posted?
Well, basically, take this one that I just posted, and just make, instead of 2 poles, instead of 3, like you have 1 in the center and 2 in the outer, you would just have 4. It would be a quadrupole system. So it'd be that the magnetic stars are actually moving along with the magnetic flux lines of the quadrupole, and at each southern location are those Sigma Octantis, set of stars. And whenever you get close to one of them, you're going to see one of them. So it would be like that, but with 4 of them.
Which is what all the data on the ground shows, by the way. So like all the magnetic data, like the flux data and the declination lines, all that shows us there's a quadrupole, and that there's actually like a pretty big area like missing. Like where the fourth quadrupole is starting to converge is missing.
Yeah, but
could there be a quadrupole magnetically, but then have the stars follow just like a electric pattern that's double instead of quad? Because if there was 4 sets of stars, you'd think that would be somehow provable, very easily showable somehow.
Well, that's just what I'm saying. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen a Pharaoh cell, bro? I know you have, right?
No, I know. No, but I'm saying if it is like that, you'd think that we could do some observations that would prove it's like that pretty easily.
Wait, okay, but think about it. So what are you seeing with the Pharaoh cell? Like you're seeing LED strips alongside like a optical flat lens, right? And then you have Pharaoh fluid. So like, what's in the sky? So like, really, what are the stars that we're perceiving, right? Like, is an optical effect of magnetic holography. If that's the case, then. See, that's why my top 2 answers is magnetic holography and the container itself combined with the fluid-like medium, and it could honestly be all of that combined. And I don't know, like I think there's a quadruple.
The one I just posted, just real quick, the one I just posted, that's called the Pierce quincuncial projection. Now, I'm not saying that's the exact layout, but it shows essentially how the continents, I mean, it's very similar to the AE map. It shows how the continents are all coming out, essentially like 4 spokes of a wheel. So, and then each one has the northern section and the southern. So essentially with that type setup, you would just have at each one of those southern squares, the corners, the one in South Africa, South America, Australia, and then the one that's kind of missing. There's like that whole 4th leg up, the upper left quadrant is sort of missing. Of course, Hawaii is in there, but that's a bigger question, whether there's more land there in the Southern Pacific. But if there's a southern octantis star rotation at each of these 4 corners, then you wouldn't really know whether it's 1 or whether it's 4, because whenever you get close to any one of them, you're going to see that one, but you can't. Now, maybe if you could get deep in the South Pacific or South Atlantic and you could see the overlap, or you could see 2 at once, that's a question that we'd have to see. But it also could be just so large that the rising and setting, the declination, as it were, of Polaris and of these southern stars is going to be that you can only see it in your local region. So you might think you're looking at the same southern pole of a globe, but really you're just looking at one of the 4 corners.
Yeah, that shit doesn't. You just said it yourself. You'd get to a point where you'd either see 2 of them, or if it's so big, you'd get to a spot where you're looking south, but you're not even looking at Sigma Octantis anymore, or whatever the fuck it's called, the southern thing, the point of rotation. Like you'd be looking south, and you wouldn't even be looking at it. Like,
I just want to point out, like,
I don't know.
Debate like purposes, in my opinion, Flight Earthers should just show the GIFs of the container. Like literally, they should just show the GIFs, and then we should talk about this together until we can figure something else out. But you shouldn't just say perspective. You shouldn't hand wave dismiss it. And I don't think that we should like you should never be in a debate and then be talking about this. That's just my opinion. Like, I'm never going to go to modern day debate and start talking about this, because there's so much to it that we would have to piece together. Like, I'm all for the conversation in here, but like, just so you know, I'm never going to go to modern day debate. I'm debating a BA MA physicist tomorrow. I'm not going to be saying this. You know what I mean? If he asks about Southern Star Trails, I'm going to say, look, here's a GIF, bro. You can show container with perspective relative to whatever medium's in there. Could I easily give you this effect? That's just my
what do
opinion.
you mean by the GIF of the container with perspective? What GIF are you talking about?
There's like 2 different GIFs. I don't think I have one saved, but like,
Post it. Yeah, I'm looking for something good here. I haven't.
okay.
Hey, we got Trouble About in the chat. Is she on right now? Trouble About to come.
Well, I mean, the
Clark.
thing is, though, I mean, for a globe Earth, the southern stars do fit on the globe model. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying about a debate point, like whether you want to, how to approach this. But I mean, I would say it's definitely in the top, maybe even the top 3 or top 5 things that globe Earthers. I mean, I remember back in the day, in the early days of the debates with like Bro Sanchez and on those channels, like on the YouTube debates before Discord even was a thing. And, that's what Tim Osmond and those guys would come in and just try to blow up and troll. But I mean, it was always the Southern Stars, like was one of the biggest ones that would just blow up the whole room. So, I mean, it is interesting and worth considering the explanation for what is occurring.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, if I'm in a debate,
because when you just give them the win like that, you're not using the exceptions. I mean, it appears to be consistent within certain latitudes of observation. You see what I mean? Like there are places we can't be to verify X, Y, and Z. So you can't give them a full win on that.
It does make, he's saying it, like the logic makes sense or whatever, but like what I'm trying to say, Gio, is when I'm in modern day debate, for example, like the first thing they brought up was the star trails. First thing they brought up. So we got 10,000 people that have seen it now or something. It's like my answer was to just share screen, pull the GIF up, and show like a paperweight over concentric circles, and you can show that it would do that. Because
you can also say that there's good reason to believe, in some people's opinion, that these are actually 2 separate star trails, and show them E1's map or whatever.
I think I mentioned that, right? I always mention it. I'm like, there are many possibilities. Magnetic holography. They always just say it's all word salad because they're stupid. They're just uninformed, But it's like, magnetic holography. There could actually be 2 sets of star trails, like with a solenoid or like a magnetic field in and of itself. And in fact, just the container could cause it. We can demonstrate that. And then I show the GIF, right, where it's like, okay, you said it's impossible on a flat Earth. I just showed 3 different ways it's possible. So we're gonna move on now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna talk to someone for an hour about does the sky split somewhere. Like we'd have to boil it down way more. And that's just my opinion, right? I mean, everyone's free to do what they want.
Well, I'm sure there's enough Globers in here that have already messaged your component for tomorrow, or your whoever you're debating tomorrow. They probably already DMing them. Make sure you go to the Southern Star Trails. He's only got this answer.
They have no idea who it is, and he's already created he's created better globe Earth arguments than any of them ever can. He already has them listed out. Yeah.
What channels are on
It's going to be on Jeranism. Jeranism's going to be live streaming. Yeah.
Go ahead, Gio.
What's that debate? Sorry, I missed which.
It's like a BA MA physicist sitting down with me, Hibbler from Hibbler Productions, Dave, and Jaren. He's presenting all his home run globe proofs, but it's going to be a cordial conversation. He's like a truther in many, many ways. Like he's organic. He didn't fall for the last 2 years. He sees through a bunch of lies, but there's 2 things he doesn't see through, and that's the moon landing, which is crazy, and then Yeah. Wow. So it's like going to be a cordial, respectful thing. It's not going to be like the Globers in here, where like NASA was jumping in, just insulting. This is a BA MA physicist that has become infatuated with the discussion and concedes that there are numerous things that are very interesting that are somewhat perplexing. And he's a field expert with pulse electromagnetic field theory, one of the leading proponents that proposed it. Yeah.
Probably a closet flat earther.
No, I don't think he is, but he's going through some serious cog dis, hence the infatuation with it. He's convinced himself that's what, they called me on there for maybe more like
looked into everything that Flat Earth actually says, or do you think he's going to straw man it?
Yeah, he's listened to Dave Weiss like numerous times. Okay. Right, so he's heard a decent amount of the real stuff. Like I said, it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool because there's a couple of things that most flat earthers haven't integrated that I've kind of begin to integrate that they don't know what to do. Like when they bring up like Coriolis and centrifugal effects, I just I just decapitate them as soon as it comes out of their mouth, saying that according to relativistic application, there would be a translation of motion to the interior of the system if the sky was actually moving around the Earth at a rest absolute frame of reference. According to Einsteinian application itself and his own words, due to the Machian principle, and that he had to integrate that principle into relativity to even invoke the Arthur Eddington experiment to supposedly prove the validity of relativity. So you have to throw that entire validation of relativity out if you don't integrate the principle of the Machian principle, which is that you would get centrifugal effect with a stationary Earth. Like there's no rebuttal. And flat earthers don't really say it. Like there is no rebuttal. Well, like other than for like NASA to scream that I quote mined it, because there is literally nothing to say. Relativity doesn't. It's just like the fact of the matter is relativity doesn't allow you to exclude geocentrism. That's what relativity is. It's the same thing with the translation of centrifugal force. So right there, I can go into the weeds with them for 2 hours about the pendulum, or I can just say that right there and it's over. And he's never heard that. You know what I mean? So that's one of his home runs, I'm guessing he thinks. But
are you going to bring up that? Are you going to bring up that Michael Brenner argument that from the comp that I made?
Yeah, we can. Their answer is just that the air moves in lockstep with the Earth, even though that's literally the opposite of what Coriolis claims. But they'll just say it anyway. So that's
they can't.
That's not what Coriolis claims. That's why there is Coriolis. What's it? Because
you can't even say it.
Yes, I can. I can say it because I'm laughing at you, Witsit.
Well,
that's just because of that's the reason. That's the reason.
That was really
I'm
bad.
being interrupted. How come I'm being interrupted?
Did
you guys
hear how bad he fell down the stairs?
Before you mute me when everyone interrupts me, I come in, I try to say something coherent, and I get interrupted.
Hey, Nasa, we all watched you laugh at me and then mute yourself. So stop lying. You didn't say anything. You stopped talking. You muted yourself.
Other people.
I get in here, I try to say something, and everyone jumps on me.
You're
and
lying.
No one gets
I watched you mute yourself. I watched you mute yourself.
Yeah, you came in with a ridiculing chuckle, so it's not a good way to start. But if you want to start over, we'll give you the floor. Go ahead.
But then you muted yourself, so you weren't saying anything. So stop lying.
Oh, fuck me. You guys aren't. Okay, I get a clear floor now? Okay. That's what. It's all about conservation momentum, Wits. Did you understand that? Or is that too. Do we need to get that into relativity or something?
Well, I understand that you. Yeah, I understand your model doesn't have an explanation for how the air would have to be going significantly faster proportionate to altitude increase.
Okay. But in the meantime, the air flowing around has to... Oh, here we go. See, I get interrupted.
Okay. That was your rebuttal?
Well, my answer is okay, but who cares? Because the air goes, it's not that much greater. And I mean, it's not that much greater.
But you don't have an answer. Okay.
You go up to the top of the atmosphere, it's still not rotating that much faster relative to.
Hey, I posted that comp if you want to look at it. Witsit and ask NASA to answer the question about their little quantity.
They can't even demonstrate conservation of momentum with a spinning sphere, 5 different directions going around something. How does that even work?
Yeah, just on the base of it, Coriolis, like let's just say everything that's claimed to be Coriolis is physically occurring. Let's just go with that for the moment. They're all very gentle movements. I mean, the movement they claim the Earth is that, yeah, like Demok just said, multiple different directions and all these speeds, but it's just like this gentle push, basically. The vortexual nature of the north and the south, the way that the clouds and the hurricanes work as the sun's coming through, the claim that the bullet does that as well. Pendulum, I mean, really it's linked to all that, but the pendulum as well. It's this gentle, and the fact that we're living in this stationary world with the sun, moon, and stars making a gentle movement seems pretty clear what it's connected to.
Yeah, I mean, the argument is from Frankfurt to Abuja, you would have 576 kilometers an hour, would be a 5.5 hour flight, and it would move 3,171.8 kilometers to the east, which means the plane would miss Abuja by that amount. And this is where you hear the atmosphere is part of the Earth and it moves in lockstep with it, and thus carries the plane.
I know
your stupid ass argument better than you guys do. So wait
a minute.
No, you don't. You've never flown a plane in your life.
Yeah,
You've
not
never
flying.
trained for it.
Wait a minute. And to address your point about the increased tangential velocity with altitude, it is slightly greater increase in the tangential velocity. However, it is still at the same rate of Earth rotation.
What's the mechanism that makes the air spin faster, higher?
It's just further away from the center.
which makes it a weaker gravity. So what's the mechanism?
Not that much weaker.
Well,
What's
that's
the
not
atmosphere?
mechanism.
Tall.
That's irrelevant.
What's the You got no answer. You guys are
Top
hand
of
wave
the
dismissing.
So it's friction.
No, I
That's
answered
isn't
you.
it?
You said it's irrelevant.
The top of the atmosphere is 60. 60 miles. That's nothing.
Well, you claim it goes out to the moon, actually, but so.
Well, no, wait a minute. That's hydrogen.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
That's a little bit. Actually, they do. There's a little bit of very, very sparse hydrogen. Okay, so what?
Okay, so this is the point, right? So in order to claim that the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with the Earth, you're going to have to provide consistent, logically viable framework. You don't have a mechanism to explain. I've already looked it up. You guys don't research shit. I've actually researched it. You don't have an answer. You don't have an answer. There doesn't exist an answer. It's very perplexing. They don't know why it does that.
Take a paint stir, put it in a can of paint, and turn it on. Eventually, the paint on the outside will spin with the stir. It's the same thing. It's friction.
No, it's not
Simple
the same
friction.
thing. It's not the same thing because you have a paint container, right? And so your problem is you don't have a closed system, and your gravity, which is your mechanism, is actually weaker that further away.
Yeah,
so
very,
what is making
very
it
slightly
go?
weaker.
It's
Very
weaker.
slightly weaker.
It's
Very
weaker,
slightly.
and the air has to go faster. That's
Very
the
slightly
mechanism.
weaker.
What's the mechanism?
It's not going that much faster either.
What's the mechanism?
In the meantime, you once
don't have
again
an answer.
you
You don't
misunderstand aviation and the fact that the airplanes are imparted with the momentum of the place they take off from, and they don't have to worry about this 3,000 miles per hour stuff that you think.
Wow,
For fuck's
it's
sake.
3,000 kilometers to the east. It's not miles per hour. What are you talking about? Anyway, so the point is that it's not even viable on its face because you don't have a mechanism. You don't even have a
Yes,
theoretical
we do. It's
mechanism.
friction.
Friction makes the air at the top go faster.
Friction makes the air move with the earth. It was given off by the earth. It was imparted with the momentum of the earth when it was generated.
What makes the
Air is
air go
generated at the
faster as
surface.
proportionate to altitude increase?
No, that's irrelevant to Coriolis.
So you guys don't have an answer. So I'm sorry that you guys don't understand. You don't even offer viability of your claim, but that's not my problem. And just saying
Yeah,
hand wave dismissal is like fifth grade.
You're taking a very. I know that's what you do all the time, Whitson. You hand wave dismiss everything.
Why are you imploding now? Because you don't have an
I'm not
answer. Just say
imploding.
you don't know.
I
Because
don't
I
have
already
an
looked it up. Your model
answer
doesn't
to
know
this
the
one
answer.
little bitty thing. So what?
not-
I don't. No.
It's not
it
one
doesn't
little
matter.
bitty thing. It has
It
drastic
is one little
implications.
bitty.
It falsifies
Does
your
not.
entire
Has
claim.
zero implications. So it only means that you don't understand this one little bitty thing.
You claim gravity is for the primary causal agent of the air friction relationship to the Earth. That's right. A gravity well, right? Okay, so yeah, that's right. So when you get further away from the center of mass, gravity is weaker, but it actually has an increase in speed proportionate to altitude increase. You don't have a mechanism for that. You can't even offer one. You don't have one.
What's the difference in the velocity? What would be the theoretical difference between the?
I don't care if it's 5 miles an hour. You need a mechanism.
It's 2.6 miles an hour to altitude.
Oh, that's a lot.
At what altitude?
Wow.
What altitude, Matthew?
2.6 miles per hour.
At what altitude?
At 10 miles above the equator.
Oh, 10 miles. Okay, let's talk about 60 miles. How about that?
Okay, it'd be slightly more.
Yeah, okay. And what's the mechanism?
Wind.
Wind?
Yeah.
What?
That
doesn't make any sense.
You think you're going to notice the difference of 2.6 miles per hour at 10 miles?
First of all, buddy, it's way more than that. Okay, it's way more than 10 miles, and you need a mechanism.
Wind.
It's not about noticing it. That's a non sequitur.
What percentage atmosphere is below 60,000 feet, Whitson?
None of that's relevant.
Yes, it is exactly relevant, Whitson.
No, if you're claiming the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth, you have to have a mechanism to explain how that's happening. But you don't.
It's not lockstep. That's why there's wind.
Okay, so wind. So you claim this is what you actually claim, Matthew. Thank me later. I have Cash App. Okay, so you claim that the Earth moves in lockstep with the Earth. I mean, the air moves in lockstep with the Earth.
No, there's wind.
But
It's not lockstep.
wind is different, dude.
Wind is air.
No, we do not claim the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth. No, we don't.
Wow. Okay, so it looks like you guys need to debate amongst each other.
No, we don't, Whitson. You're misinterpreting once again in order to cause. I don't understand this. I'm going to take this little bitty hole I don't understand and try to make it into something big. In the meantime,
No, you don't understand it.
In the meantime, you
want to escape past it. I'm not going to let you.
I'm not as good. I'm not as good as your word salad when you try to dismiss Coriolis using relativity. But
Wow, good one. So Coriolis'
Yeah, it is,
centrifugal effects
actually.
would happen with the stationary rest frame of reference of the Earth, but you don't have a rebuttal for that either. So we're actually moving on to the fact that you claim Coriolis and simultaneously claim that the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth, which is contradictory on its face.
Actually, it's
And
not.
you need to
It?
explain how
Again,
the
because
plane doesn't have to adjust for the Earth spinning underneath it on the Great Circle route on the
it does.
meridian on the
It does,
longitudal
actually.
north to south.
Actually, it does. Actually, they do. A
No,
little
they
bit.
don't.
Yes, they do.
How?
Cite it.
What? What do you mean
Cite it.
cite?
Demonstrate.
What's the how
You're
much
lying.
difference? How much difference are we talking about, Witsit? And
3,000
over what period
miles.
of time? And
3,000
over how much
kilometers.
time? Going
3,000.
what? East to west, north south?
No, north to south.
How long does it take?
5.5 hours.
And what's the speed difference?
576 kilometers an hour. There would be 3,000 kilometers east.
No. Why would it be 3,000 kilometers east?
Yeah, because that's the math.
No, because what you do with
I'll drop the math for you, buddy.
We're talking about a projectile or an airplane which is propelled?
An airplane.
Or are we talking about people that still have 29 different ideas of what the circumference or radius of the globe
stop.
is?
Stop. Don't interrupt
And
us.
speeds too?
No, I'm turning you down.
Yeah.
I'm turning you down, Denmark.
There's 5 of you. I bet 5 of you come up with 5 different equations. This is totally
Denmark,
relevant.
you're going to derail this room. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, you're going to derail the math.
Here we go. In the meantime,
we don't always need math to explain things.
Like driving down the road, you're constantly making small corrections. You've got 5 hours to make up that difference.
You're not doing that in a plane, though.
Yes, you are.
Cite it. Cite it.
What do you mean
You're lying.
cite it? No, I'm not. No
You're
one
making
talks.
stuff.
No, this is a very, very minor correction. The winds, it's hidden in the winds. It's
So the
hidden
wind
in the
does it
route of
for
flight.
you.
Yeah,
So the
you know
wind
what?
does it for you.
Austin, you know what some people say? Even my older brother had said this to me years ago when I first was talking about this. He said that the gravity essentially pulls the nose of the plane. You know how they say it's like falling around the Earth or whatever? So he even went as far as to say, and it is actually something that's said in the mainstream. I don't hear a lot of these guys say it though, but essentially that it's like it's falling around the Earth and gravity is kind of pushing the nose down as it falls around.
No, airplanes aren't moving fast enough for that effect.
They don't touch the rudder. They don't touch the rudder and account for it. You want me to read the argument off to you guys so you guys can?
Witsit, have you ever flown a plane?
I don't need to fly a plane to understand
Witsit,
basic
I've flown a
principles of
plane.
physics, buddy.
No, you don't. You don't understand the basic laws of physics as it regards to flight. None of you guys know anything about aviation. I wish
You want me to read the
At
argument?
the end of the day, that you guys claim the gravity, the suspense of gravity, because it's the fact that everything clings to the ball. So in that same way, every time you fly in an airplane, the down of the airplane keeps changing due to the radius. So as you move,
see those? Do you see those big long?
I'm saying, hold on. If you move 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, the down keeps changing. The gravity vector keeps going to the center in your model. Therefore, in a way, you are claiming it's not gravity itself necessarily pushing the nose, but the tension of gravity is partly playing that role as to what's level for you, and what keeps you gravitationally level is that play of the gravity. And then you just have to make small corrections with the ailerons and the rudder of the airplane is what you guys will claim as to how.
Well, you see those big long things that stick out. You see those big long things that stick out the side of the airplane. That's their job, is to fight gravity.
Okay, so here's the problem, buddy. I dropped the math for you. So you're arguing about the math. There's the actual equation. There's the literal distances. This is a great meridian circle, great circle flight. So you can just stop with the math.
Okay,
nonsense.
so what?
Okay, so here, let me explain the argument. You don't seem to understand it, okay? So if you set a plane out on a path initiating this great circle route, let's say southwest from Sydney, leaving out all external influences like currents and winds, geometry should make sure that you arrive at the coast of Africa on a northwest course without touching the rudder. All the while, watching the bearing on your compass change continuously along the route. That is not how it works, though.
Yes, that's how it works.
You have to work the rudder hard and constantly change course
you
in
barely
order to
touch
stay.
the rudder. In a modern jet airplane, you barely touch the rudder.
You have to work the rudder hard and constantly change course in order.
On a modern airplane, you barely touch the rudder, if ever. Maybe on landing.
You're interrupting. You're preemptively interrupting, thinking you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What's it?
I am here to moderate.
He's not right. He hasn't heard the rest of the sentence.
Yeah, Jay, you need to moderate. So people.
I'm here to moderate. Only doing a temporarily mute Skype push. Please try not to interrupt. Yeah, go ahead, Austin.
Okay, so this is not how it works, though. You have to work the rudder hard and constantly change course in order to stay on the route according to the Great Circle calculator, at least. But if you touch the rudder, you leave the route created by the geometric plane responsible for the Great Circle route in the first place. So you guys see how they all took their victory lap and interrupted me, but they don't know what they're talking about, and it literally it's talking about the Great Circle calculator. So you guys are all wrong. Oh, what a shocker. This is like the 15th consecutive time.
No.
Okay,
You're wrong about
so I get the time? You don't know what the hell you're talking about. When you take the Great Circle route, you draw it on a map. You fly that route. That route, you are imparted. When you take off from the Earth, you are imparted with momentum of the place you took off from. You do the correction you are talking about is very small and hidden in all the other variables you have to make.
So we're looking at the Great Circle calculator.
You don't understand the Great Circle calculator. The Great Circle calculator, you draw a route with it. The route is over the surface of the Earth. That is the Great Circle. By the way,
the navigator needs to adjust the course continuously because the Great Circle track is a curve when plotted on a Mercator chart.
That's correct.
Okay, but the ship does not sail over a Mercator chart. It sails over the real ocean, and if that would be a spherical one, heading out southwest from Sydney to the geometry of the sphere.
The Great Circle route is a straight line over the globe. What's it? Yes, it's a circle on a Mercator map.
Because this preemptively addresses all your bullshit.
No, Ritz, it doesn't. You don't understand shit about aviation. You don't understand shit about navigation. No, it's just an ad hoc.
That's why
it's not an ad hoc.
The flight routes look curved.
How come he can insult me, but I come back and say similar things to him, and you all go, "Oh, stop it, or you're insulting our great Saint Whitsit."
Well, I didn't insult you. I just think it's funny that you're impulsively pretending you know what I'm about to say.
I know what I'm talking about, Whitsit. You do not. You have never taken a single flight course in your life. You know nothing about aviation. You know nothing about how this works. Please shut up.
Hey, are you on a computer? You should open up the post, right? And you should pull it to the side of Discord. And you should look at it while we're discussing it because it talks about all the stuff that you're talking about. It's not like this argument addresses all the globe claims. That's why we're bringing it up.
You don't know what you're talking about, Whitsit, because the airplane flies a route over the surface of the Earth. You are not flying in three-dimensional space. You are imparted with the momentum of the place you took off from. You are flying forward.
That's addressed on this post.
No, it's not.
It literally is.
It's not. If it is, then it's wrong.
Okay, so you haven't read it, so you don't know what you're talking about.
I've read your post, Whitsit. You're wrong.
It's not my post, and you haven't read it. You're lying.
The one you just posted here, the one you just posted at what, 48 past the hour?
It's a whole post. It's a whole entire post. So
you posted one. You posted one screenshot.
Yeah, just of the math, because you were challenging the math. You said the math was wrong.
The math is wrong.
I literally dropped the equation right there.
Your math is wrong. You're misapplying the math then.
Okay, tell me how specifically.
Again, when you take off from a airport, you're not at zero momentum. You're imparted with the momentum you have. You do have to make up the difference between where you are and where you're landing, but you do that over 5 hours. It's like driving down a road. You're constantly making small corrections.
Just
this is not if the airplane.
You gotta surf the gravity, dude.
If your airplane was a cannon, if you're firing a cannon, yes, you would have to make all the corrections at the beginning, but you don't because it's an airplane.
Do you agree this is a representation of Coriolis, this picture I just dropped?
Yes.
Yeah, they're for a projectile.
Okay. Oh, it's different for when you're in a plane?
Yes.
Why?
Because you make small corrections all the time. How many times do I have to say this to you, Whitsit? The airplane is not.
No one's disputing that.
The airplane is not a ballistic object.
Yeah, I'm about to get to that. You guys are just freaking out. This is going to get way worse for you, by the way.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
For you.
So the animation here is from Wikipedia. Okay, it calls it a Coriolis force, but it cannot be because it is not an interaction. A fundamental requirement for something to be called a force. It is a projection of the non-accelerated movement of a body onto an accelerated rotating system.
You observe it as a force. In the rotating frame of reference, it appears as though it were a force. That's correct.
Yeah, you can cash at me your tuition after I finish. You go up to the picture All right, and we're going to talk about it. Here, the black ball is moving inertially straight and uniform from the center to the periphery, just like a plane would do on a course south at constant cruising speed, where it is not accelerating, neither ahead nor sideways. If you project positions along the way down onto a rotating platform, like a rotating Earth, for instance, the projection will have a curved shape. If you think of the red spot on the disk as Abuja, 4,500 kilometers south from Frankfurt, and then the plane as the black dot moving uniformly along a southern course, then it will arrive at the latitude of Abuja, a great distance west of Abuja.
Again,
you can easily calculate how far west that would be. The tangential velocities of these cities are calculated via, and there's the freaking equation that you're spiraling
You
about.
are not flying that way, Whitsitt. You are flying a route. You would take the route between where you are and the red dot, if that's what the red dot is where you want to go to, and you would fly that course. You don't just fly randomly in three-dimensional space.
So you're saying we're constantly slightly updating to the west when we fly?
Yes.
Really? So we're intentionally factoring in the fact we have to slightly update west because the Earth's spinning
the
in the
route.
west.
You fly the route. The Earth's spin is a minor effect. It's hidden in the winds.
It's hidden in the winds.
It's hidden in the wind. There are much bigger corrections to be made for wind. There are much bigger corrections made for the airplane is slightly bent and the thrust of the engines are slightly off. There's much larger corrections than Coriolis.
Okay, so here we go.
Effect.
Yeah, here we go. So at this point, I hear that the atmosphere is part of the Earth and moves in lockstep with it, and thus carries the planet like a river. Right. So that is exactly what Coriolis says it doesn't do. It's an effect observed between two independent systems, one inertial, the other accelerated. And Coriolis cannot do anything anyway. It has no executive power in physics. It's not a physical species. It is an observer-dependent artifact and can therefore not be the physical cause of anything like tornadoes and swirls.
Well, you're totally wrong because it's totally real. You have to use it for cannon shots. You have to apply it for cannon shots or you'll miss.
We're getting to that. We're getting to that. So, and that leads us to one of the most widespread misconceptions, and here on Discord and elsewhere, that gunners can and do compensate for the Coriolis effect by leading the shot, as illustrated here, which there's a picture. So, wow, look at that. That's what you just said. They lead the shot, all right, but once the bullet leaves the muzzle, it is a straight flight in the aimed direction and not a banana-shaped flight, as in the animation above, which would make aiming and hitting practically impossible. And nothing can accelerate the bullet sideways to straighten out this banana shape along its way and make the bullet hit the moving target. So Coriolis is a myth when applied to Earth because the Earth is clearly not spinning, and nothing illustrates that better than flights along a meridian.
The Earth is clearly spinning, and I suppose you got some sort of bullshit word salad for to disprove that too, right?
Word salad. Word salad means it doesn't make sense, right?
It's correct. It doesn't make sense what you say.
Like word salad would be like chicken, purple, train.
That's basically what you said.
Yeah, to be honest,
those are basically the words you used.
Paid NASA shill, dude. Actually, you're criticizing yourself because it means that you can't understand the words. So to you,
I understand. I actually understand what you're saying.
Hang on, let me finish. It's sounding like word salad to you because you may not understand the words. So it's almost like a child just being like, I don't know what. So you're actually just criticizing yourself.
No, sir.
You're making fun of your inability to understand what the words mean. Because any of us could tell you exactly what the words mean, exactly why they're in those orders, and the specific meanings that they have in that order.
Well, they don't though because
he's adult themes. NASA.
He's making this up as he goes.
Yeah,
I'm making it up as I go.
Yes.
Oh my God.
He's directly quoting something.
So let's get back to the flight, Frankfurt to Abuja, right? So it's correct to say that planes don't fly along ballistic trajectories. They are powered, but it's also correct that they cruise at a constant speed for which they need their power apart from getting airborne. In physical reality, you can never catch up to...
You said you've flown a plane. Why
you're interrupting, bro? Please don't do that. Go ahead.
Yeah, because you were bringing this part up about how they got to get airborne, right? So, it's correct to say that planes don't fly along ballistic trajectories. That's different, but they're powered. Because they're powered. But it's also correct that they cruise at a constant speed for which they need their power apart from getting airborne. In physical reality, you can never catch up to a point that accelerates past you or away from you with constant speed. Certainly not by banking the plane in the direction the point is accelerating away from you. You need to accelerate yourself. That is fundamental physics, and not so much physics of motion, but physics of energy expenditure for the goal of overcoming conservation of angular momentum. Do you understand the argument? Or wait, maybe not. We should just move on while he's muted. Okay, so when people catch you in the act of violating any conservation, well, you get it. So let's talk about that right there. Okay, so you're flying at a constant speed.
No, that's not. Again, you're flying over the Earth at a fairly constant speed. That is correct. You have a path between these two cities. You fly that path.
Wow.
How many times do I have to go over this? How airplanes work?
You didn't say anything. So
No, I did say something, Witsit. What you're saying is not how airplanes work, not how airplanes fly.
He's talking about the adjustment.
Do this.
It's the adjustment that has to be made for the spin of the Earth.
Very small. Again, the correction for Coriolis is minimal, if anything.
Well, let me say it again. So, in physical reality, you can never catch up to a point that accelerates past you or away from you with constant speed. Certainly not by banking the plane in the direction the point is accelerating away from you. You need to accelerate yourself.
Where are you reading from?
That's fundamental physics, and not so much
Where
physics.
are you reading from?
Physics of energy expenditure for the goal of overcoming conservation of angular momentum.
Is that where are you reading this from? What's it?
This is from a physics textbook.
Well, then the physics textbook doesn't know anything about airplanes either. Tell me what.
Let me read the physics textbook. It says, in physics, angular momentum is the rotational analog of linear momentum. It is an important quality in physics because it is a conserved quantity. The total angular momentum of a closed system remains constant. Angular momentum has both a direction and a magnitude, and both are conserved. That's literally a physics textbook.
You know those big things on the wings that have like burnt fuel or that accelerate the airplane? That's what they're for. What's it?
Yikes.
The airplane is generally flying faster than the Earth is moving usually.
Okay. So
really? How fast does the Earth move?
I mean, I actually can see his argument on this. I mean,
compared to,
like, I do. I mean, I at least understand the idea of it. Like, Austin, do you disagree? Like, I mean, something's moving the pendulum. You agree it precesses, and then do you agree that a bullet does have a slight deviation? Because if so, then it just means that slight drift would be occurring on an airplane as well, even over a stationary planar Earth. But it just is so little that you really wouldn't even have to adjust for it at all because it's just so minimal.
But then you'd have to assume that the conservation of momentum lasts forever, and that if you could go into different tangential speeds and match that tangential speed automatically because the winds magically move you east or west to match the new tangential speed, you could believe that, but it doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't.
Yeah, it's drastically different. It's drastically different if there's a translation centrifugal force from the sky, for one, and for two, actually the I'm gonna intend this pun, but the evidence for the Coriolis applied to like long distance shots is shoddy. You know what I'm saying? Like it's because it has like
there's military guys that claim there's never a Coriolis in the way that it's supposed to be.
Oh, I agree.
Because you have like the spin of the barrel, like the spin of the barrel itself, right?
Exactly.
And then, so it's like in reality, people know, and then also wind is such a more relevant factor, and you're actually getting a spin from the barrel.
Well, wasn't what I was saying. That's what I was saying, wasn't it? But you're saying no to me, but now suddenly it's important here. In the meantime, though, the naval guns do have a Coriolis correction to them.
You just don't understand. It's totally different. So like the wind blows in all directions. You know what I'm saying? And so you need to go east only. You need to accelerate and catch up to something that's accelerating away from you east.
It's not accelerating away from you, is it?
It literally is.
It literally is not.
The Earth is literally moving while you're flying over it. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's 15 degrees per hour. That's correct. Yeah, I understand.
Do you think that the plane is
so it is accelerating away from you then, right?
Well, in the meantime, though, you know
are you back on the board? Are you back on board?
Those big things on the wings that are burning fuel, making you go fast, that's what they're for.
You just keep saying that, bro. Like we know what you're talking about.
No, you don't. You really physically do not have any idea about aviation.
Physically do not have any idea.
That's correct. You have
ideas
no
physical.
Iota.
You have no idea what you're talking about with aviation. You should just leave the subject alone. You just embarrass
to do all the people that he's quoting straight from and the physics book and all the other things that the globe claims. That
he has never once touched an airplane.
I don't need to touch an airplane to understand physics.
You need to learn how to. No, you don't even you don't understand physics either because they teach you about this. What's it?
There's testimony from pilots that say the exact same thing.
I actually talked to a
just about
pilot
to say
today.
that. Yeah.
I took a flight today. You don't account for anything to do with the Earth spinning or
That's
being a
correct,
ball.
because it's a very small effect. I keep telling you that.
Okay, yeah. So the problem is that it would actually not be that small of an effect because
Yes,
the
it
Earth would
would
be
be.
spinning. Yeah, you can't claim the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth, but I'm sorry.
Excuse hold on. Once again, the conservation of momentum. Here we go. You take off from wherever you are. You have the momentum of the place you are, and you have to accelerate slightly to get to the other one. It
Well,
doesn't
then how does
matter.
Foucault's pendulum even work then?
Foucault's pendulum is also conservation momentum in a slightly different way.
Oh, explain it.
Slightly different way, like how?
You want me to explain Foucault's? But so we're gonna switch from aviation. So do you admit that you've lost this argument on aviation?
No. I already pointed out
lost
that
it
you
a
have
long
to.
time ago, and you've just been saying the same
Oh, I have
exact
not
thing.
lost.
That makes no
I have
sense.
not lost.
Just claiming
Wit's
he
saying the
has
same
no
damn thing.
experience doesn't support your argument.
Wit's
You
Wit's is saying
you didn't address it. You didn't address
Wit's
the actual
is
thing that
saying
you read
this.
at all. You didn't even
Wit's
read it.
Yes, Witsit is saying I've read it and it's wrong because
You
you are
admitted you
not.
didn't read it, so you're just
I
lying.
did read it, and you're wrong, Witsit.
Wait, let me read the end of it. Let me read the end of it.
It's wrong,
Oh my God! Here we go again.
Let me read the end of it. So, an airplane sitting on the tarmac in Frankfurt has the angular momentum of the latitude of Frankfurt and conserves
Yes,
that
can I just
momentum.
say that? Yes.
Calm down, buddy. So
You
when
did
it
say
gets
that,
airborne and then it is a closed system separated from the ground, just like in the animation, on a flight south at constant cruising speed, nothing changes that unless something accelerates the plane eastward to match the angular momentum of a bourgeois, which is, of course,
does.
considerably greater as the velocity gets
not
greater.
necessarily. You're
What?
going 600 miles an hour, Witsit. What? Again, those engines, that's what they're for. You have to fly over that route. As you fly over that route, you go. What part of this is difficult for you?
You can't even complete your thought.
I can't complete my thought, but I can't figure out how to explain it to someone as dense as you, Witsit.
You're imploding, dude.
I'm not
is-
imploding. You don't understand shit about aviation. You
Okay,
really don't.
good one, dude. So torque. Let me just finish because I've read all of it. So, torque is defined as the change in angular momentum, and the amount of energy needed to do that is the integral of torque applied over time. So, there's an energy expenditure necessary to increase the momentum of the plane from that of Frankfurt to that of a bourgeois, but never are airplane captains asked to account for that extra energy, which would have to come in gallons of fuel. Another consequence of spin would be that your plane would get lighter when you start east as compared to starting west, as well as being latitude dependent because gravitational acceleration is not related to rotation. Axial acceleration, on the other hand, is. Your angular displacement is not primarily related to the rotating Earth, but to the dynamic origin, the center of rotation. Starting east increases angular velocity of a plane, and with it, axial acceleration starting west decreases angular velocity, and with it, axial acceleration. And when you subtract these accelerations from gravitational acceleration, according to the diagram above, the difference is a smaller value for the net value of gravity towards east than it is towards west, and thus you are lighter in one direction than in the other.
Very small.
We have like
We know
three
about
fundamental
that.
problems here we've outlined you.
That's the Oedipus effect, a very minor effect.
But you don't have to account for it, though. So we can ignore that one as well.
It's very small, very minor.
So yeah, many people are aware of that, of course, much more than you would think, but the public and peer pressure of the dogma is so great that it's practically tantamount to social, if not professional suicide to admit that. For all of you who fear the social pressure, here's how people who are considered to rank among the greatest scientists serving in the highest positions of research in the educational system did not fear to express what evidence suggests, and then he quotes smarter people than you saying,
It's an Oedipus
sometimes
effect.
you have to
It's
step
a minor
outside the
effect.
box. It's okay.
You keep talking about these minor effects as though they were major effects, and they're not.
So you're saying we can ignore everything, and just this is the
These
primary
minor
crux
effects
of the issue.
Yeah, these relatively minor effects you can ignore. That's correct.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
a
NASA,
6-hour
is
flight.
the
How much
Earth
space do you have?
accelerating away from you? Yes or no?
No, you're rotating the same rate.
Is the Earth moving underneath you as you fly the plane?
You are moving over. Well, it depends. From your point of view, you're moving over the Earth. You're flying forward in an airplane usually.
So when you're flying on the Great Meridian north to south on a longitude, Great Circle route,
Flying forward
you're flying
relative
south.
to the Earth.
So the Earth
Yeah.
is moving, accelerating east away from you.
No, you're flying the airplane over a set route. You're moving forward. If you're flying
but the
east, you're
Earth
moving
is
east.
moving east.
You're flying over the Earth.
The Earth is moving east away from you.
You're flying over the Earth. You're moving faster than the rotation of the Earth usually.
What?
Yeah.
You're moving faster than the rotation of the
Yeah,
Earth?
you're moving faster than the Earth. Usually, that's how you make That's how you make distance.
Okay. Okay. So we're flying south. The Earth is spinning, accelerating away from us east, and we have a
No, it's not.
constant. We have a constant velocity.
When
We're
we're
going to have
flying
to
due south,
accelerate to
we
catch
correct
up
for
to the
that.
system accelerating away from us. We're going to have to
correct for that.
accelerate. This is basic fundamental
You
physics.
correct for that, Witsit.
How so?
How so? You turn slightly to the west, very slightly, like it's like a half a degree or something. It's a very small effect.
What
The
about
winds
whenever
are
the
much
wind's
larger.
blowing the opposite direction?
Then you like change a little bit less.
Oh, so
This
you're
is a
saying
this
that
is a
they do
minor
account
effect.
for the spin of the Earth when they fly?
Nobody.
Yeah, this is what's strange about it, because at the end of the day, they kind of claim that the quote unquote atmosphere and gravity is clinging everything to the ball pretty much perfect, so that, trees and we're all just sitting here as if it's stationary. So that's all happening, but then there's this slight difference that creates the Coriolis, this slight like out of sync. And in that scenario, that's more like the idea of having like water on a tennis ball where you spin it and the water flies off. So they're kind of trying to use a little bit of that spin it and the water flies off, but only like a little, like 1% or like less than 1%. Whereas, of course, on a stationary Earth with like a gentle drift, that would explain that little bit of variation.
Yeah, but there's just no it's very fundamental, right? So the Earth is spinning away from us, accelerating away from us.
Not spinning away from you. Stop that.
It is.
You just
It is
said
not.
you said you have
It
to
is not
update for
spinning
it.
away from you. This is bullshit.
You're interrupting him. Just let him finish, and then you can.
Yeah, you just said that you have to update for it, which means that it's accelerating away from you, but you slightly go towards the I guess you said west, right? So
And you
you're
also
saying,
said it's hidden in the winds, as if you wouldn't even know what you're correcting.
so you said two contradictory things there.
I did not say two contradictory
respond,
things.
and
You were trying. You're for fuck's sake. You guys actually.
Ad hom.
Yeah, just try to not do the ad
No,
hoc.
it's not ad hom. Fuck off. For fuck's sake, if you actually knew what you're talking about, if you actually flew an airplane, you would realize that this is not a major effect. You have all these minor effects. You're blowing up the major effects and saying, "Oh, the whole Earth must be flat because of these little bitty things that I don't understand."
What do you mean I'm ad hom, you
Hey,
idiot?
if that's the best answer he's got, I guess that's it then.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So, yeah, this is the simple summary, right? The Earth is accelerating away from you, and since we're going at a constant velocity,
accelerating
we
away
have
from
to
you. What's it?
accelerate.
How is the Earth
again, bro? You're interrupting again. He was right in the middle of the sentence.
Yeah, we would have, since we have a constant velocity and the Earth is accelerating away from us, we would have to accelerate to catch up to the system accelerating away from us. Yet this is never done in reality. And so when we take that fact of how people actually fly planes and we apply the math, then there would be like 3,000 kilometer difference to the east once we go for 5.5 hours. And so we got a problem because, that's not what happens in reality. You just fly straight there and then you land there. That's what happens.
It is reality with it. People do it every day, and those, you are flying over the Earth over a set path, and you make those.
That's the only way it could be done.
And you fly. Oh no, it can't.
Welcome to Flat Earth, NASA.
No, I'm not in Flat Earth. It's a globe Earth, and the airplanes fly over the Earth. They don't. You are imparted with the momentum. Well, God, how come people interrupt me and they don't get muted?
Yeah, Nessa, the only reason
how come
why
people interrupt me and they don't get muted?
Fair enough.
Moderation. Okay, here we go. I had enough of this. You guys can interrupt me all the fucking time.
I was trying to help you. Oh, he left. I was literally going to say, yeah, fair enough. You gotta let him finish.
He was looking for an excuse to leave. He needed.
Yeah, because he just got destroyed.
Is the Earth accelerating away from you? Or is it retaining its current pace?
It's accelerating away from you. As in away from you, relative to you.
Well, it also depends on which direction you're going.
Especially once you would come off of it, once you'd be off the ground.
What's causing it to accelerate?
Well, listen though, if you're going from just say New York to Miami, well, if you're going towards the equator from that point, then the Earth is going to be accelerating to your left, right, east, and you're going to have to constantly catch up to where the city will be once you land, right? But if you're going the opposite direction, it's going to be the opposite effect. And you would have to deal with that, and you would notice that there's a completely different amount of fuel that you would need, Because then effectively the city would be coming either towards you or away from you, one way or the other.
Yeah, but it's only 1 mile an hour per minute difference, and you're traveling at like 600 miles an hour. So I don't think it's going to be.
Matthew, is the plane in a separate reference frame? Yes or no?
It's a separate reference frame that's pretty close to the one that's down below. So yeah.
How close?
Yes.
Well, like I said, it changes by about 1 mile an hour per minute. You think you're going to?
Are you including conservation of momentum?
Yes.
And how long does that last?
It lasts the whole time. As you're constantly changing by about 1 mile an hour per.
So you move into a new tangential speed, and you'd be going faster than that new tangential speed because your conservation of momentum would still apply, right?
Yeah. So the change is very slight. That's all.
Oh well, actually, it would be over a 3-hour period. It'd be like thousands of miles.
Right. 1 mile an hour per minute.
Regardless, you can make it sound minimal by saying 1 mile an hour per minute.
By saying
but you're talking how many minutes? So let's put it in a bigger picture.
5.5 hours is 3,000 kilometers.
Yeah, exactly. So making it very slight in your mind may work for you, but it's not slight. Period.
Yeah, there's 3,000 kilometers that we have to make up. Well, what's not being understood?
Exactly. It makes no sense to even say it's.
It's double speak nonsense.
No, because you're traveling in a line. You're not like doing one, like you're not doing two sides of the triangle. You're doing the short way.
It doesn't matter. You say you don't have to correct for anything while you're flying a plane, so it's just like flying over stationary flat Earth. And what are you relying on for your idea that it's spinning? Foucault's pendulum. Is that all you've got?
Exactly. And not only that, Matthew, does the plane always treat every one way the same? Or do they have to correct for Coriolis as they land in any way?
Okay, so Whitsitt brought up the example of Frankfurt to Abuja, and that's like a 6-hour flight. And so they need to correct for what, like 400 miles an hour left to right difference. You divide that up, and it's only about a mile per hour.
3,000 kilometers after 5 hours.
Yeah, that's if you don't do any of the correction until you get there. You do all correction along the way. So
wouldn't you agree that it would be very measurable and noticeable and you would train your pilots to make sure that they're correcting for that? If they're flying, it wouldn't just be something you say, oh, it's negligible. We shouldn't even have to train people to deal with that. It's just the same as the flight simulators that have all of them training how to fly over a stationary level Earth. It's just the same. We don't need to include Coriolis. Does that make any sense really to you?
To answer your question, no, I don't agree with that. It is negligible. If you're flying 600 miles an hour, you're not really going to notice a 1 mile an hour per drift left or right if you're flying north or south.
So that's why they don't bother training the pilots how to deal with it.
That's right.
That makes no sense.
It does.
It would be a totally different situation. To claim it's
ignoring 1 mile an hour when you're flying at cruise speed and
altitude. Not 1 mile an hour.
It is.
Why would you come up with that? You said 1 mile a minute.
1 mile per minute.
1 mile an hour per minute.
60 miles.
That's different than 1 mile an hour the way you made it sound.
1 mile per minute.
3,000 kilometers over a 3-hour three-hour flight. Was that what you said with it? It's not the same.
So a change in 1 mile an hour per minute.
Anyway, why do you think it's minimal?
Because that's hardly anything when you're flying 600 miles an hour.
You don't get it. Are you really in that much denial? It sounds like you just don't want to acknowledge it. I've gone over this many times with you.
I'm about to drop a 13-second clip. I had a conversation with a pilot recently.
Well, Austin, what do you think about their idea, though, that with the gravity and the atmosphere is kind of like, I know they don't, some of them don't like to say it's lockstep, but that idea that gravity is, granting just a completely magical pseudo-physical force, let's just say it exists, like you're programming a video game, that it would kind of cling everything to the ball, almost like you're inside of a terrarium inside of the globe. Like once you kind of go from the outer space thing, you come into the globe, it's like you're in a terrarium. And then even though it is all spinning and moving and all this stuff, that it's almost like everything is going together with the gravity. And at that point, it essentially would be like flying over a stationary Earth because there's no outer reference frame. Like once everything is going with the globe, it's like its own little realm. at that point. Of course, that doesn't work with physics because movement doesn't even work that way. But I'm just trying to like grant it in a sense. And if that was the scenario, I think that's how most of the mainstream guys, even pilots and stuff, that's how they think it. That's how they think of it. Is that everything's going along with the globe, so that essentially that's why it's like they're flying over it as
that's
if
how
it's
they think of
stationary.
it. All right, like I just dropped this clip. I was talking to two pilots with Kai, right? And yeah, they just think gravity answers all the questions. Yeah, but it doesn't. So, for one, with that scenario, we know that gas goes in all directions, and so like Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? So when we talk about like what they tell the mainstream, he said that the Bengals kicked a field goal and it nicked off the inside of the field goal post and went in. And so he decided to do the math real fast. This is just all a bullshit story, obviously, but he just decided to do the math real fast. And he found out that, well, the stadium was oriented north and south. And so the spin of the earth won them the game because in the 3.5 seconds that the football went in the air, the earth spun underneath it and caused it to go in the field goal.
Yeah, I remember that.
And he's recently said it again, by the way. He came out and reiterated the story 3 days ago. So this isn't like he missed, but yeah, that's what they're rocking with. That goes to show you when they do these mental gymnastics in here, they don't know what they're talking about. Like, so anyway, the reason that's an important point is because obviously the football has way more mass than the gas, right? And so if it's doing it to the gas, if it's doing it to the football, how would it not be doing it to the gas? How would it not be moving underneath the gas? And then, of course, in addition to that, like we said, gas goes in all directions. If we're going to throw out the second law of thermodynamics violation where the gas would fill the vacuum, okay, whatever, we can play along for a second. They have another problem, which is if gas is being dragged along by gravity, well, gravity gets weaker the further away you get from center of mass.
Not much.
So the top of the atmosphere has to be going way faster. And I've already looked it up. There's not even a mainstream academic answer for the mechanism that causes it to go faster. Like no one has an answer. That's how I know no one in here does, because there isn't one. So that's why the whole go with lockstep thing just doesn't work. It's just a made up story. And they want to claim Coriolis simultaneously. They want to claim that the Earth spins underneath objects, but they want to simultaneously claim that the whole entire atmosphere moves with it, even though it's actually going in all directions, and that it moves faster relative or proportionate to altitude, but we have no mechanism for it. We just know it would. I mean, just insane on like many levels. So that's why it doesn't work for me. I don't.
Yeah, it's called wind.
Even think of a way to make it work.
Nobody says lockstep. It's just called wind.
You guys do say lockstep. You're saying that if I adjust for wind, then I'm automatically simultaneously adjusting for the Earth spinning underneath me.
Yeah, we say the atmosphere goes about the same speed as the Earth underneath it. Not exactly. In fact, at 10 miles height, like I said before, it's only a 2.5 mile an hour difference, and that gets sort of lost in the wind. So I don't know what
do you agree that do you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson that the football had the Earth spinning underneath it and it caused the football to go in the goalpost?
I'd have to look at that example closer. That seems implausible, but I don't know. It could have some effect. And so you think the American Shooting Journal, when they wrote an article for their readers who don't care anything about the shape of the Earth, about the Coriolis effects on precision target range shooting, that they were just lying?
The spin of the bullet in the barrel is significantly stronger than they even claim that is, and then you accounting for wind is significantly stronger than that as well.
So the American Shooting Journal doesn't know anything about target shooting. Is that what
they assume the Earth spinning, and then they know it doesn't actually even become a prominent factor because of the spin of the barrel and the wind.
Yeah, the spin drift is a big factor, and there are a lot of factors. But Austin, do you think there could be something happening, perhaps being caused by ether, that is actually causing that effect?
Yeah, it's certainly possible that you get a translation of centrifugal and Coriolis effects from the sky moving around the Earth. Yep. Because this is the fundamental requirement for the Machian principle, is that there's something connecting the two. So that's why that's why he invoked the Newtonian belt, like the Newton-Pell experiment, right? Like the bucket experiment. Because it's like, well, Newton, he was like, I don't have a mechanism because I don't know how gravity could act on, innate brute matter through the vastness of a vacuum without something connecting the two, like something in between it connecting it. There has to be something that literally physically translates the motion, right? Well, for one, we don't believe in vacuums, and two, we know there's an ether, so there would be a translation of motion.
So the magical dome reification fallacy somehow affects bullets?
Who said anything about a dome?
I don't know, you're reifying something that's going to affect bullets with, I mean, it's a observed effect, and you're thinking the sky rotating is somehow.
You're lost. So you disagree with Einstein then, because Einstein said that he had to integrate this principle, being that if the Earth was at rest and the stars moved around it, you would get a centrifugal and Coriolis effect on the Earth. The same as if the Earth was spinning and the stars were at a fixed frame. They would be equivalent. The only difference would be that if it was the Earth spinning, they would be fictitious. And if it was the sky spinning, it would be absolute and actual, right? And that they would be the same. He said, in fact, this principle has to be true in order for us to propose our eclipse test, which is where
Mr. Einstein, are you a flat earther or a globe earther? Oh, globe earther, huh? It's interesting.
Yeah, that was a good one, Matthew. So,
yeah. So you believe some of what Einstein said, but not other things. You pick and choose based on your preferences.
First of all, do you think that I can't invoke someone if I don't agree with every single thing they've ever said?
It sounds like you're using it to say something completely against what they said.
Well, I'm actually showing that within your own paradigm, you're misrepresenting it. That's the point. Like, I'm using the guy that brought you the paradigm because you guys aren't intelligent enough to go actually read him. You guys just sit on Discord and make shit up. So I happen to know that Einstein's the one that gave you your current paradigm, right?
You're
so I
talking
went
about
and
relativity
read it.
and that
I
type
went
of
and
stuff.
read what he said. So I have to go correct the Globers because they're not arguing for the correct paradigm.
Yeah, relativity affects things that are moving near the speed of light, and we're not talking about anything anywhere near that.
No, that's a non sequitur. You don't even understand. So the Machian principle is that there would be a translation of motion to the interior of the system. Like if you had a empty spherical shell and then you had something sitting stationary in the middle of it, if you spun the shell, then all the area inside the shell would have a translation of motion, an effect of the motion of the shell spinning around the stationary portions inside of it. Just as if the Earth was spinning and then you had a fixed frame outside of that, that fixed frame would have an effect of the Earth spinning within it. It's very simple.
Yeah. A difference of perspective, the basic idea of relativity.
What'd you say?
The basic idea of relativity. You can look at it from either way.
Well, yeah, it's extended even further. So, because it's about the translation of motion specifically, he says like the pendulum being dragged around, the Coriolis effect, all that. You would get that if the sky was moving around the Earth as well.
Yeah, the vortex will.
So let me get this straight. What's it? If you don't mind me interrupting, sorry, whoever I just stepped over, I apologize. So what's it? You're saying that if the Earth were stationary and the sun, moon, and stars were moving, this could also cause a Coriolis effect.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't also have relative motion. We also have relative forces, depending on where the motion is coming from. So this is the Machian principle, which goes right next to classical relativity. They both go hand in hand in the Einsteinian model. Is that your argument? What's it? Because I wanted to make sure the audience understood it, because you got strawmanned a little bit.
Yeah. That's objectively what it is. He actually goes on to say, he explains to Mach, because he was apologizing to him, because Mach got ridiculed for proposing this. He said, I'm sorry you got ridiculed, but your theory will soon have justification, as I had to integrate this into relativity, to even propose our eclipse theory, right? Which is where they say that relativity was proven because they could see a star behind the eclipse. And so he had to integrate the Machian principle to do that. So yeah, you summarized it pretty well. It's pretty simple, and it's been hidden. And then, so I listened to Bacon and Co show. I gave them a few weeks. I guess they tagged up and they got an answer. Their answer is, well, Einstein ended up changing his mind because some guy came out and said, oh, well, if that's true, those stars that are super, super far away, they'd have to be moving faster than the speed of light, which would debunk relativity. So we could say that it's not true. So obviously that doesn't mean shit to us, right?
Did they quote Einstein as changing his mind, or did they say, oh, when he got older and gray, he changed his mind, he didn't tell anybody?
I can't remember. They may have, I think Einstein may have acknowledged that guy's argument, but you understand why, right? Because special relativity has a constant speed to light, and that's like a fundamental proponent or component of it. So whenever they say that these stars are super far away and there's a constant speed of light, they can't say that it could be the sky moving because it would mean those stars have to be moving faster than the speed of light, which would debunk relativity anyway. So it's like, this is about whether or not it has to be integrated into relativity, and it does in principle. He never took that back. He just said, oh, well, it can't be the case because the stars would have to be moving faster than the speed of light. And he actually didn't say it himself as much as he just acknowledged the other guy's argument as making a good point. So that doesn't, it's actually a non sequitur. If everyone's following what I'm saying, that doesn't matter. The point is that within relativity itself, it says that there be a, the principle itself is true. And it can be demonstrated. You can actually demonstrate this with like a hollow spherical shell. Or like even Newton's Pell experiment, quote unquote experiment, right? So, yeah, I mean, that's all the Glovers had after like frantically discussing it for weeks. First, they all just screamed at me, said I was quote mining, said I made it up, said I mistranslated it, said it wasn't real. That's not what they were saying. I didn't understand it. I'm an idiot. And then a few weeks later, like, oh, never mind. You were right. That was what he was saying. But you would have to use relativity for it unless you could propose something else. I'm like, okay. Super fluid. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I like how they kind of do this thing where they disagree with you philosophically, but in my paradigm, this would be violating the speed of light law, so it has to be, my paradigm has to be correct because the rules I've made for my own paradigm would be violated if you add your paradigm to my paradigm. Therefore, I'm correct. It's like, no, wait a minute, you just made that up. Like, you can't just say I disagree with you on a philosophical nature and then everything in my paradigm works, because if you tried that shit over here, in my game, it wouldn't work. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and what's funny is the Glovers have no rebuttal. Like they just say nah, or they ad hom you. Like actually just help some of them out, right? Because what they'll do is they'll just repeat the Kosho and Bacon argument because that's the best that they can come up with, which is, well, eventually in the 50s, like 4 decades later, Einstein was like, oh, this other guy made a point that, well, that would debunk relativity, though, because it'd have to be going faster than the speed of light, which we presupposed. And I also read a letter recently. You guys know this, right? Like Einstein said, well, we can't actually prove the one-way speed of light at all. We just have to assume it's the same in both directions. We'll just have to make that
half of the round trip. He assumed.
Yeah, he said it could.
Of course, he was the lifelong Glober. Why do you think he never saw the light?
I don't know. Maybe it was the fame and fortune, or it was the fact he was a psychopath that wanted to have sex with minors who were the daughter of his wife, who was his cousin. I don't know. Maybe it's a mixed bag.
He did have ad homs?
Ad homs? No, I'm saying I think he was a psychopath. You're asking me why he didn't come out and acknowledge what the Earth was, that it wasn't what he thought it was. He was a psycho.
He also had some complaints that that we could quote mine, but he did say some of these things, like in the one I just posted at the top. He says, since mathematicians have invaded the theory of relativity, I do not understand it myself anymore.
Yeah, and he also acknowledged, like, very handedly that the Earth could be stationary, like very point blank. So you're saying specifically the globe part? Well, everyone just kind of assumed that. One of the main talking points was that Christopher Columbus used the globe to discover the Americas, which is provably not what actually happened at this point. So that's actually why Tesla thought the Earth was a ball too, by the way. Like I read a writing from Tesla. He said Christopher Columbus, like it's so funny. He was actually talking about it, right? Like it wasn't like this. Everyone says they knew it for thousands of years. No, that is not true at all. Tesla said that it was because of Christopher Columbus is the reason he thought the Earth was a ball. He also writes about how he was having like unexpected errors with the spherical radius assumption.
Yeah, he had the radius wrong. Most people know.
What? You see how one side seems to have maybe looked into it a little more, though?
Don't really.
Seems to be the case pretty much all the time.
You said not really, Matthew? Like there's no doubt that I just taught you like 4 things. I'm not saying I know everything, but like I learned things from Glovers too. On occasion, like they'll tell me about a plane or what boats do or something. When it comes to Einstein and relativity, special and general, his letters, his writings, Tesla's writings, Arthur Eddington's writings, yeah, like there's pretty obvious one side's more.
Can I ask you a question? What do you
Yeah,
think
go ahead.
about the credibility of Skypush? I know you're a credible guy. I've met you. You know what I mean? Like, he had zero credibility. He was fumbling for answers there.
Oh, I thought he was. He said his stuff pretty well. You guys didn't hear what he said very well, but I think he explained it fairly well.
Whoa.
He just ad hom me.
No, he didn't.
explained how
I mean, he was. Well, I mean, he may
unbelievable.
have said some ad homs, but I don't think he did that much.
Well, ad hom's a fallacy, right? Like if your argument is an insult, that's
Right.
a fallacy. I
Yeah,
mean, that's
yeah,
what he
that's the
did.
word. Uh-huh.
He
That's
made a
what he
couple
did?
arguments, yeah, at the beginning, but I mean, I refuted them quickly, and then it just turned into actual ad hom fallacies. I mean, I get your position. I just think it's stupid. Like that's what it comes down.
Yeah, no, likewise. I mean, that's fair.
You think that the air is spinning faster as it goes higher and higher, but we don't know why, but we just know it's happening.
Yeah, friction, and it doesn't have to spin that much faster. Like I said, 2 miles an hour faster, and if it doesn't spin 2.5 miles faster, then we just call it wind.
So you agree it gets more and more drastic the higher you go, though.
Yeah, but hardly any of the atmosphere is above 10 miles high.
That's totally irrelevant though, because like the whole atmosphere has to be moving together.
It doesn't have to move together. That's what we call wind.
It has to accelerate.
Oh, so wait. So you're saying there's a consistent lag in the wind, meaning, so like up to 10 miles, the Earth moves like pretty much lockstep with the air.
Nobody says lockstep. We just say that the wind cancels out all of that.
I said pretty much. Like if there was no wind, you claim it's moving lockstep with the Earth. If there was no wind.
If there were no wind, yeah, but I don't know who would ever claim that.
Well, stupid globers say that. That's what a glober said to me the other day.
Oh,
when
no,
we
I
talked
would
about
say
this.
smart globers say that.
Oh, smart globers say if there was no wind. So
if there's no wind, then it would be moving in lockstep, but there is wind. And so
all
it's
right.
not lockstep.
So Matthew, here's my question. Here's what I'm asking you. So there would always be okay. So if you took away all the wind, there would still be some quote unquote wind, right? And what you're saying, if it's like the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, when you get higher, it's not. Then it's moving behind it. It's trying to catch up. There would always be like drag. There would be like a lag there where it would be in one particular direction, right? There would be a difference in one particular direction because that part of the atmosphere isn't connected.
Yeah, that's why you have trade winds that are very consistent. That's why you have rotation of hurricanes and storms, all that kind of stuff.
So the atmosphere doesn't move with the Earth all the way up.
It generally moves about the same speed, but not lockstep. Nobody says lockstep. We just say wind happens.
Your model claims that the whole atmosphere is moving with the Earth, that the whole atmosphere is moving together.
It's moving about the same speed, not exactly the same speed, not lockstep. Wind happens.
But the whole atmosphere is moving together, though.
I just said no. It's moving about the same speed, not exactly the same.
And
speed.
what's keeping it doing that?
Friction.
Friction is causing it to go faster at the top. Like you need a mechanism. Friction is relative to gravity.
And it has to go against drag the whole time.
So you're invoking gravity. The problem is that gravity gets weaker the higher you go. So how's it going faster? How's it pulling? How's it giving more force?
Gravity pulls down. It's friction that moves the air sideways, not gravity.
If you didn't have gravity, you wouldn't have friction.
Yeah, gravity holds the air to the ground, and then that holds it down, and then the friction left to right makes the air move about the same speed as the ground underneath it.
Because you have to have gravity holding it down, though. So the problem is you need gravity holding the atmos down all the way up, which you now claim goes all the way to the moon. So the
who says
gravity
it goes to the moon? It's just a few hydrogen atoms that go way out there, but not. I mean, basically, we consider the atmosphere to end around 100 kilometers high.
Yeah, 62 miles.
That explains their headline, right?
So I just looked it up the other day. There's actually, it's like considered mysterious in your model. I don't know if you knew that. Like the answer is we don't really know how the top of the atmosphere moves faster. We don't
unpredictable, right?
We don't know how the top of the atmosphere manages to move faster. It's an unknown mechanism according to your model in 2022.
Right, because if you hold let's say you had like a 30-foot pole and you hold it out in front of you and you start spinning around in circles, your hands are only going to be moving at a certain rate up on the ground, like a certain rate across the ground. But at the very edge of the 20-foot pole, that's going to be cooking along the ground. It's going to be moving really fast. So in the same way, if you have an atmosphere around a sphere, the further you go out, the faster actual speed that outer atmosphere or the outer edges would get, and it would be like exponential. So there would have to be some kind of perfectly balanced thing that is doing the gravity thing, but then also, it's really just pseudophysics. So it's not even something that's possible. But I mean, I suppose it's like a concept, like you could think of it as a concept, but what would actually cause that variation to control exactly the speed that the outer atmosphere is moving? And then somehow that also has to transition into a vacuum.
Yeah, I like your analogy of the 20-foot pole. However, the analogy would be more like at the end of the 20-foot pole, the last 1/16 of an inch is the atmosphere. And so why is the end of the pole going slightly faster than 1/16 from the end of the pole? And yeah, I agree. It is going slightly faster up high. In fact, like I said, 2.5 miles an hour faster at 10 miles high versus the ground, the sea level. So I don't think it's that much, is all I'm saying.
And just to pick up on what Gio said there, that unless the whole of space is spinning at that ever increasing speed, you would get a shear effect as your rockets, your space shuttle, whatever, re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. There would be a shear effect because space isn't spinning at an ever increasing speed the further you get out.
Right, but there's hardly any atmosphere, so that shear effect can effectively be ignored.
Yeah, but you're saying it's moving 2.5 miles an hour faster. Well,
between
you're coming
sea
in.
level and 10 miles high. Yes.
Yeah, at 2.5 miles, it is spinning 2.5 miles faster than anything entering from the stillness of space. So you still get that shear effect. You're coming from a dead, still space into something that is moving 2.5 miles an hour faster than it. And
yes,
bang, you enter that shear effect.
2.5 miles an hour is not that much, right?
But when you're coming from the dead, still calm of your claimed space, you are entering into that shear effect.
Yes. And at the top of the atmosphere, there's hardly any atmosphere, so you can just ignore it because there's not.
But you're saying it's spinning 2.5 miles an hour faster than it is on the ground.
Right.
And what's your claimed ground speed?
At the equator, it's about 1,040 miles an hour compared to the North Pole.
Right. So you're entering into that spinning air mass from the dead calm of space.
If you're falling straight down, I mean, nobody does that, but yes.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I might want to be a baller now.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, Witsit, you're smart enough to understand these ideas if you look into them more carefully.
Don't you think I know, like, your position, though?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard a flat earther explain how rockets could work in space.
You asked me that last time, and I gave you an answer, and you're like, wow, that was actually pretty good. I can do it better than Glover's.
Oh, I think you're right. Sorry. In general, though, most flat earthers can't answer that question.
I think I can answer most of the questions better than Glover's. So, like, what do you think? Like, do you think, like, some people throw some hefty accusations around at me. They say that I know the Earth's not flat, and I do this for money or whatever.
No, it's clear that you buy into this.
So how does that work in your mind? Like, what do you think? Like, if I understand the position better than most of the Globers, why would I ever be ignorant enough to not believe it? Right? I mean, if it's just a lack of understanding, and then it becomes obvious, then how do I fit in that equation?
The reason people adopt certain beliefs and certain ideas is a complicated thing, like political ideas, religious ideas, ideas about the Earth, and so there's a whole web of kind of presuppositions and evidences and ideas that fit all that together. So it's not as if, I mean, I'm not going to say, oh, if I just got you the right proof and showed you this one thing, then suddenly you'd become a baller. Just like, you can't say, oh, here's the one proof that God exists, and so now the atheist is going to convert tomorrow. So there's a lot of complicated things that determine what people think is true.
Yeah, but you know that like the whole flat Earth thing was incredibly inconvenient for my life, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, like even like financially, like with my friends and family. So I don't see any true personal motivation. I don't know. Really,
What about your
really don't.
spiritual leaders? What did they say?
I was agnostic. Like one of the things that I said pre-flat Earth was, and actually even like 3 years into flat Earth, by the way. I said, "Oh yeah, there's 4,200 religions, and you know yours is the right one. We get it." That was kind of my take on this. What did my spiritual leaders say about the Earth? They just get really mad. They don't answer the questions. Like, yeah, I don't even just say, "Hey, the Earth's flat." I just like this isn't. They weren't my spiritual leaders. They were like, preachers and youth ministers that I had grown up with. I just asked them about like the firmament, and yeah, they just get super triggered. Or like the waters above. I've been told that's talking about the water in the air. Right. So like for me, I don't know. That was nowhere close. I didn't think the earth was flat because of the Bible though. Like I was raised with the Bible, stopped believing in the Bible, found out about the earth 3 years knowing about the earth before I ever got back to anything to do with the scriptures. I prayed and fasted and then felt like I was like I took hallucinogenics and like was getting direct answers from like clearly a force more powerful than me and stuff. Like my whole spiritual thing is like this anecdotal crazy spiritual experience list. So I don't see your narrative working out. I don't see like I had to lose a 6-figure job. Like I didn't have the job. I had the job offer though. No, and I couldn't take the job because they told me to take down all my flat Earth stuff. Like I was ranting about magnetism and the ether and the Earth being stationary. I was ranting about that stuff on Facebook, and they said I had to take all that down, take all my posts down, because it was a sales rep job. But it was like a good job. It was like 6 figures with incentives and commission, and insurance, all that. So I turned it down.
Yeah, so it costs you a lot.
Yeah, because like now I'm far beyond a couple of Facebook videos I ranted on. Like I have irreparable amount of videos now, right? I mean, I've been like arrested for it. I have a video that's got like 700,000 views, making fun of me for being arrested for it. So yeah, like I don't know. I just don't see how that narrative makes any sense. I don't know. These are probably the reasons why people they come up with the accusations that I know the Earth's not flat, but I do it for money or something. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Because
yeah, they're wrong about that. You're clearly sincere and have a strong knowledge of this, I'd say.
Well, Matthew, do you see it in your mind as a viable possibility in your mind that the Earth is actually a stationary planar surface with the sun, moon, and stars moving above us, and that the globe is a lie, and that there, of course, would have to be certain overlaps observationally that for them to even push the globe and so on. But what is your level of viability that actually could be the truth, or that you will come to that as the true understanding of it?
Very low, very, very unlikely. I don't see it. It just doesn't work for me.
Then, Matt, then what is your obsession with hanging with us? I mean, you're not really putting to change our mind.
Oh, I like seeing what you guys say. I think it's very interesting to listen. I mean, most of the time I'm on here, I'm like multitasking, doing other stuff. But I mean, yeah, I like interesting people.
You spend physical time with us too.
Yeah, I'm going to be there next Saturday.
You don't try and change us. I mean,
no, you guys aren't going to change. I'm happy to educate about how the globe Earth ideas work, though.
Well, Matthew's one of the few that openly states, like, I presuppose the globe, and then, this works.
Yeah,
so, like,
that's how it
still must be a fanboy, though. These guys
Well,
are.
I think he does know that there are a lot of smarter people, and I think he maybe, I try to play. I never like to play advocate for the devil. It's a dumb phrase, but like if you look at it, like Kosho kind of said the same thing. We get into interesting conversation nonetheless. Like we'll talk about all kinds of stuff. Talk about the photon, the electron, quantum field theory, the Big Bang, and dark matter, dark energy, and we talk about all kinds of stuff. So I mean, maybe he just finds the conversation interesting.
Matt, what do you think of the difference between Discord and real life flat Earth?
In real life, people are generally more cordial, and that's true just in general. If something is mediated through Discord or through some other thing, it's easy to forget that the other person is a real person. But if you're standing in front of somebody, then it's generally cordial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty true. Like I bet QE wouldn't talk to people like he does in real life.
That would be interesting to meet him in person. I haven't seen him around much. I guess he's on different servers now.
Yeah, I doubt he would in real life.
No, I know for a fact he wouldn't talk to me like that. And I'm not saying that because I'm like some badass. I'm just saying I just know because I've just been around the block. Like the Globers that used to talk crazy to me when they came and saw me on the tour, it was a totally different vibe, you know.
Dude, you stood up to that guy M Stone. I remember I've watched that one live. Dude, that dude was stepping up on you, and you definitely held him off. Like you were, like he wanted to threaten you, and you held your ground and put back like a fury of strength back to him. Like you weren't doing any attacks though, but you were protecting yourself in such a way that he was just like dissolved. Like he couldn't even maintain. And then you guys decided to start doing debates. So then like, you guys started holding up like iPads with like black swans and shit, different like images on them. And at that point he was just getting eviscerated and he was still trying to step to you and you were still holding your ground. That was an intense meeting.
Yeah, that was great. He tried to like flinch at me like 3 times. He told me to walk around the corner. I'm like, bro, chill out, man.
Well, that was one of the things because he was on film. Yeah. So that was one of the obvious things that if he was going to do anything, yeah, he would. Because all he had to do was like throw the. I'm not trying to take conversation into that or whatever, but I'm just saying like if he's on film, then it's pretty obvious who took
Started it.
I have a question though. I don't want to. If this is breaking the rules, I apologize. I hope it's not. But I'm just very curious. On Nathan's server, is it still on? Because I seem to be banned there. I haven't done anything.
The server got nuked.
Oh, it got nuked?
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm not banned. It was just nuked. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Karma sucks sometimes.
What happened?
I think that Karma made their server get deleted. That's what I think.
Okay.
I don't know what happened. I know that there was a
It was
story
just so
floating
weird.
around that I got it deleted for a second. Which I obviously would never do such a thing, so. Yeah, I don't know. I think that they were just there were people in the chat talking about some stuff you're not supposed to talk about, and then they got a few warnings, and they got deleted. I don't know.
It is a bit of a mystery because I mean, yeah, I remember waking up that day hearing about it, and it was like there were 3 servers, and the other 2 servers were guys that were, pretty regular members on that server, on Betty's server. So the other 2 servers that, were guys that were, regulars on Betty's, and it's like all 3 the same day. So yeah, it does. I guess it's a little bit of an unsolved mystery in my mind. I don't know exactly why that occurred like that. I mean, I guess they got a message from Discord saying like about medical stuff or whatever. So yeah, I guess it's possible that someone was posting that kind of stuff.
Be nice to know, but whatever. So do Nathan
Yeah, I mean, I guess
still
is
do-
the
do
actual
their show?
was the information I mean, I guess I don't know for sure because I didn't get a message from Discord about it. So did Betty or someone else say that like they got a message from Discord and that Discord deleted it, or is it like unknown?
I think I know some people that are mods there that got a message about it, but I don't know. I haven't talked to them, right? Like, Yeah, I'm not talking to them, so I don't know. It's a pretty crazy timing, that's for sure. But yeah, they're on like some other platform. I forgot Gideon or something like that.
Gilded.
Gilded, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gilded.
Yo, I lost all respect for everyone. I mean, like, they chose like, yo, like they blatantly and intentionally lie. And like for me, that's one of my things. Like I can't. That's why I can be cool with Matthew. I don't think he lies, right? Like I think he just is honest. Like Matthew's like, yeah, yeah. I presuppose the globe. I assume it, and then that's why I think it works like this.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Sometimes I wonder if people don't understand the difference between disagreeing and lying. So, like if I say something someone disagrees with, I'm totally happy for them to say, I disagree with that. But if they say, no, you're lying, I'm like, no, I actually believe this. I mean, lying implies deceit.
That's why I asked you about Skypuss, because Skypuss was making up shit.
He does lie. He definitely does lie, but
That's why I asked you, Matt. I was like, how are you listening to that?
Yeah, I'm trying to think back on what
It's all
what did he make up?
He's trying everything he could. He was
he wasn't.
he was
wasn't
lying.
lying as much at that point. He was being dishonest in the sense that he was.
I don't think he was
every time
either.
he got to where he couldn't have an answer, he would just ad homing, right? He would just say that I'd never flown a plane or whatever.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it would have been more honest for him to say, "Oh yeah, I don't understand that," or that I assume something. So I see what you're saying.
Hugely appreciated that. Hugely.
He also blatantly lied a couple times, right? Like he, I'm like, dude, if you're on a computer, just pull the post up so we can look through it together, you know? And he's like, I've already read it. I'm like, you haven't read it. And he's like, oh, well, I know what it's gonna say. I'm like, okay. And then he said, what's it just making shit up right now? I'm like, dude, I'm reading the post. He's like, okay. And then I'm like, are you gonna read it? Have you read it? No, I don't need to read it. And then 5 minutes later, he's like, I've already read it. But he didn't, right? Because he was sitting there talking to us the whole time. He wasn't reading it. So, I mean, yeah, that's just weird to me. Like, I wouldn't trust him around, like, my newborn in a few months, you know? Like, and I'm saying, like, I feel the same way about Oakley and QE, right? When someone chooses to intentionally and, like, deceptively fabricate things, where they're like, dude, I think if I say it convincingly enough, I can convince everyone of my lie. And like they intentionally do that. Like, yo, that is, to me, that's like one of the most egregiously immoral things to do. And I think it's really, really bad for you too. I think you like make it sick and stuff. So yeah, that's just like the big thing. I'll be a friend with a Glober over a flat earther a million times in a row if one of them's being honest. If the Glober's being honest.
Well, I look at it this way. I would rather have somebody believe in the flat Earth and have it to be their opinion than somebody to believe in the globe earther just because they're told to. There's a big difference there.
Yeah, I'm just saying, my big thing is honesty, man. Like, I think that's a big deal. Like the people on the streets that think the Earth's a globe, they're in no way lying. Even whenever they're talking to me and they kind of get caught up in ego and then they're like, no, it can't be, but like, they don't know though. I would say that the percentage of people on the internet that are anti-flat earthers, a lot of them are dishonest. They have dishonest intention. Because, yeah, like, I don't know. Like, when they still say stuff like there'd be no horizon, or like, say you debunk one of their arguments, they come back the next day and they say it again. Like, I explained the whole light concept the way that I interpret it. And that light's already there, and what we quantify as the quote-unquote speed of light's actually just a rate of induction, but it's the rate of induction of the illumination. So we just quantify the rate of perception, like how quickly we see illumination, and that's not what light itself is. We use that convention, and then we have a distance finder and stuff like that, laser distance finder and radar, and it's all based on this convention. And then, like, I'll explain that, and then for the next 5 days, 3 times a day, they'll jump in every time they hear me talking on a light, and they'll say, no, that doesn't make sense because of you can't explain laser distance finders. I'm like, this is just dishonest, but maybe they're actually just not understanding.
Or what it is that they believe it's a globe, and if they disagree with you, they say they're lying. That's So it is.
Yeah, the thing about a lie
Yeah,
is that, I
you
mean, to
agree,
really
you disagree, lie. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I hear you on. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think like that quote could almost be slightly altered to sort of say, to attribute a lie to somebody, or some way to kind of reorganize the wording of that, like just meaning that's because to attribute that someone's lying, that means that they know the truth and are specifically saying something that they know is false.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a big claim because it has to imply that they know one or the other and then are purposefully doing it. Whereas in how many cases are they either believing what it is, whether it's, and so on. And let's just say that they're into something that's false, or they have some mindset of something that's false. Just because they might repeat it or defend it or push it or whatever it may be, doesn't mean that they know the truth and are purposefully lying. It could mean that that's just where they're at currently. And then if someone else disagrees with them and think that's not the truth, to me, that's not necessarily a valid reason, like just based on that alone to claim, that someone actually is lying.
Yeah, I think there's a nuance too between the word dishonest and lie. I don't think they're the same thing. I think that you can be behaving dishonestly, but you're not like intentionally telling a lie. I use the word dishonest a lot more when I'm like, you're just being dishonest, and people scream, he's calling me a liar. But like, no, I'm not saying that because I don't think they know that I'm right. Right.
Yeah, but dishonest is the same thing. That means that he knows that it's the other way and he's purposefully pushing it.
See, I think that the nuance is like, okay, say I'm talking about, yeah, I mean, they're very similar, right? But I think that the lie comes in where you want, like you said, you know the truth and you're intentionally lying, where being dishonest is you just don't have intentions of even giving the point the time of day. Where like that's kind of a dishonest tactic, but it doesn't mean you ever like intellectualize and comprehend it enough to intentionally lie about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, to me that sounds almost more like a disharmony of integrity.
Okay, yeah, I call it. I think it's kind of dishonest, but there's probably a better word for sure.
I know what you mean though. In that way, like not kind of honestly having an intellectually honest discussion.
Exactly.
Meaning to be able to kind of make small concessions as you're going to make sure you're on the same page and be able to actually navigate it and have a valid, like if they're going to refute something, have an actual valid refute instead of just an ad hom or just some kind of
Yeah, exactly. Like I get intellectually dishonest isn't synonymous with lying.
Right, I see what you mean.
There's a crossover, but it's like there's a difference.
There's an interesting story about a lawyer that makes sure to mark the back of all those documents with a stamp, what case it is and the date and all that, because he believes that he believes that you could put something in front of a judge, have him turn it over. The judge literally take a stack of paperwork, turn it over, and when you call the judge and say, "Judge, did you see the paperwork that I given you?" And he says, "Yeah, I have it right here, but I don't see anything that's relevant to this case." And so all the judge had to do was turn it over to be able to honestly say, "I have it right here, but I don't see anything that's relevant to this case." So the lawyer, to keep this guy honest, was stamping the back of all docs. So he couldn't just make that claim because that's the way of getting out of lying. It's wordplay.
Yo, Soda, are you here? Is that the Soda?
House, yeah.
That's the Soda. It's been years. Where you been?
On the street. Yeah, I haven't talked to her in years for sure. It's been
it's crazy. It's like I think I met her in 24/7, and she got a boyfriend that hated flat Earth. That was my understanding. She went back to the globe. How dare you, Soda? All right. Anyway,
But she's not muted. Yeah, I guess she's either not at her mic or she's locally muted.
You're asking if I can see your screen.
Yes.
One of the things, well, just somewhat. This is just. I was just gonna say this about. It's actually back on like Betty's server, Nathan and QE, that whole server. Someone had just mentioned this, and I don't know if it's the case, but it is something I thought about. I know it's kind of touching back on that topic, but it was just on my mind. Is that I know that Discord does have new terms of service around like harassment, and like who knows what that could be categorized as, like, but that is another possibility. Like, they might start flagging certain servers that have certain things going on. And I know that like one thing, like, I mean, not totally trying to call out QE, but I mean, he did used to post a lot in the text chat, all those just like strings of insults and all the stuff that he would put in there.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that's the reason or not, but I just sort of wonder, like if that was could be part of it, like if they kind of saw what was going on there, because I mean it was pretty intense at times. Like it was kind of a gauntlet in a way in terms of some of the stuff that was going on there.
Yeah. Did you by chance see like his little presentation about me?
Oh, dude, I remember. Yeah, I woke up that day. I remember looking at my like stuff, and I saw that somebody had posted that video, and I was like, oh, they're like ripping apart someone on the ether, but I didn't know it was you because it said something about like Mae West would blush or whatever that was. So I didn't even know what that was, and then I ended up like seeing that you were doing a live stream. So I was like, oh my God, this is going down right now. Like they're both doing full on. And then, yeah, like what he was doing, like basically, dude, yeah, because people were saying like he went after you. Like I don't watch a lot of QE's content, so I can't really like, I'm not like a connoisseur enough to tell the difference, but people were saying that he was going harder on you than he does to even any Glober. Like he was even going. And so, yes, I didn't really watch all of it. I did watch some of yours. I like skimmed through parts of it. But I definitely didn't watch his whole thing, and I probably never will. But I did watch at least some of, skimmed through some of it. But so I don't really know all the talking points, but I have seen, probably at least 60, 70% of it. And yeah, that's intense, man. That all.
Yeah. It's all. I mean, yeah. I'm not even saying to go watch. Like my response. I did one called Straw Man, and then I didn't have time because I had a debate that night. So I did one the next day. That's like 3.5 hours, and it's like I go through his whole thing. I go through every slide. So I wouldn't even encourage someone. I did it for the people that are trying to keep up with it. And I'm like, this is the last time I'm ever even addressing any of it. You know what I'm saying? Because they're doing this for clicks. But
I mean, it is wild. Like they literally went on a rampage of trying to, what was their word? Exterminate the ether.
Yeah.
And then a couple weeks later, their server's gone, taken down by Discord. It's like, wow.
Crazy timing. And then they were running. There was this guy because I said something like, dude, FED's going to go down in flames if you don't stop. And like, so people were screenshotting me saying stuff like that. They're like, Austin flagged the server, I'm like, dude, I'm talking about if you're going to make me publicly address and expose that you're lying, it's going to be bad for your show. That's what I'm obviously saying. But yeah, it's just crazy. It's crazy timing. What, dude, it made me feel bad for Globers because I'm like, whoa, has he been doing this to all the Globers? Where he takes the quotes.
He's gone through almost every single one to where no one goes anymore.
Yeah, and he takes the quotes. Well, okay, what he was doing was he was intentionally lying. Like I lost any shred of respect. I used to always be put off by his behavior, but I'm kind of like, well, I'm not everyone's dad. Maybe some people like that, right? And he'd be real nice to me, and he would just be rude to everyone else, and I'm like, whatever. So anyway, but dude,
if you were on his good side,
Yeah, exactly. But he was blatantly lying, bro. Like at one point, I said like the ether doesn't claim that light travels from point to point physically, and he's like, oh, pathetic reification fallacy. Oh, is the ether sentient? It can claim things. So instead of addressing my argument, he was claiming that he was basically claiming that I said the ether was sentient and could make claims itself. Another example was I was like the photographic plate claims, because in context I explain it thoroughly. I'm like, whenever you invoke a photographic plate in the double slit, you're reifying and presupposing that the photon exists and that the electron exists, right? So when you say, oh, the photographic plate detects the photon, well, you're presupposing and reifying that the photon hits an atom, dislodges an orbital electron, exchanges energy to it to make it become free, and then it turns into a photoelectron. So it requires the reification of the photon and the electron. And so, then I'm like, again, the photographic plate assumes that there's a photon that hits the electron. So then he puts that one quote out of context there and says that I'm claiming the photographic plate's sentient, and it assumes things. That was two of his arguments. Another one, think about how just lame, weird, and dishonest.
Those sound like kind of miscaricatures because it isn't something that you actually. It's like using words in a way that kind of mischaracterizes. Because I mean, if that's not a position you hold, then it is not really relevant.
The funny part is, so in both those scenarios, I'm making an actual argument. I'm right, which is the photographic plate. When you invoke that, you're reifying the photon and the electron. He didn't address that argument, but he actually put the quote there just to say that I was like claiming that the photographic plate is sentient or whatever, which is obvious in context, right? So I'm just pointing out, like, these are examples of lying to me, where you're intentionally lying. Another one is, I've been talking about, it's not just density and buoyancy, it's electrostatics as well for like, what, 3 years now? And I'm like, yeah, we can use a Van de Graaff generator, manipulate the electrostatics, and make things float. So I mean, we can do science, right? Improve it. And then what FED's rebuttal has been is, well, that's a Van de Graaff generator. That's not found in nature. I'm like, oh, we can't use a man-made device in an experiment? Then you can't do experiments. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? How do you manipulate an independent variable without a freaking man-made device? And I was debating.
I don't think I have anything against a Van de Graaff generator. Is just creating friction and pulling exactly what's in the environment.
Exactly. And so, like, I was debating Brian from FED, and we were talking about that. And he's like, Van de Graaff generator is a man-made device. Or, that's not found in nature. I'm like, so you're saying that we can't use man-made devices? And I think that's one of the stupidest positions ever, right? So I critique FED for their hypocrisy at one point, and I'm like, yeah, so we can't use a Van de Graaff generator or whatever, but we can call the double slit an experiment. I'm like, so I sarcastically say, you can't call the double slit an experiment as a man-made device. Like, I'm being sarcastic. He takes that quote and pretends that was my claim that you can't have an experiment with man-made devices, and then like rips that argument apart, which is actually my whole point, right? Which is that it's stupid. He argues that that's like me saying that. And he does that the whole time. He does stuff like that the whole time, right? Where it's like, that's just wildly dishonest, bro. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of in disbelief it was so bad. And so I kind of feel bad for the Glovers now. I'm like, yo, you guys have probably just been blatantly strawman. I mean, not that they're right, but, they've been strawmanned, I would imagine. Like, taken out of context on purpose to try to make them look dumb and stuff. Anyway.
So Wood said I just dropped a screenshot of this article talking about how insignificant we are because of the layout of the universe and our position in it, while also saying that there's a revolution in science because electrons may be sentient and have mind.
Photons?
Electrons.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'll drop the link, but I put the screenshot there.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. The whole thing's stupid. I don't know. I don't want to.
There is intelligence behind everything. So.
Well, I actually think there's more. Like, I think that would be a proper defining of energy. I think Ken Wheeler explains that well. I think that what we call energy is actually backwards. Like, the energy, we're actually watching like the loss of, or like it's being dispelled or dissipating back into its original state. Like, we call that energy, but it's actually like energy kind of dissipating. Anyway, so like I would say pressure mediation coming from the pure potential of counter space, but there has to be some type of intelligence behind it. So I think that's not as far away from the truth as you may think, because electrostatics is actually the ether under strain, from my understanding, or torsion, and it's just manifesting and then becoming non-manifest, manifesting, becoming non-manifest. So there has to be some type of creative, intelligent force within the ether. So yeah. Anyway, I think it's crazy because they're probably not as wrong as that sounds on the surface, but.
Right, we were actually talking about this earlier. We were going deep on like spirituality and all of that, but just the perspective, like, let's say that the creator is outside of the material, meaning its beingness would exist beyond whatever's here, and so if that's the case, then there is a sort of non-physical, non-material, metaphysical, etc. reality, and that's actually the baseline through which the entire physical world then comes out of. So then, of course, there would be a very intelligent interface between those two.
Yeah. Now, if you're claiming it's a little physical particle of matter, and you're claiming that it's like sentient, then like, I think that's like absolutely ridiculous. But another thing that Curie did is he's like, oh, Witsit. He called me Witsit, Shitsit. He called me Shitsit the whole time. So he's like, shits it. Your God, Tesla, said that at least he knew what an electron was. And then he quotes him where he says that the electron is a particle of primary matter. And he's like, he saw the word particle and matter. So he's like, see, he's promoting particle physics. He knew the electron was a physical material particle. And he's like, you keep invoking Tesla, blah, 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 blah. He's saying the opposite of you. He doesn't know that Tesla defined the primary matter as ether. He called the ether primary matter or the primary substance, and that what we call matter is actually the secondary state of matter. So he's literally showing a quote about him calling the electron like a characteristic within the ether. He would call it actually like a corpuscle or a condensate, an isolated gap in a field. So anyway, I just thought it was funny.
It makes sense that out of the infinite comes the finite, the manifest, the actual physical manifest.
Yeah. Like the way Tesla, the best quote I like to get people started if they want to look into this, because I'd side with Tesla on a lot of it. And he said there's a life-giving force, or prana, as he would call it, a life-giving force moving within the luminiferous ether. And that's what causes it to become manifest. And I think that's true, right? There's some intelligent force in the metaphysical realm, if we want to call it that, the etheric realm. And that's what causes that pure potential to become manifest.
Yeah, there's actually like entire languages that their words are based upon, because like they use specific words that, like in Sanskrit, for example, which is prana, is a Sanskrit word. And so it's like there's actual entire languages that are built around having specific words that represent these exact things you're talking about in terms of that, like how it, like prana essentially permeates all reality and that kind of life force, that vital principle. And they have a whole specific word for it. That's how important it is in their entire understanding of the cosmos, is to identify it specifically in that sense in their language.
Yeah. Like I would say it's even an intrinsic property of the ether. I mean, yeah, I would say, that's what I classify as the creator, But and you see, this is kind of the trick. If this is true, they fooled us pretty efficiently if you think about it, because you can't even say this to most people. They're going to be like, what the hell are you talking? That's so woo woo. You know what I mean? Like they've detached philosophy from science so effectively that like people just hear it and think it sounds crazy. And they think that magnetism being the exchange of virtual photons that we know don't exist, but it makes our math work because we can't explain it. Somehow that makes more sense than me saying, oh, there's a metaphysical realm with some type of creative force moving within it, causing it to become manifest from its pure potential state of counterspace. They're like, oh, that's crazy, but virtual photons are like, that's legit. So I don't know, they tricked us pretty well, in my opinion. Because philosophy and science cannot be detached, and empiricism is. We were talking about this in here earlier. I think empiricism is retarded. Like, I think it's the idea that all knowledge can be attained via the senses and scientific experimentation, which is basically what the flat Earth cult dogmatic script has been for the last few years. Science, 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 science. Science only.
Because he is science.
And I mean by like the natural science, right? What they call natural science, right? Because science means to know. So, I mean, in the actual application.
It should be to notice.
You mentioned prana, and there's even an entire practice called pranayama, which is all about how to like accumulate and expand and actually work with prana. So it's like using breath, because prana is also connected to breath. So it's like there's actually entire spiritual traditions and practices based around essentially connecting with that essential life force within the ether and actually using it for like healing. And so I think there's a lot of the stuff that they want to keep us disconnected from by giving this replacement model that's totally disenchanted and doesn't have any actual practical use to it.
Well, where would intelligence come from, and why wouldn't everything have it in a way? Like, that's what they're hiding also. Like, a rock floating in, in all these things, and like the word action and reaction and, this to that and a law of something. It really just sounds like the basis of intelligence itself, given, confirmation or like the blueprint or conduction, flow, whatever.
Oh, this is fire. So when you're watching someone's screen, I'm like never on the PC on Discord until recent. Like you can pop out the screen. So you can literally pop out the screen entirely separate from Discord. That's fire.
Yeah, you can put it on a second monitor somewhere.
That's fine. All right,
Oh, you
Jesse.
can pop the chat out, you mean?
Like if you go watch someone's screen, you can pop it like on YouTube, you can pop out the chat. It'll pop out as a separate screen. So I have my whole Discord pulled up to the right, and then I have his screen popped out separately by itself. Like I'm used to being on my phone. Yeah, where I have to it takes over the whole phone to watch someone's screen, you know?
Okay, so when you're watching someone else's Discord stream, you can pop it out, you're saying. Yeah. I think I have seen that before. Right, the lower right. Yeah, no, it's cool to remind me of that because I think I'd seen that feature, but yeah, that is actually quite useful. Because now you're right, you can see the chat and you can watch his live stream. Yeah, that's actually great.
Yeah, exactly. It's dope.
Did you find the volume control on it?
Wait a second.
Yeah, there's a separate volume control for that whole window right next to the pop out.
Yeah. Wow, that's awesome. Because I might use this for my YouTube show. YouTube debate show.
Mic check. How's my mic?
Good.
Sounds good.
Mic check.
I just was able to put the Discord on the Xbox, and I'm using it through there.
Nice.
The Xbox console. So I guess Microsoft bought Discord, and now you could actually have the Discord on the console itself.
Whoa, Microsoft bought it.
They didn't buy them. They made an offer and it was rejected, from what I understand. But they still had integration or still had stuff to make it work on Xbox, but I'm pretty sure Microsoft did not end up buying them.
Okay.
Well, it's probably coming. I know we have limited time. I'm sure.
Yeah, it does. It says Microsoft wanted to purchase the company outright for a rumored $12 billion, but was ultimately unsuccessful.
Yeah, Facebook's probably gonna beat them to the punch. Watch.
In the metaverse. All right. I don't know if we want to take over the whole room, Jesse, but yeah, I don't know how we could talk separately. I mean, I did just talk about this in depth. So I mean, in summary, do you agree that you have to claim that the atmosphere moves lockstep with the Earth?
Well, I mean it does, or neither is moving. But the point is, that's a totally different argument. We don't need to introduce a jet flying from Frankfurt to Abuja if you have evidence that the air could not move with a rotating Earth, then that would be where we would start on that. And I did not see Brenner's provide any evidence to support that the air could not move with a rotating Earth.
Yeah, his argument was just that if you claim that, that's exactly what Coriolis claims doesn't happen.
But Coriolis doesn't claim that doesn't happen. Not the air.
Well, the air's...
If you guys are going to jump back into this, that's cool. Do you want me to share your screen on the live stream, Jesse? I can share it on the actual YouTube stream, and if you want, just let me know.
Oh, either way is fine with me.
All right.
Check.
I'll share it now if you guys are going to go into it.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, we don't have to take over the whole room. Yeah. If we can, we can do it kind of quick. Jesse, what's up? Let's hear. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and get straight to it. Ask the questions I was asking them. So if the air is moving lockstep with the Earth, then what's the mechanism that makes the air go faster up higher?
How much faster? And see, that's what Brenner overlooked. The air up high is, if you look at the thickness of the air, the alleged thickness of the air, compared to the alleged radius of the Earth, it's a very, very small change. I mean, how high is a jet? 10 miles, 20 miles? So we're talking about 20 miles out of an increase of radius of 20 miles out of 4,000 miles. So how much faster would that air actually be going?
Yeah, to clarify, Brenner didn't even make this argument at all. This is just my argument. He didn't. He just said Coriolis was different, but yeah, like the problem is it's not just about the height of the plane. Like if you're gonna say the atmosphere is moving lockstep with the Earth, like it has to be doing that all the way up. Like it can't. What it doesn't just have some moment where all of a sudden it's not doing that. And so that claim comes with the entirety of the Atmos claim. And so the question is then, like, what's the mechanism that allows the top of the atmosphere to go fast enough to keep up with the Earth? Because it can't be, well, we're just not going to talk about up there because the plane's just this high. Because in order to invoke that to explain where the plane is, you have to explain the whole atmosphere moving with the Earth first.
So Coriolis would only come into effect if you had a mass that started at the surface and then shot up, and you expected it to maintain angular rate, but the air doesn't rise or fall that fast. So I'm not even sure what your dilemma is.
Okay, so I'm making a side note. So if you're asking specifically what Brenner's talking about, I'm just saying, I looked it up. There's no mechanism offered even yet that I could find where you could explain the mechanism for the atmosphere at the top of the atmosphere moving faster to keep up with the Earth. Like they just say it's mysterious how it happens, basically, but it has to be. When it comes to Brenner specifically, he's saying that the Earth is basically accelerating away from you, and since you maintain a constant velocity, you would have to accelerate yourself to catch up to the system accelerating away from you.
Okay, so could we go back to your statement about there being no mechanism to accelerate the air at the higher levels?
Mm-hmm.
What about friction?
Well, okay, that's dependent upon gravity, right? So, like, because gravity is what's holding the air, then you get the friction. So, yeah, gravity wouldn't be able to drag the top of the atmosphere with it faster as it gets weaker. So, as its strength is inversely proportionate, but the speed is directly proportionate to the increase in altitude. Like, we have an issue. We need some type of mechanism that's going to explain that. Like, friction would be a byproduct of the mechanism.
But I mean, well, first of all, I think it's a fallacy to say that if we don't understand the mechanism, the cause of the mechanism, that therefore it doesn't exist. I mean, we don't, even if we don't understand gravity, things still go down. Air still has weight, right? Air does still have weight, right?
Well, when you put it in a container to weigh it.
But I mean, you're aware that a filled scuba tank is 6 pounds heavier, right?
Yeah, because that's a tank, that's a container. Yeah.
And and you're aware that
you're hot, Mike, and pissing.
My bad.
So if the air has weight and it's sitting on other air that has weight, and it's all sitting on an Earth surface that's moving, why would, I mean, you've stood by the street when a big truck goes by, right? And you feel the wind hit you?
Yeah.
Why would, if instead of a truck moving, because the truck gets the air moving around it, but let's say instead of the truck moving, the whole surface of the Earth was moving, why would the air not, begin to move with it, right?
Yeah, but like I said, the problem is that you need a mechanism to explain how the entirety of the atmosphere is moving, meaning that the top of it's moving much faster to keep up with it because obviously it has to travel a greater distance. I mean, I understand. I'll give you some leeway here with your argument that just because we don't understand or know the mechanism doesn't mean we can automatically say that means it automatically doesn't happen. Like, okay, fair enough. But like, if you're claiming it does happen, I mean, if you can't even present some coherent viability of mechanism to me, then I don't really consider it much of a valid claim.
And the truck driving through the wind does not keep the wind with it. It fights through the wind, and the wind stays back and goes back behind it. The wind doesn't stay and spin around the truck. Sorry.
Right. The type of movement that they claim is happening is literally pseudophysics because, yeah, like Demok's saying, there's an actual movement is an actual thing that we can tangibly test and measure. And the way you guys claim the globe is moving is just it's a pseudo-physical concept, meaning that Now, I guess if you believe it, you think it's really happening, then I guess you would say, oh, well, it is happening, but only NASA can go out there and actually, tell us it's happening. But if it's not happening at all, then of course it would just be pseudo-physics. Like it's a concept, it's an idea, but
Yeah, it's anomalous.
But I mean, I still don't see any reason that the air couldn't be moving. I mean, if you had, take a dry tennis ball and get it spinning. The fuzz on the outside, the further out fuzz, will be moving faster.
Yeah, but the fuzz is actually physically connected to the Earth, which would just be a begging the question as to how you're getting it connected to the Earth with the air at the top. So that's not really gonna cut it.
and as you move it, it's moving against air. So you would be like that's what it would be moving against. Like if you take a ball and spin it, it's actually in air.
Yeah, like
air's not staying with it; it's moving away and through and away from and out of the air. It's not like no air sticks with that ball. The ball.
Yeah, the minute you spin it, the air all starts going in a vortexual spin. Some goes clockwise, some goes counterclockwise, and then that correlates with the speed and direction that it starts moving.
Your position is the Earth's anomalous because of the bending and warping of space-time causing a gravity well, and that effect is so great that on that big of a scale, then you get basically a different effect than what's observed on the small local scale. And so you're claiming basically an anomaly, physical, anomalous,
But I don't think so. We know the air has friction against air. That's why you can drive a convertible with the top off and still have much less wind in the car than above the car, because the windscreen slows, helps the air move with you, but it's not trapped, it's just there. And as far as the drastically increased speed you mentioned, at 40 miles high at the equator, the air would be moving 10 miles an hour faster.
I didn't even say the word drastic. Well, what would it be at 60 miles? Because that's actually what we need. At the minimum, that's what you need to explain in 62 miles, at the minimum.
60 miles, it would be moving 15 miles an hour faster at the equator. That
doesn't sound right at all. That does not sound right.
Well, is my math wrong?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Well, I took 60 divided by 4,000. I guess technically I should have divided it by 4,060, but no, that would be in my favor, I guess. So an increase of 60 miles at a radius that's already 4,000 miles is a 0.015, or let me just check that.
See, it seems simple, right? Like at the surface, it has to be going 1,000 miles an hour with the Earth. And so as we get higher and higher, it's going to be relative to it. But it's not really about the amount. The argument is not about the amount. It's the fact that you need a mechanism to make it do it at all.
But I mean, the winds up there are like blowing in different directions relative to the ground, far in excess of 15 miles an hour.
Doesn't matter. You still need a mechanism to claim that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Like you haven't even presented a coherent claim yet. And I'm not saying you specifically, like your model hasn't. I looked it up.
Yeah, but even if you take a spinning wheel, like I was playing with the gyroscope the other day, just the spinning wheel of the gyroscope has a layer of air around it spinning with it. And of course it doesn't get the whole...
Got air spinning with it, or just a reaction from the air that's there? Like you said with the tennis ball, right? It's got a static, right? Electrostatic, magnetic little field. Like, what do you mean? Like, that doesn't mean air sticking to...
No, he was saying static fuzz. He was saying like little fuzzies.
Right. So what we're seeing here, instead of the fuzzies, is you're seeing the same static field without the little fuzzy hairs involved. Do you see what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that air is like holding on to it like a hand and going with it at all. Especially when, how much air? How much air does your gyroscope take with it? 1 pound? How much?
Well, yeah, we need to test this.
Hold on a second, please. He said air has weight. So how much does it take with it?
I couldn't follow that. I don't know if you could answer it, Jesse. I don't know.
It was a non-question, unfortunately.
No, I think he was saying is you're making the claim that the air is moving with it. How do you verify it?
Exactly. He says it holds an amount of wind onto it, Geo. That means like if I take an amount of water, I can calculate that amount that I'm putting onto something and it's taken with it. So he should be able to calculate the amount of air that that gyro is keeping with it on the outside, right? You understand what I'm saying?
There's no shear layer. There's no shear line. The air is spinning fastest, closest to the gyro, and the further from the gyro, the slower it's spinning. But I can feel it blowing the wind on my face. I don't know, and it's really not.
A reaction of a fan blade is not keeping the wind on it. It's pushing it away from itself to you. Dang. Listen to me, man. How much air is it sticking to it with your magical gravity assumption that you claim the air is holding on to it like a hand? If I put my hand on your head, my hand weighs an amount. If your head spins with my hand on it, now it spins with your head weight plus my hand weight. How much air sticks to the gyro, please?
It's not sticking.
Yeah, I don't
It's
think air
frictioning.
doesn't stick to anything. I mean,
No, I'm not claiming a gravitational pull by the gyro wheel. Or spinning any spinning wheel. I'm claiming a friction.
Well, how much friction is holding how much air? Like how much air is held by your magic friction holding it to the ball that we don't see anywhere?
well, that's not happening at all. That's the thing. They're just claiming it is on the globe
That's
scale. Because yeah, I
that's
mean,
why I'm
Dan, like
asking.
we know, of course, yeah. If you have a ball and you spin it in air, the air is gonna. There's some air that will get moved by it, sort of like a fan blade, but the air is just going to react to whatever that thing is. It's not going to. It's not going to cling along with it at all.
But yeah, so Jesse, this is the part. I'm assuming that you rebutted this part. This is the crux of it. Michael Brenner's argument is, well, this is where they jump in and say that the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth, which is exactly what Coriolis claims it doesn't. And you disagreed, but there's a slight difference. But he did address it. He says, right, and that gets us back to the Frankfurt Abuja. It is correct to say that planes don't fly along ballistic trajectories. They are powered, but it's also correct that they cruise at constant speed, for which they need their power. Apart from getting airborne, in physical reality, you can never catch up to a point that accelerates past you or away from you with constant speed, certainly not by banking the plane in the direction the point is accelerating away from you. You need to accelerate yourself. That's fundamental physics, and not so much physics of motion, but physics of energy expenditure for the goal of overcoming conservation of angular momentum. So seeing as how you have a constant speed, how are you accelerating, which would be the antecedent requirement to catch up to the system accelerating away from you, based on conservation of angular momentum?
So, are we agreeing for the sake of discussion that the air could be rotating with the Earth?
Oh no, I just happen to know that's just a dead end. The answer is you don't know what the mechanism is, but it could be happening. That's kind of the best that you've got, unless you think you can say something else. Because I try to look into it, and they basically say it's like mysterious. They don't actually know how it does it.
But I mean, when I take let's say I take a spinning tennis ball, I hang it on a string, and I put it in a jar, and it's like spinning. I have a little electric motor spinning it. It's going to get the air in that jar rotating with it to some degree, right?
There would be maybe some type of motion to be significantly far behind what's moving, which would debunk you.
Well, it wouldn't debunk me because in the case of the jar also has friction against the air, so the air would be torn and it would have lower rotational speed at the surface of the glass and higher rotational speed at the surface of the ball. But if the glass had no friction on the air, then why wouldn't the whole air be moving more or less with the ball, with very little slip?
There's no evidence of this ever happening. This is just some like hypothetical what's to say if what like. But the reason that doesn't work on a fundamental level is when you spin something in the jar, even if the air starts to kind of move around with it, like a blender, basically. Like it's moving behind it. Like in a blender, you have the middle piece that's just spinning real fast. The air and everything in that blender may start moving in the same direction, but it's not moving at the same speed as what's in the center. It's actually behind it, lagging behind it.
Right, but if you look at the globe model, where the atmospherical layer is 1 or 2% the thickness, or 1 or 2% of the radius, or the radius of the Earth, and what they claim is that there is no friction on top, or minimal friction on top of the air, I don't see how you can say that the air wouldn't move more or less with the Earth.
That
Well, you
means
have
you
to
don't
claim
have.
some friction because that's your container. You're invoking containment. Your gravity well acts as containment. And again, all observations ever will show you that even if there is some type of motion caused by the interior movement, it's always going to lag behind it. But in this situation, you're claiming it moves in lockstep with it. And you are claiming some source of friction because you're claiming the gravity well acts as containment.
Well,
You keep saying the word friction is what you keep invoking too when we're down here, right here in reality, when we only have one physics, and he just demonstrated with the blender, and as we demonstrated with the ball, and if you bowling ball, I mean, the air doesn't stick to it just because you say the word friction. That just means the word resistance or kinetic energy. I mean, it's a buildup. That's resistance. That's not acceptance. That's not plus and hold on to. That's push away.
So basically, what I'm getting at is, if you have evidence that the air could not move more or less with the globe, then we don't even need to talk about the jet plane or anything else, because all we have to do is go to the equator and see that there's not a constant 1,000-mile-an-hour wind, and that ends the discussion. But I don't think you or Brenner has presented evidence that if the globe model is true, the Earth or the air would not rotate essentially with the globe.
Well, you need to present evidence of even like potential viability of mechanism. So this is my argument, by the way, not Brenner's. Brenner's argument is that you can't claim it moves in lockstep. It's contradictory Coriolis. So once you take that understanding and then apply it to the fact that the Earth is accelerating away from you due to your constant speed, you would never catch up to it simply by banking in that direction. You would have to accelerate yourself to catch up to what's accelerating away from you. My argument is that you can't even utter the words that the air is moving with the Earth because you don't even have a mechanism to offer. I'm not just going to grant it to you.
Well, we can't really discuss Brenner's claim unless we grant, at least for the sake of discussion, that the air is theoretically moving with the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but I mean, see, I'm kind of in the business of destroying the globe. I'm not a big fan of granting hypotheticals that can't be demonstrated to even possibly be true. I mean, yeah, I basically strengthen his argument.
Plus, you have to invoke magic winds if you're saying that all of the air goes with the Earth. There's so many factors that would affect airplane travel that it's ridiculous to even postulate that that's the most likely situation that we have.
I mean, I guess I respect that you did do this as I requested you to do it, and you took it serious and did it. So I don't care to hear your argument, I guess, but I mean, this is going to always be looming over it as an asterisk, right? I mean, at the least.
Well, that's odd that you asked me to check into this, and then you say you don't respect to hear my argument. But anyway,
I'm saying that I do. I'm literally saying that I'm willing to hear it because if you.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I'm saying if you put time into it, then I can respect that you at least did that. Just since I was trying to beg everyone to respond, I've now gotten to the point where I go straight to this because I looked into it and found out there's no answer. Because everyone just expects to be granted whatever they claim in the model without even demonstrating viability. But yeah, we can pretend, if we pretend that the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with the Earth, and we can, and that's kind of also Brenner's argument as well, right? He's kind of saying that Coriolis claims that's not the case. So you want to go from that angle? You want to say why Coriolis doesn't claim that?
Well, I guess help me understand what Brenner is even arguing here. So, and now this is where my spreadsheet might be helpful. I've put in Earth rotation, Earth diameter, pi, a jet plane flying 525 miles an hour, and the distance from Frankfurt to Abuja is 2,828 miles, according to Google Earth. And from that, I calculate a flight time of 5.4 hours. So he starts out at Frankfurt with already going sideways. Does he start in Frankfurt? Yeah, okay. Going sideways about 800 miles an hour with the surface of the air, or the Earth, and with the air. And this is, and we have to assume that for this discussion, because if we don't assume that the air is moving with the Earth, then we don't even get to this. There's no point in even discussing this. So, and I know you didn't agree that the air could move with the Earth, but for the sake of discussion, that's what I'm assuming here for an analysis of this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just jump in real quick. Even if we were to assume that the air is going along with the Earth, I know this is a slightly different point, and you don't even have to respond to it if you don't want anyone, but I just thrown it out there, and if you want, you can. But this kind of plays into the same concept that we were talking about before, where if you have the air going along with the Earth, let's just take that for a second. The further out you get from the globe Earth, that has to obviously pick up speed dramatically. So you're moving through the air at that higher speed. And then at some point that has to transition to a vacuum that you also have to be moving speed, but not through air. So that's also just an impossibility, because you're already making, like, let's say, I mean, the way they claim 17,000 miles an hour, if you're then moving into a place that doesn't have air, then you're not even moving at all. You would just pop out of this 17,000 mile rotation, and then you would just be chilling there. It's just like an incompatibility. So you'd have to go from 17,000 miles an hour back to like zero to just float slow around the Earth.
Yeah, you couldn't claim that it's being dragged with the Earth because there's like no air there, but
right, and
that's what DP was saying earlier. Like, you'd get shredded. Think about it, if you were going 17,000 miles an hour out of the globe, and all of a sudden you pop into something, you're going 17,000 miles through space all the way to the moon. By the time you get to the moon, you're going to get shredded as you come into that environment, because now you have to slow down from 17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, the asteroids are supposed to burn up with that, right?
That's what they say too. Yeah.
Maybe let Jesse continue. I would suggest
Yeah,
let
yeah.
Jesse continue with his explanation if you don't mind.
yeah, like
I
Jesse.
didn't
Just
mean
so
to
we can,
derail it, but I just had those
okay.
thoughts. I just wanted to.
No, that's also a great point.
Okay.
Jesse, like the point that he's making, right? So we can. I want to then give it back to you and let you. Like, he's saying that Coriolis claims that's not the case because Coriolis requires an effect. It's an effect observed between two independent systems, one that's inertial and one that's accelerated. That's the only way you could have Coriolis by definition. And so that's contradictory to claiming that they're moving together.
That air and Earth are moving together?
Right, because it's claimed that you have Coriolis.
Rotating bodies can have a zero, basically, net.
What? Like, okay, like Brenner's argument is that this is where the Globers say the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with the Earth, like it carries the plane like a river. But the problem is that Coriolis is saying the exact opposite, because in order to observe the effect called Coriolis, it requires two independent systems, one that's inertial and one that's accelerating to observe the effects.
Doesn't a rotating body have a radial acceleration whose direction's either like inwards or outwards?
Okay. What's that? To claim that the bullets or whatever, to claim that Coriolis is observed on the Earth, you have to have one system that's inertial, and you have to have one system that's accelerating. And so then to claim out of the other side of your mouth that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, and as if one system, those are just contradictory. If the atmosphere was moving as one system with the Earth, then you would never have a Coriolis effect observed, because it requires two independent systems.
Oh, you mean like storms systems and shit like that?
Well, anything. I mean, they claim like bullet trajectories, right? They claim that Coriolis effect
Well,
is observed.
the bullet would be the separate, system in that sense, right? The parabola of the bullet it would be
Well, a
separate from
plane
the
could mimic a
acceleration of the
bullet's travel. They
rotating
say
body
that
underneath
the
it.
size matters.
I'm just trying to capture what's being said here.
Yeah, I mean, he covers the storms in a second too. I mean, I'll drop the thing just so you can see it. You can kind of follow along, but I do want to at the least, I want to let him try to respond, right? Because I respect any Glober that actually does things. So, yeah, I just
Continue,
wanted to
Justin.
reiterate the point.
Thank you. So, so when he starts out in Frankfurt, he'll start out with about 800 miles an hour sideways velocity with the surface of the Earth and with the air. And by the time he reaches Abuja, he will have reduced that to only 124 miles. Did I get that right? 9 degrees, 50 degrees. I don't remember what I did here. But anyway, I calculated a difference of 670 miles an hour of sideways velocity due to Earth rotation during the duration of the flight. Does that seem plausible?
Well, that's the thing, and then you have to figure out what's the deviation, right?
Right. So
Sounds like the speed you're going.
he had a change in Earth's surface
Tangential speed
of 670 miles an hour during the 5-hour course of the flight, right?
Okay, continue.
So that is a change in tangential speed of about
Velocity.
2 miles per hour per minute.
Okay.
So he's basically accelerating to his left or his right, or deaccelerating at the rate of about 2 miles per hour per minute.
Right.
And considering that a 747 has an acceleration on the runway of about 360 miles per hour per minute, I don't see why it couldn't keep up with a 2 mile per hour per minute crosswind of an acceleration to the left or to the right of an additional 2 point something miles per hour per minute. Does that make sense?
Well, the problem is it doesn't constantly accelerate. It actually has a constant speed, like in the real world.
But he starts out with one of those speeds already, pre-accelerated, moving with the surface of the Earth, right?
So, a couple questions. When he comes to the new tangential speed, right? Does he have any conserved momentum whatsoever at that point?
You mean from the tangential speed?
Starting out going sideways at 794 miles per hour, right? So you're saying that the winds have slowed down the plane?
His autopilot has kept him on course.
Well, it's never been verified that the autopilot corrects for Coriolis.
No, it corrects for position error.
Right. So then you're going to say that the winds are going in all directions, but at the same time slowing the plane down automatically according to its sensors.
To the east.
Right. Well, the planes have GPS receivers which tell them
how to stay on course.
If they're to the right or to the left of the path that the pilot has chosen to fly. And the GPS or the autopilot would basically notice a very slight bias to one way or to the other way, but it would be very slight compared to the power of the airplane and the speed of the airplane.
And this bias would be like pretty much predictable, like you put, right? So they could know that if they were in pilot training, that would be something that they'd want to be trained about accounting for, because it would be kind of calculatable the way you put it, right?
It would need careful, accurate instruments set up to measure that. Because if you look at the acceleration power of a 747, it's more than 100 times greater than the sideways acceleration needed to counter Coriolis.
We're talking about once it's in the air, though. Like, we're not. Once it's in the air, the Earth is moving underneath it, and it's going at constant speed, so it's accelerating away from it. So it would have to, just based on fundamental physics, it would have to accelerate itself to catch up to the system accelerating away from it.
What's accelerating away from it?
The Earth. All this too.
I don't follow that.
The Earth is accelerating away from the underneath and away from the plane. The plane has a constant speed. So in order to catch up to the system accelerating away from the plane at a constant speed, it would have to accelerate itself to catch up with it. You couldn't just adjust with bank. You would have to accelerate to catch up to it. But they don't. They always fly constant speeds. That's his argument.
Accelerate sideways?
You'd have to bank and accelerate. But they have constant speeds.
By like 1% or less than 1%?
It doesn't matter.
But I mean, if the jet has a forward acceleration of 360 miles per hour per minute, then the amount that it would have to bank to be a sideways accelerating of 2 miles per hour per minute would be less than 1% of its thrust. So it's going to be a very small difference.
But not once it's in the air. Like, yeah, it definitely has a thrust and a change of power, if you will, coming off the ground. He doesn't dispute that. He talks about that. But he's saying, like, once it's in the air, it establishes a constant speed. But as it's traveling for 5.5 hours at a constant speed, the Earth is accelerating away from it the whole time. So it would have to be accelerating and banking to keep up with the system accelerating away from it. But in real life, this does not happen. The plane just gets a constant speed and keeps going.
Have you seen the demonstration with the trampoline guy jumping on the trampoline? It's on the moving trailer behind the tractor.
Yeah.
So how's that different? If the jet starts off with this full surface sideways velocity,
there's no jet there. That's some kids jumping on a trampoline. Where's your airplane and jet?
So what if the
principal he's talking about, obviously, though? I mean, let's be intellectually honest. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Well, let's say I'm on the public bus and it's going down the street 50 miles an hour, and a fly is sitting on one side of the bus, and he jumps up and he starts flying to the other side of the bus, straight across. He's basically moving 50 miles an hour sideways, but he's still not losing track because he's in the air and the air is moving and he's following a beeline to the other side of the bus.
You know, the trampoline idea doesn't work, right? Because, like, you would have to be going forward. You would have to have like 100 trains all going together, and then you're jumping on the trampoline going forward from train to train to train, while also maintaining the change to the left or whatever direction. Right? Like, that's the point. You would have to, as you go forward through the other trampolines, you would have to go faster and faster and faster to be able to maintain a straight line down the trains. You couldn't just go at constant speed because it's accelerating.
Oh, I like that. So, right. So let's say we've got a train that's going 124 miles an hour, and the next one's going 126 miles an hour, and the next one's going, every train is going 2 miles an hour more, right? And all the way to the end, finally, the last train is going 800 miles an hour. Would that be a good approximation?
I mean, I guess. I don't know.
So from each train you jump from the next train, you've got to add on 2 miles an hour more, right?
Yeah, you'd have to constantly accelerate across the whole thing.
Right. Each time you jump to the next train, you would add on 2 miles an hour because each train is going 2 miles an hour faster than the one before it, right?
Would you be able to jump from train to train? Like as a person, you wouldn't be able to. The train that's going to eventually would be like way ahead of the other train, and then the next one would be way ahead of the next one. Like the longer duration of the 2 miles an hour, the further ahead you'd get of that other train.
It's a thought experiment, my friend. We're trying to figure out what reality would be like, and that was just an experiment, a thought experiment.
What you would do is get a little toy airplane and get an actual little spinning sphere with a shell on the outside of it and have like some air in there blowing, and then there, voila.
Like the spinning fish tank. Actually, have you seen the spinning fish tank video with the little fish swimming around?
No.
Oh, that might be useful because
Yeah, I've seen that. It doesn't really. It's total non sequitur. It doesn't work that way. Wouldn't work that way on Earth. It's the opposite.
but it shows that the fish can swim from the center of the tank out to the peripheral of the tank
by accelerating.
By constantly accelerating without being shot off course.
That's the problem. The speed the plane doesn't accelerate; it has a constant speed.
Constant forward speed or a constant sideways speed?
It's a constant forward speed.
But
the planes aren't designed to accelerate sideways, by the way.
That's actually factually incorrect because they're made to be able to bank and push air to one side, which pushes them to the other side.
Right, but the point is that that it would be unnecessary to exert that type of energy to correct itself in a straight line, when all the flight paths would be catered to reaching their destination at the fastest, and they would go in a banana type shape trajectory, and it doesn't make any sense for them to fly in a straight line and exert energy that way. If the city was coming towards them, they would aim for the city that's coming towards them, or they'd have to accelerate to catch up to the city that's spun away from them.
Like dude, honestly, as my honest opinion, this is a home run argument. Like, you got the problem with you can't claim that the air goes with the Earth because of what we talked about earlier with the no mechanism for showing it go faster. Secondly, you can't claim Coriolis and that the atmosphere moves in lockstep because you need an inertial and an accelerative frame or system, and you can't claim that there's a singular system at the same time just because a plane somehow is different. And now we have the problem with if you have a constant speed, you're going to have to accelerate to keep up with the system accelerating away from you. These are like three pretty major problems when in reality we just fly the plane, we fly it on the gray circle route on the meridian going a constant speed, and then we just land. You know what I mean? Like, we just get there without accounting for any of this.
Well, banking isn't necessarily thrust either. Like turning sideways left or right and like angling your plane to fall that way. That doesn't mean you're like accelerating that way to the side. You're still going forward from your thrust from the back. You don't have a left thruster or a right thruster pushing you left or pushing you right to, like what he said, you got to accelerate, and you're not really doing that. You're just like, that's like a free fall to the right or a free fall to the left.
All right. Well, sir, thank you very much. I really don't see a problem with and I really like your train, your increasingly faster row of trains, because you could have a trampoline on every one, and the trapeze artist, whatever, he could be jumping from train to train, and all he's got to do is gain 2 miles an hour on each train, and over the course of 5 hours, he's gained 670 miles an hour, but it was all little steps, and so.
But that doesn't happen in reality. We don't accelerate on the plane. It has a constant speed.
But the plane is actually constantly banking to correct for crosswinds, just, weather-related crosswinds, any which way.
Exactly, even the opposite way of the Earth's spin. So
it does not.
Of course.
It does not have a constant right to left speed. Compared to the air, because if there's a crosswind to the right, then it's going to be banking to the left a little to compensate. If there's a crosswind the other way, then it'll bank the other way.
It doesn't have any constant speed ever, really, when you're talking about a chaotic wind ability. Like when the wind can be, you know what I mean? The wind can do what it can do. On one day it can be calm, the next day it can be, I mean, unless you have like a exact wind, like that's always perfect, then what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
Well, and then again, the fundamental problem here is it remains, which is you can't really claim. It's kind of doublespeak to claim that Coriolis exists, which is an effect observed. It's not a physical force; it's an effect observed that requires an inertial system and an accelerative system, like two independent systems, and then also say that the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth as a singular system. It cannot simultaneously be both.
I don't see why not, except I never said lockstep, but more or less. Yeah, I don't see why. If I know there's friction between solid objects and air, I mean, and so if the Earth was 4,000 miles radius with a 60-mile thick, thin layer of air with friction, and then nothing outside that to create friction, other friction on the air, I don't see why the air wouldn't be essentially moving with the Earth. I don't think anyone's presented evidence that it wouldn't.
You haven't presented evidence that it does.
Yeah,
Are you saying that there's a container?
Well, gravity's their container, right? I mean,
Yeah, I'm saying according to the model, the air has nothing to have friction against above it, only on the Earth.
well, according to the model, actually, that's not true because
Well,
you have gravity well, and the gravity's pulling it down, acting as a container. Like it limits its ability to go up. It's effectively the same physically as having a container. At least that's the necessitated position.
right. Well, it's got weight, so it's pulled towards the Earth or towards the other air, and it's hitting off itself. And I mean, have you ever stuck a spinning wheel in a pot of water and noticed how the water in the pot starts spinning if the wheel has a lot more friction, like a rough surface, and the pot is
lagging behind. We already talked about it. It's always lagging behind.
right, and that's because the pot itself does have friction against the water. But if it didn't, wouldn't that leg get less and less after enough time of the wheel spinning?
No water there.
Your model claims that there effectively is a container there.
But a high friction container?
High enough friction to stop it from going into a vacuum.
Yeah, but is that are you referring to the model's container being gravity?
Well, that's all you guys have, yeah.
Okay,
we got
so
imagination to go by. If you could demonstrate, we could help you out real good.
so if that gravity is the container, is that container the gravity turning with the Earth in such a way that it would allow the air to more or less fully turn with the Earth, or is the gravity somehow causing drag that would keep the air from turning with the Earth?
Like I said, this comes back to the very beginning, which is I've never even heard a mechanism proposed that could make this possibly happen in any physics in reality, where you would have this system moving faster at the edge. It doesn't work at all. So like it requires me go against all common sense and to abandon Occam's razor and to then like blindly believe things I can't even demonstrate is possible in theory. And like, it just doesn't work for me. But there's another argument on here as well, right? Which is like the weight difference. Did you see that part? So that's like another issue. So there's just a lot of issues. I mean,
yeah, there's too many issues to think that's the most probable answer. That's for sure. Even if it was probable or possible.
Like, yeah, even
But
if
it
it's
seems
possible
like
in
it's
theory,
impossible.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not yet because we have to have at least some proposed mechanism. And I actually, out of curiosity, I looked into it because I would just abandon this argument if I thought the globe had a decent argument. I just don't think they do. I mean, I know the argument.
Right, but I guess one thing is there's an inability to prove something, and then there's the question of whether or not something is being disproved. The fact that we don't know that the atmosphere could turn with the Earth is a separate issue of whether we have evidence that it couldn't. And I think basically you're saying that while you don't have evidence that it couldn't, you just don't know of any way that it could. Is that close to fair?
Well, the evidence that it couldn't is every other scenario ever observed in physical reality shows us that it doesn't happen like that, right? So it's like, yeah, as of now, it's very founded empirically to state that it couldn't happen. I mean, there's no anomaly demonstrated ever. So like, yeah, I mean,
It would be a miracle, in other words, and miracles aren't possible because once a miracle happens, that's claimed impossible. So an impossible thing is what you're trying to claim, which is a miracle.
and then here's another problem, Jesse. Like, so another consequence of spin would be that your plane would get lighter when you start east as compared to starting west, as well as being latitude dependent because gravitational acceleration is not related to rotation. Axial acceleration is, though. So, like, your angular displacement is not primarily related to the rotating Earth, but to the dynamic origin, the center of rotation. Starting east increases angular velocity of a plane, and with it, axial acceleration. Starting west decreases angular velocity, and with it, axial acceleration. And when you subtract these accelerations from gravitational acceleration, the difference is a smaller value for the net value of gravity towards east than it is towards west, and thus you are lighter in one direction than in the other. Which would, that would have like drastic implications.
How drastic?
Well, you would have to actually account for that in terms of like fuel consumption alone.
But I mean, are we talking a 1% difference, a 10% difference, 100% difference, or 1 part in a million difference?
I don't know the actual. I'm sure we could figure out the math if I do the math right here, but it doesn't matter if it's even 1%. I mean, when it comes to fuel consumption, that would obviously be accounted for because that is like the primary source of income for any commercial airliner. I mean, 85% of plane tickets is based on fuel costs.
So would that be similar to the weight difference between a person on the pole and a person on the equator?
That wouldn't be the same thing. So are you saying
No,
would it be like similar? I mean,
because the person on the equator is moving 1,000 miles an hour faster than the person on the pole, right?
yeah, it's not the same though as like going with or against the Earth and changing your weight. So you could do it both on the equator. You could, you can, if like a person is running west or running east on the equator, well, you'd have to be lighter in one direction than the other.
You
right.
Could change your weight by getting in an elevator, go all the way up to the top, and then go down to the bottom and weigh yourself each floor. Take your time and film it.
Anyway, I encourage you to actually check into the math. I believe if you actually do the math that works for centrifugal force, which is testable on the small scale easily, the actual weight difference based on 1,000 miles an hour plus or minus, or whatever, 500 miles an hour plus or minus from the jet is actually a very, very small difference.
Centrifugal force is actually not exclusive to the Earth spinning, though, right?
No, you can spin a ball around on a string, and you can measure the force based on the mass and the distance and the RPM.
If there's a system moving around the Earth at rest, you would also get centrifugal force. It would actually be actual though, as opposed to like fictitious. So I don't even know why. I don't know why Glover say because the mainstream says that, but according to relativity, it doesn't matter. That's a whole side argument. But like you get centrifugal force anyway, even if the Earth was stationary.
Right, and you can calculate how much difference the Earth's spin would make on a flight, and it's very small.
Not if you're going a constant speed and the Earth's accelerating underneath you for 5.5 hours. It would end up being thousands of kilometers. So so basically the claim is that since you're just constantly updating for wind, that update in the wind accounts for it intrinsically because that's automatically updating for the spin because the air is moving with the Earth in lockstep. And you have to actually say like in lockstep.
Why in lockstep exactly?
Yeah, because you're claiming that you're just updating for wind. So if you're just accounting for the wind in all directions, right? And that's automatically also accounting for the fact the Earth is spinning east underneath the plane. Well, then you have to say, well, it's not spinning east underneath the plane. The plane is moving with the Earth east while you're updating for an additional variable of wind in any direction.
Yeah, I'm not seeing why the autopilot couldn't just keep nudging it to one side or the other at the rate of 2 miles per hour per minute. And
Jesse, there's a second example that you could look at similar to the one that you've already kind of gone through if you wanted to try to use the calculations and debunk what the claim is. But I'll read it real quick. It says, the Earth is supposed to be spinning at approximately 1,000 miles per hour at the equator because the circumference of a ball is smaller north and south of the equator. The Earth does not spin at as great a speed at higher and lower latitudes. Portland, Oregon is at 45 degrees north latitude from the equator, and the purported spin of the Earth that latitude is approximately 700 miles per hour. Portland, Maine is at 44 degrees north latitude with the spin of the Earth Earth only a tiny bit faster at 700 miles per hour. The Coriolis effect is supposed to put the plane in New York if the pilot simply tried to fly the plane straight and level toward Portland, Maine. So the Coriolis effect would totally throw them off course but we just fly straight across. It would have to take a totally different path if the Earth were actually spinning. So it's simply not true. The pilot sets his heading towards Portland, Maine, and accounts only for wind conditions. The pilot makes no accommodations whatsoever for the Coriolis effect because the Earth is not spinning.
But doesn't he set a path and tells the autopilot to follow that path? And if that,
what you're saying that the pilots can't fly without autopilot?
Oh, sure they can. But
so then they would know about those corrections and they would be trained to make those corrections for the Coriolis effect, right?
I mean, it's still going to be, the Coriolis effect is still going to be minuscule compared to just random crosswinds.
Hidden in the wind, right? Hidden in the wind doesn't work. The amount you can make it like just go back to your original example. You were saying like two miles or a minute per minute or per hour or something. 2 miles per every 2 minutes every hour. Add up with that actually.
2 miles.
Yeah,
2 miles per hour gained or lost per minute sideways.
Per minute, yeah. So then add up what that total is instead of stating it as 2 miles, because that's kind of a Glober tactic when they try to like state it as a minimal way of making it sound rather than actually stating the full amount, and they want to make it, I know relativity is kind of part of the thinking of it, but they use that as a tactic of a way of making things seem negligible when they really wouldn't be.
But that's just a matter of reality. If it takes you 5.4 hours to accelerate that additional 670 miles an hour, it's not a sudden thing. It's different. If the jet went right from the equator or right from Frankfurt to Abuja in 2 seconds, it would have to take on an additional sideways velocity of 670 miles an hour over a 2-second period, and that would be implausible.
Okay, so you're saying the total is 670 miles?
That's the difference in sideways velocity.
Mm-hmm. So 670 miles is hidden in the winds?
Well, the Earth's surface and the winds have a different tangential velocity between the two locations of 670 miles an hour.
And the winds go in all directions, right?
And then there's, a couple 200 or 300 mile an hour trade winds and just various random winds.
Right. So you haven't explained it, right? It's like 670-mile deviation is not, I mean, you can make it sound small, but you understand what my point is? 670 miles is something that you could train pilots to make sure to account for, and you would have to, and you would never be able to land the plane anyway. If they treat the runway the same, no matter which direction or which angle the runway is facing, do you understand why that just doesn't make sense? We're talking about, especially after the plane has completely lost its conserved momentum, right? It's not moving with the Earth any longer. Once it has to slow down to a tangential speed, where we wouldn't notice that the ground would be moving like 200 miles per hour different sideways, left to right underneath the plane, which we would notice, right? And if it's somehow slowed down to that new tangential speed from these magic winds, then you have no more conserved momentum. And if it turned around and went back towards the equator, then they would have to catch up sideways to the faster moving tangential speed. We never see that. I mean, north to south kills the globe. North to south plane travel just kills it in every way. It doesn't work that way. It's not the way we notice it. We never move it. We never notice the ground moving sideways underneath us. And you can't say winds just would be like somehow make that illusion always the same.
Have you ever seen a fly flying around inside a moving vehicle? When he turns around, well, no, when he might be flying forward, and then he turns around and flies back, and then he turns and flies sideways in the car. As far as the fly is concerned, he doesn't realize the whole works is going 50 miles an hour.
Closed system, and he's accelerating.
Not the same. Yeah, it's not the same. You're talking about the winds moving with the Earth rather than no wind in an enclosed container moving inside the without that effect whatsoever. You can't. It's non sequitur. It's not the same. Plus, you're talking about differences of tangential speeds, and that never happens in a car either.
Well, I mean, what if we're driving around a curve at 15 degrees per hour? Then
Still
it would.
non sequitur. We're talking about different tangential speeds of the winds, not centrifugal forces that are also fictitious.
Abandon the globe, bro. It's dead.
No, I don't.
Work. You can. Yeah. It's like you're striving. Do you understand? Like we hear you striving to make sense of it as if it were like, really important that be the answer, rather than even you considering that one answer might make more sense possibly as well. I mean, you understand what our point is, right?
He's like decently refreshing relative to a lot of Glovers, though. Like he is at least.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying, yeah. Even then, even still, though, it's like you do understand what the contention is at least, but you're kind of way of dismissing it. It seems still.
Well, I think you have to at least admit that there are some parts of this that are kind of just like, oh, well, that's convenient. And we don't really know how, but it has to be happening.
Yeah. It's like beyond the Goldilocks zone. Like I always say, the Goldilocks zone thinking is what it takes to like believe every claim of the globe. And sometimes it's not even a Goldilocks zone that makes sense. Like it's just in this like, completely, complete fantasy type claim that somehow theoretically might make sense in your mind, but there's no tangible proof of it or no way of showing it in the demonstration. It's just beyond the Goldilocks zone. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to sound like a dumb blonde, right?
Yeah. What if a leprechaun climbs a tree? Then does that mean we're on a globe, you guys, with the air sticking to it? I mean, you understand a leprechaun could fall out of a tree, right? I mean, what don't you understand?
It's just the fact that the pilots are trained in simulators that are only made for flying over a stationary level Earth, and then to take like the excuse that Matthew had earlier. Well, it's just so negligible. There's no reason to train them that way. I've even heard, oh, well, it's easier. It's just a simpler way to train them, or the computers don't have to do as much calculation then. But if you had to calculate how to adjust for a new tangential speed sideways as you're approaching a runway, when the plane's not made to accelerate sideways, it would be slowing down. Literally, if we have a Coriolis effect, you would see a runway approaching you sideways, and you'd have to time it to land on the runway, and then somehow have Dyson ball wheels so that they wouldn't break off when you hit the runway. That's what we're talking about, the reality of it.
Even if it's barely moving, it's so big, it's like it's moving. So yeah, like dude, the instant that the wheel touched the ground, it would
break off,
shred the plane to pieces.
Yeah,
it would be the most dangerous thing to fly a plane ever.
So it's not like we're arguing about like, oh, it'd be a little more difficult. You're right, but that doesn't seem likely. No, it'd be impossible when you really think about literally what it would be.
So you keep mentioning that the plane is not designed to accelerate sideways, but how then does it keep lined up with the runway when it gets hit in the side with a gust of wind?
It can adjust for winds, but to accelerate sideways to catch up with an Earth is a different thing.
But what if it was already moving? I mean, we agree it could take off at an airport at the equator and turn around and land on that same airport with no trouble because it was already moving, is already started moving at that equatorial velocity, right?
Yeah, but if you're moving into new tangential speeds, you can't claim that plane now is automatically in this new conserved momentum with that new tangential speed. Especially if it turned around and had to accelerate back up to a faster tangential speed and then slow down again.
Exactly. Like
these magic winds just don't work.
If you have the ball spinning underneath you and you're flying the plane, right? And then the plane, so since the ball's spinning away from you, the fact that you just, bank a little to the left is not sufficient. You're going to have to speed up while you bank to stay with the Earth. But the planes don't do that. They fly at a constant speed. They set a constant speed. So it's like, I mean, this is like, it really is pretty simple, right? I mean, if the Earth's spinning underneath you, you can bank. That's cool. If you visualize it, like, okay, you're going forward, but you're slowly angling left, going with the Earth. But you're gonna have to speed up while you do that just to stay with the Earth.
But by how much?
It doesn't matter. They don't do it.
Are you sure? Are you a pilot?
Well, I just read that they say they have a constant speed.
Well, but they don't have a constant speed. I mean, the autopilot can be set to maintain a constant speed, but that's regardless of wind and stuff. If there's a headwind, it powers up more jet engine and goes a little faster. If there's less headwind or if there's a tailwind, then it can slack off on the engines. But
but it's not accounting for the accelerative need to catch up to a spinning Earth. That's our point.
But it is, because the map system it uses for the autopilot is spinning with the Earth, and it's tracking a line on that spinning Earth. So if the autopilot starts detecting a track error, a cross-track error is what the technical term, to the left or to the right, then it banks to the right or the left to move it back to that track.
Well, this is NASA right here on nasa.gov. Since there's no net external force on the aircraft will maintain a constant airspeed as described by Newton's first law of motion.
Well, I don't know what the context is to that, but why would there be no force on the airplane when it's being buffeted by winds?
It says if the forces become unbalanced, the aircraft will move in the direction of the greater force.
Okay.
But we have an additional variable of the Earth moving underneath it. So it's like, and again, this is what also the part I don't understand is your answer that I remember was just like, oh, I don't see why that would be a problem, but I would appreciate like some specificity as to what you mean by that whenever we say, well, you can't claim that it's moving in lockstep with the Earth, because Coriolis claims quite the opposite, which is that you have an inertial and accelerative system separately that gives you the effect observed of Coriolis. So you can't then turn around and simultaneously claim a singular system. Or you couldn't have Coriolis, because it literally requires two different systems, one inertial, one accelerative.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
To have Coriolis, by definition, you have to have an inertial system and an accelerative system. And then you're observing the difference based on the two different systems. But if you're claiming that the air is moving lockstep with the Earth, that's a singular system. You wouldn't be able to get a Coriolis effect because you need inertial and accelerative systems.
Well, Right, the air would not be affected by Coriolis if it was not moving relative to the Earth. It would just, right, it would be something like a cannonball or something that was on a trajectory, right? Why couldn't the air move with the Earth if Coriolis? I don't understand what you're saying.
To observe the Coriolis effect requires there be two separate systems, one inertial and one accelerative. If you claim that the air is moving with the Earth, lockstep with the Earth, you don't have those two different systems. You have one system. They're all moving together. But that's the opposite of what's required to observe the Coriolis effect.
Well, right, you wouldn't see the Coriolis effect in the air that was moving with the Earth. You would observe it on something that was moving on a trajectory independent of the air, that was actually moving fast.
Like a plane.
Well, something that was on a trajectory, a ballistic trajectory, which is by definition not influenced by the air. It's, an airplane is flying, it's not a ballistic trajectory, right?
Bullets are definitely affected by the air.
Right, but they're more significantly affected by their ballistic trajectory, right? They're made to have as minimal contact with the air as possible.
Okay.
And they're going very fast and they're very dense. They're not being supported by the air. It's an influence, but it's not the major influence. That's why it follows that parabola or whatnot.
The way I see it, from your position, you have to scrap Coriolis. You have to just scrap it.
Why though?
Yeah, because you're saying that it's different, so it's negligible. Basically it's like a compounding. Oh well, it's there, but it's basically negligible. There's like 10 different things in the scenario that we have to accept. Just it's negligible.
Does it not give you pause when you realize that what I said about the flight simulators, as well as all information that pilots are usually given as far as Coriolis effect, doesn't make you wonder why that wouldn't be included? And the excuse that it's just, rather than overload them with information, or it's so negligible, it's not worth training for, those kind of things kind of seem like, you can understand why they seem like excuses rather than reasons, right?
Not if I do the math. I mean, the 2 miles an hour per minute sideways acceleration that the air is essentially already doing, and you're just riding in the air.
But the winds go in all directions, right?
And you're already compensating for winds from any direction, up to a couple 100 miles an hour, depending on what kind of windstorms are going on up there.
But you're saying there'd be 670 miles of deviation that they would know starting out that they're going to have to correct for, right?
No, that's the total miles per hour difference of sideways velocity. But the air itself would also be different. The air and the plane are still essentially right to left, still moving with the Earth.
Not when it goes into new tangential speeds.
But remember, it has 5 hours to slowly catch up to that new tangential speed, right? That's what makes. That's
I'm saying that you would know when you start out that you're going to have 670 miles of deviation to make up for. So it would be something that pilots would be aware of and know about and use to their advantage. Especially when it comes to fuel cost. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, because the plane already starts out at surface speed.
Okay.
Yeah, like Dave, if you took a little those micro machine cars, remember those little things?
No, but I could Google it.
It was called micro machines. They were just these tiny little cars with little wheels, and kids would play with them and stuff. Anyways, if you took like a little micro machines car and you put it on a globe and you put it at the equator and then you spin the globe, if you drive the car up to the North Pole, It is changing speeds, but because it's clung to the ball, it doesn't have to actually change its thrust or anything.
Well, it would have a slight side thrust on its wheel bearings, right? Because it would be
in theory, but you guys are saying that the whole thing is attached to the globe, so.
But the point is, the little car, as it approached the pole, would have less and less sideways tangential velocity, but it would go from full equatorial tangential velocity speed to 0 stretched over the whole journey from the equator to the pole, right?
Right, but if it's stuck to the ball, it wouldn't have to actually change any of its thrust. It would just go along with the ball.
But if you had thrust sensors on its wheel bearings, it would feel like the Earth was tipped. It would feel a thrust in one direction.
Yeah, I guess technically, yeah.
And you can tell that by rolling a car on like a merry-go-round or something. Roll a little toy car on a merry-go-round.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking the car on the ball literally, which I did sort of mean it that way, but I also was just using it as something that's attached to a sphere. It's sort of like another analogy, like the hands of a clock. You have like the huge hour hand. On the outside of the hour hand, it's really making a fast ground speed upon the ground, whereas on the inside of the hour hand, it's moving very slowly across the ground. And if you put like a little insect on that arm, and you put him on the outside of the arm to the inside, when he's on the outer edge of the arm, he's flying at thousands of miles an hour. As he walks towards the center of the arm, if he's on top of it, he can just stroll along the arm. Like he doesn't really have to go faster or slower in speed, but so he's just walking up the arm. But by the time he gets to the middle, now he's actually moving upon the face very slowly.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. And if it takes him 5 hours to do that journey, then his deacceleration is gradual enough that it's not going to shred him, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't really make any difference. If the entire atmosphere was clung right along to this globe and it was all this kind of pseudo-physics kind of concept thing.
Right, and that's why I say that's really the foundational argument right there.
Hold on, did you just say the acceleration was just gradual? You wouldn't feel a thing? Is that what I heard?
Well, I want to say thank you, Whitson. I really enjoyed the discussion, and to all of you. And
Hey, Jesse, did you hear what he just asked you? Or do you have somebody turned out?
Yeah, it's my bedtime.
Jesse,
No.
can I just get a quick question before you go?
You don't have
Jesse,
dogs,
how you doing?
do you?
Is it related to Whitsit's topic?
Yeah, absolutely is.
Okay, go for it.
You might have covered this. I've been in and out of the chat, so you might have covered this, and I might not have been here. Your GIF with the guy on the tractor and the trampoline. What would happen to the guy bouncing on the trampoline if you increased the speed of the tractor by 2.5 miles an hour?
While he was up in the air?
Well, the acceleration of the tractor would be constant, wouldn't it? So at times he would be on the trampoline and at times he would be up in the air.
Right. He would have to vector each jump 2 miles an hour faster than the last one.
So what would happen to him over time and distance?
If he didn't vector his jump a little bit forward each time to add.
How do you mean vector? Can we just clear up what you mean by vector?
That means to kick off of the trampoline at a bit of an angle so that he gets a slight additional forward acceleration.
So if he went perpendicular to the trampoline every time, what would happen?
Yeah, if he went straight up every time and the tractor was accelerating, then he would get left in the dust.
Right, thank you.
But if he was compensating, he would only have to jump with a forward speed of 2 miles an hour, which is very easy for the human to jump
Yeah, but he would have to know what angle he needs to be at to compensate for that forward motion of the tractor at 2 miles an hour. There would be an angle that he would have to work out that he would need to jump at off of the trampoline every single time to keep up with the tractor, correct?
Right, but hopefully the trampoline is big enough that he can say, you know what, I'm getting kind of behind here, and so he kind of adds a little more forward thrust in his kick, and then he catches up, and that's how an autopilot works. Is it says, you know what, I'm getting a little off track here. I'm going to bank a little more, and if it is still off track, it banks a little bit more and stuff like that. So I like your analogy, but you can see all he's got to do is jump 2 miles an hour forward from faster than his last speed, and it's not that much.
Yeah, but Jesse, how does he know that he needs to jump at 2 miles an hour forward? How does he work out that 2 miles an hour forward speed?
Yeah, no autopilot. No autopilot.
Well, I imagine like in that scenario, he would kind of like, let's see, he'd be going on the trampoline, and when it picked up in speed, he would be hitting the trampoline more like further back.
Right.
So then he'd be like,
What
oh
about if
shit,
it goes
I'm
in a
moving
circle?
back on the trampoline. The car must be moving faster. And then he would have to like angle his bounce to go forward a little bit to compensate.
And
for
if it went in a circle, it'd be another situation to deal with.
Why doesn't that affect the guy on a pogo stick on the earth? If you were pogoing 6 feet in the air long enough, perfectly perpendicular, would you not eventually start traveling backwards? Surely.
That would be a good meme.
You're right.
That'd be a good meme. Pogo stick Coriolis.
You would have to be. You'd have to be.
No, like it's funny, Gio, but I'm serious. If you're saying, Jesse, that will happen on the trampoline and the tractor, that there's exact same analogy would apply to the earth.
It's not the exact same, because remember, the tractor is accelerating at 2 miles an hour per jump. If you're jumping in one spot on the earth,
No, it's not. The tractor is a constant acceleration speed of 2.5 miles an hour. It's not timing its acceleration with every jump.
Oh, so that's a real slow acceleration. Yeah, that would be real easy for the guy to keep up with. Because all he's got to do is add an extremely small forward pitch to each jump, which accumulates over the period of an hour to be 2.5 miles an hour.
If he was perpendicular to the trampoline, he would get left in the dust, as you stated.
Yeah, if he didn't know to do it, what would happen to him?
Yeah, he would get left in the dust if he didn't compensate.
Yeah. So if the tractor just decided, or the tractor driver just decided to accelerate, then he would be left in the dust.
Right, unless he looked down and says, you know what, I'm starting to get a little bit behind, I better pitch forward a little bit. Do you see that the rate that he would have to correct at would be very well within his ability, though?
But he would have to do it, though.
I'm going to read another part of this.
And that's just speculation, Jesse, on your part.
I beg your pardon, 3D?
That's just speculation on your part.
Jesse, real quick. Another one of the ones I posted says the Coriolis effect is supposed to be based upon the spin of the Earth and the fact that the objects in motion over the spinning Earth are moving independent of the spin of the Earth once they are in motion. If there truly were a Coriolis effect on Earth, it would pose a real problem for plane flights. If a plane were to take off from an airport in Portland, Oregon, in a north-south runway and turn east to fly to Portland, Maine, the plane would never make it to Portland, Maine. That is because the plane would be traveling at approximately 560 miles per hour once it reached cruising altitude. That's when it starts flying constant. The Earth, however, would be spinning 700 miles per hour eastbound beneath the plane. The plane would never be able to catch up with the speed of the Earth's spin. The plane would be constantly losing distance over the ground at the rate of 140 miles per hour. Essentially, the plane would be moving backwards over the ground. Doesn't work. Sorry.
So 3D, in order to gain 2 or even 3 miles per hour over a 1 hour period, the amount of increased velocity on each jump would be like a sub fraction of a mile an hour, and the average man can sprint at 20 miles an hour. So,
but if the tractor driver decides to accelerate, the guy on the trampoline isn't aware of that acceleration. So how is he going to know to adjust his forward angle?
oh, you mean like a sudden acceleration?
Well, the acceleration, to accelerate, he has to move from that constant speed into an acceleration. And the guy is on the trampoline, jumping up and down, and the tractor driver accelerates.
Right,
Now,
like he's jumping up and down at, let's say, 30 miles an hour, and then if the truck goes up to 35, he has to do something to get up to 35.
I think by constant acceleration, he means like, say, every minute it's another mile an hour, so it's gradually building from 30 to 31 to 32 to 33, right?
Well, you're putting a time on it. You're saying every minute, but it doesn't have to be that way. The time duration can be smaller.
Do you prefer a different? I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to get me to visualize.
I'm just asking what happens to the guy on the trampoline if the tractor driver decides to accelerate while he's jumping. That's all I'm asking.
Right, because the truck has an engine, so when it's accelerating, it's using fuel to do that. What is the guy's fuel to get up to speed? And you see how he would have to pick up speed. So there is a differential there.
Also, how would he know, Gio? How would he know? Like, if you push the gas and I'm flying in the damn air, how do I know you're pushing the gas just barely a hair to get 1 more mile an hour faster each time? How could I determine that? I think that's what he's asking. How can I determine that differential while I'm flying on a trampoline, bouncing up and down? How do I know that 1 mile an hour difference of you going while all this shit's happening? Is the real question.
So if the guy on the tractor began accelerating, the guy jumping would realize that he was starting to move back relative to the trampoline. So he would lean forward and kick off, giving himself some more forward thrust, which would then add forward velocity to his trajectory, right?
How can you control your timing of jump?
Right, so you'd have to do that on the globe as well. I think that's kind of, perhaps that was DP's point.
Sounds like something you might want to train the pilot to deal with too.
Yeah, exactly. If you start out at Frankfurt and then go to Abuja, you're going to have a significant total change over a 5-hour period, but it's going to be very small, even compared to just random crosswinds, and very small compared to the plane's ability to counter crosswinds, and it would basically appear as a very slight crosswind, a constant, very slight crosswind.
So you're saying the winds go all in one direction?
No, I'm saying Coriolis would appear to the autopilot as a very slight crosswind.
But you're talking about it doesn't work when you literally think about the adjustments that would have to be made with winds going on if the prevailing winds are in the opposite direction of what you need to correct for, you'd have a real problem. You would know that you're going to be deviating a certain amount of miles. It's something they would train pilots to know, that when your destination is going to be 670 miles off from where you're originally aimed for, you would use that to your advantage, and you would be trained to know that this is your deviation. It wouldn't be something that would be left out of pilot training, you would think.
Yeah, but the way they get around it is that they claim that the atmosphere is kind of clung along with the globe, so that essentially the atmosphere is adjusting. Like, okay, the one I said, like the hands on a clock, and then you have like the long hour hand, like that idea. You know, if you put like an ant all the way on the outer edge of that arm and you start spinning it pretty quickly, that ant is flying across the face of the clock, but really he's just standing still because he's holding on to the arm or whatever. And then if he kind of slowly walks inwards to the interior of the arm, he is slowing down a lot. And if you do it vice versa, it goes from the inside to the outside, or he's speeding up a lot. But really, all he has to do is just stay stuck to the hand itself. He just needs to stay on that little bridge thing he's on, and then all he needs to do is go forward slowly, kind of nonchalantly just edge forward. And so the thing is, in the globe model, they claim that the atmosphere is essentially doing that. Like the atmosphere is not only stuck to the globe, but it's also kind of edging you along.
So
the
they
problem is
there isn't any Coriolis then. So they debunked the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, because if you had the winds, if the winds were actually doing that, and the tangential speeds of the winds
Your
were actually
mic went
changing.
out, Dave.
I'm sorry, what? Mic went
Something
out.
happened to your mic. It just went out.
Oh, okay.
No, well, yeah, you're right though. Coriolis, exactly. Coriolis, it says the opposite. So that is a total contradiction.
Can you hear me now?
You sound like you're in a tuna can, a 10-foot deep tuna can.
Right now, how about now?
Same.
No, man, it's something happened.
I heard him sliding down the well earlier.
So if you had that atmosphere that was kind of edging you along the whole way, then what Jesse's saying would be the case. You would just have to make very slight modifications.
Right. But wait, can you hear me now at all, or is it still better?
Yeah, I think it's better.
It's better.
Well, if you have the atmosphere moving along with the different tangential speeds, and you started out, like, it's one thing to say, like, okay, the plane's already starting out, and it's moving sideways because of the conserved momentum, right? But then when it goes into a new tangential speed, it would either have to effectively slow down or speed up and still be seeming like it's in that tangential speed conserved motion type thing, but it wouldn't be any longer. It would lose its conserved momentum, and it would have to either slow down or adjust. And if the winds are all going in one direction, then that would feel like a 200-mile-per-hour wind because you're no longer in that tangential speed that your conserved momentum was going with. You understand? Like that the winds would then be noticeable in one direction if the atmosphere were moving along with the Earth.
Yeah, it feels to me like you're missing part of it or something, maybe.
Okay, so if you go from 1,000
They treat it like it's stationary because it is, but their explanation for it in the globe model at least somewhat fits if you plug in the pseudophysics and the whole concept that
well, that doesn't. If you say pseudophysics, then it doesn't fit, right? Because it doesn't really work.
Well, yeah, you just got to claim that the Earth is anomalous, and it's like anomalous to all other physics observed. I mean, this is not anything new, right?
Right.
It's like the same with the atmosphere and the vacuum. It's the one exception.
And they
if
usually
you were
have
to take a tiny tennis ball and you were to put an ant on it, and then you were to say it's the way that the globe model is with like gravity and the atmosphere and all that stuff, that ant could walk from the equator up to the North Pole because it's kind of inside that whole magical realm, basically.
No, but then the ant would feel the winds when it moves, because if it conserves the original speed, and then it goes, like, say if it went from like north all the way from the North Pole to the South Pole, that means effectively that it would have to speed up to a new tangential speed of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, which it only had, like, especially if it was at the North Pole, it would have 0 tangential speed. So it would have to accelerate sideways to reach 1,000, and then.
But in their model, the atmosphere is what does that. It actually, because it's clung along with it, it like edges the plane along in that way.
Right, but that still doesn't work because it's going in one direction. It would move. It would feel like a wind if you're not matching the tangential speed. You don't automatically just adjust to the new tangential speed, and it's like you're on a stationary Earth again.
You do in their model.
No, well, what causes it? What's the causing effect?
The magical gravity atmosphere thing.
Okay, so that model doesn't have magical. We're not going to grant them magical gravity, spinning atmosphere that adjusts your plane to make it seem like the ground is stationary, never moving left or right underneath you.
And we don't know why it's able to speed up at the top, but it
Makes sense. Their model is just it's pseudoscience, so it's not really a model. It's just a fantasy.
It's getting so lethal at this point. We're going to get to the point where we strengthen every argument to such a degree that it's like, it's actually embarrassing.
It already is.
Yeah, but like for example, now hopefully like Flat Earth will integrate the centrifugal force thing, like the sky moving around the Earth. It's getting to where it's like, oh my God, they literally have nothing to even utter. Like they don't even have talking points. Like it's going to get to that point, which is bad.
Isn't it already there? No,
pretty much. But like I think Flat Earth does need to work on its tact as a whole community, meaning not to like toot my own horn or something, but like just as an example with the centrifugal thing, like I haven't really heard anyone bring that to the table, but that is lethal, bro. Or like electrostatics was brought to me, right? Like incoherent dielectric acceleration, but that's lethal, bro. Right? Like these are the things where I think if we integrate these next steps, it's kind of, I just think it's next level. That's all I'm saying. Like, yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
For a
I
long
agree.
time.
Have a look at the delta coordinate system as well. That is lethal.
What is that?
Hey, Gio.
Real quick, what was that question? What was lethal?
Delta coordinate system.
The delta coordinate system. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You heard about that, Jesse, before you go? The delta coordinate system.
Hold on just a second. I corrected my spreadsheet. I had an error, and I was hoping Gio could display that for the stream, just so that when people are laughing at me later, they can see I did correct it.
Okay. What was the correction?
I was using sine instead of cosine.
I just made it full screen again.
Okay, thanks. Yeah,
For a second.
just yeah, that's all. Just so that people see I did catch myself and I did correct it. I was using.
What was the difference? What did it matter? Why did it matter?
Just so that people knew I'd corrected it.
No, but what's the difference in their calculations?
That's 359 now.
Yeah, the actual differential tangential velocity is only 359 between.
Yeah, I was actually thinking
Frankfurt
you
and
were off.
Abuja.
Yeah, you were too high. Yeah.
See what they did with it's like a prison cosmology where they convince people that it is a globe and it's spinning, but it works just like if it were stationary.
Yeah, that's just.
I dropped that 13-second clip. I was talking to the pilot, and it's like literally what he says. I'm like, so basically, and I have like a whole like 5-minute combo. I let Kai kind of talk to him, but I'm like, so basically, the Earth is curved and spinning, but you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. He's like, yeah, exactly. I'm like, so it could just be flat and stationary.
Right. Jesse, does that make you think like, wait a minute, if that's true, right? And which isn't just making that up, or just what we've talked about all night, where like it's magically just like it's stationary and flat. Wouldn't you think Occam's razor would say that there's a good chance that it's actually stationary and flat?
Well,
at the least, logically, you would have to. You would have to at least register that as a logical possibility. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true that when you're in the pilot seat and you're sitting there and flying, you would fly it basically identically on a flat Earth or a globe. That doesn't mean it's one or the other, but
no. But doesn't it seem unlikely that it would be a globe and just seem like it's stationary and level?
Not at all. You have to look at the numbers. I mean, if I took a housefly and set it on a bathroom scale, and it read 0.0 pounds. Does that mean the fly has 0 weight? Well, of course not. It means that the method I'm using to determine the weight of the fly is not appropriate, and some things are indistinguishable.
Yeah, but you understand that's non sequitur as well, as you're just like making an argument for it rather than trying to be intellectually honest and at least acknowledge that it would seem like that's quite unlikely.
Well, because what I was going to say is that the thing about it is that you need it to be a stationary plane. We don't need it to be a globe. The foundation is the stationary plane. That's the overlap. Like in a Venn diagram, the pilots fly like it's a stationary plane. They don't need to know it's a globe at all. It's something that you need and we don't. Like the foundation is just the foundation, and yours includes the foundation, but yours is also an add-on kind of idea.
Why is there so many
not
videos?
the default?
Why is there so many videos of that they themselves say it's not moving, it's stationary, we don't have to go down, it's just it's a flat plane? Why is there so many videos of pilots, professional pilots, career pilots that have been doing it for 20 plus years? They will say that on video. Why? Like, if you're getting it from the dudes who do it every day, then why do you argue with them, or why would anybody argue with them? You know what I mean?
Just dropped a video of it. It's super funny.
It's one of truth's protective layers, Jesse's either unwittingly helping it, or he is a true believer and he thinks that it has to work the way that the globe says because it's not anything else but that.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, and
It's just
there's a lot of people in this world right now that are in this paradigm that would defend it as well, like even from like an engineering perspective. So yeah,
this guy did.
They've done it in a way that they've sold it as like an actual viable model.
Yeah, but it really requires
this pilot 100% believes it, right? Like he was just that's why I let Kai talk to him at first. He was just kind of like, oh, I'm teaching them, like they don't get it, and he realized
the fact that he doesn't realize he had to abandon all common sense to actually make the argument that it's stationary. It seems like a stationary, but it isn't. It really does.
You flipped the script on him.
Yeah. And I was like, then he started talking about like maintaining outer pressure zones. I'm like, yeah. When you maintain different altitude pressure zones, you're just changing like horizontal pressure zones, though, and so and you're going up and down. So that's non sequitur. He realized real quick. He's like, "Oh shit!" Like,
if you talk
this
to
dude is debating me about the Earth, and then he tried to say that you could see the curve. I'm like, by the way, no, you literally can't.
If you
Based
talk
on geometry, and
if you talk,
it's pretty funny. I almost felt bad for him. That's why I've only posted the 13-second clip because it just gets so much worse for them. Honestly, like it's kind of embarrassing.
I want to see the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna eventually post the whole thing.
If you talk to a lot of pilots, they say when they take off, they shoot up to the elevation, and they just keep that, and they just fly straight, and then they go down to land. That's it. It's very simple to them. There's no such thing. It's like but the thing is though is that the globe mentality is that they have to stick with what they've been taught is, even though that's not a reality, but they've been told that, so they believe what they've been told, even though that doesn't match a professional career's experience. When they're like, no, I never have to bow down to make that angle, and they're like, but then they get into but curved is flat and level. Like, come on, man. Then they go, but it's just like trying to tell a baby something, but they're just not listening. You know what I mean? Like, don't touch the light. It's gonna burn your hand. And then they just still do it. It's like, what the fuck?
Right. Hey, Witsit, how do you think it is that they justify like that it would be so minuscule compared to the winds when it's really, several thousand miles over a 5-hour period?
I don't know. We just tried for like an hour to get us straight.
Is there a logical way of like actually thinking that way, or is Jesse just confused, or what is it? Like he still believes it?
I think that they think that you updating for the air, like the wind, will just like it doesn't go much deeper than that. Like that'll just automatically be simultaneously updating for the spin of the Earth because the air is moving with it, and there's so much more that you're updating for that goes with it. Like I think it just, even though we broke down why that doesn't answer it, like I think that's where they tap out. It just.
By the way, did you hear that? I don't know if you heard back in the day. I was saying that there'd be a great way to test for this, like a way to prove it for a pilot. I might have actually brought this up to you before, but if you use a star as your indicator of a straight flight, even if the star's, and within an hour is going to be 15 degrees, you could calculate what the star is going to be. And you could also make your flight catered towards that straight motion, regardless of any kind of ground indicators whatsoever. So you'd be flying in a straight path, north or south, and you would know then what your deviation, how much off you should be by the time you reach the next city. And so if you get there and you're flying in a straight path and there's no deviation, then you would prove that the Earth didn't move.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I heard about that before. They said if you're doing the east to west thing, that could be arguable. But once you start doing the south to north, that changes the game. But they don't want to hear that. They don't argue that.
No,
you know what I mean?
It kills it.
Yeah, exactly. It kills. They're dead in the water with that argument. When you go north to south, like if I'm flying from San Diego to San Francisco, it kills their argument.
I'm interested to hear from Jesse why he thinks it doesn't.
Why? What doesn't what?
The north to south travel. If you were just going in a straight line, like this is something you could do you could test what the deviation would be like if you're going to be like 300 miles per hour or 300 miles off course. If you were to go in a straight line, then you would be able to find out.
Like in the case I made, with like the idea of like a little miniature like Micro Machines car on the side of a globe, if it's stuck to the ball, like it's the wheels are on the ground, and then you kind of would roll it up the ball, it is changing speed. Or if you go from the North Pole down to the equator, it is changing that speed. But because it's clung to the ball, it's very gradual, and it just does it so minusculely along the whole way that you wouldn't really have to put any additional force into the movement of the car. So I think in the same way, the thing is it's like they're not trying to say that the plane is in outer space and then it's around a ball, the way, quote unquote space, the way that like if you put something around a tennis ball, they basically have to try to say that the atmosphere is clung to the earth, and then the atmosphere works almost like a glue or like a Velcro that kind of keeps everything going with it. Again, this is the way, because it is actually just stationary. So this is their kind of reversal of having to, well, it's all acting like it's just stationary, but it's actually moving. So once they kind of say that the atmosphere is doing that, again, totally unproven and unsubstantiated, but nonetheless, it's just their claim in their kind of model. Then in that sense, that atmosphere would be kind of nudging the airplane along to where it wouldn't necessarily have to make the dramatic speeds, because just like the car that's stuck to the globe going from the equator to the north, in the same way now it's just an airplane stuck to the globe's atmosphere to where it then is just flying within that. So all it has to do is adjust its speeds within that, and because it's all moving together in there.
But that goes back to that whole dumb Coriolis effect. And if you're gonna say that once you leave the Earth, then you're on your own, little fucking pull to the center of gravity. And this is why, like, I look at it like it's either they're not understanding what we're trying to say and they're not grasping it, or they're just blind. Because once you get off the spin, like let's say I'm on a merry-go-round. Once I go up off of it, it should spin below me. But they're like, oh no, you gotta account for inertia and all this bullshit. But obviously it's like a gimmick at this point. It's a gimmick.
Yeah, and also Geo, it's a non sequitur to talk about a car because a car is in the same reference frame.
Exactly. And that's why I mentioned if you go off of it.
Frame. Yeah, and if you're saying if the winds are always going east to west, right? Even though we know winds go in all directions, but if we even grant them that they're east to west winds, they're always going in one direction. But then if those winds are going along in a north to south direction and you're having to speed up sideways, but the winds are always going in that same east to west direction, but you need to slow down or you need to speed up going the opposite direction, then it wouldn't work. Because the winds, I've heard even Rumpus reply to this saying that the winds, even though you're having to de-accelerate in the opposite direction, then the winds would work in the same way, even though they're moving along with the opposite direction of the plane, the direction the plane needs to speed up.
Well, yeah, I do hear you. There's definitely some inconsistencies with Coriolis.
Completely, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's not really too inertial. Like in order for it to work the way I said, with the airplane that the atmosphere is kind of clung along with it, and so it kind of helps edge it, along speed or whatever. In order for that to be happening, then Coriolis can't be a thing, where it's an inertial and non-inertial.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you get to all that, it's totally contradictory. Yeah.
This is exactly why at this point you say it's either you're just denying the facts or you're just so stuck in the brainwashing, then you just cannot accept the facts. Bottom line.
But it's that much of a common sense contradiction that even talking to Jesse, somehow he could still justify it in his mind, which is interesting, that we're talking about direct contradictions, not just like, oh, the model might work. No, the model's own prerequisites contradict itself.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those things where like you realize that they there's a hole in their story and they can't really plug it, so they have to introduce something else to make up for it. But even what they're trying to make up for it still doesn't make sense logically. It just doesn't.
Yeah. If you're saying that you'd have to like with a projectile that you'd have to like figure out where their target's going to be to hit your target, then you would have that even if it was just a slight effect. I would argue it would be an extreme effect. But by the time you're landing on a north to south runway, once you've got sped up and slowed down over different tangential speeds, you can't claim that runway is going to seem as though it's a stationary Earth again.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. And who can land on something that's spinning at the opposite direction? Like real talk, like
sideways,
put
sideways,
like a good example is go ahead and take a step on a treadmill running at its fastest speed. You're gonna fucking flip. Real talk. If you jump on it from sideways, if you're not lined up with it, you can fall. Bottom line,
it doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. But they have an explanation for that too. I mean,
and we all know every time
it's illogical, but they do have an explanation. So you literally have to cast out logic from your brain to make it work. Bottom line.
Just the fact that we all know every time we land a plane, we can all see that there's a runway out in front of the plane that doesn't move sideways at all, ever, no matter which direction you're headed. There's nothing about the runway compared to the plane that tells us that the Earth is moving independently of the plane, and that's what it needs to be for the Earth to be moving.
Hey, here's another interesting thing too, is that if you run a simulation, that it has your floor, your ground has to be stationary for it to land accordingly.
Yeah.
But
that's why the pilots are trained that way.
Yes, and they hand wave it. They're like, nope. But it's at that point you're like, well, you know what? You're just arguing to argue, bro. Because if you're not gonna face the logic, fucking realization, and the fact that you cannot do that, well, at that point it's game over, bro. Like real talk, it's game over.
Yeah,
I see Jesse here. Does Jesse have anything to say to this? Or
say to what?
You're not listening.
Well, I'm trying, but every time someone asks me a question and then someone else answers it, and I was off fiddling with something else.
I'm sorry.
I'm
my bad. Go ahead.
Out, though.
Thank you, Witsit. I really appreciated that conversation. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll catch up with you guys. Like I gotta get up early, and I got that debate with that physicist too.
What time?
9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night.
You sound tired. Have a good rest, bro.
Yeah.
Good luck in the debate.
Yeah. Good night.
Later.
Good night.
Okay.
Hey, Jesse. Fancy seeing you here, bro.
Hey, it's good to see you.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice to see you again. And I think I might have a couple questions. Now, what do you think about the Cavendish? Is my first question. The experiment.
Is that a kind of caviar? Sorry.
Yeah. No, Cavendish experiment.
Fish eggs?
You know, I would love to discuss that with you. I am trying to wrap up and get to bed, and someone else had a question on the topic we were talking about. Could you and I talk about that another day?
Yeah, we need to take a rain check on that.
Super. Bug me tomorrow or whenever you see me on next.
All right.
So Jesse, jump back to what we're explaining about planes and whatnot, landing and all that. Go ahead. I want to hear your explanation.
You mean how a plane could? Well, I guess ask me the question.
Well, when it's landing north to south, right, and it's gone over, like, say it went from the top of the ball to the bottom of the ball, and the tangential speed was consistent. You could say that the plane was moving along with the atmosphere where it started from, but then it had to speed up sideways at the equator and slow down when it gets down to the southern region, right? So that you can't rightly say that the plane is automatically moving along with the atmosphere at that point, because it no longer has its original conserved speed because it's already sped up and slowed down sideways. And you could say that just banking somehow made it correct for that, but it wouldn't have the conserved speed any longer. The Earth would literally be moving independently of the plane's motion, and it would have to be like when a target in the distance is being timed so that the shooter can actually hit its target. It has to know where that target's going to be. So the runway would effectively be moving sideways, left or right, as it tries to land, since the plane's no longer meeting that tangential speed. So it would have to time its landing to land on a moving runway.
Okay, is this different than starting at Frankfurt and landing in Abuja?
Yeah, because it's gone over the equator and gone to a slower tangential speed that would have to accelerate sideways or deaccelerate sideways to meet
Okay.
the runway.
Okay, so let's say he started out pointing aligned off with the prime meridian, right?
Okay.
That's opposite the international date line, right?
Okay.
So, and let's say we took a big chalk string and we drew a chalk line on the prime meridian all the way from the North Pole to the South Pole.
Okay.
And he starts out, he's got essentially 0 tangential side velocity, right?
Sure.
And he's watching this chalk line. He's following this chalk line. One thing pilots are always trained to do is learn to follow stuff. Like if they get lost, they need to identify that highway, that power line, that river, that shoreline, and follow it. That's one thing you will definitely learn when you get your pilot's license, right? Yes. So, he's following the chalk line. He's flying south at 500 miles an hour, right?
Cruising speed at 500 miles constant.
Well, we're going to have to just agree to disagree about the constant because there's going to be some variation depending on, you know, what the autopilot set to, what headwinds are set, doing, or tailwinds.
Just call it 500. Just call it 500 for the exercise.
But you're still jumping on a treadmill sideways. That's what we're trying to get to.
Right.
Yeah. Let me just. Maybe I'll shorten this because it's going on a lot. If you take off at the North Pole with 0 tangential speed, you're going due south. So you got no east-west tangential speed, and then you fly to the equator. The ground at the equator is traveling east at 1,000 miles an hour, roughly. So that means the atmosphere would have to accelerate you. If it took you 12 hours to fly there, you would be accelerating eastward at 80 miles an hour. It would have to pick you up 80 miles an hour in order for you to be matching the equator's speed when you got there.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying about the atmosphere that's clung with the globe is what they claim
80 mile an hour sideways acceleration, and you wouldn't feel that, or you've got to be kidding. Well, that's just insane. If you're going to adhere to that,
it's going to make every plane crash when they're trying to land north to south, hands down.
100%, man, 100%. How can the atmosphere? And let's face it, the coefficient of friction of air is pretty low. So that air with not much friction is going to accelerate a plane sideways at 80 miles an hour constantly for 12 hours, and no one's going to feel it. No one's going to notice it.
But I have a solution for that. The ground's not moving.
It's nonsense. That's my solution.
The solution is the ground's not moving.
So
if you make the ground still, then you can land on it no matter what the speeds are on left to right, east to west. Yeah, as long as the ground is not moving, you'll be able to land on that successfully. That's logic. And if you want to throw that out the window, okay, we could do that, but it doesn't explain your position. I mean, no disrespect, Jesse, but can we speak logic here?
I haven't been able to speak this last couple questions.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
So
you have to let him speak and not interrupt, please.
So the plane has left the North Pole. He's flying south. There's a chalk line along the prime meridian, and he's watching it and he's following it. After he's moved 70 miles, that's 1 degree, he's going to look down and he's going to see that chalk line, and he's going to realize that chalk line has moved a little bit, right? How much has that chalk line moved? And let me calculate that.
The graphic that Kosho has provided in the chat is literally explaining what we're talking about. If the treadmill is moving below you and you're trying to land on it, And I mean, I guess you can say hypothetically, I'm going to be able to land on it successfully, but logically, your wheels are gonna spin out below you. I mean, you could put any graphic up and any simulation up, but put reality into it. That's not what's going to happen, bro. Like real talk.
So by the time he's departed 70 miles from the North Pole, he's going to look down and he's going to see that chalk line moving 18 miles an hour to the side. So all he's got to do is bank enough to keep up with 18 miles an hour sideways, which is no problem when you're going 500 miles an hour, right? Can we agree on that much?
You don't see it as just an unbelievably magical concept that there could be an atmosphere that is basically counteracting the multiple vectors, millions of miles per hour, and the 1,000-mile-an-hour spin, just to negate all of that and just have it be as if it's just stationary?
Well,
that doesn't at least ring a bell of that is at least a bit odd logically, even if you believe the globe really intensely.
Well,
that's what you're claiming it's doing. It's counteracting not only the spin of the Earth, but the other 2.4 million miles per hour in multiple vectors at multiple different speeds, that it has to just eliminate all of that and have it just function as if it's stationary.
So that would be a different angle of attack. But are you saying that it would be possible for the plane to keep up with 18 miles an hour sideways if the wind was also doing the 18 miles an hour sideways with him?
It's not about the wind, honestly. It's
the
about
air?
the ground below you. Honestly, I mean, we can calculate all that other stuff, but we're trying to show you, like logically, it doesn't matter about this wind at this point. It's the matter is of argument is the ground below you is moving sideways, and you're trying to land a plane on a treadmill that's gonna whip you once you touch it. It's gonna whip you, because logically, this is the speed that is flying, and then your plane going at its speed, even if it's slowed down like as much as it can, it's still gonna get whipped. In other words, I could jump on a treadmill running, and then I could jump in it sideways, and I may have quick enough feet to catch my balance, but planes don't do that. Planes will land on that treadmill as if it's not even moving. That's the whole point.
But
your atmosphere has to Velcro the airplane, and it has to help the airplane change these dramatic speeds without the pilot even knowing.
And it makes it worse if you're moving along with the atmosphere and it's basically glued to it, like Gio was saying, like a car that doesn't notice it because it's in the same reference frame, because it's stuck to the ground, right? But you can't treat the plane the same way, because the winds aren't going to slow the plane down if it needs to, if it's going in only one direction. So it would make a big difference if it's going from north to south or south to north.
Yes, exactly.
Above the equator, right? So those winds are still going in one direction. They can't slow you down in the opposite direction.
Well, if you use an analogy of a car on the actual globe Earth, let's say that you're in Ecuador at the equator, and you get in a car and you literally start driving north. By the time you get all the way to the equator, yeah, that tangential speed is going to be 0 because you're literally at the equator, but you just went 50 miles an hour the whole way.
Right, but the car's on the planet, or would be on
yeah,
the
it's you can't use a car. That's apples to oranges at this point. Because think of it this way: if there is a merry-go-round that is 100 yards wide and it's spinning, it makes sense that I could jump on it east to west, and then I'm okay. But once you go north to south, it's gonna flip under my. I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna fall because that speed of it spinning is gonna trip me as I try to come upon it. And I mean, come on, man. It's just
I hear what you're saying. Whereas with the car is stuck to the globe, but I guess what they go with is they try to say that the atmosphere is stuck to the globe and therefore having that same effect. But that's why I was saying to Jesse, at that point, now you have to have like a Velcro atmosphere. So what's causing that?
Yeah, but then
I think the biggest problem right here is that, hold on. I think the biggest problem right here is the fact that there's no establishable reference frame, because none of this is observable in reality. That becomes really difficult when your whole system of reality is not observable. Therefore, it's not an observable reality.
Yeah.
And there's not one pilot.
If it was stuck to the, if the atmosphere was glued the same way, and the plane was like essentially glued with the atmosphere, then the plane would never be able to freely travel.
Yeah,
it would
you
be like
can't,
on a road
you
in
can't
the
even
air.
establish a reference frame of a globe without reifying the globe.
Right.
You haven't even proven the globe at this point.
And that's
So you
why.
can't
And that's
even get
why.
rid of that.
That's true too.
And that's why when you ask a pilot, like, do you have to account for that? They're like, no, we don't. We just land. And it's and that's why they say it's not rotating, it's not moving. That's why there's so many pilots on record, on recording film. You're like, hey, is the ball spinning below you? They're like, well, nah, we don't. We land, and that's not our reality. And
Yeah,
with
you're
that
right.
being said, it's like, okay, then what is the reality? Obviously, it's not moving. And they will tell you, we land a plane based on a fixed position. It's not moving, spinning left or right, north or south. It's not moving. And that's how they're able to comfortably land on it,
And that's
regardless.
how they train the pilots to do.
Always
They
landing
train the
smooth.
pilots specifically on a flat, stationary plane flying above it.
Yep, exactly. Hey, praise to Yah, bro. Praise to our Father, the Creator. I'm just saying. Thank you, Father.
It's pretty sweet, I guess.
And no disrespect to any pilot that is stuck in the programming that it's moving and there's a ball spinning and yada yada yada. No disrespect to you, but I just want to try to let you see the logic in it. And maybe you're not as careered or veteran pilot as these guys, but they know themselves that that's never a factor to them because it's a position that is not moving and it's stationary. Bottom line.
Yeah, that's right. Because you can't establish the movement. Like, let's already be honest. Like, you, even if it were a globe, you have to treat it like it was not moving.
You're
So
roboting,
like,
bro.
Pretty bad, bro.
Like, there's no way you can conserve all this momentum, right? Like, and then say, oh, Coriolis stuff. Like, it's just so many like curveballs thrown at you. Like, it's funny, curved balls. They're literally like they say everything is a ball in this fucking sky, but we've got Saturn, which is not a ball. We've got Uranus, with all these ringed planets. I got like 3 sets of triangular shaped stars at this point, and I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. There's no way you can disprove that these are, like, you can't tell me that these aren't triangle shaped stars. You take your equipment with me. We'll go out one night. I'd really like to see somebody say that they can't get the same thing.
Good night,
Yeah.
folks.
I read your reply, Jesse.
Yeah.
Good night, man.
See you
I
later,
just feel like
Jesse.
all you did was repeat what a Glober would say, even though, and you just casted out all logic at that point. You're letting us know
I
that
think
you could
I think
jump
he's
on a
gone, though.
treadmill sideways. That's all I'm saying.
No, he's gone. He left.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I would too, because that you cannot defend that. Yeah, honestly, like logically, you can't defend it, and you're defeated. Really, real talk.
Well,
I mean, Jesse, you're too nice, bro. Like I feel defeated sometimes too, bro, because I can vibe with you, and I know it's too much coming at you, and a lot of people are looking to hear from you. Like, if you get some rest, bro, we would probably like really like as soon as you get back on, bro, we'll jump right on you, dude. Just be ready, cause we like talking to you for some reason, you know. You're an honest Glober, the only one.
Jesse's far from defeated. young fella. Far from
Jesse's a
defeated.
nice man.
He's had enough. He's had enough of this
He's
shit,
nice.
right?
He just
Okay,
needs to
I
sleep.
can understand.
Let him sleep.
It's 1:30 a.m. here,
That
so
Jesse's brain is like a sponge that's been squeezed to its very last limits for the night.
Jess, he's holding the flag. Good on you, Jess. Good on you, buddy.
Hey, he's holding tight. He's white knuckling it. He's bleeding, and he's really trying his hardest.
Yeah, I think he's just holding the white flag at this point. Like he's just getting it everywhere at this point. Jesse, big respect though, bro. I'm happy to see you here, bro, and hate to see you go, but I want you to get some good rest, and we'll have some fucking, some amazing conversations.
thank you very much. Thank you all very much. And Apocryphon, I put a note for us to discuss again the flight paths, because I would like to discuss it more with you, maybe when we can.
Yeah.
But I think the numbers are like I'm saying, and I think it's actually plausible. It doesn't mean the Earth is a globe, but I think it would be plausible on the globe if you actually use real world numbers and look at it. So we'll catch up on that later, and you take care.
Yeah, you too, brother. Yeah, you good night.
Yeah, good night.
I'm just saying that cogniz will get you. That cogniz will get you. I'm just playing, bro.
I think I got you with the cog this earlier, bro, in that chess game.
Wow.
No cap.
It's just I don't know. I think at this point we are arguing something that really realistically it doesn't need to be even argued. You're now just dealing with someone's feelings, emotions, and opinions, and if they're going to hold on to the belief that has clearly been dismantled, it's been destroyed. Logically, there's
this is how we destroyed it, though. From my perspective, is the fact that there's no way you can establish a reference frame on a globe Earth without completely blowing out your fucking mind. You fucking your shit would not be all like none of it would work out like smoothly. It would be terrible. You got so much to compensate for all this. Like you all of a sudden, like, all right, now you take the logical approach, like, all right, let's just pretend like none of that matters, and not give a fuck about this stupid globe shit. And boom, everything works the same. As if you didn't know there was even a globe. You just flew like you could see, you could feel, and you were trained, because clearly the person who knows how to make a flying machine clearly did not have anything to do with a globe model in their designs.
Here's something that's funny. Now, if I'm on the ground and I take off in a plane, and they like to talk about angles, but they're talking about angles to stars, the sun, and the moon. They're not. They just hand wave the fact that you're looking up at the sky to say what's happening on the ground, and because stars, sun, and the moon spin around us, this is why they think the ground is spinning below us. But that's not reality. That's not what a pilot goes through. That's not what they're calculating for. Now, when they say, "Oh, it's like a 60 and 1, this and that, this is the formula," but they're not saying that's what the ground's doing. They're saying that's what the positions of these celestial things in the sky are doing. So yeah, they're going to spin and move, and yes, there is a degree to this and that, but the ground is staying still, and that's how you're getting that measurement of these things spinning above you. And this is what frustrates me of these dudes, because they're comparing apples to oranges at that point. There's no way that you can say the ground is moving this angle degree No, it's the thing in the sky that's moving angle and degree. And this is why I laugh at them. I ain't gonna lie. I'll laugh at them at that point.
Hey man, at this point, like, what do we need to do? Like, do we need to like have like psychic powers, like to do anything, or can we just like look at things, right, and just really observe them for what they are? When I see the leaves on the tree moving, is the tree moving or are the leaves moving? Is the ground moving or me?
It's the sky. The sky is moving.
What if the sky's moving? Yeah, yeah. Oh my God. What if
The sky is actually
everything's
falling.
moving?
The sky is falling around the globe. It's funny, in their model, the sky actually is falling all the time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
how many times have you been hit with a meteoroid? Anybody here? Can anybody raise their hand? Anybody been hit by a meteoroid, asteroid, meteor?
I've never
Anybody?
seen a real meteor ever, and if there was one in this vast space, I would think that it would hit the Earth. I think there'd be different minerals on there than found on Earth.
I'd like
I've never
to.
seen footage of it. I know if I can't see footage of it, it's gonna be really hard to verify.
I mean,
I saw one today. I just woke up, went out on my deck, and a huge rock fell from the sky and erupted right in front of the house.
One of the only stories that they tell of a rock falling from the sky went through a lady's roof, hit her radio in her living room, and then hit her on the couch and bruised her leg without burning anything. Like, it wasn't hot. That's one of the only stories of this happening.
That's got to make
Oh
you
my
think.
God.
How does
Just a
something
bruise?
traveling at this crazy speed not have so much friction that it's literally going to boil your skin once it touches it, right?
Well, they did give some excuses.
I bet they
One
did.
of them was that it was wintertime where the lady was, I think, in Alabama. And it cooled off in the atmosphere coming in. And then when it hit her, it was wintertime, so she was wearing a blanket, so it didn't burn.
Yeah, you're gonna tell me that if I threw something and it had this friction upon it, where it's literally could melt the paint off a plane, but not your skin. Come on, bro. Come
Well,
on.
that's Blue Marble.
Yeah. And
Blue
plus,
Marble's logic. One of the best, most educated ballers that we have here is Blue Marble, is who gave those excuses. He's an engineer, remind you, so he's probably done all the calculations and said because it was wintertime, actually called me ignorant for not knowing that she was covered up with a blanket. That's why she didn't get burned.
Wow.
I got a question. Who's talking? Who was just talking? I've got a new Discord, and it's not easy to tell anymore. It's very different. Like, it's a really nice phone, but like the UI is just a little different.
Rakia,
Rakia. Hey, okay, my bad. I should recognize your voice. I'm sorry. Yeah. So this whole thing, man, like, it's so weird. I don't even know where to start.
Just think about that being one of the only stories. The other stories is that people video these rocks. Well, they don't see the rock; they just see the trail going through the sky like a star. I would say, falling star.
Well,
so
like,
it's just light basically, and they say it hits the ground. And one of them went into water, and the water was boiling when they got there. That was the other story.
And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep like fucking trying to butt in. Like, I know I sound like I was butting in. I try to be careful with that. But it's like with this weather system. All right. I don't know how many people really know what about on the sky and what's going on. And for me, like I don't know exactly, but I know for the most part of the world, when a raindrop forms, it's not a raindrop. Most of the time it's not. A raindrop doesn't form. It's a fucking snowflake. And then that falls down and
And
it's
melts.
and it melts on the way down. Yeah. So the fact that there was this claim about an like this somehow like this granny just got hit by a fucking celestial piece of rock that came from so freaking high and had all this gravity to build its speed, and the friction heats it up. It doesn't cool it down when it's falling at a certain level. At this level it would be heated up.
Well,
Closer to the
according to
ground.
Blue Marble science, it fell at a perfect speed, not to get that hot, and then when it bounced off the radio and hit the lady, she was wearing a blanket, so no burn.
that reminds me of when the little vessels that fall back to Earth, once they do these NASA fucking launches, and then that little tiny triangle looking pod that falls to the ocean, why doesn't the ocean steam? Why is there no steam when it falls? How are you? I mean, they say, oh, because there's parachutes, it slows it down. But even still, that the metal on its bottom should still carry a heat that will at least give off a little steam. I mean, in theory, but when they have it recorded and it lands and it plops in the ocean and the parachutes fall and they go rescue them, that's not what you see. That's not the reality. It's not falling at at a rate to where it could even accumulate such heat. And there's videos of them dropping these things out of a fucking airplane that's a certain distance high, and that would explain that makes perfect logical sense why it's not this crazy fucking heat, as opposed to something that's falling from 300,000 miles in the fucking sky down to our atmosphere into our Earth. I'm just saying it makes no fucking sense at the end of the day.
I just fact checked your Rakia about that little old lady getting hit in the leg. It was a 9-pound meteor that bounced off a radio and landed in her lap. Just coincidentally, not.
Interesting fact is that they found that one, but the ones that make the huge craters in the ground, they never, those aren't found.
No.
That one stayed in her house. Yeah, that one stayed in her living room after hitting her leg and being protected by the Afghan that she was wearing. It stayed in her house, and they sold it later back to NASA for like $33 or something.
The thing is, it's all been calculated for. So it's all been taken into account. It all checks out. You don't need to worry at all. And there will be on-demand agents to inform that to you, to let you know that on the
Blue
day.
Blue Marble Science, speaking of agents, has already verified it. It's good to go.
How long would it take for something to free fall from 100,000 feet? Say, example, about a 1 liter volume of water wrapped in a sphere of copper, and for that rate of fall, I wonder if anyone's ever tested the temperature, like having some type of a sensor inside to see if the temperature of that water inside would increase or decrease by the time it hit the ground.
Well, if it's coming from outer space, it has to come through the what do they call it? The part where it would burn up.
Yeah,
Well,
but I mean, just a local experiment, just from 100,000 feet, just to see from 100,000 feet, would it boil or would it freeze?
yeah, I think the water would freeze.
Wouldn't it get hotter because of the friction of the speed?
I think it would cool down because it's going against the cool air. It's just going to cool down. What happens when you wave your hand in the air? It feels cool, doesn't it?
Well, water at 100,000
Depends.
feet is
All
definitely
right,
going to be
guys.
frozen.
Seriously,
It's
you
freezing.
guys are getting crazy. Hold on. In the air, it's not the same as like in all these different layers. There's different temperatures. All right. Like, look, dude. Like 15 feet above the surface of the fucking Earth, you can see a hawk hover without flapping his wings. What do you think? Think it's colder or hotter up there? Does it even matter at this point? There's an exchange. There's a whole flow of it. Now the friction is where it's really probably maybe it gets more important on that. Maybe it gets more important on the temperature. But what's seriously more reasonable? A granny getting bruised by this rock that fell out of some space bullshit, or do you think she would have gotten a hole in her leg?
If I shot a bullet at her leg, it would have made some impact. Now, if I
No,
fucking times
this
that,
is bigger than a bullet, right?
if I
It's a
exactly,
lot bigger.
if I times that speed and its mass, it should have knocked her fucking leg off. What the fuck?
The official story is she's a little bit fat and it bounced off of her butt.
Right? I've been bruised from rolling over wrong when I'm asleep. But hey, you think? I mean, that doesn't make me a bitch. That just makes me like normal. I'm human. The grandma,
At
a
this point,
grandma
I would
getting
say
hit.
y'all don't understand.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
You guys don't get it.
I really
We're
don't.
too
No, you're
we're
right.
too stupid to understand the physics because it's it's something that can be explained.
Yeah, you're
There's
obviously uneducated. I mean, if you're a flat earther,
right, right.
you haven't done any physics classes, so
Yeah,
you can't understand
exactly.
this.
You didn't
No,
you
the
didn't you
thing
didn't
is,
listen to the
the thing
teacher.
is though, this is the funny thing though. Like to really like, if I were to take it seriously, but like no, I take meteorology classes. I know what's up there. I know what the fuck happens up there, and there's all these layers, and that you physicists don't fucking understand any of that, and
Well,
you'll never understand it because you're a bunch of fucking numbers fucking nerds.
I told
You
my
don't fucking get
5-year-old,
that.
and they understood. So, what are you, a child? I mean, what are you? I mean,
Exactly.
elementary school students understand this stuff.
Exactly.
Millions
When
of
the shit
people,
hurts
millions of
you,
people.
when the shit hits you really like from that high up, I mean, come on, dude.
If
The fuck
you
are you
can
talking about, bro?
if you can catch a child's mind before it's been brainwashed, they will tell you using logic that doesn't make sense.
Are you factoring in that the quilts, how thick the quilts were back then?
I mean, don't get me into the quilting,
at
bro.
that
You know
point,
you don't use the
point,
Q word. You're using the Q word, bro. You get me into this old school shit.
At that point, that fucking blanket must have been made out of fucking some Kevlar that's not even fucking we don't even known to man yet. Because if you want to take a rock traveling at the speed of the momentum it would have picked up falling from so high to hit your leg and it just bounces off you and all you get is a bruise. Come on, man. I could throw a rock right now and bruise you, and I'm not even fucking dropping it with enough force that that would rip your leg apart. But
Did they?
if you
I got a like a a question. It's like, you know how they fire these rockets up and they go into space and they have to go on the right sort of angle to get into orbit, right? Did they ever try just firing one straight up and to prove that it's going to burn up in the atmosphere because it? You know, did
Never.
they ever try that? No. They just from their maths, they figured it out the first time, and the first time that they did it, they got it right, just on the right angle to go with the spin of the Earth to get into orbit, falling at 17,000 miles an hour. Did they ever try? It's just like that rocket that lands on its ass. Where's the prototype of that? They got it right the first time.
You know the story about that math? There wasn't a bunch of NASA engineers that figured out the math, the orbital mechanics people. It was a group of colored women that took the information and wrote it down with pencil and figured it out for NASA.
They made a movie about it. That was a good movie.
Yeah, that's a good movie. That's a good story, right?
But here's the thing though. Here's my argument against that. Everything they calculated was based off a numerical sphere. But in reality, our Earth, according to them, in their own model, is not a perfect sphere. So then when you take those numbers and they would naturally be skewed because it's no longer this perfect sphere ball, it throws their argument out the fucking window. In other words, that movie is just a movie. And they're just telling you something that won't even work logically in real life, in reality. So
Also, where they're doing rocket launches and they're launching up, and even if they're going in an arc, that's still local, right? And they all say that it's locally flat, not, there's not much curve in a, 100 miles. So why would they have to do that again?
Yeah, and also every time we have seen a rocket that goes straight up, every single one, they've all been amateur rockets and they stop. For some reason, they either stop or they just pop.
Yeah. How about the beautiful videos of SpaceX skimming across something, and it literally looks like when you skim something along the water. Like reality check. This is identical to when you shoot a bullet underwater. So then why can we not address that? Why can we not, say, hey, this rocket that went so high up into the sky, then it started making this crazy bluish beautiful trail that looked exactly like a boat on the water. I mean, identical to it. Like why what's their explanation on that? I would like to talk to them about that. Like I would like to dive into their brains. Like, how do you
That's the
explain that?
exhaust. They're talking about moving through the air and pushing the air out of the way. Let me give you one that you probably haven't thought about. You know how the balloons go up and they get to a certain height and they explode, expand so much that they explode? Why can't they equalize the pressure inside the inner layer of these really tough balloons, right? They make them out of stuff that, shouldn't do that. Why can't they make one that is so strong they equalize the pressure like they do in the ISS? And, there's no pressure now, so why would it explode? It could go wherever it wanted.
Well, here's my question. Okay, if you want to say it's exhaust, then why isn't every rocket displaying that same exact reality? Why don't all of them give that beautiful blue skimming exhaust shooting out? No, only the ones that have
This
shot.
is the thing, though. Like, I think that those there's got to be something. There's an explanation right here. It's called CGI. I think that shit's all fake. Nobody really saw that. There's no witnesses coming in here.
What do you mean? They didn't see what? I have a video of that very thing happening that night. I have a video showing that very thing happening that night.
That's like
when
two
they launched
videos, maybe.
when they launched from SpaceX and they created that beautiful blue crazy. Bro, I was at my boy's shop in Santa Fe Springs,
You saw it,
California.
though?
What? Yeah, everybody saw it. Everybody. The first thing my boys told me was like, "Yo, what is that?" Because they know, how I think and what I'm a part of in this community. And I'm like, dude, that rocket reached altitudes to do that. But
No,
if
wait,
all the
hold on.
rock, well, hold on,
Let me
but
let me
hold on,
clarify.
hold on, hold on,
Let me
hold
clarify.
on.
I don't because I
Hold on.
because
Wait.
no,
Hold on. Let
dude,
me finish.
hold
Let
on,
me
hold on.
finish. Let me finish.
I
Let me
have to
finish.
I have to clarify though. Like
All
like
right, go
you're talking
ahead.
about the
Don't let me
video.
finish. Go ahead.
You're not talking about the video. You're talking about like you saw with your very own eyes.
Yeah,
When it
everybody saw
happened.
that. That night, everybody saw it. And it's recorded, it's documented. It's like a video that went viral of
Damn.
SpaceX
I
shooting
know, but
off. And
I was just making sure it wasn't just the video though. Like you actually saw it with your own
no,
eyes. It
we
wasn't
saw
from
it,
the
bro. We
video.
all saw it. Yeah, we saw it. And it looked crazy. And they're like, "Oh, what is that?" And here's the thing though. If that's the case, if all rockets when they reach that altitude would they should all do the same thing. And that's science, right? What science where it's repetitive. You could duplicate it. You could duplicate it and it should all have the same effect. So when you have the NASA, the space rocket going up from Vandenberg's base, and they shoot up and they curve up and they curve down, but they don't have that same beautiful blue looking skim. But then you have SpaceX that launched higher than those rockets, and they had that fucking amazing, looking phenomenon, I guess, whatever you want to call it. Like, check it out. Here's the thing: why don't all the rockets do that? They should all do that. I mean, science is repeat. You could replicate it. You could repeat it. It should be the same thing all the time. And then you can say, okay, this is what it is. Like, then that means that all rockets should do that. Hold on, somebody tagged me. Good old Kosho. Okay. God damn.
Kosho's a good guy. Yeah. So I've seen something like tonight actually. Now it looked like a airplane like really high up. Um, some people probably call it a satellite, but it was just moving it was moving straight. It was not moving in any curve. So like yeah, there goes that.
Okay, hold up,
So
real quick, Kosha. Can you join voice chat because what you posted? Can we talk? Can we
he
talk
can't
about
hear
it?
you, can he?
No, he's here. He's here. He's in here. He can hear us. Kosha, can you get on voice chat and explain what's your reasoning that what you posted? Are you
What do
trying
you
to
post?
say that the conditions for that one launch is why it gave such a spectacular, beautiful, amazing skimming of the rock on a lake visual? Like what are you trying to say here, bro? Oh, he said I got to sneak out of bed. Okay, yeah, sneak out of bed and come talk. If you want to say that it's high altitude gases, blah blah blah, then why don't all the rockets do that? Why doesn't all of them do that? Like every
Dude,
time they
I'll tell
launch
you why.
something up.
It's
Go
because
ahead.
that SpaceX shit was holograms. I know it's probably not the answer that you wanted, but I think they were just testing out their ability to project images in the sky. Because I was in California and I saw that with my friends, and it just looked bizarre. And honestly, it didn't really look real. I was kind of thinking that was some hologram shit when I was looking at it.
Let me find the video. Hold up. Let me find it and post it, bro. That was amazing. Let me try to find it.
Yeah, me and my buddies, we were all sitting out on his back porch, and I was like the first one that saw it, and I was like, dude, what the fuck is that? And like, yeah, it was. I don't think that was a rocket launch. I just think it was some bullshit.
Yeah, hold up. I'm gonna share this video. Let me copy link and I'll post it in the chat. I'm gonna share this, and this is honestly how do you explain that, bro? Like, why don't all rockets look like that when they go up so high? We should always see that. Always. It's not a once in a lifetime deal. No, they should all do that. But here we are, where it made this crazy skimming. Like, watch watch the whole video. Falcon 9 was the one that it was. And there's others. There's other launches from SpaceX that had the same crazy looking, beautiful. I'll find it.
Well, I have a. I mean, why do we need Kosho to give us the mainstream narrative? We've already heard it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to tell us anything new, I wouldn't say, or that we haven't heard before. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah. At this
Okay.
point, it's we're dealing with the naysayers, right? Like they're stuck to it. The mainstream. There you go, coach. Exactly, mainstream. That's the way. That's the word I'm looking for. The mainstream narrative, and you either believe it or you don't. Bottom line, you got to take it for the what it is.
He's got to earn his money, peoples. Come on, make him work for it. Don't give him nothing.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. At this point, I feel like we're just spinning our wheels with these guys because they're just not accepting reality. And we're arguing our reality with their fantasy. And they try to invoke mathematically. This is what the professors say. This is what we've known for thousands of years. Like at that point, come on, man. Like I get what you're saying, but use your
Yeah.
brain, bro.
So
Get out of that. Use
in
your
this
brain.
video, it's funny because like in 1 minute 20 seconds he says it's gonna go pretty high, and yeah, it really it looks like a big ass firework, to be honest. It's rising straight up. It's gonna tilt a little bit.
Hey, I will. All I'm saying is like 9/11. I'll never forget, bro. I'll always remember that night when they launched it and it started going really like there was a like beautiful blue
Oh my
stream
god!
and then all of a
Oh my
sudden
god! This shit is fake, dude. Dude, this shit is fake. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck?
I'm telling
This
you,
is
bro,
the
and that's what
fakest
we
shit,
witnessed.
bro.
That's what we witnessed with our own eyes here on Earth, bro. We saw that happening, and we're like,
Dude, but
I
it's
remember
so
my
fake.
buddies like,
That's so funny. Blue beam,
hey,
bro. You
hey,
got blue beamed.
hey, hey, all my buddies that are like, they know that I'm a quote unquote flat earther, even though I don't agree with like we don't know that it's flat or not. I'm just saying, that's a whole nother road. I'm just anti-ball, if you will. But they were like, "Hey, whoa, how do you explain this?" And I said, "Bro, come on, that is it's skimming the firmament, man. Like that's it looks like water, right?" They all agree to it. They're like,
No, no,
"Yeah, it
no.
does. It looks."
Not even that, bro. The fact that like I said, like 1 minute 20 seconds, he says it's gonna go pretty high, and then this shit starts swerving on some like other level goofy shit, bro. This is fake. This is 100% the fakest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. Who posts this shit, bro? Who done posted this trash? That was you, bro. Oh my god. It was so fake though. Anybody look at that? That shit, it just like the ball is just moving all like this flare of some sort. It's funny because you listen to him and you just really just listen. Not like, no, I hear you. No, I literally hear you. And he's telling you exactly what's going on. Like, he's literally telling you it's fake when he says it's going to go pretty high. And then after that, it's pretty much the biggest clown show I've ever seen, where this thing's moving around like like it's literally a CGI in the center of the screen, and the cameraman's not able to keep his shit steady. That's just hilarious. Okay. Anybody like still a Glober in here at this point? Because I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm glad there's no more Globers. That's great. In the whole chat. And if you thought that this was real and you're a Glober, please tell me exactly what you think happened. And I'll stream what I'm talking about if you don't really already get it. Because this is just
What footage are you
crazy.
talking about? You talking about the SpaceX thing?
Yeah, let me go ahead and share my screen if that's possible.
But which I posted that video because that is literally what we saw here in California. That is literally what we witnessed.
Yeah,
So
that is what people saw. I know several people that saw it and took a video of it. It does look fake. You're right, but it's not. That's the crazy part.
no, yeah, it's not fake, bro. I saw that in real time, and
Which
I
one, the
remember.
first or the second?
Hey, put it this way. I remember people were scared. They're like, "Oh my god, what's going on? What's happening?" They were scared because they were like, "What is that?" It was like something they've never seen before, ever.
And there's claims too, like the way it looks like it's supposedly skimming the firmament, and people say that that's because it's like water's above, and they try to make some additional speculation to it. But it was I don't, and maybe there are some versions that are doctored and made to look more fantastic with lighting effects or like just a filter or something. But did you take footage yourself? Is that what you were Is that your own footage
No,
there?
I have a video. Matter of fact, I should look for it. It's on my older phone. I
Mhm.
literally recorded it, and I remember that night, bro. That was years ago. I ain't gonna lie. That was quite a few years ago. But I literally recorded it, bro, and it looked amazing. And then at one point, something shot off of it, and it started like do 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 do, like it started making its
Right.
own rings.
Pew, 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 pew.
And
Yep.
and they were like, "What is that?" I was like, "Bro, that's the firmament getting hit, bro. Like that's what it's no different
Can
than skimming a rock in water at that point."
Can somebody stream it for me because I don't have permissions? There's a video at the first video 138.
I'll give you the role that you need.
Yeah, if I could stream it, I got it ready now.
Yeah, you should be good now.
Gotcha, thank you. Alright, it's working. Okay, so here we have the launch.
Hold on. Let me get your stream. Hold up.
And here
Let me join it. Let me join it. Hold up. Okay. I'm looking. Go ahead.
Okay, now it's about to launch. Red flare.
Yep. Dude,
It's gonna go pretty high.
from my real live experience, it did look fucking amazing, bro. Like it was honestly like one of those things. Like if you didn't see it with your own eyes, bro, it was a beautiful fucking amazing thing to experience, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
It's fireworks, bro. Like I swear. Look, listen
Go
to what
ahead,
he's
hit
gonna say.
play.
It's gonna go pretty high.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
A lot of people got footage of this, by the way. You could do a search for it.
All right.
Oh
Here
yeah,
it comes.
I personally
It
got
already
footage. I ain't gonna
started.
lie. I personally have footage of it. I ain't gonna lie. I have it on my phone somewhere. I gotta find it,
I
but
know.
yeah. And I think
It
I even
already
have video
started.
of I even have video of my buddies like saying, "What the fuck? What is that?" They were like scared, bro. Like, "Oh, what's happening? There was happening." Like real talk. Go ahead.
Here goes. All right. You ready? Shortly. He says shortly. That means now. There it goes. Do you see that?
Should go
Did
what?
anybody
Like,
see that?
Yeah, hit play. Hit play.
Watch the ball. Watch the background. Did
go
you
back.
see it? Keep
Yeah.
going. Well, it's gonna keep happening. Tilt a little bit. Tilt a little bit. A little bit. You're telling me a little bit. Gosh. Wow.
What's the point here?
All right, you see it, right? You see
Right.
it, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
What's
hit
the
play.
point?
Let it go all the way through. Go ahead.
What do you mean? All the way through. Look at it. Look at it. Fucking shift left and right. It's like a fucking what? It's CGI. Look at this shit.
You've got footage
Right,
of it
left,
yourself, right? You're calling your
left
own footage
goes
CGI?
right, and then it goes left, and it goes right
No,
again.
but
Left,
hold on.
right,
No,
left.
it's the guy filming it that's doing that. But go on. It's the guy
No, it's
doing
not.
that. Just let it
Look
play
at the
all the way through.
background. Look at the background. You're not
Is
looking.
the point that it's going a little bit sideways?
No, this the cam. Hold on. Which? It's the cameraman that's veering left and right, not the rocket. But hold on, just let
No,
it play.
the rocket should be angled.
That is not the cameraman.
Just hit play. Just hit play. That's not
No,
the
no, no, no,
argument
no,
here.
no, 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 no. You already said it, bro. I would have kept playing throughout unless you were following me. But you're not, dude.
That's
What's the
He's
point?
not veering his
just
camera, bro.
just hit play. Just hit play. Just hit play. Just let us see it through. Go ahead.
I will, but like you have to understand why I'm playing it.
Hit
Yeah,
play.
please tell us why you're playing it.
It's just a big
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Hold
just
on, I need to. All
it's
right,
just a pyrotechnic. It's just a big pyrotechnic.
it's not even that. It's CGI bullshit, dude. Do you
No,
look?
that's
All right.
bro. Which I no.
Look.
Don't rewind it. Fast forward it to where it's fucking skimming.
No, just look, bro. Watch. What is this?
Please tell me your
I
point.
saw
Are
this
you ready?
live,
Are you
bro.
ready,
I
bro?
saw
Because
this
it's about to
live.
go up. It's already up, dude. You think you see it? Do you see it's already up? Is
Can you
it
please
already
tell
up
us the
yet?
point? Please tell us the point of this.
You think it's already up right now, or what? It's already up. Look, oh yeah, I told you. Oh, there it is. You can see it right there. Right? Flare.
Yes.
Up in the
Go
distance.
ahead. Just
Come
keep
on.
going, bro.
Are you listening?
Witchcraft. I saw this live, bro. I'm telling you. Just keep playing it.
We're watching it live right now.
I know. Just don't hit pause. Just let it play.
Watch it go really fast. And
You're roboting, bro. You're roboting. What's up, Ruiv?
Evening.
Dude, you missed it earlier, man. We had about a 4-hour conversation on airplanes moving along the globe and impossible clinging Velcro atmosphere.
Possible. Gee.
The magical, the mysterious Velcro atmosphere. Come join the wild ride.
You know, this.
Velcro, you'll think it's magic. Run along with the globe.
Ruth, can we pick up on something that we left off on the other day? Was it yesterday or the day before?
Yesterday, when I had to feed the dogs.
When you went to feed the dogs, right? You waited for me to come back because I took a phone call. Right.
Here we go. Here's the part.
It's a
Here
new
it
day,
is.
so
Here
he has at least one gotta go feed the dogs in his holster.
Right. I
Gotta
got
admit, that was pretty funny, though.
I got 2 sentences in after you waiting for me to come back from my phone call.
Yeah.
And then you had to run away and feed the dogs. Why was that?
It looks like a boat on the ocean, bro. It looks like a boat on the ocean.
You know what though, DP? You were gone. He said he wanted to go. And
I have to feed the dogs at 7:45 every night.
literally said,
It's now
he said-
7:15.
He said, I'm going to wait for DP to come back so I can tell him I have to go feed the dogs. And he waited for
Right
a
there.
while.
Look at that.
So he was literally plotting it.
There it is.
He was plotting to troll you.
Yeah, it was gold.
Well trolled, Ruhif.
Thank you.
Only shows you're a troll, mate.
What are those things
Now
dropping?
It's now 7:14 p.m. DP, I've got to feed the dogs at 7:45.
Right, so have you had any luck converting that to a true image, that photograph, so you can actually be honest with your analysis?
What
do you mean a true image? You said something.
Hold on. Once you guys are finished, can I rewind this and finish my stream? Like it's only 5 minutes.
Yeah, but you're roboting. We can't hear you. You're
no, whatever. That was a CGI video, anyways. Case closed.
You know, I know you think that, but there's lots of amateur footage of that, and it does look very spectacular. I'm not sure if the one you're talking about had any special effects added to it, but it does look like the whole thing's a special effect. Also, look up. I posted some more footage of it, but you can find lots of amateur footage of it, and it does look spectacular, and it looks fake every time, but it's real. That's the crazy part. Look up the Norway spiral as well. If you look up the Norway spiral, you'll see the same kind of like crazy effect in the sky that looks like they're doing it like special effects, but a lot of people witnessed that too. So I don't know what it is. Maybe it's Project Bluebeam or some kind of crazy holographic technology, but it is what people saw. I have friends that saw it too.
Yeah.
It's like they
honestly,
make fake meteor showers in China. Come on, dude.
Well, are you saying it's fake? Are you saying the video is CGI, or are you saying that the actual
it could be both. That one especially looked fake on CGI levels. Now,
I think there was
people who have no safety regulations. They can make fake meteor showers. Yeah.
Man, I gotta find my video, man. I gotta find my amateur video from my cell phone that I recorded, and that is exactly what it looked like.
Magicians can do sleight of hand, bro, and they can pick your card.
All I'm saying is this.
Either way, real.
No. On the other side of that argument, what I'm saying is, if this rocket produces this visual effect, then technically all the rockets should have the same effect, because that's what that's true science, right? You could duplicate it, you could manipulate it if you want, controlling the variables, but you should have the same result every time. The fact that when they launch a NASA space shuttle, look at the old fucking from the 80s, bro, from the 90s. Every time they shot up a rocket, it never looked like that because they never went as high as this rocket went. And that's what I'm trying to say, bro. That's all I'm saying. They never went as high as this one did. And if you want to compare it to other launches, then go ahead. I'm just saying it doesn't match. It doesn't add up. It doesn't.
This is some crazy kind of Project Bluebeam pre-programming, it looks like. Test out some of their abilities to create a huge screen in the sky, basically.
Dude, that's exactly what it was. That is People think
It
Project
would have
Blue
to
Beam is
be
all
something
about
like
making you
that
think that
because
there's
that
aliens or something in the sky, but why wouldn't they use it just to make us think that they have crazy technology too, you know? It's a
would
bogus
have to
Well, the
be.
problem the problem with it actually being an illusion, like a real time illusion that several people saw, you'd have to make the
No,
illusion
not several. Millions of people saw that.
millions, yeah, and from
All
every
of
angle.
Southern
People,
California saw that.
yeah, people were in like other areas, like all. It would have to be from all angles, a complete illusion, which doesn't make any sense.
So what like
And when I say
what kind of
millions,
like
I don't
skipping, bro?
mean
Hold on, like what kind of skipping kind of friction that you're seeing right here would have kept that rocket going the same speed, dude? And then that shit, like I was talking about, bro. This and then this, I couldn't even finish my fucking stream, bro. Like there's no way of fucking discussing it at this point. It's
I think that
a
you might
wasted
be
ass
thinking.
fucking conversation. So I
Just
couldn't even
real
finish
quick
my
though, I think
stream.
you might just real quick.
We
I
couldn't
think you
even
might.
follow along on it, bro.
I think you might be
There's no
interpreting it.
point.
I think the one that
It's
you had
I'm
had
not
some focus
interpreting it, bro.
issues.
If that hit the firmament, that bitch would have slowed down so goddamn fast. It would have broke apart.
Oh, I'm not saying it hit the firmament. I'm not sure about that, but I know that the
You
one
see
you were
how fast
showing
it
looked like
got
it
up?
had some.
If
I
it
think the
met the
camera.
firmament that fast,
I think there
it
was a
would have
strange.
ripped apart, touching any kind of particle.
Right.
Just the
Well,
go
I
fast
thought you
rocket.
were talking about the beginning where it jumped. It looked like a jump, but I think the cameraman moved his camera and it was a focus issue, which caused the light to jump and it made it seem like it was a special effect. I think that part might have been just because of the camera focusing or something.
Well, if they wanted us,
Whatever,
they
it might
wanted
have
us
been a bug,
focusing
but
on
it
their.
was weird. And then the fact of the colors and the light, that none of that makes sense. That's
all I'm
not
saying is this.
normal.
All I'm
We
saying is this.
can all agree.
All,
We have to all agree
all,
though.
all,
That is
all
not normal.
all I'm saying is this. I witnessed that with my own eyes. Now you can
Was
go
it
ahead and
normal
say,
though?
listen,
APAC, was it normal?
yeah,
Can we get on one?
listen. That's my point. All I'm saying, my argument would be, if I saw a rocket do that, then why don't all rockets do that? Why don't it's for the past 30 years we've never seen anything like that. But
Yeah,
this
no, that
one
was
did
claimed
it.
to be different. Yeah, it's a SpaceX thing, the Falcon 9.
What happened with it? What happened with it? It blew up.
No, it was just that one that made all that crazy looking vortex shit in the sky with the different colors and stuff, like the big plume. It had like the two. You remember the Falcon 9? You've probably seen footage of it. This was years ago.
Listen. If you want to take a Vandenberg launch, which has been happening for fucking for decades, if you want to take that one video and say this happened when the rocket went so high, why don't all the rockets do that? And you would think, if you want to science the shit out of it, you would say, well, then they should all have the same effect.
No,
or
because they claim it's
visual
different technology. They have a reason for it. It's not the same as other rockets.
yeah. They hand wave it and say, "Oh no, this whatever."
No, they have a whole. Well, yeah. Platypus, is this the one that you saw? Is this the one that you saw that you were showing last night? Is it?
Yeah, that's the same rocket.
Is it? That's
Yep, that's the Falcon 9.
Dude, Platypus was there. He showed it on video. He was 10 feet from it.
Well, there you go. So then why don't all the rockets do that? That's my argument. Because if that's the case, if rockets can create this phenomenon of exhaust or whatever the fuck you want to call it, then why don't all of them do it?
Well, they're different, aren't they? Not all rockets are the same either.
Well, I mean, we could just hand wave, the reality, but yes, you're right. If this one rocket did that, then why don't we see that when that hold on. Why don't we see this same effect when NASA launches their fucking space shuttle? Let's rewind it 20 years ago when they launched into the atmosphere. Why didn't they do it that? Why didn't it look like that when they did? And I'll tell you why. Because Falcon 9 went way higher in the arc and in this distance from Earth, from the ground. It went way higher than what our normal rockets we launch when we send them up. So once you can realize that, then you can see, oh, that's why it made this crazy spectacular event, because it went higher than our rockets that we've been launching for fucking 30 years. That's it.
What do you mean hand wave reality? Reality is that things do change. So there is different technology, different engines, different thrusters, all this type of stuff, different fuel combinations. There's lots of different things that can change over many, many years. So I'm not hand
Oh my
waving.
god, I have
I'm
a
not
question.
hand
Like, how
waving
come?
technology,
How,
reality at all.
I got a question. How come you knew it was high?
I mean, all we could say is what they claim about it, which is the type of separation that it made is what they claim is why it had that. Like, there's like a first and second stage separation. So they claim that that's what created like.
Yeah, but they always. But hold on though. But the separation and all that shit, it should be the same as every other rocket for the past 30 years to get that high up in the sky. And when I mean, you can say it's different technology, it's different this and that, but hold up, why? Okay, so why haven't we seen the same thing since then? Why was that one event of the Falcon 9 that was years ago? Why haven't we? Why is it not duplicated? Because in science, you're going to have something that you can prove by its what it did. We should be able to repeat it and then continue to repeat it. That's all I'm saying, bro. It doesn't make sense. In the bottom line, it doesn't make sense.
Different time of day,
Yeah. So, and
different
if
atmospheric
everybody
conditions.
was there to
There's
watch
lots of
the
Hold on,
video, you could.
Can you hear Bandsaw? Hold on, man. You just interrupted him.
I said there's many, many different reasons, different times of day, different atmospheric conditions. There are many, many variables that could
Yeah,
give
but
the
like the thing
appearance
is,
that
like
could.
the fact that there was a
All right.
blinking light.
Hold
There
on.
was like a blink.
You're just
That's all
interrupting
right.
again, bro. Go ahead, Bandsaw.
There's many different reasons, different atmospheric conditions, different time of day, different angles. There's many different variables that could give the
Okay.
appearance of
Okay.
different effects and could be
Okay.
responsible for different effects. So
Okay.
that's the reality of things.
Okay. So let me respond with this. I am 43 years old, and I lived in Southern California all my life, and never have I seen a launch from Vandenberg Base, which literally like a shitload of fucking launches from there. I've never witnessed this what happened with the Falcon 9 ever. Now, since Falcon 9, we've seen it maybe I think one more time, but again, it's SpaceX rockets that went higher than the other rockets. Apparently, they based visually, they obviously they didn't go as high as these other ones to have that same effect. And Matt, now take my age.
You don't believe they're going to space, right?
Exactly.
Right. So they're just using different rockets, clearly. So it's just a different type of pyrotechnic. The end of the day.
Pretty much.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but if I don't know if it I guess it feels like you're reaching a bit to have it be an argument, only because like they're not going to space either way, and it's just clearly like a different type of rocket that did this.
I think DP and Rui's gone now.
Well, I want to say this. At the end of the day, I feel like these particular rockets that have that visual effect are clearly representing something that goes so high that it's skimming along a sky, no different than a boat in a water or a bullet being shot in water. It has the same visual thing about it.
This is what's killing me, bro. It's absolutely fucking mentally bugging me, dude. You ever have that? Yeah. Well, why the fuck is there like a flare at the end of it, dude? It just kind of separates from the ship, dude. I want to fucking know, dude. Like, it's bugging me, bro. You can't fucking have that. That fucking pisses
were
me off
those?
because I
What
don't
were
have an
those?
explanation for that. And there's no globe Earth explanation for that. There's no flat Earth explanation for it. It's just bullshit, bro. Dude,
All right.
is this not bullshit? No
At the
explanation.
end of the day,
At this point,
Wait a minute.
I'm
You know what?
dismissing this as reality. This is not reality.
You can do that, but I
Nothing
think
really
that you're
fucking
kinda-
happened, bro.
Could I just offer this? I think that you're kind of treating this like there's Globers here trying to convince you this is real, and it's like some kind of like CGI NASA thing that people
No,
like.
nothing really happened.
No, people
it did
witnessed it,
happen.
including the person
It
you're
was a
talking to.
fucking light show. Yeah, a
No,
light show
you're
fucking
treating it like
happened.
some
You
Glober
know what you
making a
saw?
claim
You
when
just
it's
saw
another
light,
flat
dude.
earther
You didn't
that's
see
telling you
anything
the truth.
physical, dude.
You're making a point that
Nothing
you're
you
probably
see.
going to
Nothing you
regret.
see is anything but light.
Maybe we could just move to a new topic.
I'm just saying, yeah, like this is.
I don't know if this is going anywhere.
ridiculous, bro. This
Bro,
fucking.
they have
this
different
video.
fake rocket shit that they launch into the sky. This one had a particular like vortex, colorful release to it, and that's just what it is. It is what people saw in the sky. It is some kind of technology because it does look to have like little vortexes and little twisty things going on with it. So clearly, it is something that they're not telling us exactly what it is because all they really claim, even in their, I just pulled up a couple articles on it because I remember looking into this years ago, but they don't really say that much. They just sort of, condensation trails. They call them contrails. They say that it was just like they're very. Here's what it says: the engines burning rocket propellant and liquid oxygen left a trail of exhaust that froze quickly in the cold, quiet conditions. So they just say very general things like they're saying frozen crystals of water that just mark the exhaust path or whatever. So they're really just bland with it. They don't really say what it was, but I mean, from looking at it, clearly it is unlike any other regular sort of rocket or airplane. So
it is
whatever it is, it's
this is
clearly
what makes
some
it.
kind of technology, and that's kind of it. I don't know that there's much more to say about
You know
it.
what makes
It's not CGI. There's no CGI involved.
You know what makes it? You know what makes it really the same? Is it doesn't have any follow-ups.
Oh, hold up. Let me say this. At the end of the day, when we saw it, here's what it comes down to.
Hey, who else saw it after that?
Hold on, Witch.
It disappeared though.
Wait, hold on, Witch. At the end of the day, we did see this. Rockets went up, and then they came down, and that's it. That's all it was. It went up, and it went down.
You don't see them when they come down because they're not using it.
No. I'm telling you, it came down, bro. I saw it. It went up. It skimmed. It made this beautiful fucking crazy fucking phenomenon that was beautiful, and then you see it fall down. At the end of the day, it fell down. So, matter of fact, I really have to share my video that I took with my own phone. It came down. Matter of fact, there was a point where it looked like it was shooting back down to Earth. I'm not lying. And everyone's like, "Oh shit! It's fucking. Is it crashing?" I swear to God, this is what it was. It went up. It did the crazy fucking skimming and blue, beautiful, and then all of a sudden it started coming down. And then at the end of it, it started spiraling. That's what you don't see on that video. It started spiraling, zoo, as if it's coming down to the earth, and then the light stopped. Whether it was burning.
What do people like not catch that end, bro? That's what blows me, bro.
I'm telling you, bro. I saw the end.
5 minutes of like glory. Like this is supposed to. Oh my god.
I'm telling you, I saw the end.
I'm not discounting you. I believe you, bro. Like I can tell you some shit that just nobody's seen. So I sound fucking crazy. At least people are seeing.
Well, is this your first time seeing any footage of that whole thing? Is this your first experience with seeing what happened with that rocket? It sounds like your first impression because that's pretty much what anyone would think at first, especially if they weren't there to witness it.
I witnessed it.
I know, but I'm saying the guy, is his name Witchcraft? Witchcraft, yeah, hey, Witchcraft. Is this your first time ever seeing any footage of that thing?
I thought I already said no.
Oh, okay,
no.
I didn't hear it.
Sorry.
You've seen it before.
I was trying to switch between my Bluetooth So yeah, that was
Funny
my
how
bad.
bland they are. It's funny how bland they are in some of these articles about how they explain it. Like it says here, as chemicals from the rocket's exhaust freeze and drift like clouds through the atmosphere, the sun shines through them as well. The light is refracted through these frozen chemicals at different wavelengths, creating spectral displays of color. This is essentially the same reason that sunsets take a shade of pink, red, and purple. As the Earth's rotation carries viewers away from the sun, we can see its there we have it. We can see its light hitting the atmosphere. We perceive different colors because the light is refracted at different angles. That's like all they say. It's like so.
Oh my
general.
god. Are you serious? That's amazing. That's the best thing I've ever heard because I always thought didn't they used to claim that when there's a sunset or a sunrise and it looks orange or reddish that it's just the dust? Because come on everybody. All dust is red. All dust is orange.
That's funny we're talking about this because Platypus literally yesterday was standing 20 feet from it.
I was just about to mention that it looked pretty impressive too, the rocket.
Yeah, that's a big toy rocket.
I actually expected it to be bigger than what it was.
Yeah, he was standing next to it. I'm like, that's it? That's just right there?
Yeah. But you look at those landing feet, like like they're the landing feet, but they've got like these little what are they, little wings or things that pop out that kind of guide them down too. Like it doesn't even look possible that those things can self-land, to be quite honest with you. And then also too, when you look at the little jet that's thrusting out of the bottom of them, like something that is that big, that heavy, falling at terminal velocity, to slow it down with one little thruster and a few little wings on the side to, I don't know. Looks
Yeah,
pretty weird.
definitely. I remember the footage from that there was a lot of fakery. Talk about some CGI stuff. There was some CGI stuff in the landing and the foot of that thing landing. Because we did some pretty in-depth analysis of that. Remember the bird? It was like the exact same bird that flew across twice. And it was but it was the exact same frames. Like it wasn't just this like two birds. Like it was actually frame by frame. So yeah, there was definitely some composite imagery. This is also the one that they did. Remember they did the live stream where they went back and edited the footage later? And that was
But what about re-entry? Re-entry is different because you've already lost all these huge stages. Now, what do you think? Getting off the moon is going to be just that easy? You just like mini thruster that shit out? Like
this one didn't have anything to do with the moon.
No, I was trying to.
I thought it was like some like with space rockets. My bad.
But yeah, no, those self-landing rockets do look pretty dodgy. And remember when they used to do them landing on the barges in the middle of nowhere too? And that stuff looked so dodgy too. All that footage, like, yeah, it was all kind of a bit iffy. All that sort of stuff. Like, I got no doubts that they're launching rockets and they're going up, and they're just plopping down somewhere in the middle of nowhere.
Why do you think they even did all that? Like, why even try to have them these self-landing? Like, what was the motivation there, do you think? Because they did make a big deal out of it. I guess people were all hyped up about it. Would you think that was the motivation, just to get people talking and, oh, it's amazing? Like, do you think that was the only reason? Because there was a lot of CGI involved. And it seems like if all it is a rocket that lands on its ass, like, is that really that great? Like, but it seems like they hyped it up.
Yeah, I think that's what it's all about too, to be quite honest with you. It's just about to get people enthused in it and believe the dream type of thing. Like it was 2.5 weeks ago, I was in the garage and I just had YouTube playing in the background anyway. Autoplay came up and whatever video was coming next played. and I was cutting some timber or whatever. But anyway, it caught my ear, and they were talking about rocket launches and stuff. And I thought, oh, okay, then I want to, skip this one. I wasn't really too interested, and I walked over to the computer and just about to skip forward, and I'm listening to it, and I was all of a sudden mesmerized by it, because this stream had about 250,000 people watching it live. The chat was going at hyper speed. I've never seen chat move so fast my whole entire life. They had just launched released an app for a 3D printer plans for kids to print their own rocket and make their own rocket themselves and be able to power it with methane gas type of thing. And they were launching a competition and all that sort of stuff, and they wanted them to send in videos of them launching rockets in their backyards, and there was going to be a prize and all that sort of stuff. And I was mesmerized at watching this, and the way they got the kids involved with their new 3D printers and all that sort of stuff. And I thought, this is the best marketing plan to keep the dream alive, like to keep the illusion going. And it was very impressive what I saw. And I thought it was well done. It was absolutely well done. But it's just all about, just keeping the dream alive. Just keep people believing. Keep them believing that whatever they tell them that's up there is up there. That's how they do
Stop believing.
it. Exactly right, Travis. Exactly.
Yeah,
So
it's like when they
pissed
can't
right
really go to space, they're not going to do another fake moon landing. So just try to make some fireworks on the ground and get people hyped up about it. It did seem to work for a couple of years. They had it all in the news, and everybody's saying that it was some amazing things. So
Yeah.
imagine that
Hey.
going to the moon, and then this many years later, just a rocket landing on its ass with CGI apparently is the best they got.
Yeah, exactly. That's really mesmerizing. It is.
Yeah.
But
And
like
they've also, sorry, which
they got these videos. Yeah, like I mean, I'd love to see like people's links. I mean, like you know anybody APAC like that has those links, because I'd like to see like the amateur footage for real, like confirmed.
also too, Geo, they've got to keep, the budget for the space program going, and not only the space program, they've got to keep the budget for the military space budget going too, and they've got to be able to justify these sort of things, so the taxpayer doesn't question where their money is going.
Yep, they got to make something to appease the people they're scamming.
Look at that! Look at that! That is just.
Yeah, that's the one where there's like a CGI layer within the clouds.
Yeah.
And they looped. That's why there's this bird that flies, and like they looped a layer of it. It's like a composite layer.
I've been looking quite deep into this now for the past few months, and I've come to the idea, and you guys must correct me if I'm wrong, because I like to research myself as well, but I like to hear your guys' input. But if you look at photographs that are zoomed in, I've been speaking to Copernicus about this because I see he's got very good footage. But if you look at these zoomed in images, you can see there's two images in one image. And that happens around everyone. So if I stand next to you, you will see the same thing I'm seeing to that point. Now, I would call that little world that's that world. So no matter where you are in the world, everywhere there's that little world around you where you can see this mirage happening, no matter where you look around. My question is, are they trying to capture this, or did they find out now what this mirage is, and they're trying to break through that, or what are they trying to do? I hope that wasn't too much.
Well, break through the mirage or
Yeah. Yeah, because you can go put someone right next to that, where you would stop seeing the mirage taking its place, and you can put someone on the other side, and you can, for instance, ask them to meet and say, okay, what is that you're standing next to now? Because I saw you both walking towards it. What is that? They can't see that, so we can zoom to it, but I don't think we can get there quick enough. So are they trying to break through that?
Don't know.
It's basically it's basically that focal point. So do you know what I mean when I'm talking about the water and the mirage? That point of where those two meet.
Probably Travis is the best one to join in on this one if he's listening.
Did you post something that I missed?
No, I didn't post anything yet. No, I have got a little one here though. Hold on a sec.
So I was only listening with one ear. Are you talking about? Because it sounded like you were talking about both the rocket launches and miraging. Was that what you were doing?
So yeah, so even if you look up, if you take a camera and you zoom to a star, you get to that specific point that you see that star. You no matter how much how do I say this? That's the world that we see. We can't see through that. For instance, a mirage when you look over water, we can't see through it. We're always going to hit that mirage unless we're using infrared, but that infrared's also going to have a point where something meets that other thing. Are they trying to break through that because we can't discover that, or we haven't? I don't know if we have discovered what that is, that actual mirage. Why can two people walk right to it from opposite directions and not be able to touch it as we see it here on this image when you can clearly see the person's close or whatever? It looks like a physical object.
Okay, hold on. You said we can clearly see someone's close to it, but what are you talking about right now?
So I think you got a few videos where you got that ether. I think it's the ether band that runs past, and that goes only in one direction. You were going north, east, southwest, basically looking around, and you can see it going in one direction. So that's circling all the time, no matter where you are. So, yeah.
Are you talking about Are you talking about if I was filming on the beach and someone was out in the event?
Yes.
Can I point?
Yeah.
Can I point something out real quick? Just real quick. I was searching. I'm sorry to interrupt, but check it out. I was searching for videos that show the complete video of what happens after it skims through the sky, and nowhere on YouTube can I find it. But I know for a fact, and I was so fucking disappointed because when I went to my iCloud, that video that I took is not on my iCloud. That means it's on my old fucking phone that I actually fucking gave to somebody and reset that. I remember I reset the phone so that way they could use it. So that video is gone forever. But the fucked up part is nowhere on YouTube shows that end fucking flight of that rocket. And I'm telling you right now, I put this on my 5 kids. That shit started spiraling. That's a whole nother thing. It starts after it skims through the sky, and I looked on YouTube to like media that was filming it, but they cut it off. And after that, at the end of it, it starts spiraling and it starts looking like it's going the opposite direction and down. And dude, I'm telling you, bro, I swear to God, I wish I had that video to show you guys because it has that makes no sense that a rocket that went to space is spinning out like down towards us.
Fair enough. Don't worry
I
about
wanted
it.
to see
Don't
that,
worry
bro.
about
I wanted to see
Don't
it so
worry about
bad, bro. Because it cuts off, bro. It's so bad.
It does cut off, and I'm pissed, bro,
Hey,
because
guys.
that is the evidence.
Hey,
That's the proof.
all right.
Go ahead.
Don't worry about it. Right.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. Don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Don't worry about that
that's a
evidence.
good one. Yeah, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
We don't, we
it's
don't
like
Hey
need proof. We
guys,
don't
you
need
just
the
gotta.
rest.
it's like a
You,
video that captured a
hey
murder
guys,
and then
you
it
just
cuts off and they're
It,
like, don't worry
just
we
about it.
just don't need it,
guys,
right?
you
You just
just
don't, and
railroading a
we don't
conversation,
have to have any evidence
guys.
ever, ever.
Please,
At
can
some
you
point you
hear
can just
me,
cut it off, right?
guys?
Yeah,
Right,
hold on. Let
Okay,
him
Bandy?
talk,
Right,
Richmond. Let him
Bandy?
talk, Richmond.
which, come on, you just railroaded a conversation between Beerman and Travis. So
Yeah,
No, I
I'm
was
sorry,
just
I'm
trying
sorry.
to.
Go ahead, guys. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
I'm just,
just uh,
yeah. What's up, Bandy? What do you want to say to me?
just just zip it for a couple of secs because Beerman and Travis were having a
Oh my God, zip it for a couple of seconds. How do I follow up with that, bro?
No,
By
just let them
zipping
talk.
it.
Let them talk. Let them know.
How
Go ahead.
about by zipping it?
I temporarily muted him, which you weren't listening to Bandsaw. He's a moderator here. He was trying to get you to let the other people that you were talking over continue the conversation. I'll unmute you in just a minute when they're done.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah. So if you are talking about filming a mirage where a person is in the event, I've often wondered that myself because I had this amazing Fata Morgana, which is a dynamic event. I mean, it's just constantly moving, changing up, down, squash, stretch, crazy shit, right? And this kayaker goes right into it. And I'm like, man, what is he feeling right now? Like, is he like getting all twisted and warped and stretched in the phantom zone or whatever? I don't think they know anything. They're just going about, they have no clue. The other channel that is really good with these observations is Heath Carmody. If you don't know his channel, I'll post it. But
Yeah,
he's got a bunch of kayakers in a Fata Morgana event as well. And I don't think they'll have any clue what's going on. They don't even know they're in an event.
okay. Yeah, so that basically answers my question. But yeah, it's maybe a thought for you guys to look into. Like I did post a little diagram there that I've put together. It's just something I've been working on for a while and busy putting the puzzle pieces together. And this was the one final one to get me to this sort of explanation on my little drawing
Help
there.
me understand. Help me understand your bullseye pattern. I don't understand how to overlay that on the image. Like,
Yeah, so what I'm trying to show, because I really suck at these explanations, I just put it together as best I can see it. So, for instance, the bullseye one is where you're standing in that center. The two red lines is basically your visual. I don't think we get 180 degrees. We get that specific vision. So now that's what we see. And we also do see the miraging that does happen. Just we're not zoomed in enough to see it as if it's like HD. We're seeing it at an absolute blur now. But if we take a telescope and we zoom in, that's going to be those yellow lines. That's zooming into that spot where that miraging takes place. So we can't get to that mirage place. It's always going to keep moving as you move through the atmosphere. So that next
yeah,
thickness, that next thickness is, I'm saying that's where that piece of atmosphere is in focus for us to see that focus point, and that's why the camera is picking up the water and then that miraging focus point. That's two pictures in one, and that's why the telescope's seeing it in focus.
I got it.
And
Okay, that's interesting.
you see it. You see what I'm pointing out on the drawing there. So in our world, we see everything clearly to that point, and now we're seeing a mirage. Why are we seeing that mirage? Because there's a different amount of atmosphere between us and there to get that focal point, and now we're getting that focal point.
Yeah, that is an interesting contrast. That if I, as opposed to standing on the beach zooming in, if I got in a boat and went towards it, it would change the entire time. But zooming in, it doesn't change it.
Yes, because you going the length of that focal point. As you know, if you can't see well, you get thicker and thicker glasses. So as the atmosphere, those conditions is pushing that focal point either further away or closer. But in our atmosphere, we're seeing till that focus point. We see clearly now. But when you get to that focal point, we can't go beyond there now. I'm saying, are they trying to break through that?
That's actually a really interesting take on it, the way you've done that, Beer Man. It really is.
Thank you. Hope I haven't blown your guys' minds a bit.
No. It's I think it's a really good
You know,
visualization.
yeah, if you don't mind, put down what you said to us now. Put that down in a script and put it in that big open spot on the bottom right of your diagram. You know, you got enough spot right there to kind of walk someone through, you know, an explanation of what the diagram is trying to represent. That would be helpful.
Yeah, I'll try put something together, but maybe if I could one-on-one with someone to get it in better words, because like I say, I'm not a scientist dude, and I really struggle with the wording and what's actually going on, but I get the overall drift of how things should work, and this just makes sense to me, and yeah, it's something that I've been working on. I think I've
Maybe
discovered.
Saturday, if you're around, we can, or this weekend, whatever, we can meet up on Zoom or something.
Yeah, sounds good.
Or even Discord,
yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, somewhere secure. Just I don't want to be trolled, and just somewhere legit, because I think this is something that is quite big.
Yeah.
Be big. Yeah, I think let's stay in touch the week, and let's definitely look something up. But if you guys want to discuss about it or ask any questions of how I got here, go ahead. But yeah, ask about it, add to it.
I don't know. I'll have to think of it. Still waking up.
Our power goes off here in South Africa, so if my power trips, I will be back on. Don't worry, I just got to plug in the inverter. So if I do disconnect, I will be back.
Cheers, beer man. I've been kind of distracted. I'd like to hear what you were talking about, but I was just kind of trying to pay attention to what's going on here, dynamic wise, and then I got distracted. So we have to maybe reiterate what you were talking about if it's worth it.
Yeah, let me actually go switch to the inverter now, and then I won't get cut off because it's quite a long one.
Okay.
All right, give me.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna unmute you, Wicked. By the way, thanks for understanding. Unless you want to, say something while he's doing his inverter thing.
I'd like that that video you dropped the other day on the gravity equation.
Isn't that interesting?
Yes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah. So
Maybe someone
simple.
can share that. Yeah, that's interesting. I think I might have said it to you too, Gio. Did you know what he's talking about? I know I sent it to Beerman. It's about calculating gravity without using the globe measurements or the assumption of the acceleration that the globe works out through gravity. I'll drop it right now in the live stream.
Yeah. I dropped it 15 minutes ago or whatever it was.
Oh, you did? Yeah. It'd be interesting to watch that and talk about it.
Again. Yeah, it should be.
You got it? Okay.
Yep, got it. Bang. There we go. That one.
I thought you'd think that's interesting. That's a big thing, actually.
I did. And I'm just thinking of, and I was just watching and I'm going, okay, then here's 4 minutes. I'll go, watch this, no dramas, and I'm just watching and I'm going,
Wait a minute.
What? Real? No, it can't be that easy, because I was actually talking about this sort of thing with I can't remember, might have been Travis, might have been someone else. It's like, if we don't need the equation of gravity for anything. Like if we were stuck on a desert island, like all we need is to grab a couple of coconuts and drop them and time them a couple of times and work out how long takes, and then we can, work out their weight, and we can launch them, and you could kind of work it out yourself, and which I didn't have the equation for it, but it was just the mind experiment, I suppose, that you go through, and this fella just explains it exactly that way, doesn't he?
Right.
Just go through it and just the height and the time and
Travis, are
whatnot.
you here right still? Do you know what he's talking about? Or Gio, are you here? No? Okay. Anybody? Globus, have you seen this?
No.
Anybody? Okay.
Anybody home?
Everybody's quiet. So John,
Are you trying to explain what happened? What's going on?
Who did you ask was here?
Whoever's listening, are you familiar with the video we're talking about? I think Bandsaw just dropped it again. It'd be an interesting thing to discuss the details of it.
The equation of
calculating gravity without the globe logic.
Yeah. And it was surprising, Dave, that they came out with 9.8 meters per second squared, and gravity is 9.81. Like, it's spot on the money.
Or wasn't it they came out with like 10 and it was 9.8? It was only 0.2 over or something?
Yeah, it was so close it wasn't even funny. Yeah. So close it wasn't even funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I dropped a video in a chat. Can anybody want to explain that? If anybody wants to take a look at it, yeah, you can see the sun setting where it's supposed to be setting, but then you have the sun to its to the east. What's going on there, bro? Like, let's talk about that. That's kind of weird. If you want to explain that, somebody, please.
Let me take a look at it.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, B-Man.
Hey, Beerman, I think I might have sent you the video that we were just trying to get a response about the gravity calculation without the globe stuff added. Did I send that one to you too?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he just reposted it in the live stream too. It's interesting.
We could talk about the video I posted later. I guess that's no problem. We could talk about that.
We were beforehand, but I just wanted to see what the video.
Yeah, for sure.
Watching right now.
So you guys want me to explain what I was coming up with early on again? Was that
sure? Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
If you scroll up a bit, you'll see that drawing. If you want to open up that drawing for me, and then I'll explain what I'm seeing here. And I'm your Copernicus. Actually sent me to his channel, and that was the final answer that I needed, because I needed these sort of videos, and I saw the way he does his footage is very legit, and wow, well done, Copernicus. And yeah, so go check his channel out as well, because that's where you're going to get a lot of this information from as well. So if you look at that drawing, the one that's got the bullseye in it, I'm saying that that's the different atmosphere layers. So if we're looking to in our current atmospheric conditions, in our little bubble that we're seeing on top view here, because we can see 360 degrees all the way around us. If you look now forward in our atmosphere, it's like being in a swimming pool. You can see so far, but then you can't see anymore. Now, we're seeing through this atmosphere, but we're getting to a thicker level of atmosphere now, which is going to create like a magnifying glass. The thicker the glass, the further you can see, or the bigger it is, or the thinner the glass, the smaller it'll be, for instance. So we're seeing on Copernicus's photos a lot of the times where the image is either coming closer or it's going further away from us. And I'm saying now that that's our atmosphere that's going bigger or smaller. So those red lines is what you see with your normal eyes. And then in the end, you see there's that hazy mountain or whatever. But if you take the telescope and you go up those yellow lines, we're zooming in and we're zooming into that spot there where we're seeing that haze. Now we're seeing this mirage. We see that actual mirage coming forward, or it goes backwards depending on the condition. So it's not that it's going up or down, it's going forward or backwards. And you can see that in another video where there's a boat on that mirage line, where I'm saying that it crossed that mirage. So he's going, but he remains in that mirage line for 4 minutes straight, and he's going away from us. So I'm saying he crossed that line, and now he's in the mirage, and that's why it looks like he's not actually going. That's why you don't see ships go over the horizon. So I'm saying that mirage is a focal point. That our telescope, our cameras, whatever you're going to do to capture that is going into a focal point. And that mirage is in the same focal point as what that last little bit of water is. And that's why it's capturing that moment. So now I'm saying, are they trying to get through that focal point at a certain speed? Because that's all the way around you. If you look at the stars, if you zoom in on the moon, it's always to that point.
Yep.
There's that focal point. And yeah, and if you there's that video where I'll actually post that in the live stream. Hold on.
Yeah.
So you'll see.
Can I point out that he opened up on a swimming pool, and in a swimming pool it's all flat and level. I just want to point that out real quick. My bad. And I don't mean to interrupt too much, but let's go from there.
How do you know that?
How do I know that a swimming pool is level?
Yeah.
Because the water in the pool will find its level upon the surface that it's in.
That's a
said.
tautology.
All
You
right.
just use the.
I mean, you could use whatever words you want to, but that's facts.
How do you know
guys,
that?
can we just let B-Man just finish?
Yeah,
Not
go ahead.
derail it?
Yeah, finish. I just want to point that out. Go ahead.
So if you open that video that I posted now from the Plain Truth, you can actually see there's movement going there on that on that mirage point where we're seeing that connection with the water line and that mirage. So that focal point, we're seeing something move. So open that video and you can go through it quickly. You'll clearly see it there. So what I'm saying is someone being able to go sit next to that, go touch it, go see what it is, measure it. So we can measure how far it is. Yes, there would be a way to measure how far it is, and that's also dependent. The reason why that'll be further off or closer away is because it's either dense enough for that focal lens to be this length or that length, and so on and so forth. So your bubble around you is only that bubble. We don't actually know what's beyond that. We're only seeing a mirage.
So, and your suggestion is they're trying to break through that.
That's what I think. So that's what it looks like.
Yep. So when they're up at the stars or whatever, similar sort of thing, they're reaching this focal point, which is now creating this miraging effect that they can't penetrate. So they're just trying to work on ways to try and penetrate even further. Yeah. I get what you're saying, Beer Man.
So that drawing of mine is basically me trying to explain. I suck at it so bad. That's why I say I need to sit with them. That's why I'm drawing that focal point. I think they're trying to get through that focal point because that's the next layer of your focus.
No, that diagram, how you've tried to describe it there, makes a lot of sense actually. Well, to me it does anyway. To me it does. So yeah, good on you.
Thank you. I haven't heard anyone else actually talk about it. I see people mentioning things, but I think that ether band, that's the actual firmament. I think that is the firmament around us.
Yeah. Yeah, and the way you've done it in sections there, because I've always looked at the what we look through is like this graduated type of effect, which it is because like the more you look through, it kind of graduates, right, and getting worse and worse and worse. But the way you've done it there, there's these distinct lines, right, and there's these like this distinct cutoff point, and that cutoff point, bang, that's exactly how far we can see, bang, and this is where the branching is happening in this area here, and that's very very thought provoking, actually. On your mate.
Thank you. And I don't think it's easy to prove this or falsify this. I would like to see someone falsify this. That will be quite amazing.
Hold on, we're trying to falsify what? What's going on? I missed it.
To falsify my focal point idea. That there's something there, but we can't go.
What are you trying to explain? My bad.
Oh, you're gonna need to rewind, buddy.
Yeah, rewind. It's on the live stream twice already.
Yeah, 15 minutes long. But what am I trying to? What are we trying to say? What are we proving?
That we can only see to a focal point, and I think we're trying to break through that focal point.
Doesn't that also, like what you just said there, sort of makes me think that when they talk about refraction and they ignore magnification and the opposite of what's the opposite of magnification?
Demunization.
What was it called?
I usually say how do I say it? Magnification. It's just an adjective version of Fuck, man, I can't say it right now.
You're drunk.
No,
you turn your telescope. You turn your telescope around the other way. Yeah.
Diminutive.
Okay. So they ignore when they're talking about refraction. There's no such thing as magnification. That's what Ruhef always says. But wouldn't that magnification and its opposite effect cause a different angle? That they're thinking is the curve, where actually it's just the angle is getting bigger or smaller due to it becoming magnified or not at the horizon. So that's why it's moving up and down, left and right, back and forwards. It's just becoming magnified in the opposite of that. And they can say the image is being lifted up. Well, it's not. It's just a different size, angular size, because due to magnification.
No, Beer Man, I think that you're onto something that's worth looking more into, because my claim about the mirage being a horizontal image means that the focal length is going to start closer to you along that corridor. So it's going to have an aspect of depth to it. So you're going to move into it. So the trippy thing that I think about with this is that it's presenting the inverted image as a vertical image, even though it's stretched over.
Yes, I think that explains why they say we reverse the light in our eye. I think it's because we already are reversed. I don't know, because we already in a mirage, sort of thing. Because like you're saying, as you move forward, your vertical line moves with you, depending on those atmospheric conditions.
Hey, Beer Man, are you a flat earther or a glober?
I've become one since I put this drawing back together, and we'll put it together.
You become what? You become one what?
I believe that it's actually, I don't even know how to put it into words anymore after I discovered this.
Do you believe? Hold on, let me restructure that sentence. Do you believe it's a ball, or do you believe it's not a ball?
I think we're only living in what we can see till we live in. There afterwards, it's re-rendered. So what I live in, where I can see until, and that's that little mirage. Or if you can measure through that, then well done. But all I can physically measure and see, and I don't know what that is, because no one's been there, no one's touched it, no one's smelt it, no one's picked it up, manipulated it in a way that mirage, you can't tell me when you're zooming through there and zooming that Yeah, I don't know how to explain that, but
So do you believe it's a ball or do you believe it's not a ball?
I don't think it's a ball. I don't. I do think that it remains flat. So the water that we can measure, or that I've measured within my little world. So I've done some long observations as well. When I look at these videos, I posted one now
So
as
you don't
well.
believe it's a ball?
No.
Okay.
So
I think it's fair to say that what you're observing is a true refraction, to where you are. It's an optical illusion that you are seeing something that would seem that it's curved, but if you didn't know that the roll was a ball, you wouldn't say it's curved. You're just saying that the optical illusion is blocking what I'm seeing. And then later on a different day, you're going to see it as you can see it on a flat plane.
yeah, so I would say the best measurement that well, one of the documentaries that they say is that's more for the globe, so it could be what globe side, what alternative, what's that other thing, opposite thingy. Anyways, that they actually work for the globe side is that convex documentary. So I like the experiments they did, and I know that some of you guys have done some theodolite experiments where there's showing no curve. It goes
All
point to
day.
point.
All
Yeah.
day. All day.
Yeah. So even with that documentary where they offered to, yeah, you guys can use the equipment. You go do the experiment yourself. Don't believe us. Cool. Even if it is the controlled opposition is the word I was looking for. Even if it is them, they offering you the equipment. Go do it yourself. So I'm trusting you guys because with my observations, it makes sense. So I already know I trust you guys are doing the right work. That these things are touching each other, because that would work in my model here where I'm saying that that's just a magnification that we seeing that's it's not being lifted up or dropped down or whatever. It's just the lensing, that type of zoom. We're not seeing the shoreline now of our zoomed in telescope because we've zoomed in. So that's why we're not seeing the start of the beginning of the start of the end of I don't know how to explain it. So that's zooming in on another zoom. So you're not going to see that one shoreline as well. You're going to only see what that zoom is seeing, and that's what we're seeing at that point, that mirage, that focal point, all
Yeah.
around you, 360.
Yeah. No,
So
I agree with you.
I do believe if you can send a light through it, I do think that the light probably does penetrate it because we can see these things. So if someone normally goes over the boat, through this mirage, and then they say, "Can you see me? Can you?" Then they were doing that flashing light, and then they actually saw the flashing light.
I've done that.
Yeah. So it's coming back, and it's not bending. All that's doing is there's a very thick ether band on some of these. Oh, I'm going to call it the ether band because that's the word I've been marking it as the whole time. But
Everybody drink.
that ring
I took a
around
drink.
that ring around you where these two focal points meet. Where was I going with this now?
No, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
You'll be able to shine light through that. You just won't be able to. On this side, it'll look like it's bending. On that side, it'll look like it's bending the wrong way. But it's actually going the same, going straight. It's just because we are seeing a mirage that's possibly bending, and we're going through that mirage.
I like that. I like that argument that used to be, like, let's say a couple years ago, is if you have somebody that is like 4 miles away from you, and you're, from your point, it dips down. From them, it dips down. So then, is there a fucking crevice? You know what I mean? Like, it's no longer a ball. There has to be a crevice between both of you, and it's not technically bending down. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Do I have to, like, draw it for you?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like you could do the same thing on the Pontchartrain Bridge if you went from 1%. If it was only as long as the reflection lasted, all you'd have to do is shoot from the other side, and they're going to be going down the exact same. Well, they could be.
Yeah. So there has to be like a dip.
It's like the
in the
Bob
ball.
and Alice. It's like the Bob and Alice argument. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny because that argument died a long time ago, only because it had to die because it only proved them wrong. That's what's funny about it.
Yeah.
I would like to also just make a note, prove a point on that video that I sent, the one where Travis says you must go on mute. The lady, just fast forward to 4 minutes 4 minutes 16 seconds, and you'll see there's the buoy. He goes in front of it, but you will notice that as he goes past it, all of a sudden comes in front of it again. So that's why I'm saying that this boat, the reason why it looks like it's going nowhere is because it's just a zoomed in image on a perfectly flat lake that's being magnified.
Yeah. Well, here's another question I want to bring up. If I'm in the Navy, do I have to account for refraction when I see an enemy in my fucking radar? Or do I just know that the enemy is popping up on my blip and maybe I look out and I don't see him, but my radar fucking sees him? So what about that? Like, let's talk about that real quick.
You know what? That would be a really funny.
Go ahead.
I'm just walking by traffic right now, so sorry. But that would be like a really funny short clip, right, where you've got this submarine and you've got this commanding officer and you've got the tech. He's like, I've got him in my sights, sir, but what about refraction? He's like, fire, soldier. He's like, but sir, he's lower than I think. I should just fire, soldier.
Exactly.
And then they show him, getting a dead-on hit. He's like, wait a minute. But sir, what about the curve of the earth? And it just pans to the commanding officer, and he's got a little smile on his face.
Yeah, exactly.
Hilarious.
This is like logic like that destroys the fucking ball, but the ballers they'll hang to it. They for some reason they just cannot see the logic in that, and at that point they're blinded, bro. They're just stuck. They're stuck.
But then there are people who actually have fired rockets and have actually done ballistics, and they come to you and they say, hey guys, check it out, we do know about
RC, are you that guy?
You mean like all those documents from the military that say that it's specifically designed for flat and non-rotating Earth?
You would know now, wouldn't you?
RC, put it this way. You're saying that the enemy in a distance, they had to get a line of sight, but they somehow were able to calculate the curve of their line of sight and were able to hit a target 100 miles away simply by calculating the curve, and then they hit them. Come on, bro. Line of sight is line of sight. You're not.
Line of sight also means, Apocryphon, that if I have something that I can shoot up and get into line of sight and then also correct, then I'm able to actually still shoot line of sight while still not seeing it, because if I can just get it to a point where it does recognize it, then I can get it there. That's not a hard thing to do.
No, but hold on though. When radar shoots out and they got an enemy, and by the way, it's so fucking accurate. They know the difference between a buoy and a vessel. That's how accurate they are. And when they shoot it from a long distance, it's not. They're not calculating curve. All they see is an enemy ship. That's all in the distance. Now, technically, that enemy ship should be behind a geometric calculated curve, but they can still see it on the radar. Now, you're trying to tell me, convincing me that the radar.
You understand something like very fundamental. Okay, do you know what AWAS ships are?
Yes, I do. They travel. Matter of fact, they travel the 60th parallel all the time and keep people out from Antarctica. But go ahead.
So I see where you are misunderstanding. An AWAS ship is actually not a ship; it's an airplane. Okay, they call it a ship, AWAS ship. So, AWAS ship, they fly around and they actually have it, especially in areas where you're trying to target things. They fly at things like.
Oh, you're right. I was talking about another one, the Herbert. You're right.
They fly at 45,000 feet, so that, guess what? You have radar coverage all over the place.
Oh, you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying because it's so high that it can see around the curve
and give them the coordinates of the enemy. That's what you're saying.
It says, what I'm saying is that you don't always just get radar from your ground or water-based or ship-based radar. Radar is coming from a lot of different places, including flying radar stations.
Can I just get a question for Travis before we get too far off of the
Yeah, we'll go back to
refraction
it.
thing? And you get deep into the weapons.
What's up?
With refraction, obviously happens in the horizontal, the vertical plane, no?
Yeah, I mean, it happens. I mean, I don't know how to dissect it clinically, but if we're talking about an inferior mirage, my position is, as you're looking out along the corridor and you reach the limit of the mirage, which would be technically the bottom, that part is going to be closer to you than the target. So it's going to be going along the x-axis from you. So, yeah.
Have you ever observed refraction in the horizontal plane, i.e. things stretched horizontally rather than stretched or shrunk in the vertical plane?
That's a good question.
Yeah. I just watched another one of my videos today, but it's not technically a mirage, I would say. It's almost like silly putty. You've taken an image on your silly putty and then you stretch the putty.
Right. Because I've got a picture taken in Southport, up at Blackpool, where a pier, because there's 3 piers along Blackpool seafront. The pier closest to me when I took the picture is actually is the longer pier, and the shorter pier, which is the further pier away, appears longer. So for me, that has been stretched in the horizontal plane.
But you're saying it's being stretched laterally because it's being made longer. That would be lateral, right?
Mm-hmm.
Understand? Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay. So is it the same angular size, or does it look compressed? Because I think that if it was an aspect of compression, then that would maybe add to the elongation.
Compression. It looks fucking enormous, Travis. It's been magnified.
Okay. I mean, share it if you can. That'd be great. Interesting to look at.
I'm trying to find it now, actually.
That makes a lot of sense, because a lot of people look at refraction as a point from a perspective of you looking out, but what about the lateral of it? How does somebody on the other side see it?
So DP, so DP, are you? I'm trying to say. So the bridge that's actually longer is closer to you, and the shorter one is farther away. So the bridge that's closer to you isn't in the event. The event's past it, and it's making the shorter bridge look longer. Is that it?
No, they're piers on the seafront at Blackpool.
Piers.
Yeah, and the one that is closest to you is the shorter, is longer than the one that's further away. Sorry, I've got to get this the right way round, because in the image it appears longer because it sticks out from the end of the pier that is closest to you.
Could you show the image?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it now.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if you could show it, because I totally get what you're saying, but it'd be awesome if you could put a visual to it, because sometimes people have to see a visual to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I posted a pic now as well, just to give an idea of what I mean by you're seeing through one lens now and you're seeing through another there. But both see clearly, but you can't see through them. There's that blur, and I think that's that meeting point of mirages. That's why I posted those 2 pictures next to each other.
At the end of the day, we're discussing optics, and this is something that I always say, is that if we're all sitting around a table and someone drops a straw in the glass of water, we're all going to see it differently. And some might see 2 straws, some might see 1 straw, and who's right, who's wrong. At the end of the day, we all know that the straw's straight, but we all see it differently.
You know, what was funny was the other day I was at a truck stop pickup, and there was a 1/4-inch plexiglass between me and the manager, and while he was doing my paperwork, I was sliding my thumbs underneath the plexiglass, messing with the refractive index, and I was turning my thumbs this way and that, turning them towards each other, and seeing how they were doing the opposite. That was fun.
Yeah, that's the problem that we run into, is that we're dealing with optics, and everybody should know that optically, shit looks crazy. It looks weird, like especially when you're going through a medium, be it plexiglass, be it water, be it whatever. But this is where Globers could throw in the argument, because you don't see it this way at that point. This is why they justify themselves. But you have to throw out the logic that, wait, the straw is straight regardless. It's not splitting.
Yeah,
But
but Agrafon, you measured the straw as straight. Have you measured the Earth as flat?
Oh my God!
The Earth is measured flat every time it's measured. RC
It's
Mikey.
yeah,
They use
Give me one measurement.
Euclidean geometry in first order surveying measurements. RC.
Hold on.
Okay,
So
every time.
RC
Give
to
me one
answer you. So hold on.
Give me one
Wholeheartedly.
measurement first.
Hold on, RC, to wholeheartedly respond to that. When we are measuring on the earth, the ground, the dirt, and we have benchmarks by the surveyors when we're doing the work, yes, it is a point where it can dip and it can go lower. But we're talking about the ground. But so better of an explanation would be, well, let's shoot these things over water, to where water doesn't curve. Water
No, that's
finds its place.
you're already presupposing in both of these
Hold on. No.
examples.
Hold on. RC. I'm not presupposing that when I pour water into any type of container, whether it be a glass or a pool or a lake, it's all gonna find its level. And when you start measuring from one point to another over water, it will 100% be sea level. Level 0. You'll get a 0 point. Regardless of how you want to spin that, it's always going to be 0 over water. Now, when we get on land, yes, you're going to go up, you're going to go down, because the dirt you're standing on, it goes high, it goes low. So we can't argue that, RC. That's a mute conversation, bro. Really. That's why I say let's do it over water, because water will. By the way, if that was factual, how about the sea at its bottom? How about how the rock, let's say, at the bottom of the ocean, it goes up, it goes down. There is highs and lows even in the water. Why don't we see, if what you want to claim, why don't we see bulges of water where the earth is bulging? Why does it all seem flat or level, sea level? This is the whole argument. And you can say whatever you want, bro. Like, honestly, at this point, go ahead, believe your ball. But logically, it gets destroyed.
And
10 out of 10 times.
Apocryphon, don't forget abyssal plains. They're some of the largest, flattest areas in the world, and they're underwater. That's why they're not taken into consideration, because we can't see them.
Yeah. How about the places where the ground is a mirror to the sky? And if you know anything about mirrors, if there's any change in elevation, whether it be at where you're standing to the point that you, as far as you can see, if there's any change in elevation, that's no longer a mirror. If it's flat from one point to another, that means if it's mimicking the clouds and the trees and the mountain on a beautiful fucking picture, that means that's flat. If you have any variations of elevations, it will no longer be a beautiful, perfect, fucking flat copy of it.
Apocryphon, he's bailed. RC's bailed, and he's put a message in the live chat. Asks for measurements that it's flat. Gets what's that? Emotional rhetoric instead. No, RC, it is measured flat, mate.
Exactly.
You
Water-
cannot measure curvature using Euclidean surveying tools, RC, which were the way first order measurements were taken. Everything else is based off of those first order measurements using Euclidean 3-space tools. They measured straight lines, triangles.
Exactly.
You cannot measure curvature.
You know what? To be fair, I think he might be just describing how he feels. Maybe he's an emotional wreck. Is that he can't handle it?
He's projecting.
yeah, basically. Right, Travis, I've posted that picture in there. I managed to find it. Ignore the server logo on there. Yeah, it doesn't matter. The one between the two red boxes there is the North Pier, which is the furthest pier, and it's also shorter than the pier in front. And I did a line of sight thing with Google Earth. It was only an approximation. I could only approximate my position, and from my position, I shouldn't have been able to see the end of that pier. I shouldn't have been able to see any of the North Pier, which is the one between the two red boxes. And it looks larger. To me, it looks larger. The buildings on it look larger than the pier to the right-hand side, just above my monkey moniker there. To me, the buildings on there look larger than the buildings on the pier that is closer. And if you can see on the very right-hand side of the picture, there's what appears to be like a helter-skelter, like attraction. It's a slide for children. It's like a little tower with a white kind of dome on top, and there's two lines at kind of a 45 degrees down to the right. That is actually on the pier that is in the middle. So that helter-skelter is between the pier that you can see on the right-hand side, which is the closest pier. The helter-skelter is on the pier in the middle, and the white buildings, like it says, 18.5 miles away.
Yeah,
And-
so that image that has the rectangle marker boxes, that's an image taken at 18.44 miles away.
Yeah.
Do you have this on video? Like, or is it taken from a camera, or is it taken from a telescope?
It's a camera. It's my P900.
Oh, man, I'd love to see that video, man.
I don't think I took a video. I think it was just a series of stills.
Oh, wow. I mean, I'm sorry. If you've got an 18-mile shot straight over land, I mean, like, why are we having this argument?
Exactly. If you can see that far, you shouldn't be able to see that far. I'm just saying.
Because I say refraction.
Where did RC go? He dropped out, huh?
He's a little garden gnome. He pushed out.
Mm-hmm. I've also got a picture where you can see you see the screenshot from Google Earth at the bottom there. You see the legs on the pier that's kind of support it off of the water, so the water can come in underneath it. Yeah. I've also got a shot taken from the same distance where you can see straight underneath the pier. You can see the legs of the pier dropping into the water.
Yeah, that makes me so jealous that you've got such an amazingly clear.
Wait, hold on. Where is this posted? Hold on. Where is this posted? I'm trying to see what you're talking about.
6:30. Go to the 6:30 timestamp.
Live stream text.
Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay. My bad. Okay. Yeah, I got it.
I've had these pictures for best part of 2 years now, I think.
All right.
Yeah, the fact that you can see it from 18 miles alone should be case closed, nail in the coffin, shut up, stop.
I mean,
Let's
the
go.
ultimate thing would be to get 18 people, put one out at each mile, stagger them, shoot to the first one, then go to the next one, and just do it in a small little, you know what I mean?
Increments.
You know
Increments.
you know what's
Yeah.
interesting. You know, by what you just said, it's so interesting because that's exactly how we shoot elevations when we're building something. You have a point where you go to one point, that's the benchmark. The next point, that's the benchmark. Now, if they're curving on their ball, there should be a change where the next point should be dropped, but it's not. I don't care what you say, it's not. But their argument is, well, it's level to the curve. That's just fucking bullshit. That's just stupid.
So that second pier DP, is that behind the larger one, is it?
Which one are you referring to as the larger one there?
Sorry, the smaller pier, which is the larger pier, is that behind the smaller pier, which is the larger pier?
The white buildings on the left-hand side of the picture are behind the smaller buildings on the right-hand side of the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those things where, like, come on, enough already. Why are we even arguing it?
Do you have a higher definition picture? Because it's very difficult to see if there is possibly miraging there. There is a
No, that was maximum zoom. No, that's the best I could get to. But I could probably do some jiggery pokery with Photoshop and try and tidy it up a bit.
because I do see where the sand and the actual legs of the jetty or the pier meet, there could be some sort of miraging going on, which could explain why we're seeing this picture. But it's not saying that it's not there. I'm just saying we're only seeing till that mirage line. We don't know what's beyond that mirage line. We're only seeing that image that's also in that picture.
So when you say about the mirage line, where are you putting the mirage line?
So I'm thinking it's there where the legs meet the sand.
It's water. There's no sand. The only sand in that picture is from the bottom of the picture to the tide line there. Everything else is water.
Okay. But yeah, either way, it's fine. I'm just saying that there needs to be a mirage line in this picture, or there should be at this distance a mirage line in this picture. And if I could get a clearer image of this, I would say I do suspect it's there where the sand is meeting the jetty or the pier. That's just my view on this image.
Well, like I say, there's no sand underneath the piers. It's all water.
Yeah. Just I say that's why I say the picture's so blurry. It looks like sand to me, where the legs and the jetty's meeting.
I think what you're saying, DP. Would you say that they're okay? So if we go to the bottom of that frame where it looks like it's above an ocean liner on water. So I'm only referring to the frame with these piers itself. I mean, looking from the bottom of that frame, that is sand, correct? As you go up toward, or is that just really shitty brown brackish water?
It's Blackpool, so it's really shitty brackish brown water.
Okay then. Okay.
But you what I'm saying, Copernicus?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can see what you mean. It does look like sand, but it's not sand, it's water.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just difficult to see that. But yeah.
Damn. Bring on summer.
Just if you look at the two pillars, and then you'll see. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hang on, I've just done a screenshot of that. So what I can do is I can zoom in on the screenshot on that area for you, and then do another screenshot. And then
just the 11th pole, more or less, you'll see there's sand that goes between the poles, which is couldn't be happening if the poles were in the water.
Right, hang on, bear with me. But that brackish brown line continues all the way to the left-hand side of the photograph there. Yeah. And as far as I know, the tide doesn't go out that far past the end of that pier. I'd have to check that to be 100% confirmed, and probably Bev would be the best person to speak to about that, about tide areas, but I'm not in his good books at the moment, so somebody else would have to do that.
I'm not denying that you're not seeing the water. I'm just saying that you're seeing the sand meet that lensing, that focal point at the same time that you're seeing that pier. Because there's no clear image of the lake. There's too many poles going directly into sand, which wouldn't work if there was water in that image. That's why I'm saying that's where that focal point and that pier are meeting, and that's where there's most likely a mirage on a good quality image on that. It could be small, it could be big. The top half that's the main image that we're getting magnified, but that distortion mirage, that's that focal point. That's where it actually starts. So that is sometimes small, that's sometimes big, depending on the conditions. And this time it's probably just very, very thin, but it is there.
Hey, Beerman,
that explains a lot of those buildings that look like super squished at the bottom, and then they sort of got these long windows again. That explains that.
Right, bear with me. I've just had to save that image to do a screenshot of it. So, new. Oh,
what's up?
Did you hear my explanation yesterday? Yesterday morning, about so there are varying degrees of inferior mirage, and by that I mean you can have an obtuse image or you can have an acute image. And normally when you have an acute image, it means that you're lower down. You know what I mean? But if you're always in the same observer height and that acuteness or obtuseness changes, it's only due to the conditions of the medium. So I've got images of sailboats that are clearly like the Southern Cross one. You watch the boat go into the mirage, and if you watch it go far enough, you'll see the entire hull disappear, and you're only going to have a mast, and that mast is going to be twice as long because it's both the physical and the mirrored image. But I also have a shot probably 5 miles away of a sailboat that is in such an acute mirage that the sail is too close to the water. It's almost like there's no hull and there's just the sail going across. So in that image, there is an inferior mirage, but it is so tight that you can't even see the hull. So I was saying yesterday then that it's that when we see these ocean liners and ocean and tanker ships that are apparently cut in half, my suggestion is that we are seeing such an acute inferior mirage event that it's basically just snuffed out at the horizon. So that if I could elevate myself and have that same target, I would actually see an inferior. It would be just like looking out over the road. There's no mirage, and then I lower my perspective, and then there's the mirage. But if there is a mirage, anyway, my point is that there's more than one thing happening in these events. In an inferior mirage, you have magnification. That magnification cuts short
the distance to you and the target so that it actually looks like you're closer and possibly even lower down to the surface. That's all refraction. So I was just thinking this through yesterday and verbalizing it. So my point is that if I was filming that same sailboat and the conditions were right so that the inferior mirage was just rolled just so tight, I wouldn't see any mirage. I would just see a sail going straight across the fucking horizon. But my point is, too, now, that just like in the inferior mirage, where the mirage stops is a physical distance away from the physical target. So I can have I'm sorry I'm going on, I'm just kind of like geeking out and talking myself through this. So if I have a sailboat that's 5 miles away and it's in an inferior mirage, that inferior mirage could stretch over a half mile so that the limit of the mirage is a half mile away from the target. So that if that inferior mirage was tightly rolled so that you couldn't even see that there was one, that would mean that that horizon was still a half a mile away from the target, which would play into why we have these apparent ships cut in half, because you've got perspective and distance and everything else that goes along with it. Sorry. If that made any sense.
I think so. It was a lot to take in, but yeah. I think we're on the same page. You and I think, are on the same page. I don't know if a few things that I've said has maybe influenced it a bit, but yeah.
I've just posted a screenshot of that zoomed in image in the chat if you want to have a look at it. Is that the area that you were wanting zoomed in on?
No.
No?
I was looking at the piers, and yeah. So sorry, let me just zoom out. So just above this image that you've cut off on the top, I was looking at the whole pier. The top image with the piers that you say so far, but not the
Oh,
ship.
right. That's a Google Earth. That's just a screenshot from Google Earth. So
Okay.
because what I wanted to do was because there were several different opinions as to what that was. A couple of people thought it was like a ferry boat, distorted, but I was like that. No, that's not a ferry boat. So that the two images, the bottom one and the top one, are just screenshots from Google Earth, because I wanted to establish the buildings that were on the pier and try and match them up with what was happening in the photograph.
Well, DP, that's exactly what I said when I was talking. I thought that was a ship. So you're saying that that's still the same structure?
That the image below and the image above are the structure in the center.
Okay, maybe I'm lost. So what's the image in the background? That is a ship, right?
Between the two red boxes?
Yeah.
No, that's the boat. That's the pier.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, you've got two contrasting images. Yeah.
Yeah. The two clear images are screenshots from Google Earth, because they are there because I wanted to establish what I was looking at in the photograph as best I could. And what I've tried to do with those two images, or the one above especially, is line up the edge of the buildings using the red box. The inside lines of the red boxes are lined up with the edges of the structures on the pier. So I'm going to say size for size, they're in the same place, if you know what I mean.
Okay, gotcha. I'm tracking now.
Okay, I think I see what you're talking about, but there is a mirage going on, and you'll see that in the center of the structure. It goes a bit. It looks like it's going a bit to the left, but that's the angle of that roof, of the green building. That's giving it. Looks like it's stopping there, but I do suspect that there's a mirage going on about halfway up the ship, or halfway up the pier. Quarter way up. Let me mark it for you. you can actually see it. And then
Just see where that darker line kind of bows upwards in the center of the pier buildings there. But if you look at the image below, that part of the pier is actually, it's not a lot closer to you, but it is closer to you, and it does have buildings that are higher on it, which when you add blur to the image would give the appearance of what you've got there. You've just got a dark line, which is the roof of the buildings, and the roofs of the buildings increase in height from the end of the pier on the left, going towards the shoreline on the right. Those roof lines, if you look at the image below, the screenshot from Google Earth below, where you're looking slightly above and to one side on that pier, the grey roof lines of those structures that stick out towards the observer, they do actually increase in height, and you can follow that in that grey line. That I think is that grey line what you're talking about as the mirage band?
I think it's the same grey line, yeah.
Yeah, but I put that down to the roof lines of those structures that are closer to the observer.
I don't think I'm 100% understanding here then.
Let's have a look at the... Right, if you look at the bottom image, the crop that I posted, the cropped out image, we can just look at that as... So we both know what we're talking about, yeah? Everything else is out of the question.
Yeah, just got the two red squares and then the pier at the bottom, that one.
Yep. Right, so if you look at the bottom picture, the structures on the part of the pier that stick out from the main body of the pier towards the left, right, they are actually coming towards me.
Yes.
Yeah. So that band of interference, let's call it, are you putting that grey line that's on the pier structure just above the... If you look at the water line, there's a little white band, and then there's a grey line, a grey band, and then it goes back into white, yeah? So that grey band, as you look at it, it's thin on one end, and then it thickens up, and then you've got the big white block building at the end of it, yeah?
Yes.
Right. So if you refer that to the image below, the roof lines of those structures are grey. There is a white band below them, and they increase in height as you get from the left-hand side of the image going towards the coast or the promenade at Blackpool. And you also see that in that band of disturbance, if you like, that it is thinner on the left-hand side, and then it gets thicker, and then you get that white building. So I've put that grey band there down to the roof lines of those buildings that are closer to the observer.
Well, plus you have what I can see. It looks like a bit of a bowing in the middle. That gray line looks like it's bowed.
Yeah, and that big center structure, if you refer that down to the image below, that big center structure looks like the roof line there is a little bit higher, and then this hexagonal shaped building at the end there is definitely higher. I mean, I wanted to go back and actually have a look at these buildings, and because obviously I took this picture. You know what it's like when you're out, Travis. You take the pictures, you take all the pictures you need, and then it's not until you get back that you can actually go through them and think about where you were, what you saw, and how it relates to the pictures that you've got. So bearing in mind that I live like 5-6 hours drive from Blackpool, so it's not something I can do like every weekend. I wanted to go back.
If you want to make excuses, that's fine. But I mean,
yeah, and I got a job to do as well, Travis.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I get it. But yeah,
I never got a chance to go back and actually have a look at how the roof lines of these buildings relate to the picture that I've taken.
Now, when you said that it was fully zoomed out, do you mean that you went into digital zoom or just the optical?
No, just the optical. I don't
Yeah.
use digital.
So, well, the next time you get out there, just, I'm sure you're going to do it. Just take the next fully zoomed out shot, and then you'll have something to compare it to.
Yeah, I've got some other pictures that might interest you as well, Travis. Taken from approximately that location, and it's looking at Blackpool Promenade, and there's a big glitter ball on Blackpool Promenade. I think Ranty made it quite famous, actually.
Glitter what?
Glitter ball. It's I say glitter ball. It's just a big round reflective ball on the promenade. It's like a mirror ball. Sorry, not glitter ball. Mirror ball.
Okay.
And
the mirror. Oh, yeah, I remember that term, mirror ball. I just thought that was like a So okay, but you're saying it's MIRRORBALL.
Yep, it's literally a ball made out of a mirror.
I thought it was a location, MARIBOL, mirror ball.
No, it's a big. It looks like a Chupa Chup lollipop. That
I get you.
Children have. Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. Okay.
And it's on Blackpool Promenade. Ranty made it quite infamous, and I took some pictures from the same location. And there's one different day, different weather conditions, but as you can see, the mirror ball there in the picture that I've just posted, that is so magnified.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what kills me.
Yeah, and I've got more pictures, and a lot of them are clearer than this. And I also took some. I used Bev's infrared P1000 and took some pictures there. And I've got loads and loads of infrared pictures taken in that area. From
so you've got. I'm sorry.
No, go on, carry on.
In the mirror ball, you've got an inferior mirage there. I don't know if you've looked at it or not, but so the reality is that from where the water line apparently ends to the mirror ball is how far away is the mirror ball itself?
It's, as far as I can remember, it's just in front of the first pier in the first picture that I posted. So it's not as far as that 18.4 miles. And I think there's 2 miles between the closest pier and the furthest pier. Might be slightly more than that 2 miles. So you're probably looking at, 13, 14 miles up to maybe 15 miles.
Okay, so then I'm going to just spitball here. Where you see the water end is probably 3 miles away from you. Let's make it 5. So then if that mirror ball is 13 miles away, that mirage is stretching over 8 miles.
Well, yeah, you're the one that's into this, Travis. I just took the pictures. I was just like, well, that's interesting. We shouldn't see that. Let's take a picture of it. So, but like I say, I got loads of pictures of these. If you, I'll tell you what, come over and we'll go through them if you want.
Yeah, I'll be over. What time?
Well, I've got to go out very, very shortly, and I won't be back for a good few hours. So.
I thought you were teasing like I was going to come over to your flat, but you were talking about what?
You can come over. That's what I meant, Travis. We'll go
you did. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to come over to the server as well, that would probably be a better way of putting it.
Yeah, but I'll be driving most of the day, so that won't be helpful. But we'll catch up.
Yeah, for sure. Like I say, I got infrared pictures, all at this kind of observation distance, and some of them are just absolutely outrageous. The clarity and what you can see in these pictures shouldn't be visible at all, and I'm just looking for a good one that will kind of whet your appetite, if you like, Travis.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ba-ba-dum-ba-ba.
I'm gonna be in and out fueling up my truck. So if I'm not answering, I'm.
This infrared one, not taken from the same viewer location, but it just showing you the kind of stuff that I managed to take. All right, back into Discord, back into GeoServer, paste. All right, there you go. That is an infrared image, not from the same location as I took the other pictures, but that the same side of that stretch of water. It's still the Southport side of that stretch of water, and like you can see the hills in the background there. You can see that you see the vertical structure slightly off center to the right. To the left of that structure, there's a windmill, wind turbine there. And the detail in that picture is just amazing. When you see the original and you're able to zoom in on it, the detail is just amazing. And most of the stuff on the shoreline there, you shouldn't be able to see. Just incredible. And this one, just to put the kind of glitter ball in context, I'll post this one. And then I really have got to get a wiggle on and get out of here. So come back to GeoServer. And that one that I posted there, if you look to the almost the far left extreme of the picture, that little round circle, that is the glitter ball.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And
So then, So then, if you have that, let's just say, for instance, this was the same focal length as the one with the less clear image that's much bigger. You've got complete evidence of magnification.
yeah, and also there's you see the grey building that underneath the roller coaster, you see the apex of the roller coaster, the highest point of the roller coaster. You drop that down to the grey building underneath, right?
Yeah.
And if you look, the grey building underneath has got a curved roof line.
Yeah.
And then there's about half a dozen vertical grey lines there, right?
On the left, yeah.
Yeah, where the curve of that building comes down, that is actually the tram station end of line, I think. So that's like the garage, overnight garage for the trams, I think. And those vertical grey lines, they've got kind of a replica of Stonehenge up there. So there's like 15 feet, that the grey bit between the bottoms of those stones and the sea or the sand is about 12, 15 feet. So they are actually 15 feet off of the sand level, and they're like a replica of Stonehenge, if you like. And they actually they progress. They how can I explain this? There's different stones at different distances away from those stones along the promenade, if you see what I mean. So they're kind of like a tourist attraction, and they're spaced out, I don't know, every 200-300 meters, let's say. And these stones are like 15 feet high. And then if you look slightly to the left of the mirror ball, there is another set of these stones. Looks like a red square. This is actually some of these stones. They're further away, and yet they look to be at the same height.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're the guy for optics, Travis.
Well, I try, but you know.
If you want them to try and work out what's going on.
If you have the two raw of this one and the one that you showed before, send them to me.
Right.
If you can get a hold of them, or I mean, I'm
Right.
sure you can't hear you just post them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through the memory cards that I've got and see if I can dig them out from the memory.
Yeah, whatever.
Card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I'm gonna have to, like I say, I've got to get out. So I'll catch you all later, gentlemen. Thanks for your time this morning. It's been
Thank you. Have a good night.
fun. Yeah. Catch you later.
Yeah. Hefeweizen's pretty good, Reckoner. I actually used to drink Beck's. Do you know what Beck's is? I used to love that beer.
You don't drink craft beer?
What do you mean by that? I'm kind of drunk right now. What do you mean by that?
Independent guys like you and me making their own shit, and it's IP. They're pale ales.
Oh, okay.
India
Yeah,
pale
I know what you're
ales.
saying. Yeah, yeah. My favorite is Jeremiah Red, and I think BJ's restaurants here on the West Coast, they're the only ones that they make that or brew that, and it's called a Jeremiah Red. Oh my god, that shit's fucking delicious. Drink a few pitchers on that in the Super Bowl. Oh man, some good times. And I've even asked places I've gone to places, and I'll be like, "What's the closest that you have to Jeremiah Reds?" And they always suggest an apple red because that's like the closest to the taste. But man, those things are so fucking good. Jeremiah Red.
So an apple red, I thought had like isn't that like a cider hybrid?
Yeah. It's a little yeah.
Okay.
But as far as flavor goes, I guess that's the closest to a Jeremiah Red, so that's why they always push that. But only BJ's is it's a restaurant in here in California. I don't know if it's anywhere else. BJ's. I don't know if they're like nationwide in the states, but they say that that's you know only they brew it, and it's a really really good beer. It's like super good. Actually, they have one. It's a Jeremiah Red something. It's mixed, and that's even better. I forgot what it's called, but kind of tipsy, so whatever. I'm now on my 24th beer, and like I'm kind of tipsy still, so I can still stand though. But I could carry a conversation. I could argue still. I could debate still. Let's go. Wow, everybody's really really quiet right now. It's almost like everybody just went to sleep with their mic off. Any more debates? Any more discussions? Is just everybody just asleep? It's 4 in the morning here. I'm in California. You know, I guess everybody's asleep.
I just woke up waiting for my coffee.
Well, good morning.
Yeah, I haven't had my coffee yet, so
Hey, how do you feel about I want to create a channel for like you, Dice Low, and Witset to educate the server on Asylum. You know what I mean? Like where you guys just let educate everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down. I haven't been talking as much lately, been super busy with work, but I'm down. Also
Yeah, I
getting
want.
a little jaded, a little frustrated with the I don't know.
With the argument?
Even this, well, not necessarily with the argument in general, just everybody's sentiments lately. It seems like everybody's been pretty hostile, just in general. A lot of
Yeah.
over talking with people and shit like that, which I don't know. I'm beginning
Yeah.
to not have time for that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want to try to create like a time and date to where you guys can just almost like a stage platform. You guys just share the knowledge. Questions can be had, but controlled. You know what I mean? That way, it doesn't become this stupid overlaying of everybody just arguing type of thing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm down. Let me know, man.
Yeah, cool for sure. Yeah, I'll set it up. I know Dice was down. What's that? No response from him, but sometimes I feel like he's a legend in his own mind, so it's kind of hard to get to him.
Yeah, I mean, talk with him. I know he's got a lot going on, trying to get his own thing rolling.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe we can do that. Maybe you can figure out a way to incorporate it in with what he's doing as well. So
Yeah. Yeah, we'll set up over in the asylum, and we'll go from there.
cool. Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. What's Napalm? What's your strongest evidence of you know battling someone that says the Earth is what they have been told to be, a ball? What's your strongest evidence?
Strongest evidence against it.
Yeah, if any.
I mean, to be honest with you, the easiest go to is where's the evidence for the R value, right?
Yeah,
That needs
being that is assumed.
that needs to be substantiated. And when you ask the average person, how did they acquire the R value? I think it's pretty pathetic that in 2022 the go-to is somebody from 300 BC or whatever the hell.
Right?
You know, I mean,
You know what's interesting? They will use that, but they won't speak on. Well, hold on. They also said that the sun was only 3 million miles away at that time. So where do we go from there? Right?
yeah, I think Eratosthenes might have made it like 1 million, so even less.
Yeah, even less. So if you want to stand on that argument, why do you not? Why don't you point out that? Okay, well then, if you want to stand on that fucking argument, then then is the sun only 1 million miles to you? Because that's what they said at that time. So I mean, let's think logic, bro. Let's throw the ball at them at a pitch that they can't fucking swing out the park, because they're literally going to just have to hold their bat and not even be able to swing, because you point that out. Okay, so they're at that point they're cherry picking. They're saying, well, this is what they said at that time. Well, okay, they also said this. Do you agree with that? Once they say no, then you're fucking contradicting yourself at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean the thing about it is the globe position is constantly shifting, changing, always has the ability to say that, well, science doesn't prove anything, or the reason the distance to the sun has changed is because, science is constantly growing and improving the theories, and the theories are always being improved upon and blah blah blah. So they can never be wrong. That's the problem with their side.
Yeah, but at the at, on
But they
on
don't
the
see it as a problem. They
yeah,
see it as a strength.
which is ridiculous because on that same argument, well then, if it's got better, then has it not gotten better that we've been able to prove that it's not what they said it to be back then, and it's not this ball that they once fucking said it was, and dude, all hands are folded at that time. And if you're still holding your hand, then you are just ignoring the facts at that point.
It should have been over at concentric circles, huh, Napalm?
What do you mean?
Oh, you were in on the discussion earlier yesterday morning, I think it was, when I was
Yeah.
I was grilling what's his name, Neg Hub or whatever his name is,
Nidhug,
Nidhub, yeah.
yeah.
What I mean, do you think that guy just really doesn't get it, or do you think he's just there to defend the ball and he just? I mean, it's
A little bit of
unbelievable.
both. It's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know.
I mean, it's already over at that point. If you can't give an answer to that makes any sense, there's no reason to worry about whether. I mean, they're obviously just here to defend them. It's not like we all think that they're eventually going to go, "Oh, you're right,"
Right? I mean, we wish for that, but
yeah, it's not going to happen. It's not their role. If they ever thought we were right and they were actually real people, they probably would just go away and not say anything.
I often think how there's like a larger. I often think about how there's kind of like a larger processing going on in a lot of these discussions, meaning that you have like the entire world that is sort of within the globe spell, as it were, and then those of us discussing it, it's like we're kind of sitting in for the rest of humanity in a sense. Like each person is kind of playing like a role as like a nodal point for the larger community in a sense. And so in that sense, like, is it really about convincing one person or another, or is it more about like kind of working through these things within our minds and kind of processing it for the larger kind of well, I would say like the interconnected ethereal matrix between us.
Yeah, I would say the paradigm shift's already happened for us. It's just that most people don't realize it yet. It's already happened. There's already enough people that realize it's not what they said. That's never going to change. It's only going to exponentially grow as one person at a time realizes that it's not a spinning ball. So it's already over, technically.
At this point,
Gio, were you kind of alluding to the 100th monkey type thing, right? We're figuring it out, we're picking through it, and once we have enough people that have the knowledge and understanding, it almost becomes. Are you familiar with the 100th monkey?
Common knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah. It is kind of connected to that. Yeah, I see that link that you're putting there. Yeah, with it as well. Yeah, it's sort of like when the larger like waterfall, like when the dam breaks, as it were, like everyone else is going to already have, in a sense, like they're already going to kind of have like all of these discussions we've had sort of in their software. I'm kind of trying to word it right, but it's sort of like as we're discussing these certain things, it's like like a butterfly effect, 100th monkey effect, where there is like, not that everyone else will be conscious of every discussion we've had, but it's sort of like it's like working within the like the collective unconscious in a sense.
I always think of it like maybe isn't the right way of an analog or the right metaphor, because it's not a joke, but it is like that good joke that like you heard in third grade, and by now everyone's heard that joke, right? So you just don't tell it anymore. And in a way, it's like that. Like it's that contagious, as well as it's not like something that's not. I mean, everyone's got to chuckle at that joke because it's funny, And it's one of those things that like it's something you find out, not something that you choose to believe. The way they've tried to frame it ever since the beginning of this discussion, like it's just a choice between one belief and another, even if we admit ours is a belief. yours is a belief too about it being flat, which is ridiculous gaslighting because it's obviously it obviously presents itself that way. So that's not really a fair way of even framing the argument to begin with. And they keep pushing that as if we're just believing it or wanting to believe it, which is ridiculous. It's the last thing anyone would want to do, becoming a flat earther.
I look at it this way. I look at it as I have 5 kids, right? And there came a point where my oldest kid realized that Santa Claus is fake.
Right.
And my youngest kid still believed it. And not until my youngest kid came to an age of realizing that Santa Claus is fake did now all 5 of my kids realize it's fake. So it's interesting that a grown man or woman would still believe that Santa Claus was real. Get what I'm saying?
Or like, they might, it'd be like them thinking that the one of their children, that the kid that still believes in Santa Claus is gonna eventually convince the others that Santa Claus is real.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
And it's almost like my oldest kid's going to look at my youngest kid and be like, "You're not going to convince me, so shut up. This is the truth." Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, then the kid is actually, and that's what the ballers seem like to us. They seem like the kid that's trying to convince us that Santa Claus is real, and we're the older brother going, "I've known it's not real for years."
Exactly. Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah. I was just, I've been thinking about this, since the beginning about like all of these different ways. Like it would be so interesting if one of us could come up with a skit to where you don't know the topic, but these two people are arguing, and it's 2 adults arguing over evidence, but they're arguing for Santa Claus. One of them believes that Santa Claus is real, but we do it in such a way that the person who's watching the debate, like, what the fuck are they arguing about? They both have really good arguments, so to speak. And then at the end of it, the one guy goes, "I don't care what you say. Santa Claus is real," and you just stop it right there. And then the person watching goes, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, that's something I thought a lot about, like a way of representing it, a way of like showing the argument without people knowing what exactly you're talking about. And the innuendos would all be there, but then you watch it again after realizing what it was talking about, and it would be obvious.
That would be interesting. Yeah, like a debate where people actually don't know what the topic is in a sense, and then they may actually agree with one side. Then once they find out what it is, then it would like they would.
The more like you show the absurdity of the argument, but not about the shape of the Earth, about something else that's just as crazy sounding, with all of the same assumptions and stuff. That the globe argues in a way, the same exact way that the globe argues it. Like, you have to assume this, and you have to assume this, and we have to also assume this and this. It's like who would ever agree with anything like that? It's so fallacious.
Yeah, like my youngest son will argue, "Well, I was on YouTube and I saw Santa Claus going across the entire ball, handing out presents, and not only that, I left out cookies, and then the next morning they were gone." And then my oldest is like, "You're fucking stupid. That's all fake. It's like, wake up." Mom and dad ate the cookies.
Then the younger brother gets the older brothers to watch what he saw on YouTube, and it's a cartoon. And the older brother's like, "Oh, you're right. Santa Claus did do that." Like, that's what they're expecting of us. Like, oh, these cartoons are real.
Exactly.
Oh my god, I should have realized these cartoons are real.
Yeah. And then my oldest son is trying to convince my younger son, "No, listen, it's all fake. It's like, stop. It's all, we told you this is what it was, but we lied to you so that way you can be a good little kid and naughty or nice. He's checking the list, and you want presents. So this is the only proof that you have is CGI and things that were manipulated, because when you put cookies out, mom and dad actually grabbed them and ate them at the end of the night while you slept." And then it's like, wake up, bro. Like, come on. Seriously.
Well, think about it the other
far does
way.
it go?
Yeah, think about it the other way too, where you've got a child who is figuring shit out, and he's like, "Mom, how does Santa Claus get in our house again? She's like, well, he comes down the chimney. He's like, Mom, we don't have a chimney. She's like, oh,
Exactly.
well, no, but
Right.
see, listen, but see, these are the ad hoc globe arguments, right? You're like, well, what about that? How does this work? You're like, oh,
Right.
no. Then the kid's like 16. He's like, Mom, come on, it's you. You're Santa
Yeah.
Claus. She's like, what evidence do you have? And
Right.
he's like, Mom,
That's the thing.
Santa Claus can write my name just like you do. And then the
Right.
mom's like, oh, well, Timmy, Santa Claus can write like everybody's mommy and daddy. Like she just doesn't want to let go of the ball, so she's trying to convince her son.
Yeah, and our
This is a great.
situation is like if the government or NASA or whoever represents the mom, or the mom and all of her friends, as well as the doctors and all the the people at school, all the teachers at school are telling Santa Claus is real. Like all of the authorities that the kid looks
Appeal
up
to
to
authority.
are totally on board with Santa Claus being real, and it's just the older brother that's realized how fake it is, and that's the way we're seen.
Exactly. That's why I like to tell people, like on my TikTok, they'll like throw out like, oh, this is. I was like, okay, bro, go ahead, keep believing Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and everything, and they be like, that it has nothing to do with it. I'm like, no, that has everything to do with it. You're believing a lie. Bottom line.
Another analogy I made that's similar to this one time was that it'd be like a kid that's adopted, right? And he's like an albino white kid, right? And his parents are like dark African, right? But he's never known anything but that they're his parents, right? And they've always said, yeah, we're your real parents, no matter what, right? All their friends always, confirm it, just like I was saying about the Santa Claus analogy. But then his friend has total proof, like he finds these records in this file that he was adopted. This kid was adopted. He's got the DNA testing. He's got like every piece of evidence there could possibly be that he's not there. That he was adopted. Like, and it doesn't matter as long as the kid's parents are still telling him that he's not adopted, and he wants to believe it. He'll continue to.
Yep. Yeah. And it literally comes down to they're going to believe the falsehoods, even though they're proven wrong. They're literally like they have no fucking what's the term called? They don't have a something in the game.
Stand on.
Yeah, okay. We go with that. They don't have a leg to stand on, or they don't have a something in the. There's an old saying. You don't have a.
You're saying a dog? They don't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah, there you go. You don't have a dog in the fight, right? But they'll still believe. They'll still believe it, even though they don't have any like. At this point, it's just we're just. I don't want to say we're wasting our time because there is an audience that's listening, and we have to let we get in conversation with specific people, and it's not always that argument. It's about the listeners who are listening to the argument, and we're trying to let them see logically how the bullshit that this person we're arguing against is they're wrong. They're not right. And
yeah. And the ironic thing for them, the ironic thing for those Globers is that they're helping us make them look ridiculous. Like if they didn't argue with us at all, there would be no one to show that the belief is ridiculous. Like it's just an assumption.
Exactly.
It's a set of assumptions.
Yeah, you don't have a dog. No, you don't have what did you say? You don't have a fight. What did you say? You have a
dog in the fight.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was looking for. I'm drunk right now. I'm sorry.
Leg stand on, dog in the fight. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
You're all right.
Yeah, so that's the funny thing. I've heard a decent amount of people say, "Oh, I was on the fence, or I was just kind of curious. I thought flat Earth was stupid, and then I started listening to people debate, and then they're like, yeah, people like Brenda are the ones that were the ones that got me to see the other side because the globe arguments were just that stupid."
They're so asinine.
Brenda's
you can't believe it.
Brenda's a fucking genius.
Yeah, she helped a lot. Her what is it? Shu is a natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shoe wasn't. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
I just put a video, a classic one. Remember this guy, Flat Earth Johnny? He was in like one of those original ODD videos that
Yeah.
was like the clips, that he put together with all like the classic early stuff. And that's great. This one I put in there, he's like, here's 5 assumptions. He just learned it. It's like from 6 years ago. He's like, here's 5 assumptions that we have to totally take for granted about our reality before we can even like get to heliocentrism.
The problem I see though is that the powers that be are they continue to control the argument. So if somebody that comes here and they hear the whole conversation and then they go research it online, well, YouTube will direct them to everything against what we said, because there's an algorithm for them to see. If they typed in flat earth, the first 25 things they see is debunking flat earth, the nonsense of flat earth. And it's almost like it's a step back, if you will, because someone that's truly searching for the truth is going to get put back in place, if you will, of no, don't fucking believe these people, they're stupid, here's the truth. And then once they see it, they're going to realize, like, oh wow, I can't even believe that I was listening to them logically and believed it, but now I'm going to listen to something that's illogical and now I'm going to believe it. It's such a fucking like brainwashing bullshit, bro. It's so
That's
sad.
why I have, that's why I have a list of links that you can still, watch on YouTube that haven't been deleted.
Oh, same here.
I just send it to new people if they're interested, if they seem cool.
Well, I think ideas kind of catch on like wildfire. Like is it like Rupert Sheldrake? He did a lot of work with morphogenetic fields, as he calls them, and essentially there's a lot of components to the way he describes it, but they're like essentially like these fields that connect biological organisms and memory. And so, like, just a very, very brief example of it, where like let's say there's like monkeys in South America and then monkeys in Africa, and if there's monkeys in South America and they figure out like a new way to like they use these sticks.
Potatoes.
They use these like sticks to dip into beehives to get the honey out. And so just the basic description of it is where, like, if the monkeys in South America figure out how to use a new tool, like a stick to get the ants out with the honey, then instantly the monkeys over in South Africa will know how to use that tool as well. So it's almost like there's an interconnected field that when one group, learns to use a new tool, even though they haven't physically shared the information, it's not like they took monkeys from South America over to Africa, to show them the new tool. It's just that new skill is just instantly integrated into their species, through some kind of interconnected field is his theory, his idea around it. So in the same way, like if we look at that with ideas, once they started spreading the globe information and a lot of this stuff, that caught on like wildfire, even though it's not true information, in my viewpoint, that it still had a similar effect where they were teaching people, indoctrinating people, and then that kind of spread like wildfire in a sense. Or, within a week, they got everyone to put a mask on their face, things like that.
Right.
And on the other side, when there's discussions happening around truth and so on, it can actually happen the other way, where even though it's only 10 people or 20 people having that discussion, it's potentially that they could actually be unlocking either insights or information, or even just making it more of an open pathway for others to more quickly come to the information or more quickly come to the realization once they are presented with it.
Yeah, like that. It's almost like if you say like the globe caught on like wildfire. It's not necessarily the same way that you would think of like the truth catching like wildfire. It's more like they forced the wildfire, like that it was like a planned burning of the forest rather than just it being catchy, because people don't want to be like wearing masks, but because of the propaganda was making them scared enough to, they were all individually like kind of brainwashed to, rather than like it being an idea that everyone's excited about in the same way, There's a difference there.
And then when they research it, they get directed to things that are against what you're trying to show is the truth. And that's exactly why over in my server, the Asylum, I put every link attached to Dave Wise's app that shows you those fucking videos that are blocked. Like literally, you can type in the exact title and still be blocked through an algorithm from YouTube. That's why I put them in my server in the Asylum, so that way if you go to that link, it's going to show you something that you do not see on YouTube's fucking algorithm. And that's exactly what I did, because that's the truth. That they explain things. There's videos that clearly explain, and in the arguments of it, if you will, it shows you the opposition. And these things are on one side of it, they are argued, but once you actually see the video, hopefully it allows a mind to see something different, as opposed to what you've been programmed or brainwashed to believe in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you
Yeah, I
want to
think
put a link to your Discord in the chat for people?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I get it.
yeah, I think the algorithms that's one of the biggest control mechanisms that whoever quote unquote they are. I think it's one of the biggest control mechanisms that they have, because information is power, right? And if you have control of the information in the way that algorithms can give you control of information, you become even more powerful, right? Because typically the things that will take down empires or shift the mindset of a population is going to be information. And as that information spreads, right, ideas can spread very quickly. And if it's an idea that is against you, if you're in the power structure, that can be very harmful, right? If information gets out and spreads quickly, and suddenly your population can turn against you very quickly. So being able to control the information is a very very useful tool for people in power.
That's why someone was just reading off a list of how many places. That's why somebody was reading off a list of all the places Disney bought recently.
Oh,
and it
wow.
was just a
Did you hear
whole
about
bunch
that?
of.
Did you hear about that?
And it was just a whole bunch of media outlets. I forget the exact ones, but if you're linked in with these people, you want to control everything, everyone, the masses are seeing and hearing.
And think about it this way, right? So the internet has been a very useful tool and very powerful tool. I remember, as the internet was just starting to become available to people in their households, when I was younger, having dial-up connection and then DSL and then eventually broadband connections, you could get on the computer and you could find any information you wanted. The only issue you had early on is that you would have to know the website name. Like, you would have to know that yourself, right? So you would still have like word of mouth, like, oh, go to this website.com, and then you can pull that up. And then eventually you started to get these search engines, and the search engines were useful tools early on, but then they became, what Google is now. And that's such a control mechanism, right? And the average person thinks, well, just Google it, right? Because if you want to know who sang this song, what year this song came out, you just Google it and the correct information pops up, right?
Yeah, I don't know about that correct information thing, because Crypto was talking the other day about. Go ahead.
Well, my point being something simple like that, right? Like, if I just want to find who sang this song, what year it came out, I'm going to find that information, and it's probably going to be 100% correct, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when people think, well, if I want to see if the earth is flat or if the earth is ball, I can just Google it, and it's going to give me correct information, right? It trains in a way that leads them to believe that that Google is going to feed them the right answer, not just the
Right.
authoritative answer.
And on another level, the ballers will say, "Well, your phone works. Of course, we went to space."
Right. Yeah. Yep.
So
Very.
I posted a link, and if you join the server, way at the bottom is flattered videos, and it has every link. And in the let me say this, within the links, there's over 400 videos of
Wow.
everything you will not find on YouTube. You will not find it. Even if you type it in by title, you will not find it because the algorithm of it will it will disrupt you. It will send you somewhere else. So that's why I posted every fucking link.
Nice, bro. Good
Yeah.
job.
It's funny you should mention that, Napalm, about Google being a fantastic. Well, it was a fantastic tool, right, for information, like a tool for information. But the powers that be have now used that exact tool to manipulate the information and how they want to direct that information. Because all it
Mm-hmm.
is a tool, right? And they have just got the upper hand on how to wield that tool to their advantage.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
yo,
Same
they're
with
just
social
elite.
media.
Hey Jeremy, did you join the server by the way,
What server?
or have you Asylum, the one I posted?
I don't know, maybe.
I don't think you have. I don't think you have
I was
actually.
in the asylum. Yeah, I'm in the asylum.
Okay, you're there. Okay,
I've been
okay,
in it. I've been in
okay,
it.
okay. Cool. Okay, cool. All right, awesome. I just noticed that over there, there's like a few guys in the main chat. They're probably discussing shit. But I was just double checking if you've been there or seen it. I know there's a lot. It's interesting. I love that Geo allows people to post links to other servers, as as do I, because it's not a fucking I'm not trying to swing a cock. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you guys ain't no threat. You guys ain't
Yeah,
threat.
exactly. Like, but it's just like if the conversation is not what you're looking at, just you jump somewhere else. You know what I mean? And see if and a matter of fact, the conversation might not be what you're looking at in my fucking server. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, I think we're about to have to open another room up here because it's tough to get in sometimes. Holy shit, man! You
Yeah,
guys don't leave with breath in between people talking.
that's facts. Yeah.
Well, that shift hasn't started yet, but they'll be in soon, Jeremy. Don't worry.
I mean, right?
I mean, even as it is now, it's like tight. Like the second someone stops talking, there'll be like 2, 3 people sometimes, right? Talking all at the same time. It's like heads can't get in quick enough.
Yeah.
I get it.
There's a lot.
Everyone wants to say their piece.
Yeah, exactly. Because everybody like they feel like they have something to chime into. Respectfully, they probably do. It's valid too. But it's hard to when the room gets so filled, it's hard to control the conversation. I admit that because that
But as
happens over in our server too.
but as far as that thing, like imagine you're the elite sitting around this table and you're controlling the world and shit, right? You're like, yo, anything new pops up that people are going to be into, they got to get into it because it's like they want to be able to have the control of what you see, how it
The,
goes
the
down. You know what I'm
narrative.
saying?
The narrative.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
think that's
So,
part of what Space Force is doing, actually. I think there's a lot more people working in military intelligence and within Space Force that are on servers, in chat rooms, figuring out what people are talking about and them figuring out whether they need to or how they're going to control the conversations.
Yeah. Honestly, Space Force in itself, I'll say it right now. I'm personally a Trump supporter, but the whole Space Force thing, which he actually like in his term, like created, but it's one of those things like I feel like that's not cool because it only gives more validity to these guys who
yeah, but
think
you think Trump knows though, or you think Trump's the kind of guy who wants to fucking control outer space? Have America control outer space and not some other country. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, honestly, I think he's just a puppet at that point. He's just saying he introduced it, he enacted it. It's a real thing. It became a fifth branch, and I feel like is a fifth or sixth branch, maybe fifth. But I feel like he was just a puppet at that point, honestly, because
But
every
if Trump
president.
if Trump did know though, I mean, I'm not saying he knew or didn't know, but if he did know, he has no incentive to come out with it. They'll take him out. He'll lose everything. You know what I'm saying? Like these people, once you get that money, there's too much at stake now for him. They could lose everything.
Yeah. No,
You
I
ever see
agree
that
with
movie
that.
with where the guy was running for president and he was gonna like blow the lid off or he paid to assassinate himself?
Wow.
It was called Superstar, I think, or something. You never seen that back in the day with who's the guy from that one movie? Fuck, I can't think of it right now. I'll get
Trump
back to you.
knows nothing. Trump knows absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I doubt it. It's not like once you get into this elite group. I'm guessing there's various levels. Like
Oh
you
yeah,
know the people at
like
the tippy top. You don't join the Freemasons and they're like, "Yo, the Earth is flat."
oh
You know
yeah,
what I'm
like
saying?
he's definitely up there in the levels and all that sort of stuff with corruption and bribery and whatnot that he's involved with. Like he's definitely up there, but yeah, he's too damn stupid to be let in, I reckon.
Well, I don't know. I don't think he's stupid. I just think he just went along with because a smart guy would know that if I don't go along with it, something bad could happen to me at that point. You know what I mean?
Oh yes, Trump, the great
War,
orange hope.
War,
That's what he is.
Warren Beatty. Beatty was the guy from the movie.
So you're the leader of the known world, right? How do you just come out and say it's flat? How do you do that, right? Can you do that?
I mean, we had Obama who consistently talked about we don't have time for the flat earth community. Like he consistently said that. And it only brought more value to it, by the way. It made you think, hold on, if they are talking about it, obviously it's a threat in one way or another. It's a threat to the establishment. It's a threat to what is being pumped out as facts compared to what is reality. At least that's what I feel or understood.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier, it's kind of like maybe if they knew flat Earth was going to do anything, or if they allowed it to be like a topic on the table, they might have thought it would be treated similar to 9/11, and that like we all figured it out. And now we just know it's like something people would rather not know, at this point, or we just kind of let it be like, yeah, or it's kind of like the assumption we're like, yeah, it's not really that good for business to like make a thing of 9/11 because it's the country's reputation on the line, and people just kind of like avoid it for those reasons. In the same way, talking about the moon landing, they romanticized everything. So like your parents don't want to hear it, even if they know you're right, they'd rather not know.
Yeah,
Well,
this still no. I don't. Oh, sorry, Jeremy. Well, I was just gonna say real quick. I don't think they can stop this. That's the thing. I mean, they can kind of try to like throw the conspiracy label theory on certain things and try to keep it in the fringe.